Lucia Malfoy, a name that ought not to exist. When the lore of the post-apocalyptic base, Lucia, traversed into the world of Harry Potter, she became the sister born on the same day as Draco. Initially, Lucia merely aspired to master a greater repertoire of dark magic. Through the intimidation of magic, she sought to re-enter the center of power. However, she soon discovered a balding figure known as Voldemort, who had already seized the title of the terror spoken of by many. Later, upon learning that her beloved brother Draco was on the brink of collapse under Voldemort's threats, Narcissa languished daily in gloom, burdened by her husband's imprisonment and her concerns for her son. The glory of the Malfoys shall not be in vain. Moreover, that gentle Hufflepuff met a solitary demise when Voldemort was resurrected. Lucia suppressed her fury. It seemed there was no need for subterfuge. All she desired now was to flay that balding fiend alive. Strange, what is this ABO phenomenon? Was there such a thing in the original text? Chapter 1. Lucia Malfoy. The pale blue sky, devoid of any floating wisps, appeared as if filtered of all impurities, radiantly shimmering. It reflected in her gray-blue eyes, dimly devoid of light. The clear blue sky seemed to bring no cheer to Lucia Malfoy. The little girl, just past her 7th birthday, sat upright on a white bench in the garden. She possessed the signature platinum hair of the Malfoys, slightly curled, and a delicately pale face that resembled a porcelain doll. Yet those tranquil, lackluster gray-blue eyes resting upon the visage of a 7-year-old lent her countenance an inexplicable eeriness. Such eyes ought not to belong to a mere child of 7. Within Lucia's slender form resided the soul of Lucia, a woman in her 20s from another world. In her previous life, it was a realm devoid of magic, and likewise, of the tranquility found here. It was a land ravaged by war, fraught with peril, where creatures infected and mutated by viruses mercilessly slaughtered fragile humanity. Lucia was born in such times, where the arrival of an infant was no longer a cause for familial joy. Rather, they were seen as burdens. Thus, Lucia's parents abandoned her at the doorstep of a base and departed. From the moment she could remember, Lucia knew she was different from other children. For instance, she had no mother or father, no kin. She drifted like a specter, homeless. Those chattering adults often remarked that Lucia was an emotionless monster. In truth, this was not entirely accurate. She was human, and to be human is to possess emotions. Jealousy, disdain, and murderous intent filled the tender heart of the girl. Lucia was a child cast aside in the shadows, often gazing greedily at the warmth and happiness she had never known. Subsequently, the base was ravaged by monstrous beings, and numerous individuals met their demise as their necks were severed by sharp fangs. Hiding in the shadowy recesses of the ruins, the girl observed as their blood dripped down the broken walls, ultimately coalescing into a pool of crimson. That pool of blood bore an uncanny resemblance to the vibrant red roses she had stealthily glimpsed within the headquarters of the base. How exquisite it appeared! It was her first encounter with the beauty of blossoms. Through the glass of the greenhouse, Lucia could not perceive the fragrance of the flowers. However, when the more potent scent of blood invaded her nostrils, the girl could no longer resist taking a small, eager breath. How delightful it was! After the destruction of the base, Lucia found herself with nowhere to seek refuge. In her youth, she traversed the desolate, barren sands all alone, until one fateful day, she was besieged and savaged by a pack of mutated zombie wolves, who viewed her as their prey. As she hovered on the brink of death, a natural phenomenon unfolded. The darkened clouds erupted with deafening thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, the pack of wolves before her was reduced to ashes. She awakened to the rare power of lightning-based abilities. Bloodied and battered, Lucia faced the ominous clouds and laughed maniacally, her laughter echoing as if it could pierce through the heavens. Eventually, she established her own base. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and the clamor of weaponry, she fought ferociously against the monsters, expanding her territory and positioning herself at the very nexus of power. It proved that the might of authority was indeed formidable. Lucia relished this newfound existence. Yet, all of it came to an abrupt halt when a bullet pierced through her heart. Reflecting on this, Lucia felt a wave of disdain wash over her, furrowing her brow. She should have eliminated that traitor at the very first opportunity, preferably reducing him to ashes. Lulu, Lulu. A soft voice called from behind, pulling Lucia from her reverie. She turned to find her mother, Narcissa, guiding little Draco toward her. Narcissa wore a gentle smile, gazing tenderly at her. This was her family in this lifetime. Lucia caught her younger brother Draco as he ran toward her. Her brother possessed an angelic visage, his soft, fragrant body nestled in her embrace, calling out her endearing nickname. Lucia held no particular affection for children, yet she occasionally indulged a child like Draco. "My dear, perhaps you would like a delightful treat of sweet, sizzling honey candy." Narcissa kissed Lucia's soft cheek. "All right, mother." Lucia suppressed the oddity of affectionate gestures and smiled, nodding at Narcissa. Draco glanced at Lucia before turning to Narcissa, his love for sweets evident as he puffed out his cheeks and blinked his big, watery eyes, seeking indulgence from his mother and sister. "Lulu, mama, I want to eat sweet, sizzling honey candy too." He had mastered this tactic, and Narcissa often succumbed to it. "Come on, Draco, let's go savor your favorite candy," Lucia said, taking Narcissa's hand in one and Draco's in the other as they made their way toward the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor. In the 4 years since arriving in this world, she had evidently grown accustomed to such gestures of hand-holding, which were far less intimate than kissing. Lucia mused that it was indeed a much more palatable action. After finishing her snacks, Lucia returned to her room and retrieved a book on magic she had discovered on the shelf. Magic was the sole element that piqued her interest in this world. Lucia could not help but reminisce about her previous life's extraordinary abilities. They had accompanied Lu Qing through numerous adversities, and in countless near-death experiences, those abilities had become an integral part of her being. If only there were spells of such potency within the realm of magic. At the very least, it would allow her to relish the exhilaration of taking lives. Regrettably, these tomes merely taught mundane domestic spells. The subject of lethal dark magic was scarcely mentioned. Lucia casually tossed the book onto the table, contemplating where she might acquire knowledge of dark magic. Furthermore, she lacked the most crucial element, a wand. Only with a wand could she wield magic. How troublesome. Lucia found herself longing for the sensation of electricity coursing through her body, that time when she could feel boundless power within her at every moment. Outside, the indistinct sounds of cheering reached her ears. It was her brother Draco, riding his broomstick in pursuit of the golden snitch. Draco was particularly fond of this pastime. Lucia opened a window and immediately spotted Lucius Malfoy, just returned from the Ministry of Magic. He was clad in an elegant silver-green robe, his long platinum hair secured by a black silk bow, exuding an air of noble arrogance. The Malfoy couple stood on the lawn, their eyes shimmering with pride as they watched Draco soaring through the air. "Lulu, Lulu, come out and catch the golden snitch." Draco spotted Lucia standing at the window and called out with his clear, chiming voice. Narcissa and Lucius also noticed her. The beautiful lady raised her hand, gently beckoning her cherished daughter to come down and join in the fun. It must be said that the Malfoy Manor in spring is truly resplendent. A myriad of flowers, basking in the radiant sunlight, bloom magnificently. The fragrant aroma wafting through the air envelopes Lucia's senses, seemingly endeavoring to soothe the agitation that has plagued her throughout the day. The girl gently closes the window and descends the staircase at a leisurely pace. Well, to be honest, I do not harbor such murderous intentions. At least for now, I yearn to capture the elusive golden snitch first. Chapter 2. The Chamber of Dark Magic. The Malfoy Manor lay in tranquil silence at the break of dawn, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The only illumination came from the flickering candle flames in the corridor, casting a warm crimson glow that dispersed the surrounding gloom. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, barely audible even in the stillness of the estate. Approaching was Lucia, clad in a green nightgown. She moved gracefully, carefully evading the gazes of the portraits that adorned the walls, portraits of the Malfoy lineage, including that of her grandparents. Lucia ascended the banister, making her way towards the deepest recesses of the corridor. There, the absence of candlelight rendered the shadows dense and foreboding, akin to a beast lurking in the darkness, awaiting its prey to draw near, only to engulf it whole. This sensation ignited a rare thrill within Lucia. Her eyes, clouded with intrigue, fixated upon the wall before her, which concealed the chamber of Malfoy Manor. Dobby. A house elf materialized out of thin air, sporting long bat-like ears, bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls, and a long, flat nose, clad in what resembled a pillowcase. Dobby is here. What does the young mistress require? Dobby gazed at Lucia with trepidation. Lucia pointed to the wall before her, which was no ordinary wall, but rather the entrance to the chamber, obscured by a confounding charm. Open this door, but remember to be gentle. Dobby hesitated. Young mistress, it is not safe to enter here. Fear lingered in its large eyes, perhaps apprehensive of the consequences of not fulfilling Lucia's command. Lucia, however, was not angered. She had anticipated such reluctance. Dobby, her voice was soft, cloaked by the darkness. This is truly important to me. You are the most loyal of house elves. Please, assist me. Lucia's gentle praise and plea left Dobby astounded, tears of gratitude welling in its eyes. Of course, young mistress Lucia, Dobby will certainly help you. House elves possess immense magical prowess, often surpassing that of human wizards. They can cast spells without wands, which was precisely what Lucia desired. Regrettably, these beings lack the resolve to rebel, content to endure the lashings and scorn of their human masters. Such submissiveness filled Lucia with disdain. It was utterly foolish to possess such unparalleled power yet refrain from seeking to resist or conquer. Nevertheless, if Dobby could unlock this chamber now, Lucia would not mind bestowing it with a few compliments. Alohamra. The wall began to shift, large chunks of plaster falling away to reveal intricate patterns on the door, flowers intertwined with serpents, strange yet exquisite. Lucia pushed the door open and stepped into the chamber. This chamber, traditionally aligned with the Malfoy family's aesthetic, was adorned with silken ribbons and embellishments in shades of silver and green. The manner was thus, and the chamber was no exception. At times, even Lucia found herself momentarily speechless at the opulence and strictures of the Malfoy decorum. At this moment, she had no time to admire the decorations and hastily advanced deeper into the room. Indeed, she spotted a neatly arranged collection of books on dark magic within the bookshelf. These tomes were unlike the Gilderoy Lockhart collections she had encountered at Flourish and Blots. To be frank, that book had struck Lucia as a mere fabrication of fairy tales, filled with tiresome tales of personal heroism, yet still many extolled Lockhart's bravery and charm. Encounter the faceless monster, the girl murmured as she picked up a book from the shelf. Upon opening its cover, Lucia began to peruse its contents, and with each page turned, a smile emerged in her eyes. This was truly fascinating. Her lips curled upwards in delight. This was her first glimpse into the realm of dark magic. Previously, Lucia had only gleaned the existence of light and dark magic from Lucius, her father. Yet whenever she sought to learn more, Lucius had steadfastly refused to allow the young Lucia and Draco to be exposed to such perilous knowledge. Now, she had finally discovered a tome that resonated with her desires. The soul-sucking curse, the curse of fiery wrath. These malevolent spells filled her with anticipation for the power they promised. Alas, there was no incantation for summoning thunderstorms. Lucia mused with a touch of regret. Time slipped by unnoticed. After a prolonged squat beside the bookshelf, the girl finally stood up, only to feel a tingling numbness in her legs. She needed to hurry and regain the strength of her past life. She could not remain so frail. Gently, she patted her cramped calves, her mind wandering. Suddenly, Lucia noticed a completely black diary tucked away in the corner of the bookshelf. She fixated on the notebook, halting her movements. Dobby paced anxiously at the entrance of the chamber, unaware of what transpired within. Lucia commanded it to remain at the door, and it could only blink its large eyes, hoping for the safety of its young mistress. At that moment, the sealed door swung open unexpectedly. Clad in her nightgown, Lucia emerged, cradling several books in her arms, appearing utterly unfazed. Yet Dobby surmised that the young mistress must be in high spirits. She smiled, albeit faintly. "Oh, thank you, Dobby. You've truly been a tremendous help, but please do not tell father and mother, all right?" Lucia said with a smile directed at Dobby. Dobby had never before received such gratitude, and its countenance brimmed with excitement as it fidgeted with its pillowcase-like garment. "Of course, young mistress Lucia." After dismissing Dobby, Lucia carefully navigated the corridor, avoiding the gazes of the portraits, and returned to her room. She stowed the dark magic spellbooks beneath the cabinet, ensuring they would remain concealed from any prying eyes. As for the diary, Lucia glanced at the one in her hand. It was not yet time to unveil its secrets. She sensed something peculiar about this notebook. A mere diary would not find its place within the Malfoy chamber. After a moment of contemplation, Lucia placed it alongside the spellbooks in the cabinet. This evening's escapade had evidently surpassed what one of her age should bear. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. After arranging the books, the girl reclined onto her soft bed draped in silvery blankets, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 3. The Muggle World. "Lulu, Draco, come on." Reluctantly setting aside her small cake, Lucia turned to the exuberant pansy, who was almost bouncing with excitement, yet feigning restraint. The little girl's smile stretched from ear to ear. It was no wonder Pansy was so thrilled. Ever since their parents from the pureblood families began to encourage their children to socialize, Lucia had consistently found herself in the role of leader among the group. This was not due to any mischievousness on her part. The term did not suit her at all. Rather, she possessed an abundance of fun ideas and intriguing novelties. Consequently, at the culmination of each gathering, the children, still yearning for more merriment, would cling to Lucia, reluctant to depart. Especially Pansy, who was particularly attached to her. This left Draco, feeling possessive of his sister, quite envious, as he would often sulk and attempt to pull her away. Beside Pansy, Blaze and Nod also caught sight of the nearby twin siblings, smiling and waving. Crab and Goyle, the two plump boys, had their mouths stuffed with pastries, eagerly looking up. Setting down her cake, Lucia took Draco, who held a chocolate truffle, by the hand and approached the group. "Long time no see, everyone," Lucia greeted politely. Pansy gave a slight pout, but then cheerfully linked her arm with Lucia's. Observing Pansy's action, Draco tightened his grip on Lucia's hand, fearful that Pansy might snatch his sister away. "Pansy has been talking about you for ages. It's about time you all arrived," Lucia, Blaze said with a grin. "Happy birthday, Pansy." Draco presented the carefully prepared gift to Pansy. It was a beautiful emerald necklace, and the girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at it. Of course, Mother Narcissa has impeccable taste, Draco thought proudly to himself. Pansy joyfully donned the gem necklace around her neck, accentuating her fair skin. "Thank you, Draco. I absolutely adore it," Pansy exclaimed without a second thought. Draco pressed his lips together, suddenly finding Pansy's possessiveness over Luli less irksome. "Lucia, did you prepare pastries as delectable as the muggle cake we had at your house last time?" Goyle asked eagerly. Crab also recalled the red velvet cake from last time. Drooling in anticipation, Pansy and the others gazed at Lucia with bright eyes, curious about what delightful treats she might present. "Would you like to visit the muggle world?" Lucia smiled as she spoke. "Really? I definitely want to go." "Luli." Draco shook his sister's hand, immediately expressing his enthusiastic agreement. Ever since childhood, he knew his sister was fascinated by muggles. She would sometimes sneak out using the key to the manor, returning with an array of delicious snacks and amusing trinkets. Initially, Draco would panic and urge her to stay, but he later realized that muggles were not as filthy and wretched as their father had claimed. On several occasions, he had begged his sister to take him along, but Lucia always managed to evade his requests. Now that she was actively suggesting a trip, Draco was the first to raise both hands in approval. However, Blaze and the others were not quite as exhilarated. Nod appeared somewhat hesitant, glancing at the adults chatting animatedly in the distance. "Isn't it too dangerous for us to sneak into the muggle world? What if the adults can't find us?" "Don't worry. We'll be back before evening. The adults won't notice," Lucia assured them with a calm demeanor. Draco's pale face flushed with excitement. "Muggles have so many fun and delicious things. Luli has brought me some before. It was absolutely amazing." His words successfully piqued the interest of Pansy and the others, especially Goyle and Crab, for whom tasty treats were an enormous temptation. Thus, Lucia led the 6 children stealthily from Parkinson Manor into the muggle world. "Is this the muggle world? It's so different from the wizarding world." "Hey, not, you can't mention wizards here. It would give us away." "What is this? This house is moving. Wow, it's as fast as a flying broomstick." The 6 children chattered excitedly, marveling at the novelty surrounding them. Lucia silently observed the scene before her, recalling her own astonishment during her first visit to the muggle world. It was strikingly similar. The appearance of this place resembled the world before the apocalypse in her previous life, be it telephones, vehicles, or the internet. She had heard of these things during her time as Lu Qing. It was an old man in the base who had told her about them, mentioning that his wife and child perished during the escape. The man, disheveled and haggard, would sit in a corner, muttering incoherently about the sweet memories of meeting his wife. Young Lu Qing often squatted in shadowy corners, listening to the tales of a world she had never seen before the end times. What she once perceived as beautiful and dreamlike days, Lucia now witnessed in the muggle world. She couldn't help but ponder the connection between the two. If the current muggle world is akin to the period before the apocalypse, what about the wizarding world? Would it be surrounded by mutated creatures as well? So, have I returned to the same world or arrived in a different one? The more she thought, the more convoluted the mystery became. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After countless fruitless imaginings, Lucia settled her mind. Having survived the apocalypse once, what would it matter if she faced it again? If the apocalypse truly arrived, it would mean she was still in the original world, and she would undoubtedly seize the traitor who had slain her, exacting her vengeance. Lucia casually mused, subconsciously overlooking the faint sense of discomfort at the thought of the Malfoy family being slaughtered by mutated zombies. "Hey, what is that?" Draco's clear voice jolted Lucia from her reverie. She looked up to see a grand amusement park. Crowds of people were enjoying themselves inside, including young couples and parents with children. Lucia paid no heed to the prevalence of same-sex couples among the throngs. She had seen plenty of same-gender lovers in her previous life. The charming and entertaining attractions combined with the lively atmosphere were undeniably enticing for children. Draco and the others could hardly tear their eyes away. This is an amusement park. Should we go in and have some fun? Before she could finish her question, Pansy and Draco each took one of Lucia's hands and started walking toward the entrance of the park. Blaze and the others quickly followed suit. Amusement parks, curiously. Lucia had never set foot in one in either of her lives. A girl with short black hair sat on a green wooden horse adorned with a crown, and Lucia helped her capture the moment with a photograph. Pansy had no desire to sit upon such a simple attraction, but today was her birthday, and Draco and Nod insisted on pushing her onto it. Consequently, Pansy's face was flushed in the photo, though it was unclear whether from anger or embarrassment. Draco enjoyed a double scoop ice cream, indulging in his favorite blend of green apple and chocolate flavors. Goyle and Crab buried their pudgy faces in cotton candy. Blaze relished the roller coaster, riding it once with the other two. Ultimately, it was Nod who emerged pale and dizzy, while Lucia and Blaze had a delightful time. After half a day, the 6 children were thoroughly exhausted from their adventures. They sat on a park bench, excitedly sharing the joys of the day. Lucia, with a childlike essence within her, sat calmly, listening to their chatter and laughter, feeling somewhat dazed. This sensation was rather peculiar. She couldn't comprehend it, only feeling as if her chest were filled with a balloon, swollen and taut. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. A man clad in black, wearing a mask, sprinted past them and fell to the ground, pursued by several uniformed police officers. The man quickly scrambled to his feet and seized the nearest Lucia. She instinctively attempted to pull her arm away, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The man pressed his left hand firmly against Lucia's slender neck, while his right hand brandished a pistol against her temple. They were still mere young wizards, without even a wand at their disposal. In an instant, the 6 children were paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to react. As he witnessed his sister being seized, Draco's eyes brimmed with tears of terror. Trembling, he mustered his courage and lunged fiercely at the man. "Release Lulu." "No, Draco, stop." The man, seemingly incensed by Draco's audacious action, raised the gun that had been aimed at Lucia's head and redirected it toward Draco. "Damn it." Lucia's eyes widened in horror as she struggled violently against the man's grip on her arm. Suddenly, the man let out a cry of pain, his hold on Lucia slackening as he collapsed to the ground. Officers rushed in to subdue him. "Draco." Lucia embraced her still trembling brother, softly calling his name. Pansy and the others rushed over, their relief manifesting in tears as they held the siblings tightly, grateful they were out of danger. With the assailant successfully subdued, a female officer approached them. She initially intended to comfort the abducted Lucia gently, but upon seeing her calm demeanor, which surpassed that of the other children, she felt a sense of reassurance and offered solace to Pansy and the others instead. With the officer's assistance, Lucia finally managed to extricate herself from the throng of children. Now, she had a matter of utmost importance to ascertain. She approached the recently apprehended criminal. If I am not mistaken, Lucia felt her heart racing, her eardrums throbbing with the intensity of her pulse. The long-forgotten thrill coursed through her veins like wildfire. If I am not mistaken, the scar, reminiscent of an electric burn, was seared into the man's arm. No, it was far more profound and extensive than a mere electric shock. It was as if his arm had been seared through. It was lightning. Chapter for the sun's rays filtered through the delicate gauze curtains, casting a soft, warm orange glow over the opulent Malfoy manor. "Lulu, little dragon, come for breakfast," came Narcissa's gentle voice from downstairs. Shortly thereafter, Lucia heard a series of knocks at the door, followed by Draco's youthful, clear voice, untainted by the onset of adolescence. "Lulu, are you awake?" Lucia retracted the surging lightning that danced within her palm. The purple sparks, though fierce in appearance, appeared rather endearing due to their diminutive size. She opened the door to find Draco standing there. The most noticeable change in him over the past 2 years being his platinum blonde hair, which he had let down after Lucia jokingly warned him about going bald. This delicate visage framed by soft, short hair rendered even his occasionally sharp expressions quite charming. In good spirits, Lucia affectionately tousled Draco's hair as she descended the staircase, blissfully ignoring her brother's irritated protests from behind. "Wretched Lulu, don't touch my hair." At the dining table, Narcissa sat regally, poised in her chair. Lucius perused a copy of the Ministry of Magic's newspaper with his left hand, while sipping a sweet cup of daffodil tea with his right. Lucia surmised that it was Narcissa who had brewed it. She had a fondness for daffodils, embodying the very essence of one, noble, graceful, and extraordinarily captivating. Whenever something delightful occurred in the household, this enchanting lady would gladly prepare a pot of daffodil tea for her family. Today's joyful occasion, of course, was the arrival of the acceptance letters from Hogwarts, which every young wizard received upon turning 11. As Lucia and Draco took their designated seats, they spotted the invitation lying on the table. It resembled an ordinary letter but held the promise of transporting each young witch or wizard to the legendary Hogwarts they so longed to attend. Draco, brimming with excitement, eagerly tore open the invitation. His joy was palpable, so much so that his upbringing had restrained him from leaping from his chair. Lucia remained notably composed. As was her nature, the Malfoy couple seldom witnessed their daughter exhibit intense emotional fluctuations. The last instance had been 2 years prior during Pansy Parkinson's birthday celebration at the Parkinson estate. Since returning from that gathering, Lucia had shown signs of excitement. Though subtle, it was markedly different from her usual demeanor. Conversely, Little Dragon appeared less than enthused. Out of concern, the couple had inquired separately about the children's experiences that day, but they had gleaned no truths from their responses. By the next day, both children had returned to their usual selves. Lulu, Little Dragon, today is a momentous occasion. Come and sample the tea brewed by your mother, Narcissa said, lifting her cup towards her husband, Lucius. The man gazed at his wife with warmth, raising his teacup in response. Lucia and Draco set aside their envelopes, and the delicate, sweet aroma of the daffodil tea enhanced the Malfoy family's breakfast. Before long, the week leading up to the start of term arrived, and it was customary for young wizards to prepare their school supplies during this time: robes, books, and essential equipment, such as a wand. The Malfoy family was no exception. They had finished breakfast early. Today, Lucius had taken a leave of absence from work, opting to accompany Narcissa and the children to procure their school necessities. Diagon Alley was particularly bustling that day. Draco held his sister's hand as they made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, while Lucius ventured next door to purchase books for the children, and Narcissa sought out wands on the street. The Malfoy couple felt at ease with their children. Diagon Alley was indeed safe, and their darling Lucia was intelligent and composed enough to navigate it. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch clad in a purple robe, her smile warm and inviting. "Good morning, dears. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms?" "Indeed, Madame Malkin," Lucia replied. "Then, if you would kindly step onto the stool, dear lady. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Malfoy, but please wait a moment. There is only one stool available at the moment." Draco shook his head, indicating it was of no concern, and Lucia ascended the stool first. The two witches at the front desk exchanged whispers as they gazed at the children. "Goodness, it's the Malfoy twins. They bear an uncanny resemblance. Indeed, such handsome children." Madame Malkin coughed lightly. "Dear ladies, perhaps it is time to get to work. Please prepare a fitting uniform for these two young wizards." The witches composed themselves and approached Lucia, draping a black robe over her while pinning it to suit her height. At 11 years old, Lucia's youthful curves were subtly discernible, and paired with her lovely face, she would have been most delightful had it not been for her aloof expression. Observing his elegant sister, Draco nodded enthusiastically, resembling a proud little peacock from the manor. Lucia caught sight of this scene from the corner of her eye, suppressing a laugh. "Very well, dear lady, you may browse the latest clothing in the front of the shop. Perhaps you will find something to your liking." Lucia stepped down from the stool and expressed her gratitude to the affable Madame Malkin. "Draco, I will return shortly." With that, she strolled ahead. Draco stepped onto the stool, extending his arms as the magically animated measuring tape and scissors expertly tailored his black robe. Watching the enchanted tools at work, Draco's mind began to wander. "I wonder what kind of wands Lucia and I will have. What does Hogwarts really look like, as Mother describes? I wish I could see it right now. And what about the legendary Harry Potter? Will he be attending Hogwarts too? If we are sorted, will Lucia and I surely end up in Slytherin? Ah, no. We must certainly be sorted into Slytherin. Otherwise, my father might break my legs," Draco declared, his expression resolute as he nodded earnestly. "Yes, it must be Slytherin. Hello?" A boy's voice reached Draco's ears, and he then noticed another person standing beside him. The boy had a gaunt face, ebony hair, and striking emerald green eyes. His tousled hair obscured his forehead, and he wore a pair of tattered glasses along with a shabby plaid shirt. Such peculiar aesthetics. Draco nodded towards him. "Hello. Are you also a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes," Harry replied, his gaze curiously lingering on the handsome boy before him. Since Harry had arrived, he had observed the boy's ever-changing expressions, utterly unable to fathom the amusing thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, Draco turned his head, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Harry's worn attire. To be frank, this made Harry feel somewhat offended. He assumed the boy was about to mock him. He thought that if Draco truly did so, he would certainly give him a punch, though he realized it would be quite impolite. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. "Are you a Muggleborn? A wizard living in the Muggle world?" Draco inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Yes, I've lived with my aunt." "They are what you call Muggles," Harry replied, looking at Draco with curiosity. "Wow, do you know about amusement parks? And ice cream, and those candy clouds. What do they call them?" I believe you are referring to cotton candy. Yes, that's right. I think its deliciousness rivals that of honeydew treats. Draco reminisced about the taste of cotton candy, expressing admiration. Harry felt a surge of joy. The first peer he encountered in the magical world was able to converse with him about muggle things, and he was well versed in both amusement parks and cotton candy. Harry couldn't help but feel ashamed for having initially perceived the striking boy before him as someone who would ridicule him, even entertaining thoughts of striking him. Hey, I'm Draco Malfoy. What's your name? Harry, I'm Harry Potter, he said earnestly, gazing into Draco's eyes. Draco's gray-blue eyes widened. Harry Potter, the one who defeated you-know-who. It was at this moment that Draco noticed the lightning scar faintly visible beneath Harry's heavy fringe. Oh, Merlin, you have that scar, Draco exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout his journey, Harry had encountered countless admirations regarding his scar, and it often made him feel uneasy. Yet, when he heard Draco's exclamation, he felt no discomfort. Perhaps it was because Draco was a wizard of his own age. Would you like to touch it, Draco? Harry asked softly. Wow, can I? Draco gazed at Harry's forehead with eager eyes. Among his childhood idols were his omnipotent sister, Lucinda, and the heroic figure of Harry Potter from the storybooks. Without a word, Harry seized Draco's hand and placed it upon his lightning scar. Wow, this is the legendary symbol of Harry Potter's bravery, Draco thought to himself. Draco's hand was so warm. Could it be that the boy possessed such soft hands? Harry pondered, finding the sensation rather peculiar. Chapter 5. Rebirth no, transmigration yes. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was always bustling with activity, showcasing the latest fashionable robes of the magical world. Even though everyone was aware that it was the time for students to purchase their school uniforms for the Hogwarts term, many ladies still came to select evening gowns. Lucinda leisurely perused the stunning garments surrounding her in the shop. She was not particularly concerned about her attire, as the clothes her mother, Narcissa, bought for her were always perfectly fitted. This was partly due to her previous life's experiences. In her youth, during days when the sun could scorch and nights could plunge to -40 degrees, she had very few clothes to change, often making do with a tattered old coat as long as it remained intact. Later, when she gained the means, she became too lazy to tend to her appearance, focusing solely on establishing her base. Her gaze was drawn to a long, dark green gown hanging above her. The neckline was perfectly rounded, cinching at the waist to accentuate the wearer's graceful curves, while the hem resembled a blooming green rose. This exquisite design was something Lucinda had rarely encountered in the wizarding world. It would suit Narcissa splendidly. Before long, Lucinda had acquired the gown she purchased from her small treasury. Estimating the time, she thought Draco should have finished his measurements, and she made her way towards the back of the shop. As she approached, Lucinda heard scattered voices emanating from behind the curtain. Among them was Draco's clear voice, untainted by the onset of puberty. It sounded as though he was quite pleased. Lucinda raised an eyebrow and lifted the curtain. There stood her younger brother, Draco, with his hand resting on the forehead of a dark-haired boy opposite him, his face alight with surprise. The pallor of his usual complexion was now flushed with excitement. As for the boy facing away from her, with his raven hair and shabby muggle clothing, Lucinda had never encountered such a character before. It seemed he was a new muggle wizard that Draco had befriended. Lulu, look, it's Harry Potter. Draco inadvertently glanced towards the curtain and immediately spotted his sister's platinum blonde hair. Before Lucinda could process this, the boy, Harry, turned to face them upon hearing Draco's call. Those bright green eyes locked onto Lucinda's. What is this? Rejected by Harry Potter, Draco was filled with rage and began to act defiantly. Professor Snape was bitten by a giant snake. Dumbledore fell from the tower. Death Eaters, Voldemort, Horcruxes, the Order of the Phoenix. Countless fragments surged through Lucinda's mind like apparitions, rendering even her momentarily frozen with an inscrutable expression. So, I am not reborn, but rather transported into a book titled Harry Potter. Lucinda furrowed her brow gently, but upon careful thought, her expression relaxed. This could be quite favorable. Even better, at least it meant she need not worry about the apocalyptic events she had feared, and she was now aware of the future's developments. Lucinda relished having control over her circumstances. The girl's mood appeared to brighten, while Harry seemed somewhat flustered. After all, from his and Draco's perspective, Lucinda had worn a cold expression since she laid eyes on Harry. This was certainly evident in her furrowed brow and rigid posture. As Lucinda regained her composure, she turned her gray-blue gaze towards the two bewildered boys before her. She felt a flicker of confusion, wondering, am I Nagini? Lulu, are you all right? Draco trotted to her side, leaning closer to her ear, wary that Harry might overhear. Sister, you seem rather unhappy. This was a rare occasion where Draco called her sister as he grew older, bringing a flicker of joy to Lucinda's heart. She then realized her brother's concern and understood why the two boys appeared so unsettled. With a resigned smile, Lucinda ruffled Draco's hair. I was merely lost in thought, Draco. Ignoring his quiet protests against having his hair tousled, she smiled warmly and extended her right hand towards Harry. Greetings, I am Lucia Malfoy, the sister of Draco. You may call me Lucia. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. Indeed, it brings me joy. Lucia squinted her eyes, her smile radiant. Oh, hello, Lucia. I'm Harry. Harry, still grappling with the swift change in Lucia's demeanor, found himself responding instinctively to her amicable introduction. She bears a striking resemblance to Draco, Harry mused, a tinge of melancholy washing over him. How he wished for a similar kinship. Moments later, the trio strolled towards the entrance, each adorned in their respective school uniforms. At the door stood a robust giant, his rugged visage framed by a bushy brown beard. His physique was particularly formidable. One of his muscular arms was even thicker than the waists of the children, a large hand awkwardly clutching a solitary ice cream cone. Hagrid. Harry's voice echoed along with the name that sprang to Lucia's mind. The burly Hagrid beamed at Harry, but, upon noticing the two Malfoys beside him, instinctively shielded the slender Harry behind him with a wary demeanor. That hair, you must be Malfoy's. Blasted. What are your intentions with Harry? Hagrid's eyes widened as he attempted to assert his presence, trying to intimidate the nefarious Malfoys. Oh no, Hagrid, you mustn't say that. They are my friends. Harry hastily interjected. No, Harry, they are all Death Eaters, wicked dark wizards. Do not be deceived by them. Hagrid insisted, desperately trying to rescue the misled Harry, only to be jolted by a sudden sting in his arm, prompting an involuntary yelp. Lucia, well aware of Hagrid's nature, had no intention of squandering time with someone who harbored such disdain for the Malfoy family. However, she did not mind bestowing a small token on this giant for his insulting words. It's quite all right, Harry, Lucia feigned distress, saying. Draco and I shall take our leave now, until we meet again at Hogwarts. With that, she grasped Draco's hand, who was itching to retort, and turned away. As they departed, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Harry. Driven by emotion, he clutched Draco's hand. Draco, I'm sorry, Hagrid didn't mean it like that. I mean, we're still friends, right? Harry gazed at the charming young wizard he had just encountered with hopeful eyes. Lucia observed the scene with keen interest. Draco, captivated by Harry's enchanting green eyes, felt his expression soften. Of course, Harry, we shall see each other at Hogwarts. That would be splendid, Harry exclaimed, enveloping Draco in an embrace. Draco, somewhat embarrassed, found it difficult to withstand Harry's exuberance, yet felt a sense of joy. Ultimately, he returned the embrace gently. Witnessing the two boys locked in an embrace, Lucia discerned something subtle yet significant, though she could not quite articulate it. It was, after all, a promising development. Meanwhile, Hagrid remained mired in confusion, struggling to comprehend how, in such a brief absence, dear Harry had formed a friendship with a Malfoy. Well, although these two Malfoys seemed somewhat different from the usual. Chapter 6, The Peculiar Wand. After bidding farewell to Harry, the Malfoy siblings entered the adjacent bookstore. Lucius had already procured the books, leaning on his serpent-headed cane with an air of superiority, lightly tapping the ground. Draco, Lucia, you are far too slow. His elongated aristocratic drawl still unsettled Lucia, despite their prolonged coexistence. Your mother has already located the wand shop. We shall proceed there now. Very well, father. Lucia and Draco followed closely behind Lucius towards Ollivander's wand shop. A wand. This is the aspiration of every young wizard. Although her longing for a wand had diminished upon regaining her powers, the thought of wielding her own wand to cast the dark spells she had learned filled Lucia with anticipation. Lucius observed the two excited children, even the usually poised and composed Lucia displaying rare childlike exuberance. He discreetly suppressed a smile. Despite his stern demeanor around the children, his affection for them mirrored that of Narcissa. Upon arriving at the last shop, they halted. It appeared diminutive and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door peeling. And through the dust-laden front window, a solitary wand was visible on the table. Draco wrinkled his delicate nose in distaste. The trio pushed open the creaky door, which protested with a series of groans. Tall Narcissa stood awkwardly within the cramped confines of the shop. Approaching her, Lucia placed the bag containing her dress in her mother's hands. Narcissa blinked with surprise, her expression brightening as she kissed her daughter's cheek. The room was brimming with an abundance of wands, filling every cabinet to the brim, even crowding the ceiling. The sudden transition from the desolate exterior to this vibrant interior caused Draco to gasp softly. Mr. Ollivander, an elderly gentleman with bright silver eyes that sparkled in the dim room, greeted them in a gentle voice. Ah, greetings, dear Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. He scrutinized Draco and Lucia closely, then turned to the counter, muttering to himself. Ah, yes, I believe I have just the wand suited for you. Indeed, it is them. Mr. Ollivander waved his wand, and two similarly shaped wands soared towards the Malfoy siblings. Hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, 10 inches, he declared, handing one to Draco. And its twin, mahogany, unicorn hair, also 10 inches. Draco lifted the hawthorn wand overhead, waving it casually, and a brilliant red light burst forth, illuminating the dim room like a dazzling firework. Lucius and Narcissa nodded in satisfaction at this display. Draco smirked, clutching his wand tightly. He was quite fond of it. Mr. Ollivander nodded in pride at his accurate assessment, his eyes gleaming even brighter. Draco's wand was indeed a perfect match. The focus then shifted to the other child in need of a wand, Lucia. As she grasped the wand suspended in midair, she felt an unsettling void. She could perceive no magical resonance in the air. Indeed, when Lucia waved the wand, nothing transpired. How could this be? Mr. Ollivander's puzzled voice broke the silence as he began to search for other wands. This one, ebony, dragon heartstring, 10 inches. This should work. Oh, not that one either. Hawthorn, snake nerve, 7 inches. This one seems unsuitable as well. Mr. Ollivander continued his frantic search for a wand that would suit Lucia. Yet it was evident that none were truly fitting for her. Lucius's countenance darkened, while Narcissa gently stroked Lucia's long hair with concern, and Draco anxiously clutched his sister's sleeve. They were all apprehensive, fearing that Lucia Malfoy might be a non-magical dud. Under Lucius's unyielding gaze, Mr. Ollivander's actions grew increasingly frantic as he searched for the elusive wand. The situation was beginning to feel decidedly amiss. Lucia, with an expression devoid of emotion, set down her wand, appearing utterly unconcerned. In her youth, Lucia had surreptitiously experimented with Narcissa's wand. The profound love her mother held for her enabled her to successfully wield the magic of that wand, at least indicating that she was no mere novice. Perhaps I have yet to discover that singular wand meant for me. Lucia's eyes began to wander as she searched the vast array of wands surrounding her, each one more dazzling than the last, making it somewhat arduous to pinpoint the exact one she sought. At last, her gaze settled upon a wand nestled in the far corner of the ceiling. "Excuse me, sir. May I attempt that wand?" Lucia's sudden voice pierced the impending chaos. Ollivander halted his actions, lifting his gaze to the wand Lucia indicated, his countenance betraying a mix of delight and apprehension. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of the spell, the wand soared gracefully into Lucia's hands. This was an exceptionally rare wand. Yet no child had ever been able to wield it, Ollivander mused. Its wooden essence was derived from a mysterious eastern realm known as Thunderwood. According to Eastern legend, the wood is harvested from a peach tree over 1,000 years old, nurtured by wood spirits. After being struck by the first spring thunder, the trunk is subjected to flames day and night, and the essence that remains after the tumult of the thunder awakening is what we call Thunderwood. Ollivander recounted the wand's origin with gentle reverence. Upon hearing this, Lucia gazed at the wand, which shimmered with a soft violet glow, as if it were beckoning her. As she grasped it, she felt a tingling sensation coursing through her veins, the warmth spreading throughout her body. With a flourish, she waved the wand in the air, and a magnificent burst of red flowers erupted forth, crackling with dancing lightning, as though the wand was exuberantly expressing its joy to its long-awaited master. "Oh, my dear, it appears to be perfectly suited for you. Thunderwood, snowy owl feather, 10 inches, Ollivander declared with palpable excitement. Draco, nestled closely beside his sister, marveled at the wand he had never beheld before, feeling a swell of pride at Lucia's acquisition of such a powerful tool. Several hours later, the Malfoy family returned home, smiles adorning their faces, content and fulfilled. Chapter 7. Hermione Granger. The platform 9 3/4 was once again teeming with people as Hogwarts' annual school season commenced. Lucius donned his floor-length green robe, leaning on his serpent-headed cane, the emerald glinting with brilliance. His expression was rarely softened as he stood beside Narcissa, gazing down at their two children, who had yet to reach his chest. Today marked their journey to Hogwarts. Narcissa tenderly kissed Lucia and Draco on the cheeks, reluctant to part with her cherished offspring. "Darling, remember to write home often," she said gently to the siblings. "Of course, Mother, we shall return for Christmas," Draco assured her, nodding in agreement as Lucia stood beside him. "Now, do not linger too long, Draco. Look at your sister," Lucius interjected sternly, pulling Draco away from Narcissa's embrace. "Time is of the essence. You must depart." Hand in hand, Lucia guided Draco through the wall and onto the train heading to Hogwarts, their luggage following closely behind, buoyed by the levitation charm. Though Draco initially felt a pang of sorrow at leaving home, the sight of his sister swiftly dispelled such sentiments. They maneuvered through the bustling crowd, reaching the compartment door where they had arranged to meet Pansy. Lucia opened the door to find their friends already gathered. Goyle and Crabbe were indulging in sweets, likely purchased aboard the train, for it was only here that chocolate frogs bore collectible cards. not clutched a first-year textbook. While Blaze was meticulously tending to his newly styled curls, Pansy appeared to be applying makeup, but upon spotting Lucia, she discarded her lipstick and leapt from her seat, enthusiastically linking arms with her. Subsequently, the compartment door closed once more. Lucia took her place beside Pansy, who, sensing her fatigue, refrained from disturbing her rest. The group gathered around Draco, watching as he unveiled an array of confections from his bag, both Muggle treats and those from Honeydukes. Listening to their hushed discussions, Lucia closed her eyes. Over the past week, she had pondered much. Ever since her encounter with Harry Potter in Diagon Alley, fragments of the future had flickered through her mind, each one more insistent than the last, and she feared losing even a single detail. This tumultuous state only began to ease the day before. Regarding Voldemort, Lucia had long been aware of his existence. During her and Draco's childhood, Narcissa would regale them with bedtime stories, tales of Harry Potter's adventures crafted by others. More often than not, she could only feign astonishment, mirroring Draco's amazed expression. Those stories spoke of the mysterious figure who had been vanquished by Harry Potter. In truth, Lucia held Voldemort in low regard. He was exceedingly arrogant. Before a plan could come to fruition, all must be meticulously arranged, and no detail that might lead to failure should be overlooked. In her youth, her own hubris had granted that traitor the opportunity to end her life. What she viewed as a worthless fool had succeeded in extinguishing her authority. In her desire to exact vengeance upon the traitor, Lucia found herself wishing she could slap her past self. Perhaps Lucia had once contemplated allying with Voldemort, envisioning a scenario where, after establishing dominion over the wizarding world, she would turn against him. Yet now, he appeared to be nothing more than a deluded madman. Rather than join forces with him, she was eager to overthrow him with her own strength and ascend as a new power. At least I wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Would I? Lucia found herself chuckling at her own rhetorical question. As for Voldemort's Horcruxes, there was no rush. The remaining 6 could be sought out gradually. As for Tom Riddle's diary, it had long since been retrieved from beneath her desk and placed within her suitcase. Upon first discovering it, Lucia had marveled at her own fortune. She had never anticipated that the diary, casually taken from the Malfoy vault, would turn out to be one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open with a forceful whoosh. A girl clad in a Hogwarts robe stood at the threshold, her thick brown hair cascading down and her prominent front teeth on display as she raised her chin defiantly. Have you seen Neville S. Toad? Lucia opened her gray-blue eyes and regarded the girl. Hermione Granger, the future intellect of the trio destined to accompany Harry Potter. No, Pansy replied with a frown. Her demeanor towards intruders always frosty, especially since Hermione's entrance had startled her with its volume. Upon hearing Pansy's response, Hermione turned to survey the others in the compartment. Draco and the rest shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance, leaving Hermione to cast a somewhat dejected glance at the girl seated at the far end. She had traversed the length of the train to reach this compartment, which was situated at the very rear. Lucia believed that befriending Hermione was indeed a splendid idea, as she relished engaging with intelligent individuals. Please wait a moment, she said, reaching into her robe to retrieve her wand. With a soft incantation, she murmured, "Come forth." Neville's Toad. This was a spell she had learned while perusing books in the manor, designed for locating objects. A whoosh echoed through the air as a golden toad leapt into Granger's arms. Wow! Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at Lucia's use of magic. What kind of spell is this? I've been studying some charms at home and decided to practice, but I never expected them to work. I mean, no one in my family can do magic. I'm the only one. Oh my, this is so cool. I memorized all my textbooks before coming to Hogwarts. I'm Hermione Granger. What about you? She chattered excitedly. Hello, Granger. I am Lucia Malfoy, and this is my brother, Draco Malfoy. Lucia replied with a smile. Pansy and the others introduced themselves in turn, though they still harbored some reservations about Muggleborns, yet they maintained a facade of politeness. Hermione nodded, casting a slightly defiant glance at Lucia. I will learn more spells, Lucia, she declared. With that, Hermione bade them farewell, cradling the toad as she hurried off to find Neville. The compartment door was shut once more. Pansy, with a mix of reluctance and confusion, inquired, Lou, why did you help her? They had grown accustomed to Lucia's remarkable prowess in magic, so her display of an unfamiliar spell elicited little surprise. Blaze jested. Are you planning to befriend that Muggle girl? Hey Blaze, what nonsense are you spouting? Pansy lightly punched Blaze on the shoulder, evidently unconvinced. Draco remained silent. Understanding his sister better than anyone, Lucia's actions were often imbued with purpose. Lucia smiled, but chose not to respond. Granger could indeed prove to be an invaluable ally. After all, she was destined to become a significant figure in the Ministry of Magic. Lucia glanced at Draco among the group. recognizing him as someone who could provide essential protection for the Malfoy family in the future. The sound of grinding wheels grew louder as the train's speed diminished. "It's time to disembark, my friends. Hogwarts has arrived," Lucia announced softly, adjusting her sleeves as she stood. Chapter 8. Hogwarts. The train slowed to a halt, and the passengers in each compartment began to gather their belongings and disembark. Crabbe and Goyle, the largest of the group, forged ahead, clearing the way. At last, Lucia and her companions stepped off the train, emerging from the bustling crowd. The chill of the night air sent shivers through them, prompting Lucia to discreetly cast a warming charm for everyone. Gradually, Draco's pallid complexion began to regain its color. First years, this way," boomed a deep voice through the frigid night. Hagrid, with his bushy beard, stood amidst the throng, beckoning them. Lucia grasped Draco and Pansy's hands, navigating through a narrow gap in the crowd, following Hagrid with some difficulty. Soon, the crowd thinned, leading them to a shimmering lake. A delicate mist hovered above the water, reflecting the moonlight in a myriad of glimmers. "Hurry, first years, get into the boats," Hagrid called as he stepped into one of the small vessels, quickly adding, "Remember, only 4 to a boat, don't overcrowd." All the first years settled into their boats, awaiting their departure. The boats glided smoothly across the lake, propelled by magic rather than oars, creating ripples in their wake. Ron gazed around in wonder, leaning over the side of the boat to catch a glimpse of the distant, emerging silhouette of Hogwarts. "Wow, it's amazing," Ron exclaimed. He turned to speak to Harry, only to find Harry staring intently at another boat, seemingly searching for someone. "Hey, Harry, what are you doing?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Nothing, Ron," Harry replied, reluctantly averting his gaze. He was looking for Draco, the blonde wizard he had encountered at Madame Malkin's. Given Draco's platinum hair, he should have been easy to spot in the darkness, especially with his sister's long hair beside him. Perhaps the mist was too thick, Harry mused. As the boats continued their journey, Hogwarts loomed ever closer, a magnificent and enchanting castle rising above the water. It resembled a grand fortress rather than merely a school. The twinkling lights illuminated the castle, like stars scattered across the night sky, instantly captivating all the first years. "That is Hogwarts, our new home," Lucia remarked. Once ashore, they followed Hagrid, illuminated by his lantern, towards the grand entrance of the school. Staring at the imposing doors, Lucia felt a wave of surreal realization wash over her, as if she had truly arrived in this world. Draco, holding her hand tightly, looked up at her with a bewildered expression, softly inquiring, "What's wrong, Lou?" Lucia shook her head, signaling that she was fine, and squeezed Draco's hand reassuringly. The doors swung open, revealing a tall witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe. Her meticulously styled black hair twisted into an elegant bun. The witch regarded the students behind Hagrid with a stern expression. "These are the first years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," Professor McGonagall said, fully opening the doors and turning to lead the new students inside. "First years, please remain close to me." They walked for a short distance, traversing several staircases and corridors, eventually arriving at the entrance of a grand hall where the sounds of conversation could be faintly heard, indicating a sizable gathering. "Please wait a moment," Professor McGonagall instructed before departing. The excited first years began to chatter animatedly amongst themselves. "Hi, Draco," a surprised voice called from behind. Draco paused to converse with his sister, turning to see Harry standing there, his face illuminated by a bright smile as he waved with his left hand. "Oh, Harry. It's been ages." Draco's face broke into a smile. The two exchanged friendly grins, and only then did Harry notice Lucia beside Draco. The boy bit his lip, feeling apologetic for unintentionally overlooking her presence. "Hi, Lucia," he greeted. Lucia nodded with a smile. "Ron, this is the friend I told you about, Draco Malfoy. And this is his sister, Lucia," Harry cheerfully introduced to Ron, who stood behind him. "Hey, Harry, your friend is a Malfoy," Ron exclaimed incredulously, clearly taken aback. "They aren't exactly the best company." "Umph, red hair and hand-me-downs. You must be a Weasley," Draco retorted scornfully. Ron's face flushed with anger, matching the color of his hair. "Evil Malfoys, you're all just pawns of the Dark Lord," Ron hissed under his breath. Caught in the midst of the brewing tension, Harry stood helplessly between the two, not anticipating that his friends would clash. "Draco," Lucia interjected, having thoroughly enjoyed the childish bickering but not wishing to let little Harry suffer any longer. She gently ruffled Draco's hair and called his name softly. Draco let out a light huff, turning away without casting another glance at Harry behind him. Observing that Draco had ceased their quarrel, Ron also lost his momentum to continue. He glanced at the bewildered Harry, feeling a twinge of guilt for putting his newly made friend in an uncomfortable position. Soon, Professor McGonagall returned. "Next, we shall proceed to the sorting ceremony, where you will be assigned to the house most suited for you: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Now please follow me." With that, Professor McGonagall opened the doors to the Great Hall. The hall was dazzling, reminiscent of a grand banquet. 4 long tables, each adorned in different colors, were laden with an abundance of food. In the back row sat numerous students in their uniforms, their ages varying, each wearing ties reflecting the colors of their respective houses. The vacant seats at the front were evidently reserved for the first-year newcomers. On the elevated platform ahead sat the venerable figure of Dumbledore, the elderly man with white hair and blue eyes. Lucia gazed up at the man, often hailed as the greatest wizard of the century. His keen, perceptive eyes, concealed behind spectacles, shone with warmth and kindness as he watched over Hogwarts. Chapter 9. The Sorting. The ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall was bewitched, revealing a breathtaking starry sky. Chandeliers hung down like stars embedded in the night. Today's sky was anything but tranquil. Dark clouds obscured the light, intermittently punctuated by the rumbling of distant thunder. The first-year students, standing between the tables, felt their hearts race in sync with the thunderclaps. The sorting hat, an ancient wizard's hat, was held by Professor McGonagall, who began to sing the traditional sorting song. You might belong to Gryffindor, where bravery lies deep within your heart. Or perhaps you will be placed in Slytherin, where you might forge true friendships. But beware, for devious and cunning individuals will stop at nothing. At this, Lucia could not help but raise an eyebrow. The original text merely alluded to Slytherin's blood purity prejudices, but it now seemed that the entire school bore a certain malice towards Slytherin. The blatant disdain woven into the lyrics would surely resonate in the hearts of many new young witches and wizards. Hannah Abbott, a girl with brown hair, stepped forward, her expression anxious, as the sorting hat was placed upon her head. Hufflepuff. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing his name, Draco first glanced at his sister. Go on, Draco, Lucia encouraged, patting his back. Lucia observed as Draco donned the sorting hat, noting that he was not immediately sorted into Slytherin as in the original narrative. The hat lingered on his head for 3 or 4 minutes, during which Draco's expression shifted continuously. Lucia felt a twinge of concern. Poor Draco looked as if he might hurl the hat to the ground in frustration. Slytherin. With the hat's proclamation, a look of relief washed over Draco as he quietly took his seat. That dreadful hat had nearly placed him in Hufflepuff. His father would have surely broken his legs. Lucia Malfoy. Lucia stepped out from the crowd, the surrounding noise gradually intensifying. The Malfoy family had always been known for having only one son, a tradition that dated back to her grandfather. As one of the few girls in the Malfoy lineage, Lucia naturally attracted attention. She appeared composed, standing out amidst the anxious first years. Ah, yes, you possess remarkable courage. Gryffindor is indeed a house of warriors. Oh, and you are brimming with ideas. Your love for spellcasting suggests Ravenclaw might suit you well. The sorting hat murmured atop her head, but Lucia's expression remained unchanged. She said nothing, trusting that the hat would guide her to the house that truly belonged to her. Oh, you seem more inclined to enjoy the spectacle rather than lend a helping hand. Hufflepuff is not for you. Look, this ambition is absolutely immense. I know where you belong. Slytherin. A smile graced Lucia's lips as she found satisfaction in both the result and the hat's praise. She walked directly to the seat beside Draco, listening to her brother's complaints about the elderly hat. Ron, observing the Malfoy siblings taking their seats with eager expressions, nudged Harry. Look, Harry, they really are Slytherin. The Dark Lord himself came from Slytherin. Ron glanced at his companion with concern. Harry, please do not let them deceive you. Harry pressed his lips together, watching Draco and his sister engage in conversation. He was fully aware that Voldemort was the one who had murdered his parents, and he harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge. Yet Draco was not like Voldemort. He was not an evil wizard. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. Next, Harry Potter. Merlin. It's the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. The buzz in the hall swelled as he entered. Look at his forehead, that lightning scar. The name Harry Potter, renowned throughout the wizarding world, stirred a ripple of excitement during the Hogwarts feast. Just as in the original text, the sorting hat lingered on Harry's head for an extended period before finally exclaiming, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, rising to their feet as they shouted, We have Potter! We have Potter! Draco watched the scene unfold, a hint of bitterness in his tone. They act as if Potter is their possession. He cast an angry glance towards Gryffindor. Suddenly, Harry turned and met Draco's gaze, offering him a broad smile. Draco immediately averted his eyes, not wanting to confront Harry's crestfallen expression. Lucia, observing her adorable younger brother, teased, Draco. You know I want to interfere with your friendship with Gryffindor. I certainly want to. Draco, realizing his sister's teasing tone, indignantly denied it. Lucia remained silent, merely smiling as she affectionately ruffled his hair, as if to say, You will. As the last student took their seat, Dumbledore began to elaborate on the school rules before the feast commenced. While everyone listened attentively, Lucia cast a glance towards Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, who sat next to Dumbledore. The seemingly mundane and somewhat timid professor concealed beneath his turban the very figure whom all feared, Voldemort. Lucia turned her gaze back to Harry, only to find him pressing his hand against his scar while staring at the professors at the head table. However, his focus was not on Quirrell, but rather on Snape. After all, it was indeed peculiar for the strange, dark-robed professor to be fixated on the student's eyes. Lucia mused idly, intending to withdraw her gaze. But then she spotted a familiar face among the Hufflepuffs. It was likely a third-year student seated towards the front. The boy had soft, slightly wavy short hair, gentle gray eyes, and a handsome face. Cedric Diggory, the poor soul who had tragically perished during Voldemort's resurrection on that fateful night. Cedric perceptively caught Lucia's gaze and looked toward her. Their eyes met, and Cedric's expression did not evoke any discomfort in Lucia. He nodded slightly, with a hint of goodwill, before resuming his conversation with friends. Ah, the benevolent Hufflepuff. Lucia gazed at the desserts on her plate, offering an insincere compliment. Chapter 10, Kindred Spirits. Finally, as Dumbledore's final words echoed through the hall, the feast commenced. The once quiet hall came alive with the enticing aroma of food, as everyone set aside their unfamiliarity with one another and began to engage in cheerful conversation. The Slytherin table appeared somewhat subdued compared to the other three houses, their upbringing and table manners dictating that even their conversations were but hushed whispers. In stark contrast, Gryffindor erupted with a cacophony of chatter interspersed with exuberant cheers, their discussions fervent and animated. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the Gryffindor table. Pansy complained, "They are exceedingly loud." Just then, a white figure sprang forth before her, causing Pansy to scream in fright. It was not entirely accurate to call them human. They possessed human forms yet floated in midair, colorless, the very ghosts that lingered within Hogwarts. The mischievous spirits flitted about, successfully startling the first years as they erupted into laughter. Blushing, Pansy shouted in fury, "You wretched ghost!" Before her words could fully escape, Sir Nicholas lowered his head, revealing his severed neck. Terrified, Pansy buried her face into Lucia's back. With a calm demeanor, Lucia reassured the frightened Pansy. Her composed actions caught the ghost's attention, and it stroked its colorless chin. "Oh, here is a child unafraid." Sir Nicholas leaned closer to Lucia, suddenly contorting his face into a grotesque grimace. Yet Lucia remained unperturbed, even managing a polite smile in response. "Wow, you are quite the peculiar child," Sir Nicholas murmured in confusion, departing in disappointment. Draco, somewhat startled, observed his formidable sister vanquish the ghostly visage. His eyes sparkled as he excitedly shook Lucia's hand. "Lulu, you are simply the best." Pansy nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Draco's sentiment. Lucia chuckled. "There is nothing to fear, is there? It is merely a ghost. Perhaps we could even be referred to as kindred spirits." Lucia's voice was barely a whisper. After the feast, the heads of houses guided their new students to their dormitories. Lucia found herself at the forefront of the line when she suddenly noticed Draco was missing. The girl traversed from the head of the line to the rear, where she discovered Draco and Harry standing together, evidently reconciled. The telltale signs of her brother's proud little eyes and Harry's goofy grin directed at him were unmistakable, as were their interlaced hands, too obvious to miss. Moments later, as the line began to disperse, Draco separated from Harry and returned to the rear of their respective houses. Spotting his sister standing nearby, Draco's cheeks, still flushed, grew even rosier. Lucia, deliberately mimicking Draco's earlier tone, jested, "I would never befriend a Gryffindor." "Lulu," Draco exclaimed in embarrassment, swearing that his face had never been this red in his life. "I am going to be angry." Lucia cleared her throat, suppressing her laughter, and replied earnestly, "All right. Let us go, Draco. We must return to the common room." The head of house stood before the entrance to the common room, murmuring, "Pure blood." The entrance slowly creaked open, revealing the silver and green decor within. Slytherin's common room lay beneath the Black Lake. Through the windows one could see the grotesque merfolk swimming outside, their shadows drifting past the illuminated chamber. This was the common area. The boys' dormitory was to the left, and the girls' to the right. Pansy and Lucia shared a room, a prospect that delighted Pansy immensely. The two entered their chamber and began to arrange their belongings. Lucia cast a space extension charm for both herself and Pansy. This spell, taught to her and Draco by their mother Narcissa, not only allowed for the storage of more items, but also ensured the room remained tidy. Once everything was organized, Pansy sat at the vanity, experimenting with her newly purchased lipstick, while Lucia placed her textbooks on the desk. As for the remaining book on dark magic, Lucia cast a Confundus charm on it, rendering it visually unremarkable, before placing it alongside her class materials on the desk. After completing these tasks, the girl's gaze fell upon the black diary nestled quietly in the corner of her trunk. Lucia retrieved it, casually sitting beside the desk as she opened the book. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." The previously blank pages of the diary slowly revealed elegant script written in black ink. Inside lay the Horcrux, comfortably resting as it awaited the anxious inquiries of the child who had opened the book. It was well known that these foolish children were often brimming with curiosity about the unknown. "Tom Riddle? Who is that? Don't scribble in someone else's book. Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" Riddle mused. Riddle, such a peculiar surname. I have never heard it before, certainly not pure blood. What are you doing in the book? Are you some sort of creature? A book imp? Like those in Gringotts? Having grown up without a mother, not pure blood, and harboring a disdain for creatures, Riddle felt each written word pierce his heart like daggers, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "I am not that despicable creature. This is my diary." Riddle's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "And of course, I am pure blood." With that, the diary fell silent once more. Tom Riddle assumed the person on the other side must be utterly terrified, eagerly awaiting their pleas for mercy. After a moment, Lucia nonchalantly responded with a single word. "Oh." Riddle nearly erupted with frustration. "Huh, young one, do not let your temper flare too much." Lucia shook her head expressionlessly, having had her fill of the Horcrux. She cast several binding spells upon the diary, sealing it tightly before casually tossing it back into the corner. Chapter 11. Professor Snape. "Lulu, wake up." The distant voice grew increasingly clear as Lucia opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Standing by the bedside, Pansy saw that Lucia was awake and returned to her vanity, her hands busy as she chattered away. "Lulu, did you not sleep well last night? Why are you still in bed at this hour? Hurry up, you're going to be late for your first class." Lucia blinked her hazy gray-blue eyes, still clouded with sleep. For some inexplicable reason, the memories of the original story surged back into her mind last night, which she suspected was due to her opening the diary. These memories had troubled her for hours, preventing her from falling asleep until the early hours of the morning. She pulled on the white shirt that she had placed beside her pillow. "What is the first class?" Lucia asked, still groggy. "Potions, taught by our head of house, Professor Snape." "Oh dear." Lucia sighed despondently. She had the utmost aversion to her father's friend, Severus Snape. For heaven's sake, who on earth invented such a dreadful subject as potions? From a young age, Lucia frequently encountered Severus, cloaked in a long robe and adorned with long, ebony hair. At Malfoy Manor, he perpetually donned an all-black ensemble, resembling a large, dark bat. At that time, Lucius aspired for Severus to become the godfather of his eldest daughter, believing that Lucia's calm and reticent nature would be a better match for him. However, in truth, she was utterly inept at potion making. While memorizing the steps and ingredients was within her grasp, it did not equate to successfully concocting potions. Each time Severus beheld her attempts, his expression mirrored that of one encountering a bucket of repulsive slime. Even Lucia, who usually exuded confidence, felt a twinge of insecurity regarding her dismal potion-making abilities. In contrast, her brother Draco exhibited an extraordinary talent for the craft. Consequently, Severus ultimately became Draco's godfather. Lucia finally believed she had escaped Severus's grasp, only to realize that this was merely the beginning. As time slipped away, Lucia urged Pansy to head to the classroom first. Although Pansy hesitated, Lucia reassured her by mentioning that Professor Snape was an uncle she had known since childhood and would not be difficult with her. Pansy then departed for the classroom with a sense of relief. Eventually, Lucia arrived late, finding Professor Snape already stationed at the front of the class. His icy gaze fell upon the tardy Lucia, while the other students turned their heads in curiosity towards the girl at the back. Draco's worried eyes flitted between Lucia and Severus. "I apologize, Professor Snape. I was exceedingly excited last night and overslept this morning," Lucia expressed, her face adorned with an apologetic smile. "Oh, how was I to know that Miss Malfoy would be so exhilarated by her enrollment that she could not sleep?" Severus retorted, wholly unconvinced by the fanciful words of a girl he had known since childhood. "Of course, you are aware that I am merely 11. Is that not quite normal?" Lucia gazed sincerely at Snape. "Humph, silver-tongued Miss Malfoy. I hope your next tardiness is justified by a more compelling reason," Snape replied, his countenance darkening. "Thank you, Professor." Lucia discerned a slight softening in Snape's tone, promptly smiling and making her way to the empty seat beside Draco. "Now, let us continue with the lesson." Severus's potions class, as always, left Lucia with a throbbing headache. Draco, acutely aware of his sister's struggles, proudly displayed his own expertly brewed potion before, as usual, assisting Lucia in her endeavor. When their potion was nearly complete, Severus began his inspection. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his features as he observed Draco's potion, only to turn to Lucia and remark, "An ordinary potion, I presume the result of Draco's assistance." He thought disdainfully, no sign of improvement whatsoever. As he approached Harry Potter, Severus's demeanor shifted to one of even greater disdain. His expression stern, he addressed Harry with a hint of sarcasm. Harry Potter, our illustrious savior. Now you shall answer a few questions for me. If I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain? Hermione eagerly raised her hand, looking at Severus expectantly. Draco couldn't help but whisper, the elixir of life, Harry. Harry shook his head, unable to hear Draco from such a distance. I don't know, Professor. Then if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you go to find it? In a cow's stomach, Harry. Hearing Harry's bewilderment, Draco's voice chimed in again. Oh, it seems our young Mr. Malfoy possesses quite the wealth of knowledge. Severus shot a sharp glare at Draco, who immediately fell silent. In that case, you two shall remain after class to clean the cauldrons, Mr. Potter, who knows nothing, and Mr. Malfoy, who is apparently all-knowing. Severus's expression darkened, nearly rivaling the color of his hair. After class, Severus exited the room first, with students following suit. Ron cast a complex look at Harry. Good luck, mate. He paused before adding, somewhat sheepishly, I misjudged Malfoy. I didn't realize he could be quite nice. Well, I mean friendly. Please apologize to him for me. Sure, Ron. Harry replied with a forced smile, hoping Draco would not harbor any resentment. Meanwhile, Lucia raised an eyebrow. All right, dear Draco, no need to wear such a sorrowful expression. I doubt Severus will mind. Draco lowered his eyes, his petite nose scrunched in guilt. Now, what you must do is clean these cauldrons with Harry. And that is no simple task. Lucia affectionately patted her younger brother's back as she made her way to the next class. In the now empty classroom, only Harry and Draco remained. Harry nervously gazed at Draco, who was lost in thought, staring at the cauldrons. Draco, I'm really sorry. Please, forgive me. Oh, Harry. What are you talking about? Draco snapped back to reality, smiling at Harry, revealing his adorable bunny teeth. No, Harry, why would I be angry with you? I was merely concerned that my godfather might think I was intentionally opposing him. Your godfather? Severus? Seeing Draco's smile, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by astonishment. Yes, Uncle Severus is my godfather. He taught me potions from a very young age. He is an excellent teacher, Draco praised joyfully. Harry hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, ultimately deciding against voicing any conflict regarding Severus and Draco. By the way, Draco, thank you for earlier. I understood your hints. Harry's green eyes gently regarded the boy before him. Upon hearing Harry's sincere gratitude, Draco felt warmth creep into his cheeks under Harry's tender gaze. He shyly crossed his arms, looking away. You were just too slow. I couldn't bear to watch. It wasn't to help you or anything. Harry, amused by Draco's adorable demeanor, nodded with a smile. Yes, thank you, Master Draco, for your benevolence in tolerating my foolishness and providing me with hints. The blush on Draco's fair face became even more pronounced as he waved his hand dismissively, accepting the compliment with a grin. As they engaged in light-hearted banter, they gradually tidied up the cauldrons. In the evening, Lucia strolled from Charm's class towards the dining hall. Charms had always been her forte. Whether it be light or dark magic, it flowed effortlessly from her fingertips. During today's lesson on the levitation charm, while others struggled to make their feathers float, Lucia had already skillfully levitated hers above her head. Even Pansy could not help but exclaim that perhaps Lucia's talent for potions had simply been redirected to charms. Upon reaching the dining table, she found Draco already seated, his plate adorned with a nearly untouched slice of double-layered cake flavored with green apple. As Lucia settled beside him, she inquired, What's wrong, Draco? Lost your appetite? Draco shook his head, feeling increasingly faint. He nestled deeper into his collar. I think I might be coming down with something, Lulu. Lucia placed her hand on Draco's forehead, employing a method from her previous life to gauge his temperature. You feel a bit warm. You might have a fever, Draco. Draco yearned to touch his own head, yet his arms lacked the strength to do so. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Lucia called upon Blaise to assist in escorting Draco to the infirmary. In a mere moment, Lucia noticed Draco's body temperature steadily rising. Upon their arrival at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey expressed astonishment at Draco's high fever, exclaiming, Goodness, how could this child be burning so severely? Her voice was urgent as she instructed, Quickly, lay him on the hospital bed. After casting several cooling charms, Draco's expression began to relax somewhat. Lucia seated herself by the bedside, carefully tucking Draco in with a blanket. She reflected on Draco's behavior throughout the day, unable to discern any reason that would cause such a high fever. Suddenly, she heard Blaise cough behind her. Realization dawned upon Lucia. She rose and approached Blaise, saying, It seems you know something, don't you? The unwarranted smile on Lucia's face made Blaise feel uneasy. She raised her wand, the wood glimmering a faint purple in the dimly lit infirmary, and smiled. Now, tell me. Blaise instinctively raised his hands in surrender, quickly exclaiming, You can't blame me. He rubbed his nose and hesitated. It was Draco himself. Last night he secretly took the broom and went out. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. After hearing this, Lucia withdrew her wand, nodded, and calmly replied, "All right, I understand." Blaise swallowed hard. "Draco, may you seek your own fortune." An angry Lucia is truly terrifying. The following day during flying lessons, Lucia specifically requested leave from Madame Hooch to tend to Draco, who was still resting in the infirmary. By this time, Draco had regained consciousness, lying on the hospital bed, his pallid complexion nearly blending with the white sheets. His pleading gaze lingered on Lucia. "Please, sister, I was wrong. But the potion is truly bitter. I don't want to drink it." "How could you not consider the bitterness of the potion while sneaking out at night?" Lucia replied with a smile. "Merlin, Lou, your smile frightens me. Mother, my sister is forcing me to drink poison." Draco nearly shed tears. Suddenly, the door of the infirmary swung open with a crash. "Draco," Madame Pomfrey sternly reminded, "please keep your voice down. This is the infirmary, Mr. Potter. The patient needs rest." An immediate chorus of apologies followed. "Hey, it's Harry," Draco exclaimed joyfully, glancing at his sister. Lucia remained composed, though she was taken aback by Draco's reaction. His expression mirrored that of when she had previously compelled him to take medicine, the same pleading look he had directed at their mother. Could it be that Harry Potter had swiftly become a figure on whom Draco could rely? The sound of hurried footsteps drew Lucia's attention. She turned to see Harry approaching with a bag of sweets in hand. "Hi, Draco, are you feeling better? Is your head still spinning?" Harry casually greeted Lucia before turning to Draco, concern etching his face. "No need to worry, Harry. My temperature has returned to normal," Draco replied, offering a small smile that accentuated his delicate features. Harry stared at Draco's face, responding, "That's wonderful, Draco, truly wonderful." Observing the two endearing boys, Lucia tactfully excused herself. As she exited the infirmary, she spotted Pansy, Blaise, Knot, as well as Goyle and Crab, standing in a line. "What are you all doing here?" Lucia asked. Her mood soured after witnessing her brother being taken away. "So, you turned Harry Potter into Gryffindor's seeker, did you?" she stated flatly. Pansy, who had witnessed the memory ball, saw Blaise incessantly provoking Zabini, while Theodore tossed the ball to Knot and the two chubby onlookers, Goyle and Crab. The five of them wore expressions of dismay, never expecting their antics with Potter would lead to such an outcome. "There's no need to look so glum. At least what you've done might cheer Draco up." Lucia tiredly consoled the five children. As Professor Snape approached, his billowing robes resembled a tumultuous storm cloud. "Oh, what are you all doing standing here? Don't you have class today?" Snape's gaze fell upon the Slytherins lingering at the infirmary door, and he issued a stern warning. After delivering his reprimand, he entered the infirmary with several vials of potions. Before Lucia could utter a word, she watched Snape vanish in the blink of an eye. The girl thought to herself, "Well, whatever." As anticipated by Lucia, moments later, Snape emerged from the infirmary, his face twisted in displeasure, akin to someone who had consumed a slug. He thrust a vial of potion into Lucia's hands without a backward glance and departed. Lucia gazed in disbelief at the green glowing potion in her grasp. What on earth were these two little rascals up to? Chapter 12, The Soul-Binding Curse. The once peaceful dinner hour was abruptly interrupted by the clamor of the door being flung open. The usually reticent Professor Quirrell rushed in like a whirlwind, gasping for breath as he shouted, "There's a troll in the dungeon." With that, he collapsed onto the floor. The younger students present stood bewildered beside the dining table, shrieks echoing around them, having never witnessed such chaos. Albus Dumbledore, standing at the forefront, calmly instructed the heads of the houses to lead their students back to the dormitories. His commanding presence steadied the students' nerves, and they gradually departed the hall in an orderly fashion. Among them, however, were Harry and Draco. Harry was preoccupied with thoughts of Hermione, who was still in the girls' lavatory, and he quickly grabbed Ron's arm, racing towards the restroom. Unexpectedly, they collided at the door with a frantic Draco. "Draco, what are you still doing here?" "Harry, Lulu is still in the lavatory." Both exclaimed in simultaneous alarm, momentarily frozen in place. Unable to bear the sight, Ron grabbed each of them and urged them forward. "Bloody hell, now is not the time to stand around." Ron dashed forward, his words tumbling out rapidly. Draco puffed out his cheeks, remaining silent. Compared to refuting Weasley, Lulu's safety was far more pressing. The trio moved swiftly. Upon reaching the lavatory, they found the troll wreaking havoc with a massive club, smashing the walls. Hermione cowered beneath a sink, terror etched on her face, with remnants of tears still visible. Draco immediately scanned the area, relieved not to see Lucia in distress. "Hermione," Harry cried out in concern. Their voices drew the troll's attention, which halted its attack on Hermione and turned towards the three of them. Meanwhile, Lucia stood before Professor Snape, casting a healing spell on his bloodied right leg. Well versed in the unfolding events, she knew what was to transpire that night. Earlier in the hall, she had informed Draco that she was heading to the lavatory, making her way there now. Tonight, Lucia planned to undertake an act that could lead to her expulsion if discovered. She intended to test her proficiency with the soul-binding curse. The soul-sucking curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is a spell that can strip a person of their soul, leaving an indelible mark on the mind of its victim, with repercussions that are often beyond remedy. Typically wielded as a means of punishment for the most heinous criminals in Azkaban, this curse proves ineffective against Voldemort. Nevertheless, Lucia contemplates the potential utility of the soul-sucking curse against Voldemort, should it ever be applicable, and she has begun to formulate a plan regarding this notion. As she prepares for an eventual confrontation with him, she remains deep in thought, oblivious to the subtle shifts in the staircase ahead. After walking for a while, she realizes that her surroundings have become unfamiliar and acknowledges that she may have taken a wrong turn. Rubbing her brow in frustration, she finds herself at a loss for words at her momentary lapse in attention. The staircases in Hogwarts tend to change direction every minute. Standing at the edge of the corridor and peering down, she calculates the recent movement of the stairs, and, once she identifies the correct path, she swiftly descends. As she approaches the end of a corridor, Lucia inadvertently glances up and notices a rather ordinary girl's restroom that emits no peculiar sounds. What captures her attention, however, is the presence of 3 doors, each labeled with the cryptic symbols Alpha, Beta, and Omega. Frowning at these strange characters, she is perplexed by their significance. Having rarely ventured into restrooms on other floors, who would think to explore the lavatories of various levels when the first-floor restroom suffices for first-year students? She typically would have sought to understand these peculiarities. However, at this moment, she has more pressing matters at hand. Quickly jotting down the characters, she turns and races towards the location of the troll. Heavy footsteps echo from ahead, alternating between deep thuds and lighter sounds. And Lucia recognizes them as belonging to Severus Snape, who has been injured by the 3-headed dog. Indeed, Snape leans against the corridor wall, dragging a bloodied leg as he moves slowly. His sharp ears catch the sound of Lucia's approach, and his keen, hawk-like eyes dart back in vigilance. Upon realizing it is Lucia with her platinum locks, his expression softens slightly, but the reproachful words linger on his lips. Yet, Lucia does not afford him the opportunity to voice his concerns. She strides up to Professor Snape, raising her wand and uttering, "Mend as before." A pale light radiates from her wand, enveloping Snape's wound. He feels the pain dissipate gradually until it vanishes entirely, transforming the once harrowing injury into a faint pink scar. Snape, pulling his black cloak to cover the scar, straightens up and regards Lucia with a complex expression. "If your potion skills were even half as proficient, you would owe thanks to Merlin," he remarks. "But I have a rather formidable potions instructor, do I not?" Lucia replies with a nonchalant smile. "Draco is in the restroom, and I am worried for his safety," she explains to Snape, who is still grappling with the strangeness of her presence in this location. Observing Snape's demeanor, she discerns a flicker of concern. Before leaving the Great Hall, Lucia had explicitly informed Draco of her intention to visit the restroom, hoping to incite his worry, prompting him to seek her out for fear she might encounter the troll. This way, if she were to cross paths with Snape, she would have a plausible explanation ready. Furthermore, at that moment, Snape had not been present in the Great Hall, leaving him unaware of whether Draco had ventured to the restroom, thus making it easy for him to accept Lucia's words as truth. Lucia harbored no real apprehension regarding Draco's safety prior to departing from the Great Hall. While Draco was preoccupied with his meal, she had cast 4 or 5 protective charms upon him. A mere troll posed little threat. Moreover, Draco had Harry Potter by his side. This constituted Lucia's secondary plan. The camaraderie between Harry and his friends primarily flourished through shared adventures, aiding one another in times of peril. Lucia had no intention of involving herself in the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone at the end of their first year. However, this incident with the troll, in which Draco joined forces with Harry and his companions, could very well ignite a blossoming friendship among the 4 of them. Forming bonds with Harry and Hermione would ultimately be advantageous for Draco, as the friendships forged among first-year students tend to be remarkably pure. Following closely behind Snape, the 2 of them hasten to the restroom's entrance. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall have already arrived. Snape steps inside, while Lucia lingers at the doorway. Seizing the opportunity to conceal her figure behind the adult's robes, she peers inside and spots Draco, unharmed and well. Compared to Harry and his friends, his attire remains relatively tidy, save for a few disheveled strands of hair. The 4 children stand side by side, with the troll looming behind them, listening quietly as Professor McGonagall delivers a stern reprimand. Snape scrutinizes Draco closely, and upon confirming that he is unscathed, he exhales a subtle sigh of relief. His expression darkens as he shoots a glare at Harry, who has been stealing glances at him. After McGonagall's severe admonition, she softens her demeanor, a rare gentle smile gracing her features as she regards the children as if they were her own. However, in light of your courageous actions, each of you shall receive 5 points. The 4 children look up in surprise, exchanging delighted smiles. Dumbledore, wearing a kindly smile, along with the professors, levitates the troll away. Lucia wonders if it is merely her imagination, but she feels as though Dumbledore cast a glance in her direction before departing. Nonetheless, she finds little reason for concern. She has always believed in meeting challenges head-on. Once the professors have left, Draco and Harry embrace joyfully, their faces alight with excitement. Ron, feeling slightly bashful, glances at Hermione, who waves her hand dismissively, indicating that she bears no ill will regarding previous events. He then turns his attention to Draco, who has just separated from Harry. Oh duh. May I call you Draco? I apologize for my earlier words. I truly am sorry. Hearing Ron's awkward apology, Draco presses his lips together, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Ron, I forgive you. Ahem, I too had my faults in that matter. Witnessing Draco and Ron finally set aside their grievances fills Harry with joy, his bright green eyes sparkling. After the tangled apologies, what remains is a genuine friendship. Hey, Draco, your spell earlier was incredible. What was it called? I've never seen it in our textbooks. That was the petrification charm, taught to me by my sister. Oh, Lou, I almost forgot. I haven't found her yet. Draco suddenly recalls his sister and, with an anxious expression, prepares to leave in search of her. Turning around, he spots Lucia, who has been leaning against the doorframe for quite some time, arms crossed, and smiling at them. The gears of the original narrative are slowly beginning to shift. Everything is in order as Lucia lies in bed, gazing up at the dark green curtains. Most of the day's developments unfolded as she had anticipated. Save for her unsuccessful attempt at the soul-sucking curse on the troll, Lucia reflects with a hint of regret, realizing that her failure was due to the moving staircase and the peculiar characters she encountered. The girl suddenly recalled the lavatory she had glimpsed at the end of the corridor. She turned to the bed beside her and whispered, "Pansy, do you know what Alpha refers to?" Pansy, appearing to be in slumber, mumbled indistinctly, "Lulu, what did you say?" "Oh, nothing. Go back to sleep, Pans," Lucia softly replied. It seemed that she would need to visit the library tomorrow. Chapter 13, Young Lovers on a Night Out. Can they even have children? Lucia exclaimed, rising in shock, the bench behind her creaking with a jarring sound. Sensing the astonished gazes of those around her, she cast a silent spell and reseated herself. Having never witnessed Lucia in such a state of disarray, Draco felt a mix of surprise and an urge to capture the moment. However, he would certainly refrain from doing so. If his sister were to find out, he would endure a week of torment. Hermione looked at Lucia with incredulity. "You truly don't know? This is common knowledge." She could not fathom that Lucia, who excelled in every subject except potions, could be oblivious to such information. Harry and Ron shared Hermione's bewilderment. Even Harry recalled that his health teacher in primary school had covered this topic. "So, you mean to say there are 6 genders in this world, divided into Alpha, Beta, and Omega?" Lucia appeared to be still reeling from the news, her expression somewhat dazed. She always stood quietly by, smiling as she observed the emotions of others, as if watching a theatrical performance. One could scarcely glean her true thoughts from her eyes. Such a visage was indeed rare. "Draco, do you know about this?" Lucia inquired of her younger brother, who often kept her company. Upon meeting his sister's gaze, Draco straightened up, suppressing his smile. "Hey, Lulu, Mom once told us about it in the living room. Have you forgotten?" Lucia racked her brain and finally uncovered a faint memory. That day, Narcissa had summoned her and Draco, but she had been entirely absorbed in her studies of dark arts, her mind preoccupied with the fiendfire curse she had seen the night before. "Damn it," Lucia muttered, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. How could she only be realizing this now? Wait, Lucia paused in her actions. I recall that the original Harry Potter did not mention any differentiation. Is this new element a result of my arrival, or have I entered a parallel world where the ABO setting is prevalent? The notion of men bearing children, what a bizarre whimsy. Lucia felt overwhelmed by the absurdity, yet she composed her expression, regaining her usual calm demeanor. Since we are currently in an undifferentiated state, when does differentiation typically occur? As the sole uninformed individual. The other 4 began to fervently educate her on the relevant biological concepts. After half an hour of instruction, Lucia gained a clear understanding of the gender dynamics in this world. Observing the older students seated in the library, she couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of humanity here. However, "Lucia, you needn't worry too much," Ron said, believing Lucia was contemplating the implications of mating cycles. "You're definitely an Alpha. Just look at your personality. You can't be an Omega." "Ron, don't be sexist. There are outstanding Omegas in the magical community too," Hermione retorted angrily. Cedric Diggory, the top student in our year, is an exceptional Omega. Who? Lucia's mind swiftly conjured the image of the Hufflepuff she had seen at the sorting ceremony, wearing a brown and yellow tie and possessing a gentle demeanor. However, if Lucia were indeed an Alpha, it was highly probable that Draco would be an Omega. Harry suddenly spoke, redirecting Lucia's attention. Yes, Harry is right, Hermione agreed, nodding. According to the Ministry of Magic's statistics, the probability of one twin being an Alpha and the other being an Omega is 90%. With that, Hermione glanced at Draco. After all, they believed that as Lucia's elder sister, she was highly likely to become an Alpha. Draco, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, asked in confusion, "Why is everyone looking at me?" "Honestly, for me, whether Alpha, Omega, or Beta, it's all the same." Draco waved his hand dismissively, a proud smirk appearing on his face. "Regardless, I have Mom, Dad, and Lulu by my side." In Draco's heart, the presence of his formidable family assured him that he would never feel fear. Lucia pinched Draco's soft cheek and cleared her throat. "We should head back. We have classes in the afternoon." Draco's unreserved affection and reliance stirred ripples in Lucia's heart that lingered long after. The three walked ahead, with Draco gradually inching closer to Harry. As they walked side by side, he entwined his fingers with Harry's hand that hung by his side. "Harry, we're here for you too." Just earlier, Draco had noticed the forlorn expression on Harry's face upon hearing his words. He wanted to convey to the boy, "We, too, will protect you. You are not alone. So, do not fear, do not feel lonely, Harry." Soon, Draco felt Harry's grip on his left hand tighten. Accompanied by a choked time at school always flew by, filled with the study of various spells. Watching the sun rise and then transition into a radiant sunset, time slipped away silently through their fingers. One breakfast, the great hall was sparsely populated. Harry stifled a yawn, while Ron's face was nearly submerged in pumpkin juice. Suddenly, an owl gracefully landed on Harry's table, delivering a long parcel. "Wow, Harry, it's a Firebolt 2000. The latest model of broomstick," exclaimed Ron, excitement brimming in his voice. "This is so cool. You'll be able to use it when you play Quidditch." Merlin, who gifted this to Harry. "It's simply marvelous." Harry retrieved the note from the parcel and looked up at Professor McGonagall at the staff table, his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. The headmistress, resembling a kind mother, smiled warmly at him. In the dead of night, a furtive figure stood before the stone door of Slytherin. Pureblood. The door trembled slightly and slid open, revealing an empty common room within. Harry exhaled in relief, thankful that George and Fred had assured him that the Slytherin password was indeed genuine. He cautiously approached the boys' dormitory, searching for Draco's room. "Ah, found it." Harry's eyes lit up as he beheld the name Draco Malfoy on the door, completely ignoring the name Zabini beside it. "Alohomora." Harry pushed open the unlocked dormitory door and carefully closed it behind him. The room was dimly lit. A crescent moonstone on a bedside table emitting a soft glow, alongside scattered candies. Harry smiled, instantly discerning which bed belonged to Draco. "Draco," he gently shook Draco's shoulder. Draco struggled to open his eyes, still hazy from sleep. When he recognized Harry, his eyes widened in alarm. "Merlin's underpants." "Harry, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in a hushed tone. Harry's bright green eyes shimmered in the darkness. "Draco, would you like to ride a Nimbus 2000? "Harry, that sounds absolutely marvelous." Draco shouted excitedly from atop the Nimbus 2000. Since he had emerged from the hospital wing after a high fever, Lulu had confiscated his only broomstick. Poor Draco had only been able to fly briefly during flying lessons each week. As the weather turned slightly cooler, a brisk wind brushed against their faces. Draco sat at the front, squinting against the gusts. Suddenly, a pair of rough yet warm hands cradled his face, pressing him into their owner's embrace. "Draco, is this better?" Harry's gentle voice resonated above him. Draco nodded absent-mindedly, his heart thundering in his chest, his ears flushed crimson. The two soared through the air, their spirits lifted, entirely unaware of the scowling Lucia standing in the corridor below. After a moment, she chose not to voice her thoughts, letting out a sigh before turning to leave. Through the shadows of the trees, Lucia caught a glimpse of a dark figure by the Black Lake. She raised her wand, her gaze sharpening. She couldn't recall any significant events occurring at this moment, but what if? To her surprise, she discovered that curled up behind the trees was Cedric, whom they had spoken of that very morning. Hearing a noise, Cedric attempted to rise, only to collapse back to the ground, his body weak and his complexion flushed. Although Lucia had yet to undergo her own transformation and couldn't detect the scent of pheromones, she recognized the situation immediately. This was what Hermione had described as an Omega's heat cycle. Cedric struggled to focus, and upon seeing the first-year Lucia, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Biting his rosy lip, he found it difficult to control his rapid breaths. "Malfoy, could you do me a favor? Please." Lucia, looking down at the sprawled Cedric. cast a shielding charm into the air, and told him to wait. In a short while, Lucia returned with several omega suppressants, kneeling beside Cedric. Can you inject it yourself? Cedric seemed to be lost to reality. The onset of his heat had been so rapid that he hadn't tea prepared at all. His body felt like a furnace. And sensing someone near, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Lucia, pressing his flushed face against her. I'm so hot, he murmured. Lucia deftly administered the suppressant into the reddening gland at the nape of his neck. A minute later, Cedric began to calm, drifting into a slumber in Lucia's embrace. Leaving him here alone might make him catch a cold, Lucia mused, gazing at Cedric's flushed cheeks. He truly is quite handsome. Once her thoughts turned to the frivolous. She composed herself and lifted Cedric onto her back. Despite being a third-year Omega, he was slender and not heavy at all. Thus, she carried the Hufflepuff to their common room in the castle's dungeons. At the entrance, a worried Hufflepuff student paced back and forth. Upon seeing Cedric on Lucia's back, he nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. The roommate helped Cedric off Lucia's back, finally noticing her striking platinum blonde hair and Slytherin robes. Here, take this. When he wakes, remember to administer the injection. You know what to do, right? Lucia placed the remaining omega suppressants in her roommate's hands, her demeanor cool and detached. Of course, the roommate replied, somewhat dazed. After a nod, Lucia turned to leave, faintly hearing a thank you behind her. Chapter 14. Exposed Lucia following the annual Quidditch match. The much-anticipated Christmas holiday arrived for the students. Lulu, have you packed all your things? Draco asked, scraping the frosting off his cake with a fork. The thought of returning home that afternoon filled him with excitement, rendering him unable to eat. I've been thinking about going home for days now, Pansy laughed. Come on, Draco. Just a few days ago at the Quidditch match, you were cheering for Harry Potter. She still remembered the furious expressions of the Slytherins nearby. And our little prince nearly fell off the stands when Potter's broom went out of control. Blaise chimed in. Hey, Draco was at a loss for words. I couldn't care less about that Potter. He retorted angrily. That insufferable Harry, claiming his godfather might be a villain. Although he had been slightly worried at the time. He never believed that Severus was responsible for the broom's mishap. It was clearly Professor Quirrell, who had been muttering behind Severus all along. Lucia, unusually, refrained from joining in on the mockery of Draco. Speaking of Quidditch, she suddenly recalled Cedric's grateful demeanor from their last encounter. His gentle and courteous nature revealed nothing of that evening's turmoil. I'm truly grateful for what you did, Malfoy, Cedric had said, having learned from his roommate who had brought him back to the dormitory. The roommate had recounted his astonishment upon seeing Lucia carrying Cedric. I'm Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff. Lucia thought. Of course, she was aware of that. Cedric's only impression of Miss Malfoy was during the sorting ceremony. Their eyes inadvertently met. He offered a polite smile before diverting his gaze. If it weren't for you, my situation might have been quite dire. He blushed slightly at the memory, though it quickly vanished. May I call you Lucia? Perhaps we could be friends? Cedric earnestly regarded the seemingly aloof girl before him. To him, Lucia appeared distant at first glance, yet he sensed a kindness beneath. Lucia, perceiving his thoughts, couldn't help but wonder if Hufflepuffs were truly this naive. Maintaining a neutral expression, she grasped Cedric's extended, slender hand and smiled. Of course, upperclassman. You can simply call me Cedric, Lucia. I think that would be more polite. He replied, though Lucia showed no intention of yielding. Very well, if that pleases you, then certainly. The last image in her mind was of Cedric's gentle smile. The Hogwarts Express arrived that afternoon, with Draco struggling to carry a suitcase that nearly reached his chest, while Lucia had a far simpler burden. As she only brought her wand, Draco felt an overwhelming sense of confusion regarding his sister's nonchalance, shaking his small head in disbelief. The two returned to Malfoy Manor. Lucius had chosen not to go to work that day, and he and Narcissa sat solemnly on the sofa, their expressions grave. Lucia immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere, while her foolish brother eagerly dove into Narcissa's embrace, expressing his longing for his mother. Oh, my little dragon. Narcissa's expression softened as she hugged Draco, gently beckoning Lucia, who stood nearby. Lulu, come here, let your mother see if you've lost weight. Walking over, Lucia was enveloped in a tight embrace, the familiar scent of Narcissa still lingering. A soft kiss on her forehead surprised Lucia, making her realize her nose was inexplicably tinged with a hint of acidity. After a moment, Lucius cleared his throat softly. All right. Lucia, Draco, perhaps you could explain to your mother and me what these muggle items are all about? Lucius's demeanor was serious, and Narcissa awaited their response with equal gravity. Lucia glanced at the items on the table. Well, it seems nearly everything is here. It appeared Lucius and Narcissa had urgently searched their rooms the moment they discovered one of these items. Draco gazed at his beloved portable music player on the table, feeling guilty and unsure of what to say. Suddenly, he heard his sister's calm voice. These are all things I brought back from the Muggle world. Upon seeing their father's furious gaze fixed on Lucia, Draco hastily added, I went too. We went together. Oh, Merlin, how could you do such a thing? Lucius exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, barely managing to maintain his noble composure. Draco, frightened, cowered behind his sister, too afraid to speak. You cannot touch those filthy muggle things. Do you wish to become mudbloods? Narcissa, she immediately interjected, stopping her husband's reckless words. Observing the chaotic tension in the room, Lucia cast a protective shield towards a nearby vase and, without hesitation, picked up the rifle resting on the table, taking aim at the vase. In an instant, the sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the hall. Father, mother, this is a muggle weapon. Watching her parents clutch their chests in shock, Lucia lowered the gun. This is merely a standard rifle. They also possess Gatling guns, tanks, and even missiles capable of killing millions in an instant. Neither muggles nor wizards can resist absolute power. Father, the ingenuity of muggles is beyond our comprehension. They lack magic but can create wonders through technology. As Lucia spoke, Lucius's expression gradually transitioned to one of solemn contemplation. He was not devoid of intellect. All right, Lulu, Narcissa said, still shaken, as she gently stroked her daughter's long hair. You and Draco have not rested since you returned. Go put your luggage away. Mother has baked you some delicious cookies. Lucia nodded obediently and took Draco's hand, which was clammy with sweat, leading him towards the stairs. Lulu, I never knew you possessed such terrifying things. Goodness, muggles are truly terrifying. Draco exclaimed, patting his chest in awe. Lucia smiled softly, remaining silent. This was the gun she had purchased while under the effects of Polyjuice potion, merely out of curiosity about the weaponry of this world. Compared to her previous life, it was indeed quite primitive. In her former existence, aside from her own extraordinary abilities, her greatest passion was the latest weapons developed in the research facility. Adversity fosters survival, while comfort breeds demise. Muggles, devoid of magic, relied solely on their own capabilities to continuously improve their lives, whereas the wizards, overly reliant on magic, had forgotten the essence of progress. When the two returned downstairs after unpacking, Lucius had resumed his usual composed demeanor. Narcissa placed a plate of adorably shaped candy cookies on the table. Lucius took a sip of red tea and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Quickly remove these muggle items. Their presence on the table is unseemly. Thank you, father. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with delight as he picked up the portable music player from the table, showcasing its beautiful melodies to his curious mother. Lucia, this item is too dangerous for you. Let me keep it safe for you, Lucius said sternly, looking at his daughter. Of course, father, Lucia agreed readily, as it held little significance for her now. Lucius nodded, his expression softening. On Christmas Day, Lucia had just awoken when she heard an incessant tapping on her window. Dressed in her nightgown, she opened the window to find an owl delivering a package, which she fed a piece of beef to replenish its strength. She quickly scanned the contents, noting that most were packaged in dark green, likely from Pansy and the others, while the bright red and yellow ones were undoubtedly from Harry and his friends. Quite distinct indeed. Lucia picked up a pale purple package tied with a light yellow ribbon. Could it be? She raised an eyebrow, already having a recipient in mind. Upon opening the box, she discovered a stunning gray gemstone, its natural inclusions resembling a constellation embedded within. Dear Lucia, the note read, the gemstone was brought by my mother from Hansluck, Germany. It seems to suit you perfectly, and I hope you will like it. Merry Christmas. Your friend, Cedric. Lucia gently caressed the soft letter before placing it and the gemstone into her collection cabinet. Cedric, I received your gift. It appears splendid. Perhaps it would suit you better, considering your beautiful gray eyes. Merry Christmas. Lucia Malfoy. Cedric received the package on Christmas Eve while wearing his nightgown, preparing for bed when he spotted the gift on his bed. After reading the brief note, he retrieved the necklace, which featured a pure gray gemstone that shimmered under the light. He imagined the cool demeanor of the girl seated at the table, penning the letter. He instinctively placed a hand over his eyes, as if he could still hear her calm, beautiful voice. The young man rolled over, his face flushed, blinking his thick eyelashes. Reminiscent of sunflowers. What am I blushing for? This is so strange. Chapter 15, Voldemort, the Thunder I Push. With the conclusion of Christmas, Hogwarts no longer enjoyed an extended holiday, and the next break would not come until summer. The students refocused their energies on their magical studies. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends began making progress in their investigation into Nicholas Flamel. One evening, they were invited to Hagrid's little hut. Hey, look at this, Hagrid exclaimed, lifting a rag covering something atop the hearth, calling out to Harry and the others with excitement. As Harry approached, he discovered a colossal egg he had never seen before, hanging above the fire. Wow, you actually have a dragon egg, Hagrid. Ron recognized him at a glance. It was my brother Charlie, who was studying dragons in Romania. How incredibly cool, Hagrid. Harry exclaimed, lifting his gaze towards Hagrid, his bright eyes shimmering with excitement. Hermione, being the most rational among them, turned to Hagrid with a worried expression after her initial surprise. I remember that the Ministry of Magic's laws prohibit the private ownership of dragons. It's far too dangerous, Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's proud demeanor instantly faltered. My dear Hermione, please refrain from saying that. He lowered his head, a hint of dejection in his voice. As long as we don't speak of it, no one will ever know. Hermione shook her head disapprovingly. Dragons grow at an alarming rate, and an adult dragon can be as large as a manor. In her opinion, Hagrid's dragon-rearing endeavors would inevitably be discovered. However, seeing the eager expression on Hagrid's face, the soft-hearted girl thought that, for now, it was merely an egg and should remain undetected for the time being. Hey Hagrid, can I bring Draco along next time? Harry had this thought the moment he laid eyes on the dragon, but felt it prudent to seek Hagrid's approval first. Hagrid naturally recognized that Draco was the young Malfoy Harry had met in Diagon Alley. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately consented. So, this is the reason you've been sneaking out at midnight, Lucia remarked, looking at Draco, who was impeccably dressed. Please, I beg you, Lulu. Draco clasped his hands together, gazing eagerly at his sister. It's a dragon. Please, let me see it. I never said you couldn't go. Lucia replied slowly after enjoying her silly brother's antics. Really? Merlin, Lulu, you're the best sister in the world. I'm off. Before she could finish her sentence, Draco joyfully whispered and dashed out. Lucia sighed silently, turning back toward the dormitory. Goodness, she is utterly adorable. Draco gazed affectionately at the small dragon that had just emerged from its shell. Yes, I've named her Norbert. Isn't that splendid? Hagrid beamed proudly at Draco, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit in him. Draco nodded vigorously in agreement. Ron stood nearby, his expression one of disbelief as he turned to Harry and said, They're both completely enamored with that dragon. Haha. Yes, Harry chuckled. This is wonderful, isn't it? Ron nodded in agreement, recalling how initially they had worried about Hagrid not getting along with Draco. The current situation was indeed far friendlier than they had anticipated. Who? Harry suddenly spotted Filch standing by the window. His gaunt face, hooked nose twitching, bore an expression of excitement. Look, what do I see? A dragon. And some little mice who aren't sleeping properly. Oh dear. This was the thought shared by everyone in the room. Following Professor McGonagall's orders, they would be punished and sent to the Forbidden Forest, while the dragon would be taken away. Tears in his eyes, Draco clutched Harry's sleeve, turning to Ron. Ron, you must ensure your brother takes good care of the adorable Norbert. Don't worry, Draco, Hagrid. Ron looked at Draco, who was using Harry's sleeve to wipe his tears, and at Hagrid, who stood alone, sorrowful and weeping. He felt a profound sense of responsibility and nodded earnestly. Norbert will be well cared for. Hey, now, boys, and Hagrid, cheer up. We still have to venture into the Forbidden Forest, Hermione reminded them. The only one who remembered the punishment. Harry suddenly noticed Draco crying even harder. The silent night was occasionally pierced by the terrifying cries of creatures, and the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in thick fog. The trees appeared bizarre, looming like specters in the darkness. Harry tightly held Draco's trembling hand. After parting ways with Hagrid, they walked into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, accompanied by Hagrid's dog, Fawn. Draco, are you all right? Harry asked, feeling the clammy sweat of another's hand in his palm, concern etched on his face. I am fine, Harry. Draco clung to Harry's arm, realizing that his voice trembled uncontrollably. Goodness, this place is truly terrifying. Suddenly, Draco noticed Fong standing motionless. What is wrong? Fong, why aren't you moving? Instinctively looking up, Draco beheld a horrific sight before him. The ground was littered with the corpses of unicorns, and a hooded figure without legs gaped with a mouth full of fangs, from which flowed the silvery blood unique to unicorns. He raised his head, revealing a face as pale as a snake. Draco screamed, intending to pull Harry away to flee, only to see Harry clutching his forehead in pain and collapse to the ground. Harry! Draco panicked, tugging at Harry. But Voldemort, like a serpent, swiftly slithered towards them. What do we do? What do we do? Harry and Draco thought in despair. Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, as if the very night was being cleaved in two. In an instant, the night transformed into day. Countless bolts of lightning struck Voldemort, and the wind howled as Harry and Draco tightly shut their eyes. After approximately 10 seconds, when they opened their eyes, they were shocked to see a gaping pit before them, and a charred corpse that barely resembled a human form. He was struck by lightning? Draco stammered. I suppose so. Harry replied uncertainly, and the centaur, who had just arrived at the scene, said, Oh, Harry, hello. I imagine you're not yet aware that, ahem, this corpse is Voldemort? Harry replied numbly. Indeed, the Dark Lord is an evil and powerful presence, but it seems he was struck down by lightning. Draco pointed at the remains in the pit. Ultimately, the centaur suspiciously left the scene. Later, Harry and the others learned that the one who had truly harbored Voldemort in his body was Professor Quirrell, who had met a tragic end beneath the lightning. Headmaster Dumbledore and numerous professors questioned Harry and his friends extensively, examining their wands without discovering anything suspicious. Those in the castle claimed that the lightning last night had arrived peculiarly, with no disturbances elsewhere. It seemed as if that bolt was intended solely for Voldemort. Although this was hard to believe, no one attributed it to magic. After all, no magic in the wizarding world had ever been terrifying enough to summon lightning. Even the Dark Lord Voldemort couldn't achieve that. Ultimately, it was left unresolved, regarded as a miraculous accident. Under Hagrid's guidance, they successfully retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from the three-headed dog's guarded chamber. Subsequently, Dumbledore announced that he had decided, after consulting with his friend Nicholas Flamel, to destroy the stone, which symbolized immortality. This incident was finally laid to rest. However, this matter had little to do with Draco. He now sat in the Great Hall, animatedly recounting to Lucia how Voldemort had been struck down. Even Pansy and the others curiously gathered around, eager to hear the tale from the perspective of the one who experienced it. So how shocking was it? Draco asked excitedly. Pansy and Not nodded vigorously, their expressions brimming with excitement, while even the typically haughty Blaise widened his eyes in astonishment. Only his sister, Lucia, remained composed, quietly sipping her tea without a hint of alteration in her demeanor. Draco, visibly disappointed, pouted and exclaimed, "Lulu, don't you find this utterly incredible?" "Indeed, it is quite remarkable," Lucia replied with a nonchalant nod. "Lulu, that response is so perfunctory," Draco retorted. "If you keep talking, the cake will be devoured." "Ah, my cake." Draco swiftly snatched the last piece, patting his chest in relief. Lucia smiled lightly, savoring the tea she held. Her insights were always astute. Chapter 16, the end of the first year. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the holiday, yet tonight holds a significant event, the house scores. As the final rays of dusk fade into the impending night, students of Hogwarts converge towards the Great Hall from various corners of the castle. Pansy had applied a perfect touch of makeup for the evening, appearing as though she were preparing for an award ceremony. When Lucia inquired, she proudly arranged her hair. "Of course, this year's top spot will undoubtedly belong to Slytherin." Lucia observed her with a smirk, unwilling to shatter her dreams, not solely because she relished the spectacle. Once Pansy was ready, the two spotted Draco and the others standing nearby. "Let's go," they declared, proceeding towards the Great Hall together while engaging in conversation. This year's charms class was exceptionally challenging. I couldn't solve many of the problems. Indeed, I left several blank. "I just need to score a 39A or 39, Not replied. "You always take leave. Perhaps you'll manage a 39T, 39. "Hey, Draco, please don't jinx me." However, Pansy asserted, "Lulu will surely be first in our year." "If we disregard potions," Blaise interjected gleefully. "Blaise, you might want to watch where you're going," Lucia smiled at him. "What? Blaise, caught off guard, collided with a pillar. Laughter erupted among the group. As they approached the entrance, Lucia noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione ahead. Hermione was the first to spot them and dashed over. "Hey, Lucia. How did your exams go?" "Yesterday, I was uncertain about some parts of the charms exam, particularly question 6. She rambled on, while Pansy seemed to wholeheartedly agree, passionately sharing her thoughts. The two engaged in a lively exchange, leaving Lucia behind. Harry and Draco were engrossed in their own conversation, chuckling over something trivial. Meanwhile, Ron and Blaise wore expressions of exasperation, evidently weary of the duo's affectionate banter. The moonlight bathed the corridor, enveloping these young souls in a pristine, silvery cloak. Consequently, Lucia found herself alone, having been previously surrounded by the group. She leisurely trailed behind, appearing in good spirits. Once everyone settled and silence descended, Professor Dumbledore stood at the podium, raising his goblet to conclude the year filled with both joys and tribulations. "Now, I shall announce the house scores." The students leaned in with eager anticipation. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. The Gryffindor Lions hung their heads in disappointment. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. The Hufflepuff Badgers focused intently on the feast before them. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. The Ravenclaw Eagles calmly perused their books. And in 1st place, Slytherin, with 472 points. The Slytherin Serpents beamed with pride. Lucia took a small bite of cake. The moment had arrived, the classic Dumbledore-style bonus points. Indeed, thanks to Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger each receiving 50 points, Gryffindor, previously in last place, surged to the top. The Gryffindor students erupted into thunderous cheers. However, amidst the jubilant crowd, Harry's gaze fell upon Draco, whose eyes were reddening with suppressed tears. "Oh no," he thought with a rueful smile. The Hogwarts Express arrived as the sun rose the following day, the steam hissing on the platform. Lucia boarded the train first, only to hear her brother's choked voice behind her. Harry Potter, I never want to speak to you again. Along with Draco's anxious plea, listen to me, Harry. Such playful banter was a familiar scene for Lucia. After a few minutes, when Draco returned to her side, his tear-streaked face had begun to brighten. Oh, the formidable Harry Potter, Lucia couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as though she might bestow him an award if she were present. Amidst the laughter and chatter of friends in their compartment, the train soon reached its destination. Lucia and Draco immediately spotted the noble and beautiful Narcissa, along with the haughty Lucius, waiting on the platform. Narcissa tenderly kissed the heads of her two children. As they prepared to leave, they noticed Harry being roughly pulled by his irritable uncle towards the train. Lucia glanced at Draco, who frowned deeply, tugging at Narcissa's hand. Mother, it's Harry. Narcissa evidently grasped her son's concern, slightly surprised by Draco's interest in Harry Potter. She soon remarked, Little dragon, do you wish to greet your friend? Draco nodded, prompting their family to approach. Hi, Harry. Harry, lost in thoughts about his dismal holiday prospects, was startled by Draco's voice. He looked up to see it was indeed Draco, along with what appeared to be his parents. Well, hello, Mr. Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy. Lucius's aristocratic demeanor startled Harry's uncle. Hello, Harry, I am Draco's mother, Narcissa. Draco often speaks of you. Narcissa offered Harry some prepared sweets, speaking gently. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Malfoy, Harry replied awkwardly, holding the candies. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. Good day. Good day. I am Harry's uncle, Vernon Dursley said, wearing a sycophantic expression towards Lucius. Lucius nodded coolly. As they departed, Draco embraced Harry. Remember to write to me, Harry. See you next term. Harry returned the embrace tightly. Of course, Draco. After parting, Dursley incredulously asked Harry where he had made such wealthy friends, but Harry was too preoccupied to respond. Chapter 17, What Division? The professor said nothing about it. A typical day during the holiday unfolded as the morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Lucia sat up in bed, stretching languidly. What is happening? For the past couple of days, I have felt utterly devoid of strength, Lucia pondered as she lightly patted her weary arm. After adorning herself in front of the mirror, she opened the door and strolled into the living room. At this hour, Lucius had already departed for work at the Ministry of Magic, and the breakfast prepared by the house elf was laid out on the dining table. Narcissa was seated at the table, enveloped in the fragrant aroma of her morning tea. Good morning, Mother, Lucia said, embracing Narcissa, who sat beside her. Good morning, Lulu. Come and have breakfast, Narcissa replied. As Lucia settled next to her mother, she was suddenly enveloped by a delicate and elegant scent reminiscent of daffodils. It was a delightful fragrance, not merely floral, but rather lingering gracefully in her nostrils. She paid it little mind, assuming it was simply a new perfume Narcissa had chosen. Taking a sip of flower tea, she softly inquired, Mother, have you changed your perfume? It suits you beautifully. Narcissa blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her daughter's question. Oh, thank you, dear, but I haven't worn any perfume today. Lucia wrinkled her nose, taking a closer sniff. Indeed, the fragrance emanated from her mother. But I distinctly smell daffodils on you. It's lovely. Narcissa appeared to have a sudden revelation, covering her mouth in astonishment. Merlin, Lulu, you might be on the verge of your first shift. Lucia had not considered this possibility until her mother spoke, momentarily lost in thought. It did seem plausible, after all. Hermione had mentioned that most individuals typically undergo their first shift between the ages of 12 and 14. She and Draco had only recently celebrated their 12th birthdays. My dear, can you discern any other scents aside from the daffodils? Narcissa asked gently. A faint hint of lemon, Lucia replied instantly. She had noticed it the second time she inhaled, initially attributing it to a note in the perfume. Oh, Lulu, it appears you truly are on the brink of shifting, Narcissa said, a hint of excitement in her voice. The lemon scent you detected is your father's pheromone. Lemon? Lucius? This was difficult to assess, but it certainly resembled his essence. Lucia's thoughts drifted into peculiar realms before she quickly regained focus. I felt utterly drained for the past 2 days, Mother. When might I officially shift? She queried. Narcissa caressed Lucia's cheek and, if her instincts were correct, she replied, It should happen this evening. Lulu, do not fear. I will be by your side throughout. Regardless of what you become, your mother and father will always love you, Narcissa assured her, planting a tender kiss on Lucia's forehead with unwavering conviction. The Malfoy manor was far from tranquil that evening. The entire Malfoy family stood anxiously at Lucia's door, hesitant to intrude upon her shifting process. Draco, yawning repeatedly with tears in his eyes, appeared utterly exhausted, yet insisted on remaining upright. Narcissa had initially hoped to send her younger son to bed, but he was determined to wait for his sister's transformation. Unbeknownst to them, Lucia was entirely oblivious to the anxious atmosphere outside. She could only feel the skin at the nape of her neck burning, her body suffused with heat, her bones cracking painfully, while a surge of energy erupted around her. Crackling with electricity, she could only lie on the floor. Any proximity to the bed would ignite it with the sparks of the unleashed power. Lucia's consciousness waned, and after what felt like an eternity, her body gradually began to calm. Her senses slowly returned, and she finally detected the acrid scent of smoke that filled the room. As expected, she had transformed into an alpha. Feeling her strength returning, Lucia struggled to rise from the floor, her body drenched in cold sweat. Upon standing, she immediately sensed the changes within her. Not only had she grown approximately 10 centimeters taller, nearing 175 centimeters, which was quite remarkable for a 12-year-old girl, but she also felt the discomfort of her newly emerged secondary sexual characteristics. She brushed off her clothes, choosing not to dwell on these matters. Knowing she would adapt in time, the three waiting anxiously at the door finally witnessed the handle turning. The bedroom door swung open. Narcissa immediately noticed her daughter's damp hair and striking height, finally letting out a sigh of relief as she lovingly touched Lucia, who was now as tall as she was. "Congratulations, Lulu, you have become an alpha," Narcissa exclaimed. Lucius regarded his daughter with satisfaction and pride, nodding in approval. Draco, looking up at his sister, who now towered over him by more than half a head, gently enveloped her in a hug. "You've worked hard, sister," he said, imagining the pain of such a sudden growth spurt. The warmth of having family alongside her during this arduous transition stirred a surge of emotion within Lucia, nearly provoking tears. But she resolutely suppressed them, determined not to appear undignified. She affectionately ruffled Draco's hair. "Hey!" Draco stepped back from her embrace, feigning indignation as he waved a fist playfully. The Malfoy couple chuckled at the banter between the siblings, the atmosphere lightening considerably. It was then that they all recognized the pungent scent of smoke enveloping the room. "Your pheromones are rather overwhelming," Lucius remarked with a slight frown, as alphas often struggle to adapt to one another's scents. "I find it quite pleasant," Narcissa replied with a gentle expression. Draco, still awaiting his own shift, curiously asked, "Lulu, what do you smell like?" "Smoke, akin to that of an explosion," Lucia recalled. "That suits you well. Both of you are equally domineering," Draco observed thoughtfully. "Is that so? In truth, I rather enjoy this scent. It instantly transports me back to the days of chaos and construction amidst the barrage of artillery fire," Lucia reflected, recalling the sensation of wielding weapons in such tumultuous times. Lucia Malfoy, the heiress of the Malfoy family, had successfully transformed into an alpha. Her father, Lucius Malfoy, as one of the two alphas in the family, took it upon himself to guide his daughter in mastering her pheromones. As days passed, Lucia gained complete control over the release of her pheromones. Meanwhile, her younger brother Draco, the only family member yet to shift, continued to eagerly anticipate his own transformation. Draco remained perplexed, born on the same day as Lucia. Why had she already successfully transformed while he felt nothing? Each time he passed by Lucia, he would glance at her and sigh. This continued for 7 consecutive days, nearly driving Lucia to her wits' end. "All right, Draco, please stop looking at me like a forlorn soul," Lucia said with exasperation, entirely dismissing her brother's protestations that he was not forlorn, and continued, "I am simply an early bloomer. Most people typically shift at 13. So, by the usual timeline, you won't transform for another year. Do you understand?" Draco, in a moment of clarity, nodded and merrily dashed downstairs for dessert, finally releasing his fixation on the matter of his transformation. "Thank goodness," Lucia sighed in relief. Chapter 18. Side Story. Lucia's journey back to her wife's 3rd year. When Lucia awoke, she was immediately aware of a dull ache throbbing in her head. Just a moment ago, she had been in the library, gazing at her wife's adorable sleeping face, and now she found herself in this unfamiliar place. Drawing the time turner that hung around her neck, she observed the hands spinning rapidly, confirming that it had indeed been activated. Rising from the ground, she surveyed her surroundings, which appeared eerily familiar. The night was tranquil and serene. Hogwarts stood quietly, devoid of the daytime clamor. Suddenly, Lucia heard a distant cacophony of voices, prompting her to silently cast an invisibility charm and direct her gaze toward the speakers. They were familiar faces, specifically her younger brother and her future brother-in-law. Harry, with his newly acquired Firebolt 2000, was animatedly conversing with Draco. It was astonishing that the seeds of love had already been sown between the two in their 1st year. No wonder it took her so long to realize the unapproachable atmosphere that lingered between the two boys until Harry whisked Draco away. Lucia raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Wait, 1st year." A sudden realization struck her, and she turned to glance down the corridor, where she indeed spotted her 1st-year self, walking slowly and quietly. A smile crept onto her lips as she pivoted and dashed toward the Black Lake. Long before she arrived, a faint scent of roses wafted through the air. With the assistance of her invisibility charm, she approached Cedric, who was nestled against a tree, shivering and curled up like a small badger, utterly adorable. Lucia's eyes darkened as she unabashedly released her pheromones, intertwining smoke and the fragrance of roses into a seamless blend. "Who's there?" Cedric immediately sensed the potent alpha presence. Clutching his disheveled shirt tightly against his chest and struggling to rise against the tree, scanning his surroundings for any sign of life. Yet, the increasingly dense scent of smoke betrayed the dominance of the alpha. Cedric's hand trembled uncontrollably as he raised his wand. "Show yourself." While Lucia had a penchant for witnessing her wife in tears, it did not mean she was impervious to the pangs of empathy upon seeing Cedric's despair. She released the invisibility charm, her form gradually materializing. The 6th year Lucia stood tall, as Cedric, a mere 3rd year, barely reached her shoulder. "Whoever you are, please leave this place." Cedric's voice quivered, tinged with a near-choked sob, teetering on the brink of collapse. But to his dismay, Lucia did not retreat. Instead, she swiftly approached and enveloped the frail Cedric in her embrace. Of course, having finally found her youthful, adorable wife. It would be foolish not to steal a fervent kiss. Only a fool would walk away. "Cedric, you smell divine." Ignoring his feeble struggles, Lucia bent down, drawing close to Cedric's rosy gland and inhaling deeply. The familiar scent of roses soothed her still aching head. Cedric was startled by her brazen words and actions, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Merlin. This innocent reaction was utterly enchanting. Momentarily, Lucia's grip tightened around Cedric's waist, while her other hand cradled his delicate face, capturing his lips in a fervent kiss. Cedric, newly transformed, had never experienced such an intense kiss, leaving him utterly unprepared. It felt as though his very soul was being drawn away. His Omega instincts compelled him to wrap his arms around Lucia's neck. Time seemed to stretch as the kiss gradually softened. Lucia, chasing Cedric's tender lips, the atmosphere thickening with romantic tension. "Why are you crying?" "Cedric, are you in pain? Did I frighten you?" Lucia asked, her hand brushing against the coolness of Cedric's face, her heart racing with concern. At her words, Cedric finally registered that tears had streamed down his cheeks. Lucia observed her wife's dazed expression and felt a wave of relief as she gently kissed away the tears on Cedric's face. The Alpha's kiss offered a soothing balm to the Omega in heat. Gradually, Cedric calmed, gazing quietly at the unfamiliar girl before him, clad in Slytherin robes. With silky platinum hair belonging to the Malfoy family, and those enchanting gray-blue eyes. "You are one of the Malfoys, yet I have never seen you before." Cedric's voice was hoarse, tinged with confusion. "Who are you?" In response to his inquiry, Lucia tenderly kissed Cedric's forehead. "Oh, my clever Cedric, I am Lucia Malfoy. If memory serves, you met me during the sorting ceremony." Cedric, initially taken aback by Lucia's overly affectionate address, intended to retort shyly but found himself incredulous at her next statement. "This is impossible. Lucia Malfoy is a first-year student. You must be jesting." Cedric's gaze turned cold as he scrutinized Lucia. Once more, Lucia pressed a gentle kiss to her wary wife, marveling at her brilliance. Indeed, it seemed that an alpha in the throes of infatuation not only lacked logic, but was also prone to OOC behavior. "Do you know about the time turner, Cedric?" Lucia's soft voice reached Cedric's ears. "I am currently in my 6th year." He stared wide-eyed at the Lucia before him. She bore some resemblance to the girl he had seen during the sorting, but her features had matured, becoming more graceful and beautiful. "So we have been together for quite some time, and we are very much in love," Lucia spoke tenderly. Her gaze was entirely fixated on Cedric, her gray-blue eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Merlin. Under such a gaze, Cedric felt as though he might ignite from within. Lucia gently kissed Cedric, and the pendant at her chest radiated warmth, reminding her that the present day Lucia was hastening toward this very moment. "I love you, Cedric," she whispered, gazing upon the youthful Cedric, always. Obliviate. Lucia cradled the slumbering Cedric, gently laying him against the tree trunk, tidying his disheveled shirt. Finally, she cast a confundus charm into the air, ensuring that only the spellcaster could perceive the concealed truth. "Good night, Cedric, until we meet again." As she exited the corridor, intending to return to the Slytherin dormitory, Lucia caught a faint sound near the Black Lake. After careful consideration, she raised her wand and approached the lakeside. Chapter 19. The mysterious witch. In recent days, the Ministry of Magic had ordered a comprehensive search for dark artifacts. The Malfoy family, who had once followed Voldemort, had become a primary focus of scrutiny. With the school year approaching, Lucius seized the opportunity to take Lucia and Draco to Borgin and Burke's in Nocturne Alley for book shopping. Nocturne Alley was a narrow, dimly lit passage, where dilapidated houses leaned precariously against each other, and the inhabitants donned eccentric attire, their gaunt faces resembling mere shadows. A multitude of penetrating eyes fixated intently upon the incongruous Malfoy family, yet none dared to approach. The storefront appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. Lucia boldly pushed the door open, with Draco trailing closely behind, entering a realm filled with an array of cursed artifacts. Draco's curiosity led him to caress a skull resting upon the table, only to have his hand abruptly yanked back by Lucia. In the next moment, Lucius's serpent-headed cane struck the surface with a resounding thud. "Do not touch that, Draco," Lucius admonished sternly. Draco cowered behind his sister, nervously nodding towards his father. Lucia glanced at the mummy's helmet in the corner for a fleeting moment before quickly averting her gaze. "Ah, welcome, Mr. Malfoy," a gravelly voice emanated from the counter. "And good day to you, Miss Malfoy, and young Master Malfoy." "Good day, Mr. Borgin." Mr. Borgin, with his tousled curls and an oily sheen that clung to his gaunt visage, clasped his hands together in a sycophantic manner, seemingly taken aback by Lucia's unexpected greeting. "Thank you, Miss Malfoy. Have you come to purchase something today?" he inquired excitedly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We've recently received a number of intriguing items. Perhaps something will catch your eye." Lucius cast a glance at Lucia, who, understanding his cue, placed the box she held upon the counter. "No." Lucius opened the box, revealing dark artifacts that made Mr. Borgin's eyes gleam with avarice. "The Ministry has been conducting frenzied searches for dark artifacts. I shall leave these in your care for the time being. These truly are rare treasures." Mr. Borgin's expression was one of unbridled greed. "Remember, this is merely a custodial arrangement," Lucius warned, his piercing gaze discerning Borgin's ulterior motives. Of course," Borgin stammered, visibly intimidated by Lucius's scrutiny. With a dismissive huff, Lucius called for Lucia and Draco, turning to leave. Draco, still captivated by the mummy's helmet he had never encountered before, hurriedly turned upon hearing his father and sister's summons. As they exited the dilapidated shop, Lucius felt compelled to remind Draco of the perils of carelessly handling dark artifacts. The trio made their way towards Nocturne Alley. Lucia lingered behind when, suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. "Lu Qing." Her pupils dilated in shock as she turned to see an elderly which she had never met before, draped in a long purple robe. Her silver hair fell in disarray over her chest, a long hat obscuring her aged countenance, with only a chin lined with wrinkles faintly visible. "This is for you." She produced an ordinary necklace, featuring a clock-shaped pendant. Her form began to fade, her raspy voice carried away by the wind. "This is a time-turner. You will need it." With that, the witch vanished without a trace, leaving behind the necklace that fell to the ground. Upon emerging from Nocturne Alley, Lucia immediately spotted Lucius and Draco, who stood at the entrance, their expressions fraught with concern. "Ah, it seems our Lucia is quite the curious little one," Lucius remarked, his demeanor lightening upon seeing his daughter return unscathed, though his tone held a hint of mockery. "Apologies, father, I accidentally lost my way," Lucia admitted. Her eyes filled with sincerity as she acknowledged her rare misstep. Lucius's irritation dissipated at her genuine apology, and his expression softened. "As long as Lulu is safe, that is all that matters. Let us proceed to the bookstore now," Draco suggested, taking Lucia's hand as they continued towards their destination. They were oblivious to the necklace that had suddenly appeared around Lucia's neck. Today, the leaky cauldron was unusually bustling. "Oh, look, it's that Lockhart. He's truly extravagant," Draco remarked from the staircase, catching sight of Gilderoy Lockhart, swarmed by admirers. "Pay no heed to such a buffoon, Draco," Lucia replied, briefly glancing before returning her attention elsewhere. Lucius went to collect the latest gown that Narcissa had ordered from Madame Malkin, instructing the siblings to find the books they required in the meantime. "Draco, if you don't find a book soon, your father will surely question you upon his return," Lucia advised, meticulously sifting through the titles. "Hey, what does it matter? You have yours, don't you?" Draco replied with excitement, grinning as he continued to peer down at the chaos below. Lucia shook her head in exasperation, beginning to question whether she had been too indulgent with him. "Ah, it's Harry and the others," Draco exclaimed suddenly, setting down his selected books as Lucia raised her gaze. In the original narrative's future, the mature and composed savior managed the spotlight with ease, yet presently, the poor Harry was helplessly encircled by Lockhart, besieged by frenzied reporters and fans clamoring for photographs. "Oh, poor Harry," Draco smirked, reveling in Harry's plight as he struggled to extricate himself from the crowd. He approached Ron and Hermione, his expression one of exasperation as he muttered something to them. "Hi, Harry, Hermione, and Ron." Harry looked up at the familiar voice, and indeed, it was the Malfoy siblings, whom he had not seen during the holiday. Lucia walked ahead, her expression as serene as ever, while Draco wore a mischievous grin. "Oh my." Draco and Lucia, Hermione exclaimed in delight. What a coincidence. Ron rubbed his nose, inquiring, Are you here to buy books as well? What nonsense are you spouting, Ron? Draco retorted, quickening his pace to stand before Lucia, regarding Ron with exasperation. My sister and I are at the bookstore. What else would we be doing? Draco. It has been a while, Harry interjected, interrupting Ron before he could continue, stepping between the two to greet the platinum-haired boy with enthusiasm. Hi, Harry, it's been ages. Draco replied, his eyes sparkling with joy as he smiled broadly at Harry. At this, Hermione noticed Lucia's remarkable height, exclaiming, Lucia, have you already blossomed? The remaining group shifted their focus to the tall girl. Lucia nodded, preparing to speak, but Draco proudly raised his chin beside her. Lulu has blossomed into an alpha this summer. And you, Draco? Harry inquired softly. Not yet. Lulu says I still have a year to go, Draco responded, disappointment creeping into his voice. But since neither of you has blossomed yet, I'm not in any rush. However, I have blossomed. Harry raised his hand timidly. I'm an alpha. Hermione chimed in. Me too, but I'm a beta. I think it's rather nice. I enjoy this feeling of not being controlled by pheromones. Draco and Ron stood agape, astonished. Previously, Draco had stood on the stairs, but now on level ground. He noticed that Harry, who had once been half a head shorter than him in their first year, had now grown slightly taller. Weren't we supposed to blossom together? Why is everyone in such a hurry? And Harry, I recall you were younger than me. Draco lamented inwardly. Hey, Draco, it seems we are the last ones left, Ron said, exchanging a tearful glance with Draco. The little girl, Ginny, who had just purchased a book, approached the scene with a look of utter confusion. Observing her youngest brother's expression, she teased, What a disgusting face, Ron. Chapter 20. Lucius had a rather grim expression today. Goodness. Ginny Weasley, my expression is anything but disgusting. Ron retorted incredulously to his sister's mockery, anger flaring in his voice. Well, you are indeed the most handsome. Ginny replied with a dismissive compliment. Ron puffed out his cheeks, at a loss for words. But, Ronald, how could you secretly befriend Malfoy behind Mom and Dad's back? Ginny inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity. Hello, I am Ginny Weasley, a first year at Hogwarts, the red-haired girl said, extending her hand towards the Malfoy siblings. Greetings, Miss Weasley. I am Lucy Malfoy, and this is my brother, Draco. Lucy smiled at the forthright Ginny, shaking her hand warmly. Draco stood beside his sister, nodding amicably. Hello, children. How are your book selections coming along? Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, approached with his thick mane of red hair, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon noticing Lucy and Draco among the group, he froze in place. Oh, I seem to have spotted two Malfoys. Dad, they are my friends, Ron said cautiously, sensing his father's impending shock. Good day, Mr. Weasley. Lucy's polite greeting momentarily steadied Arthur, who regarded the two children before him with a complex expression. What are your names? He asked, still harboring a flicker of hope. Lucy chuckled. I believe you have already surmised. Our father is Lucius Malfoy. Oh, Merlin, that truly does not seem possible. Arthur Weasley murmured in astonishment. On one hand, he was bewildered that his son Ron had befriended a Malfoy, and on the other, he found Lucius's children exceedingly polite. Far more likable than he could have imagined. I am Lucy, and this is my brother, Draco. Are you friends with Ron? Arthur attempted to confirm. If he believes so, then we are indeed friends, Draco replied, crossing his arms, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, as if the notion of publicly acknowledging friends was too far removed from Slytherin's typical reticence. Hey, Draco, we are definitely friends, Ron asserted confidently from the side. Draco's bold admission allowed Arthur to set aside his reservations regarding their Malfoy lineage, and he refrained from uttering further objections. At that moment, Lucius's vigilant voice broke through. Weasley, what are your intentions with my children? He strode forward, pulling Lucy and the bewildered Draco behind him. The two adults glared intensely at one another, a palpable tension igniting between them. The children looked on, bewildered by their father's exchange. Just as Lucius was about to unleash a scornful remark, he was interrupted by his daughter's voice. Father, Mr. Weasley was merely assisting us in finding our books. Lucy stood beside Lucius, now reaching his shoulder, resembling a small adult. Yes, he even praised our manners. Draco chimed in, tugging at Lucius's sleeve in haste. Although he did not state it outright, Draco felt that his sentiment was implied. Hearing that his children had not been bullied eased Lucius's grim demeanor slightly. However, the recent incessant searches conducted by Arthur Weasley at Malfoy Manor, which had forced him to send all his dark artifacts to Nocturne Alley, reignited his fury. His mind was still clear enough to avoid a disgraceful confrontation with Weasley amidst the bustling bookstore. Lucius slowly began, adopting his usual aristocratic tone. You actually have the funds to purchase books? He sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the volumes Ginny clutched in her arms. Arthur Weasley glared at Lucius, his expression one of barely contained rage. as if he wished to tear him apart. Lucius, however, continued unabated. Weasley, you scour my estate daily, yet find nothing. Perhaps you should consider resigning from the ministry and return home to tend to your useless, filthy muggle. Lucius abruptly halted, the previously charged atmosphere turning inexplicably awkward. It was evident that everyone present, aside from Arthur and Ginny, was aware that his two children were obsessed with muggles. Lucius's face darkened as he struggled to find more words to utter. Frustrated, he turned and grasped one child in each hand, leading them out of the bookstore. Arthur Weasley stood there, bewildered, as he heard the sound of muffled laughter from the children behind him. His face contorted in confusion. He queried, "What is going on?" Ron, stifling his laughter, informed his curious father and sister of Lucy and Draco's peculiar interests. Upon hearing this, Arthur couldn't help but marvel at Lucius Malfoy's extraordinary fortune in having such delightful children, a stark contrast to his own. When they returned home, Arthur was still animatedly recounting the amusing children of the Malfoy family to his wife, Molly. Ron and Harry sat at the table, munching on their meals while adding their own commentary. The Weasley family was captivated, listening intently. However, Ginny suddenly noticed a lovely pink notebook nestled within her cauldron. How strange. When did I acquire this notebook? She exclaimed, pulling it out in confusion. Oh, it looks so beautiful. Ginny ran her fingers along the gold-flecked edges, marveling at its allure. Merlin, the family's only little sister, suddenly gasped. Everyone gathered around her. What's the matter, Ginny? She asked. The young girl eagerly opened the first page of the notebook, her eyes sparkling with joy as she turned to her mother and the others. Look, it says, "A gift to meet you. I hope you like it, Miss Weasley." From Lucy Malfoy. Good heavens. Arthur, now I believe what you said, Molly remarked, her expression dazed as she turned to her husband. Lucy's diary from the Chamber of Secrets had been taken early on, and to avoid complications. She had purchased a new notebook knowing Lucius would place it in Ginny Weasley's cauldron when Harry entered his second year. She had cast a long-lasting Confundus charm on it, returning it to the chamber before the ministry's search for dark artifacts commenced. Lucius, preoccupied with disposing of this hot potato, had paid no attention to whether the notebook bore any enchantments. At the bookstore, he had seized the opportunity while pulling Lucy and Draco back to slip the notebook into Ginny's bag. As the distance from the spellcaster increased, the Confundus charm gradually waned, revealing the notebook's true nature. Meanwhile, the authentic diary of Tom Riddle remained firmly in Lucy's possession. Lucy sat on the edge of her bed, pulling the diary before her, idly twirling it in her hands with a slight smirk. Just wait a little longer, Lucy. Soon, it shall all come to fruition. Chapter 21. He smells so good. Since witnessing the power of Muggle weaponry firsthand, Lucius had begun to seriously explore the Muggle world for the first time. He was astonished to realize the terrifying capabilities of Muggle technology and had since been endeavoring to develop a Muggle enterprise. The Malfoy family seemed to possess an innate talent for commerce, and Lucius was thriving in the early stages of his Muggle ventures. Returning once more to Hogwarts, the institution remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of new courses for the semester. This, however, held little significance for Lucia. While others around her eagerly observed the sorting of the first-year students, she sat upright in her seat, her gaze vacant and her thoughts drifting to the Chamber of Secrets, where the basilisk lay imprisoned. It was not until the resounding applause echoed in her ears that she realized the sorting had concluded. She clapped absently, her attention drawn to the gaze of a Gryffindor, a red-haired girl who smiled warmly at her. Lucia offered a faint smile in return, but her heart sank upon noticing the absence of Harry and Ron among the Gryffindors. It appeared that Dobby had indeed left the Malfoy household. Truth be told, she understood Dobby's kind heart and yearning for freedom. She had encountered many such souls in her past life. Yet, the sense of betrayal it invoked stirred a long-buried irritation within her. In the dead of night, the door to the girls' dormitory creaked open softly, and a neatly dressed Lucia stepped out. With a flick of her wand, she cast a silencing charm upon herself and made her way toward the Slytherin entrance. Safely out of the common room, she recalled the location of the girls' lavatory that led to the Chamber of Secrets as depicted in the original narrative. She deftly avoided Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, successfully arriving at the lavatory. Moaning Myrtle was, as ever, weeping despondently on the toilet seat. Upon hearing a noise behind her, she sprang up, confronting Lucia. "Who are you, sneaking out of the dormitory at this hour? Be careful not to end up like me." "Woe is me," she sobbed. Lucia passed right through her, stating calmly, "I certainly won tea." Myrtle's cries intensified, but when she realized Lucia was ignoring her, her weeping subsided, replaced by curiosity toward the unfamiliar girl. "What are you doing? What is your name? I haven't seen you before." Lucia carefully examined the sinks and soon spotted the serpent engraving on one of them. She gently traced the pattern with her fingers, smiling softly. "Lucia Malfoy. That is my name. We shall meet again, Myrtle." As Lucia wandered through the corridors of the castle, she was taken aback to discover that the diary had been unsealed that very evening. It must have been Tom Riddle who broke the seal. His soul still resided within its pages. However, the basilisk had already been released. Lucia, lacking parcel tongue, could not hear its voice. Yet, the current she had conjured at the sink had traversed the pipes of Hogwarts, allowing her to sense its presence. Lucia had no intention of intervening. This was ultimately Harry Potter's journey. Her objectives were straightforward. She merely needed the basilisk and Tom Riddle's soul. Lucia? A familiar gentle voice called from behind. Turning around, Lucia beheld Cedric, clad in light yellow short sleeves and trousers, standing at the corridor's bend. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Cedric inquired. He had been restless and had ventured out for some fresh air, only to be surprised by Lucia's presence ahead of him. Her platinum hair seemed to glow in the dim corridor. Lucia was taken aback by Cedric's midnight escapade from the dormitory, yet she had no desire for a lengthy conversation. So she contemplated fabricating a casual excuse. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she seized Cedric's wrist, pulling him down another corridor. "Oh, Mrs. Norris, have you noticed something?" Filch's excited voice echoed nearby. "Follow me," Cedric instructed, leading Lucia into a classroom. Moments later, Filch's footsteps halted outside the door. Lucia glanced at the classroom podium, then gently tugged Cedric beneath the desk, where the narrow space barely accommodated them both. It was then that Cedric realized how much Lucia had grown. She now stood only slightly shorter than him. "You?" Cedric hesitated, wanting to ask something, but was abruptly silenced as Lucia covered his mouth. "Do not speak," she whispered, her voice barely audible. In the cramped confines, Cedric could feel her breath against him. Once Lucia sensed he had quieted, she awkwardly withdrew her hand from his face. The classroom door swung open, and Filch, finding nothing amiss, grumbled and meticulously searched again before departing with a huff. With the door closed, the two beneath the desk exhaled in relief. Cedric was the first to move, rising slightly to emerge from their hiding spot, but the limited space made it a challenge. As he stepped forward, his neck inadvertently brushed past Lucia's face. The suppressor patch on his gland was firmly in place, yet a hint of his pheromones escaped, wafting a subtle rose fragrance into Lucia's senses, sweet and intoxicating, markedly different from Cedric's usual demeanor. An impulsive urge to kiss the source of that alluring scent surged within her. She quickly held her breath, hastening to stand up from beneath the desk after Cedric. "Are you all right?" "Lucia, your complexion seems a bit flushed," Cedric remarked with concern. "I'm fine, just had a bit of trouble breathing a moment ago," Lucia replied instinctively, touching her face before lowering her hand and smiling. Cedric believed her without doubt, offering a reassuring smile. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he hesitated, his expression wavering with politeness. "Lucia, have you matured?" He noted her height with curiosity. Lucia brushed off the dust from her clothing and nodded casually. "I transitioned into an alpha during the summer break." "That is splendid. Congratulations, Lucia," Cedric exclaimed joyfully, his bright gray eyes sparkling like a constellation, the sincere delight within them momentarily rendering Lucia speechless. "What is happening to me?" she wondered, blinking in confusion at the unexpected heat flooding her cheeks. Chapter 22, Parseltongue. Since that chance encounter with Cedric, Lucia found their meetings becoming increasingly frequent. Most of the time, their interactions brought her comfort. Cedric was a gentle and refined individual, his genuine kindness overwhelming Lucia, who was usually reserved and guarded. Occasionally, when he gazed at her with his warm, beautiful gray eyes, Lucia would notice her heartbeat quickening unnaturally. This felt wrong, yet she could not articulate the sensation, forcing herself to suppress it. She had always been capable of enduring. No matter her inner turmoil, her exterior remained impeccably composed. This afternoon's lesson was in defense against the dark arts. The thought alone caused Lucia to grip her textbook tightly, her fingers turning pale. She had no desire to listen to that inept professor boast about his fabricated adventures. If it were mere exaggeration, she would hardly bother to engage. However, Lockhart had an insatiable penchant for posing her questions, often of the most inane variety, linked to his insufferable adventure tales. During these moments, Lucia would glance at Hermione Granger, whose hand seemed perpetually raised to the ceiling in exasperation. Lockhart's ineffectual gaze appeared to be affixed solely on her, as if it were lodged in an inappropriate place. Each time, Lucia could only feign an apologetic demeanor and respond, "I do not know, Professor." Of course, she was no pushover. Lucia had long since lost count of the number of mischievous spells she had cast on Lockhart in private. At times, she would deliberately allow sharp objects to narrowly miss his foolish head, yet none of this seemed to deter his incessant questioning. Lockhart's dim-witted brain was utterly oblivious to Lucia's subtle hints. He continued to perceive these incidents as mere accidents. In today's lesson, he faced off against Professor Snape. Upon entering the arena, he feigned bravado, only to be unceremoniously toppled to the ground. As the story unfolds, they were to select a student for a duel. Professor Snape chose his protege, Draco Malfoy. Yet, the most alarming turn of events came when Gilderoy Lockhart inexplicably assigned Lucia to duel her own brother. I dare say, Lucia shall not go easy on her sibling, Lockhart proclaimed with unwarranted pride. If I were to puncture his brain with my wand, would that result in expulsion? Lucia mused before stepping onto the stage. The Malfoy siblings stood on the platform, exchanging glances. Draco observed his sister's calm demeanor, seemingly able to sense her near silence. Lucia subtly gestured with her left hand towards Draco, who immediately grasped her intent and raised his wand, exclaiming, Expelliarmus. A beam of white light shot towards Lucia. At the moment of impact, she executed a backflip, landing gracefully on one knee, her hand pressed against the ground as she rose. Draco triumphantly held the wand he had just seized through the spell. To the onlookers, it was clear that Draco had won the match. Although most of the Slytherins and a few Gryffindors were aware that Lucia had deliberately let him win. Yet, who would dare speak of it? After all, Lockhart's decision to pit the siblings against each other was inherently unfair. Lockhart wore an awkward smile as he abruptly pulled Harry from the crowd onto the stage. Miss Malfoy was merely practicing. Now, the formal duel shall be with Mr. Potter. Laughter erupted from the students below, who whispered amongst themselves. While even the usually acerbic Professor Snape found himself at a loss for words regarding Lockhart's absurd behavior. Now, let the duel commence. Draco watched as his opponent transformed from his sister to Harry, uncertain of how to begin. Harry perceived Draco's hesitation, and a wave of warmth surged through him at the concern. He smiled gently at Draco, signaling that there was no need for worry. Draco exhaled in relief and initiated the attack, with Harry swiftly countering. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange of spells. Suddenly, Draco recalled a spell he had learned just days prior, feeling confident that he could control a snake to avoid harming Harry. Serpensortia. A black snake materialized from the ground, slithering toward Harry. Yet, the ensuing events took both Draco and Harry completely by surprise. The serpent unexpectedly lunged at a Hufflepuff student, inciting Harry's Parseltongue and the ensuing misunderstandings among the onlookers. While chaos erupted around them, Lucia remained composed, silently retracting her earlier action of stunning the snake's tail. I apologize. Harry, I realize this may seem harsh. Your ability to speak to snakes will ultimately be exposed. Thus, let us use this opportunity presented by the basilisk to address this hidden threat, Lucia thought, feeling a weight in her stomach. Since arriving in this world, she had remained largely indifferent to most matters. Yet, when faced with certain individuals, her heart could no longer maintain the cold hardness it had once possessed in her previous life. She pondered whether this transformation was ultimately a blessing or a curse. Following the conclusion of the class, the school began to witness a gradual emergence of petrified individuals and animals. Initially, it was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, then Professor Lockhart's dear friend, and subsequently, Colin Creevey, all of whom were Muggle-born wizards. Consequently, rumors swiftly spread throughout the school that Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin, intent on petrifying all Muggle-borns. Students cast fearful and disdainful glances in his direction. While Harry was present, no one dared approach him. Yet, the moment he departed, whispers would resume. Harry felt as though he were on the brink of madness due to the incessant rumors. Fortunately, Draco, Ron, and Hermione were there, striving to comfort him. Draco felt particularly guilty about the situation. In his mind, had he not unleashed that spell, Harry would not find himself in such peril. Despite Harry's fervent insistence that Draco was not to blame, Draco persisted in spending his days in the library with Hermione, seeking the truth behind the petrifications. Until one fateful day, Harry stumbled upon a diary left on the ground, damp from the water. Everything fell into place as Harry and his companions successfully uncovered the existence of the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. Tragically, Hermione was petrified, just as in the original story, but this time, so was Draco. Lucia gazed at Draco and Hermione, lying on the hospital wing's beds, their hands as cold as stone. She gently placed her hand atop theirs. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron clenched their fists, their faces etched with determination. They were resolute in their quest to confront the basilisk and avenge Draco and Hermione. I shall join you in this endeavor, Lucia stated coldly, her back turned to them, obscuring her expression from Harry's view. The plan had progressed too far. She was determined to ensure that the arrogant Horcrux and the foolish serpent would pay dearly. Chapter 23. The Destruction of the Horcrux, the Diary. As the trio emerged from the hospital wing, they were met with a cacophony of noise emanating from the corridor to their right. Realizing that something was amiss, Harry and his friends hurried around the corner to discern the source of the commotion. Almost all of the second-year teachers had gathered, with Professor Dumbledore standing prominently at the forefront, gazing at the wall where words were written in blood. Who is it? The girl who has been taken? Professor Sprout. The herbology teacher inquired in a hushed tone, her concern palpable. It is Ginny Weasley, a first-year Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall responded urgently. Harry immediately heard Ron's panicked voice from behind him, lowered in a whisper. Goodness, it's Ginny. We must save her. Lucia placed a reassuring hand on both of their shoulders, signaling them to follow her as the professors continued to deliberate about assigning Professor Lockhart from Defense Against the Dark Arts to undertake the rescue mission. The three of them hastened down the corridor. Hey, Lucia, we need to find Lockhart quickly and inform him of Ginny's whereabouts. Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable as they ran. Ron is right, Lucia. Ginny is in grave danger, Harry added as he looked ahead at Lucia. He too struggled to comprehend why she was not more proactive in this situation. The addition of another professor would bolster their efforts. Could they truly rescue Ginny without the authority of a teacher? Listen, children. Lucia strode purposefully towards the restroom, her calm voice reaching the ears of Harry and Ron. We all know that Gilderoy Lockhart is merely a boastful coward, if I am not mistaken. He is currently packing his belongings in preparation for a hasty retreat. She paused briefly before continuing. Ginny's safety is far more paramount. Instead of wasting time intercepting a useless coward, we should head directly to the Chamber of Secrets. The implication of Lucia's words was unmistakable to Harry and Ron. All right, let us rescue Ginny at once. Harry immediately quickened his pace, closely following Lucia. Ron, his expression fraught with urgency, dashed towards the restroom, murmuring, Ginny, you will be all right. We are almost there. As the trio entered the restroom, the weeping, moaning Myrtle drifted down from the high ceiling, her surprise evident upon seeing the girl before her. Oh, dear Lucia, you are right. We meet again. And, Harry and Ron, you have both come today as well, while poor moaning Myrtle is left to linger in the restroom. Woe is me. Myrtle appeared utterly indifferent to their responses, continuing to lament in her own world. Harry keenly sensed the oddity in Myrtle's words. Why would Lucia mention that they would meet again? Had she somehow foreseen their arrival in the restroom to access the chamber? However, they had no time for such contemplations. Harry approached the sink, searching meticulously for the entrance to the chamber. Here, Lucia pointed to one of them. Harry and Ron hurriedly leaned in, and indeed, a small serpent was carved upon it. Fixating on the sink, Harry hissed in parcel tongue, open. The basin immediately sank, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath the central statue. The three exchanged glances before each leapt into the chasm. After a cacophony of tumbling sounds, they landed with a thud. Bloody hell! Ron exclaimed, clutching his backside in pain. Covered in dust and surrounded by scattered bones, Harry rose to his feet. Lucia was the last to descend. She intentionally lowered her center of gravity as she slid down the pipe, landing gracefully. Seeing the two boys in such disarray oddly lifted Lucia's spirits. She raised her wand, casting a cleansing charm on each of them. Harry gratefully smiled at Lucia before turning his gaze towards the cavern ahead. Let us proceed. As they traversed the dimly lit passage, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they finally beheld the vast chamber of secrets before them. Harry extinguished his Lumos spell, astonished by the sight. Striking serpents coiled around the central corridor, and at the forefront stood the statue of Salazar Slytherin, the founder, beneath which lay Ginny. Ron rushed towards the girl resting under the statue. Harry quickly followed suit. Ginny lay silently on the water-stained floor. No matter how fervently Harry and Ron called out to her, she offered no response, her pale hands devoid of warmth. Ginny, please, open your eyes and look at me. I am your brother. Ron cried, embracing his sister's cold body in anguish. It is futile. She is on the brink of death. A dark-haired young boy stepped forth from the shadows, addressing Harry and Ron. You? Tom Riddle. Harry exclaimed in disbelief. Please, can you save Ginny? He gazed at the boy he had seen in his memories, pleading earnestly. I certainly have the power to save her, Riddle replied, his laughter echoing madly under the weight of Harry and Ron's hopeful stares. But why would I save her? Once this girl perishes, I shall truly come to life. Just a little longer now, and her life force will fully transfer to me. Ron, incredulous, stared at Riddle in horror. Feeling the chilling form of his sister in his arms, he lunged at Riddle in desperation. You fiend. Riddle swiftly seized the wand Harry had placed on the ground, casting a blinding light that sent Ron sprawling. No, Ron, now, it is your turn, the legendary infant who vanquished the great Lord Voldemort. Let us see the strength of Harry Potter. Harry turned, his expression fierce, demanding, Who are you? How do you know Voldemort? Voldemort is my past, present, and future. Riddle inscribed his name in the air with his wand. As the letters shifted and reformed, they coalesced into the statement, I am Voldemort. Now, let us engage in a grand duel. Harry fixed his gaze on Riddle, who advanced with his wand raised, despair flooding his features. I do not even possess a wand. What am I to do? And Ron, Ginny, Lucia. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lucia, where has she gone? Just as Harry pondered this, Distinct footsteps echoed behind him. Thud, thud, thud. The slow, deliberate sound resonated starkly in the vast chamber. This startled Tom Riddle, who quickly redirected his wand towards the figure emerging from the darkness. Lucia Malfoy? Riddle noted the girl's platinum hair, reminiscent of his superior, Abraxas Malfoy. You are Lucius's child. My subordinate. Though surprised to see a Malfoy in the chamber, Riddle deemed her merely the child of his follower, insignificant. Lucia stood firmly before Harry, her wand securely tucked within her robes. Harry felt an urgent need to warn her of the man's true identity, yet she calmly spoke. You are rather impressive for a mere Horcrux, managing to breach my seal. Ignoring Riddle's increasingly enraged expression, Lucia casually spread her hands. Damn it, so it is you. Riddle seethed, furious that a Malfoy would dare mock him and seal him. He raised his wand towards Lucia. Avada Kedavra. The tip of his wand gathered a sphere of green light, which then vanished. Riddle suddenly realized this was not his wand. The wand obeyed the heart of its owner. The righteous and noble Harry refused to cast an unforgivable curse upon his friend. Riddle, in a frenzy, shouted at the statue of Salazar in Parseltongue, hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a massive serpent burst forth from the statue, its murky yellow slit eyes nearly as large as Harry's head, lunging towards Lucia. Harry hastily ran to Lucia's side, intending to pull her away from the serpent's attack. But he froze upon witnessing the smile curling at the corners of her lips. A path to self-destruction. Lucia raised her right hand. A sphere of purple lightning coalescing in her palm, swelling like a snowball, crackling violently. Harry could even detect the burnt scent reminiscent of their time in the Forbidden Forest. He opened his mouth, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions. But before he could speak, Lucia lowered her hand, unleashing the massive bolt of lightning, which transformed into a colossal scythe, cleaving towards the serpent's grotesque head. Harry! Lucia's voice, as monotonous as ever, resonated as she closed her eyes. A deafening explosion erupted, momentarily illuminating the dark chamber. Harry clamped his hands over his ears, yet he still caught the anguished scream of Riddle. Time seemed to blur, and gradually, Harry felt his soul reintegrate. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing in a daze at the scene before him. The explosion, triggered by the lightning strike, had caused the ceiling of the chamber to collapse, reduced to a heap of rubble. The once mighty basilisk now lay battered and bloodied on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lucia approached the unsteady Riddle, knowing that as long as the diary remained intact, he would not vanish. It's you. It's you. Riddle exclaimed in terror, pointing at Lucia. The cataclysmic power that even magic could not wield had nearly shattered his main soul in an instant within the Forbidden Forest. Who are you? Who on earth are you? Riddle dared to declare that this individual was undoubtedly his greatest fear in his quest for immortality. Though you are destined to perish, I can still graciously respond to your inquiry. Lucia smiled. Lucia Malfoy, that is my name. Riddle dismissed her words entirely. In his eyes, the cowardly Malfoy could never possess such power. Lucia noticed the approaching Phoenix, Fawkes, who, upon nearing, dropped the sorting hat at Harry's feet. Harry, Lucia instructed, draw out the sword within. The sword of Gryffindor. Only a true Gryffindor could wield it. Now, go to that serpent and allow its venom to soak into the sword. Harry quickly unsheathed the sword of Gryffindor and approached the immobile serpent. Its murky eyes flickered slightly, unwilling to open. If it refuses to comply, I shall pierce its head with the sword. The foul, gaping maw clamped down upon the sword, and the basilisk's venom rapidly oozed forth. After half a minute, the sword, now infused with venom, gleamed with lethal sharpness, while the basilisk, in defeat, withdrew its fangs and turned its gaze away. Now, shall I pierce the diary? Harry asked Lucia with an upbeat tone. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile, a testament to the brilliance of the future savior. Then, I implore you, Harry. Under Riddle's anguished screams, the sword plunged into the diary. Ink, dark as night, gushed forth from the pierced tome, and Riddle's form shattered into fragments of light, pouring into Lucia's wand. At last success. Lucia beamed at the violet glow emanating from her wand. This spell could counter Voldemort's soul. Once Riddle dissipated, Ginny's frigid body began to warm, prompting a sigh of relief from Harry. He looked up to see Lucia standing beside him, her back turned. Suddenly, he realized how little they truly understood this girl. The lightning in the Forbidden Forest had been her doing. She wielded such terrifying power, had been the first to obtain the diary, and had connections to the Basilisk, Voldemort, Ginny, and the Petrified Friends. Was Draco aware of how dangerously mysterious his sister was? Harry, I know you have many questions, Lucia spoke gently. But please believe me, I will not harm you. She turned to face Harry, a warm smile gracing her features, her gaze earnest in a way he had never witnessed before. After a moment of silence, Harry resolved to follow the conviction in his heart. Whether it be I, or we all believe in you, Lucia. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Lucia's face, replaced by a rare, gentle smile. "Thank you, Harry." As Harry carried Ginny and Lucia supported Ron out of the chamber, they were greeted by the anxious figures of Professor Dumbledore and the faculty, along with a now-revived Draco and Hermione. "Merlin, are you all right? What has happened to Mr. and Miss Weasley? Are they injured?" the professors inquired, examining Ron and Ginny with healing spells, relieved to find no grave injuries. Draco embraced his sister tightly, feeling the dampness on her shoulder. "Lucia, I'm fine. Don't cry," she reassured him, tenderly stroking his hair. "Dear, perhaps Harry needs your embrace as well." Nearby, Harry found himself enveloped in a tight hug from a weeping Hermione, whose tears ceased as she turned to gaze at Ron, still unconscious in the professor's arms. Harry mischievously smiled at Lucia, signaling that he would guard the secret they had shared in the chamber. As he observed Draco and Lucia's embrace, a flicker of unacknowledged envy crossed his eyes. Upon hearing his sister's words, Draco lifted his tear-streaked face from her embrace to look at Harry. "Draco," Harry opened his arms, gazing gently at the boy. "Would you like a hug?" Draco suddenly lunged into Harry's embrace, sobbing anew. There, Draco, it's all right now, everything is fine." Lucia quietly watched the scene unfold, her heart swelling with warmth, an uncontainable ripple of emotion stirring within her. "God, is this the purpose for which you brought me to this world? To mend the bonds of family and friendship long thought forgotten?" Chapter 24, The Nagging Basilisk. "Hi, Lucia." "Good morning, Hermione." Lucia set down her fork at the dining table and turned to face Hermione Granger, who had just taken a seat beside her. With a playful glance, she remarked, "Darling, this is the Slytherin table. You seem to have wandered astray." "Hey, I certainly know this is Slytherin," Hermione replied, feeling offended by Lucia's presumption that she would make such a basic error. However, upon catching Lucia's teasing gaze, she sighed in defeat. "So, the astute Miss Granger, what conundrum has you perplexed?" Lucia lifted the teapot before her, pouring a cup of red tea for Hermione. "Oh, it's Harry." Hermione's voice was tinged with frustration as she accepted the tea from Lucia. "Thank you, Lucia, but I prefer pumpkin juice." Lucia chose to ignore Hermione's quiet protest and inquired, "What is wrong with Harry? I heard from Ron that Harry has been holed up in the dormitory, talking to himself, and sometimes jumping out of bed in a fit of rage." Hermione recalled Ron's animated depiction, worry etching her features. "Wow, you mean to say Harry has gone mad since emerging from the chamber?" Lucia remarked, devoid of emotion. Before Hermione's hair could stand on end from indignation, Lucia set down her cup of tea. "All right, don't fret, Hermione. I believe I might understand what is happening." Lucia settled into the stands by the Quidditch pitch, observing the Gryffindor team practice. The young boys and girls were exuberantly sweating in the air, while she apathetically perused her potions textbook from the bleachers. The end-of-term exam for potions was imminent. She mused that should she produce another one of those dark, wretched concoctions, Severus would surely contemplate hurling her out the window, though he would never truly do so. "Hey, Lulu." Harry's cheerful voice rang beside Lucia. He had just completed an intense workout, and his glands involuntarily released the scent of absinthe pheromones. Lucia struggled to suppress the impulse to throw the alpha before her off the stands. It was no surprise that the two of them, who had almost become godfathers, shared such similar thoughts. "Harry, rein in your pheromones." "Oh, Merlin, my apologies." Harry suddenly became aware of the aroma wafting through the air and promptly withdrew his pheromones. "Lulu, what do you need me for?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "Ron and Hermione are quite worried about you," Lucia began slowly, sensing the alpha's scent gradually dissipating in the air. "Worried about me? Why?" As he observed Lucia's enigmatic smile, he suddenly realized, Merlin's socks, could it be? Harry's features contorted in concern. "So, it is indeed because of the basilisk." Upon hearing Lucia's words, Harry nodded in distress. Ever since Lucia had incapacitated the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, the enormous serpent had shrunk down to a normal-sized snake due to the depletion of its magical energy. Harry had intended to slay the basilisk with the sword, but Lucia had stopped him. "Harry, do you trust me?" Lucia asked, gazing earnestly at him. "Of course." Harry nodded emphatically. "Listen, what I am about to tell you must remain confidential, even from Draco and especially Dumbledore." Lucia's serious demeanor prompted Harry to sit up with heightened focus. "All right, Lucia. You can count on me. I promise not to tell anyone." "Hey, Harry, there's no need to be so tense." Lucia chuckled at the boy's earnestness, her expression softening. "If you don't mind, you can think of me as your sister, just like Draco does." Lucia's words stirred emotions within Harry. Could it truly be? "Lucia, I mean sister." The familial term slipped from Harry's lips, causing him to feel a surge of warmth and a prickling sensation in his limbs, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lucia gently embraced the poor child before her. "Of course, Harry, I shall be your sister from now on." In truth, from the very first moment Lucia laid eyes on Harry, She saw the child she once was in a past life. Alone, without family, facing every challenge by herself. Yet Harry was far luckier. He had wonderful friends, the profound love of his parents, and the protection of his professors. This is good, Lucia mused. Thank you, Lucia, sister. Harry whispered as he embraced her tightly. If it makes you uncomfortable, you may call me Lulu. That is what my family calls me. Lucia perceptively noticed the boy's shyness and smiled as she spoke. All right, Lulu. Harry awkwardly wiped the tears from his face. The simple and affectionate term felt familiar, as he often heard Draco use it. He quickly adjusted. Observing Harry's emotions gradually stabilize, Lucia playfully tousled his unruly black curls. The sensation was different from Draco's, somewhat stiff, yet quite pleasant. Moreover, Harry did not shy away like his younger brother Draco, who would indignantly resist any attempts to mess up his hairstyle. Indeed, Harry is much more agreeable. Once Lucia had sufficiently ruffled his hair, she spoke with a measured tone. Harry, I need to tell you about Voldemort's Horcruxes. In his quest for immortality, Voldemort divided his soul into 8 parts, excluding the main soul. The remaining 7 were attached to different objects. She paused, observing Harry's wide-eyed astonishment, and slowly unveiled the long-sought secret of the Ministry of Magic. They are Tom Riddle's diary, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, a snake named Nagini that was close to Voldemort, and lastly. Lucia hesitated, her expression complex as she regarded Harry, who was listening intently. Harry, do you know why you can speak Parseltongue? Lucia abruptly shifted the topic. After a few seconds, Harry shook his head. I don't know. I could talk to them since I was a child at my aunt's. Voldemort is also a Parselmouth. When he attacked you, he left a fragment of his power on the scar on your forehead. Lucia gently touched Harry's lightning-shaped scar as she spoke. It was then that Harry understood why he possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue. As Lucia concluded her explanation about the Horcruxes, Harry's emerald eyes widened in realization. You mean? Yes, Harry, the final Horcrux is you. Lucia observed Harry's stunned expression in silence. So if I don't die, Voldemort won't disappear, will he? Harry's countenance fell as he spoke. His thoughts a tumultuous whirl. Indeed, you must die once, Harry. Lucia's calm voice held a hint of mischief. What do you mean, Lulu? Harry quickly raised his gaze, seeking clarification. I believe you have already deduced it. This means, Harry, that after you withstand Voldemort's killing curse once, the Horcrux within you will cease to exist. Upon hearing this, the tumult within Harry began to dissipate, and he exhaled in relief. This revelation was somewhat favorable. At least he had a chance to withstand the curse. Lucia gently patted Harry's small head and moved towards the now shrunken basilisk, lifting it and tossing it into Harry's embrace. The basilisk's fangs can destroy the Horcruxes, Harry. To protect those we hold dear, let us strive together. To safeguard Draco, Severus, Dumbledore, Lupin, and your godfather, Sirius, and... Lucia suddenly felt inclined to see that gentle Hufflepuff, if only to witness his vibrant smile once more. So what did that basilisk do to you? Lucia set her textbook aside, curiosity piqued. Merlin's knickers. It's so exhausting. Harry slumped back against the bench with a sigh. Lulu, you have no idea how tiresome it is. The basilisk still recalled the profound pain from the Chamber of Secrets. It feared enduring Lucia's powers once more and dared not provoke her. Yet it could not shake off the grievances it had suffered in the chamber. So it took out its frustrations on Harry without truly wishing to harm him. It resorted to mental torment instead, incessantly murmuring in Harry's ear, depriving him of restful sleep for several days. Lucia pinched the small, helpless basilisk coiled around Harry's arm, ignoring its trembling physique. She leaned in close to Harry's ear and murmured a few words, prompting Harry to speak to the basilisk in Parseltongue. I know you are a companion of Salazar Slytherin, but Voldemort has turned his beloved locket into a Horcrux. The great Salazar, in death, sees his possessions sullied by that vile, evil soul. Do you accept this? Upon hearing this, the basilisk ceased trembling, its longing for its deceased master Salazar overwhelming its fear. It cast a wary glance at Lucia before hissing a response to Harry. It vowed to never forgive those who defiled Salazar's legacy. Harry relayed the basilisk's message with delight. Lucia raised an eyebrow, amused by Harry's selective translation. Well, it's merely a matter of ensuring it doesn't T-zap it again. Though she could not comprehend the specifics, she could infer the sentiment. Lucia nodded reassuringly at the anxious basilisk, which finally relaxed, once again winding itself around Harry's arm. Come on, Harry. Draco is surely waiting for us in the library for dinner. Lucia rose, calling back to Harry, who was still silently grappling with the basilisk. I'm coming. The setting sun cast a gentle crimson hue over the splendid Hogwarts, the sky ablaze with resplendent colors. At that moment, Draco rubbed his growling stomach, doubting whether Lucia and Harry had completely forgotten about him. He glanced up at the magical clock hanging in the library, before pitifully resting his head back on the book. Fine, I'll wait just one more minute. Chapter 25, like roasted marshmallows. Following the events of the Chamber of Secrets, Hogwarts had finally returned to its usual tranquility. Headmaster Dumbledore had separately confirmed with Lucia and Harry about the happenings within the chamber. Unfortunately, the two had already coordinated their stories. They consistently claimed that during their battle with the basilisk, they had managed to cause it to crash into a wall, resulting in the collapse of the chamber. In the final moments of peril, Harry had successfully vanquished the Horcrux and the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor, brought by Fawkes. Despite some minor inconsistencies in their accounts, they were deemed inconsequential. Harry and Lucia explained that they had been too flustered at the time, unable to recall many details. As they exited the chamber, Lucia had once again unleashed her extraordinary abilities, ensuring its complete destruction. Now that the chamber was gone, even if the professors were to investigate, they would find nothing amiss. Subsequently, Hagrid, who had been wrongfully apprehended by the Ministry of Magic, was exonerated. Originally, Lucius had felt a twinge of regret that the basilisk had not killed one of the Weasley children, only to learn that his own son Draco had also been petrified by the creature, and Lucia had nearly lost her life in the chamber. He felt a wave of relief that they were both unharmed. The proud man dismissed his earlier malicious thoughts, feeling uneasy as he banished them from his mind. Perhaps he and Arthur Weasley's feud should not be projected onto their children. Lucius opened the door to Dumbledore's office, finding Lucia and Harry standing inside. Dobby trembled behind Lucius, having been discovered for venturing into the Muggle world to find Harry. Lucius scanned his daughter seriously, relieved to see no injuries upon her. He then turned to mockingly address Harry. It seems this house elf has been whispering secrets to you, Mr. Potter. Oh no, Lucia thought. Realizing Lucius still believed the diary she had hidden in Ginny's belongings was indeed a genuine Horcrux. Harry looked bewilderedly at Dobby, who had warned him of his master's intentions. To be honest, he had never considered that Dobby's master would be Lucius Malfoy. But what connection did the events in the chamber have with Lucius Malfoy? Dad, let us step outside. I have something to discuss with you. Lucia grasped her father's hand, leading him toward the door. She discreetly beckoned Harry to follow. Rarely addressed affectionately as Dad, Lucius felt a surge of happiness as he exited the room, walking down the corridor. Dobby followed silently, while Harry, after bidding farewell to Professor Dumbledore, trailed closely behind. Father, I hope you will allow Dobby to leave. Lucia paused in the corridor, suddenly speaking to Lucius. No, Lucia, a servant who betrays their master deserves severe punishment. Lucius frowned as he reprimanded his daughter. Father, Dobby has already betrayed the Malfoy family. We cannot leave such a liability at our side. Lucia replied softly, weaving her narrative. Moreover, Harry is a friend of Draco, and it was Dobby's warning that helped him evade the basilisk's attack. Lucius glared at Dobby with a displeased expression. Dobby's large eyes were wide with fear, yet held an expectant glimmer as he awaited the Malfoy patriarch's command, while Harry stood behind him, anxiously watching Lucius. Ultimately, feeling Lucia tugging at his sleeve, Lucius huffed in resignation. With a flick of his wand, a pair of socks fell into Dobby's hands. From this day forth, you are no longer a servant of the Malfoy family. With that, Lucius turned to leave. Lucia seized the opportunity to glance at the ecstatic little elf, suppressing her complex emotions. Goodbye, Dobby. I hope when we meet again, you will still be free. After bestowing her blessings, the girl hurried after her father. Dobby, with tears of joy glistening in his eyes, clutched the socks tightly, exuberantly exclaiming, Dobby is free. Dobby is free. Thank you, Miss Lucia. Harry embraced Dobby, sharing in his joy. That's wonderful, Dobby. You're a free elf now. Oh, thank you so much, Harry Potter. And thank you, Miss Lucia. Dobby wiped his tears and gratefully hugged Harry tightly. As the semester swiftly approached its conclusion, and with final exams completed, it was time for the students of Hogwarts to return home. Lucia, I heard you asked Dad to let Dobby go? Draco inquired curiously, lugging his luggage beside his sister. Lucia nodded casually. Dobby's assistance saved Harry's life, so I requested Father to grant him his freedom. Hearing this, Draco nodded appreciatively toward Dobby's deeds, yet remained somewhat puzzled. Then we shouldn't have sent him away, should we? Since Dobby protected Harry, wouldn't it be the best reward to let him stay and work in the Malfoy manor, envied by all house elves? Draco, you must remember, for a soul yearning for freedom, only bestowing true liberty can be considered a reward. Lucia halted, earnestly gazing at her brother. Being younger, she did not wish for Lucius's antiquated aristocratic upbringing to influence her brother. To her, Draco was simply Draco and should not be shackled by the Malfoy name. Draco looked at his sister, serious in her demeanor, and nodded with partial understanding. Lucia chuckled lightly, affectionately tousling her brother's soft blonde hair. Draco, I will always be by your side, watching you grow. So do not worry, sister will never let you endure those terrifying experiences again. Draco Malfoy will joyfully cherish each day in love. The sweltering summer weather enveloped Malfoy Manor like a boiling lid, with even the white peacock in the garden lowering its proud head, lethargically resting against the fence. Yet, the siblings seemed largely unaffected, dressed in casual short sleeves and trousers, attire that Lucius would disdainfully avert his gaze from. They appeared unrefined by his standards. However, when Narcissa caught sight of her children's cool attire, she whimsically donned a waist-cinching white dress that Lucia had prepared for her. The fabric was soft and comfortable against her skin. In the end, only Lucius remained, pitifully standing in the shade, watching his wife and children frolic joyfully in the sunlight. Narcissa, standing beside the two children, noticed her childlike husband standing not far away. The beautiful woman smiled and whispered a few words to her children before making her way toward Lucius. "Luca, change into something comfortable and join us." Narcissa gazed tenderly at her forlorn husband, the gentle breeze caressing the strands of her hair that brushed against her cheek. Dressed in a resplendent white gown, she shimmered in the sunlight, reminiscent of a celestial being. Despite the passage of many years since their union, the arrival of their child had only deepened the bond of love between them. Lucius, his eyes brimming with the memory of Narcissa's enchanting smile from their school days, tenderly tucked her flowing tresses behind her ear. "Indeed, this is quite splendid, Sissy," he remarked, observing their father capitulating so easily before their mother. Draco concealed his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned closer to his sister, whispering, "It appears only mother can manage him." Lucia nodded in agreement, her expression reflecting unwavering support. Thus, when Severus arrived at Malfoy Manor, he was met with a complex sight. Lucius, clad in attire wholly unbefitting of traditional nobility, and Lucia. "Oh, for heaven's sake," he muttered disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Lucius, whose black short-sleeve shirt bore a whimsical yellow lemon design. Lucius cleared his throat awkwardly and regained his composure, promptly informing Severus of Draco's current condition. 2 days prior, Draco had sensed the onset of his transformation and had confided in his family. As the only child yet to undergo this change, the Malfoy family had anxiously awaited the day of his metamorphosis. This morning, Lucia had discovered that Draco had not come down for breakfast. Upon checking on him, she found the boy burning with a high fever. 10 hours had elapsed since then, and his temperature showed no signs of abating. Narcissa, the sole Omega in the household, was tending to Draco in his room. The boy's typically pale face was flushed, and his lips were chapped and dry. Since noon, Narcissa had been using a cotton swab dipped in water to soothe his lips as he curled up in bed, trembling. Severus scrutinized Draco's condition and, with a scowl, retrieved a modified fever-reducing potion from his dark robes. "Why didn't you wait until he fainted before seeking my help?" he chided, handing the potion to Narcissa, who was seated by the bed. "Administer this to him. Its effects will manifest swiftly." Being a beta, Severus was unaffected by pheromones, nor did he influence those undergoing transformation. Narcissa cradled Draco against her and gently pried his mouth open to administer the potion. Approximately 10 minutes later, Draco's temperature returned to normal. A delightful aroma of caramel began to waft through the air, reminiscent of freshly roasted marshmallows. "Mama, Godfather." Draco slowly opened his eyes to find Narcissa and Severus by his side. Relieved to see her child regaining consciousness and hearing his hoarse voice, Narcissa's heart soared, and she enveloped Draco in an emotional embrace. "Draco, my little dragon, thank goodness you are well. This is truly wonderful." Severus's previously grim expression finally softened as he addressed Draco. "Rest well, Draco." The boy nodded obediently, his body still weak, but offering a faint smile. "Thank you, Godfather." Severus's heart melted at the sight of his godson's smile. As he opened the door, his expression darkened once more upon seeing the anxious father-daughter duo waiting outside. "Draco is fine now. He needs rest. I must take my leave," he stated. Lucius, relieved, turned to the departing man and said, "Severus, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today." "Draco is also my godson," Severus replied before vanishing with a disapparition spell. Meanwhile, Harry sat alone on a desolate street, having just been cast out of his home for using magic against the parents who had berated him. The chill of the evening air enveloped him as he stood clutching his belongings, waiting for the night bus to arrive. An owl swooped down, delivering a letter into his hands. Recognizing the familiar style of the envelope, Harry could not help but chuckle as he hurriedly unfolded the note. "Dear Harry, how has your holiday been? You may find it hard to believe, but I transformed into an Omega during this summer. You cannot imagine how delightful my pheromones smell. However, I do harbor some regret. I had anticipated a scent reminiscent of green apples. I suspect you are currently in the Dursley's abode. So please tell Ron that he is now the only one who has yet to undergo transformation. Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Yours, Draco." Harry caressed the letter, his gaze lingering on the words Omega. He could almost hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart, echoing in his ears and throat. "What is happening to me? He pondered, realizing he was overwhelmed with a euphoric emotion that threatened to overflow within him. A cool breeze brushed against his face, alleviating the heat of his cheeks. And he then noticed an additional magical note nestled within the envelope. No longer in Draco's handwriting, it bore Lucia's elegant, sharp script, inscribed with the words, Expecto Patronum. Chapter 26. The rescued Sirius Black nestled in the North Sea. An ominous fortress island lay shrouded in a pall of darkness and chill. Established in the 15th century as a prison for wizards convicted of crimes, this was Azkaban. At this moment, Lucia stood upon this bleak isle. She cast a newly learned invisibility charm upon herself, maneuvering swiftly through the dim, frigid corridors of the prison. Cloaked entirely in black robes with a matching mask obscuring her features, she concealed herself meticulously. Prior to her departure, Lucia had informed Draco of her intentions, instructing him to tell their parents that she had ventured into the Muggle world, alleviating any concerns they might have had regarding her prolonged absence. Her mission today was clear: to successfully rescue the imprisoned Sirius Black. Lucia deftly evaded the roaming Dementors, having maintained her vigil here for 2 days. During this time, she had ventured into Azkaban 2 or 3 times, having thoroughly mapped the Dementors' patrol patterns. As for how she accomplished this, it was through the use of the Imperieuse curse. The Dementor, which had lunged at her with malevolent intent, suddenly froze in place. Lucia gently caressed her wand, realizing that her modified version of the soul-sucking curse, derived from Voldemort's essence, was indeed effective. Take me to the cell of Sirius Black, she commanded, her eyes fixed on the swirling black mist beneath the Dementor's cloak. Slowly, the Dementor turned and proceeded deeper into the prison. Lucia carefully positioned herself behind the creature, using its form to mask her presence. She preferred to remain inconspicuous, at least until it was necessary to reveal her ability to control the Dementors. As they approached the end of the corridor, the Dementor finally halted. Lucia's gaze fell upon a shadowy figure huddled upon a filthy straw mat. He sat with his arms wrapped around his knees, his gaunt face devoid of expression. Long hair disheveled and lifeless, yet traces of his former handsomeness lingered. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, her uncle. Lucia gestured for the Dementor to leave and cast a spell at the door. Alohomora. Sirius finally diverted his gaze from the wall. He looked at the open prison door before him and struggled to rise, propping himself against the wall. Who are you? His voice, hoarse and rough from disuse, echoed through the hollow cell. Lucia lifted the invisibility charm, her slate-blue eyes calmly observing the vigilant man before her. Who are you really? Sirius was certain he had never encountered this individual. Even though the Dementors had clouded many of his memories, he had been imprisoned here for 13 years. Hello, Sirius. Lucia's melodious voice momentarily startled him. How could such a young girl be present in Azkaban? She pulled down her hood, revealing a cascade of platinum blonde hair that fell gracefully down her back. Nonchalantly, she removed the mask from her face, fully unveiling her features to Sirius. I am Lucia Malfoy, the daughter of Narcissa and Lucius. Lucia stepped closer to Sirius, allowing his vision, dulled by years of darkness, to take in her appearance. You're Narcissa's child? No, you're a Malfoy. How could you possibly be here? Sirius murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief as he gazed at Lucia, who bore a striking resemblance to her cousin. I am here to rescue you, Sirius, Lucia stated calmly. The man shook his head in a daze, leaning wearily against the wall. No, it's unnecessary. James and Lily are gone. I deserve to remain here, to bear my penance. Lucia had anticipated such a reaction and spoke again, her tone unwavering. What if I told you that Peter Pettigrew is still alive? The moment the words left her lips, Lucia felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Sirius's expression twisted into one of fury, as if he had risen from the depths of hell. What did you say? He's not dead. No, that's impossible. Lucia, unfazed, removed Sirius's hands from her shoulder. Calm down, Sirius. What I say is indeed the truth. The one who truly caused the deaths of James Potter and Lily Evans, Peter Pettigrew, is still alive. So, will you come with me? Dressed in black, Lucia effortlessly carried a gaunt dog as they swiftly navigated through the fortress of Azkaban. Each time a Dementor lurked nearby, she seemed to possess a preternatural awareness, deftly avoiding its chilling presence. Sirius, cradled in her arms, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Several times, he narrowly escaped brushing against the icy black robes of a Dementor. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally eluded the tightly guarded confines of Azkaban. Sirius poked his head out, gazing at the fortress receding into the distance, then looked up at Lucia, who appeared unperturbed and composed. A strange expression crossed his face. Merlin, could this girl truly be a Malfoy? How could a Malfoy have such remarkable prowess? Once they had successfully boarded the magical vessel Lucia had brought, she turned her gaze toward her bewildered uncle, who was still in canine form. You may need to maintain this form for a few more days. The Ministry will soon discover your disappearance and likely announce your escape throughout the wizarding world. Sirius nodded glumly. I suppose Harry will find out about this too. Harry? Sirius immediately lifted his head, fixated on Lucia. Yes, the child of the Potters, Harry Potter. Lucia gently patted the dog's head, brushing away the dust from her hands with a hint of disdain. But Sirius paid little mind to such trivialities. His thoughts were consumed by the well-being of James and Lily's child. Oh, Harry. The first time I met him, he was just a babbling infant. How old is he now? Is he as big as this girl before me? Is he well? Sirius had an abundance of questions for Lucia. It was only when he could no longer resist transforming back into his human form that he realized. He glanced apologetically at Lucia, only to notice her raising an eyebrow at him. At that moment, he understood that Lucia had just cautioned him against being seen in his human form. But who could be on the deserted island of Azkaban? He could have reverted to his true self long ago. Hey, Sirius was at a loss for words to express his feelings of being duped, but he swiftly dismissed the thought, urgently inquiring, what about Harry? How is he now? He is well. Harry is currently attending Hogwarts and will be entering his 3rd year at Gryffindor this year. His Muggle relatives are not particularly kind to him, but he has many friends, and he is brave and clever. In his 1st year, he became the Seeker for Gryffindor. Oh, and during the 1st year holidays, he transformed into an alpha. Lucia spoke softly, her tone gentle. Sirius listened intently, envisioning the boy in his mind. Time seemed to stretch, and before long, Lucia's voice fell silent. She observed Sirius, who had kept his head bowed. She could faintly see the tears on his face. If you wish, we can first visit the Muggle world to see Harry. Sirius wiped his face, his bloodshot eyes solemnly meeting Lucia's gaze. Thank you, Lucia. No need for thanks, uncle. Lucia replied with a smile. As evening descended, the sky gradually darkened, and the streetlights on Privet Drive flickered intermittently, accompanied by the occasional meow of a cat. After a tumultuous outburst at the Dursleys' home, Harry found himself unceremoniously expelled, dragging a large suitcase behind him. Concealed behind the bushes, Sirius glared fiercely at the still cursing Mr. Dursley. Damn Muggles. How dare they treat James's child this way? He then focused intently on Harry, who had just emerged from the house. Good heavens. He looks just like James. And those eyes, identical to his mother's. Oh, Harry. Harry. Lucia gently tapped Sirius on the shoulder. Calm down, Sirius. We mustn't let Harry see us just yet. Sirius reluctantly watched the boy standing alone by the street, nodding in agreement. He transformed back into a large black dog. After a few days of Lucia's nurturing, the once filthy, starving canine had become clean and robust. Lucia patted the dog's head, smiling as she spoke. Rest assured, I will take you to Hogwarts. Once Peter Pettigrew is imprisoned, you will be reunited with Harry. As for when he will be caught, I believe it will not be long. Lucia's gaze drifted vacantly down the empty street. While she smiled, her eyes bore no trace of mirth. Seeing her like this, Sirius shivered involuntarily. To be honest, he had never feared facing Voldemort, but occasionally, witnessing this enigmatic girl who could silently whisk him away from Azkaban instilled a primal sense of caution within him. After all, it was Peter Pettigrew who deserved to suffer. He should be the one feeling pleased. The thought of the traitor who had betrayed James, cowering in fear, somewhat eased Sirius's heart. Here, take this. It's the key to the place where we've been staying these past few days. Lucia magically threaded the key together and hung it around the neck of the large black dog. I cannot directly escort you back to Malfoy Manor, and I presume you would not wish to go there either. Observing Sirius nodding in agreement, Lucia continued, this room is discreetly located, and I have stored a sufficient supply of food in the refrigerator, as you might recall. Sirius reminisced about the astonishing sight of Lucia deftly opening the fridge, still unable to fathom it. Was she truly a child of the Malfoy family? Surely there must be some mistake. However, as he scrutinized Lucia's features, a wistful sigh escaped him. Remember, do not venture outside in the coming days. Await my return to fetch you. Good luck, Sirius, Lucia concluded, clutching the key fashioned into a brooch at her chest, and with that, her figure vanished. Reluctantly, Sirius cast a lingering glance at Harry, who was engrossed in reading a letter, before swiftly turning away. Chapter 27. The Future Girlfriend. The lengthy summer holiday was drawing to a close, heralding the return to Hogwarts. Lucia emerged from her bedroom clad in a pristine Slytherin uniform, taking her place at the dining table, where Narcissa meticulously outlined the matters to be mindful of at the academy, including the necessity of corresponding with home. Upon noticing the earnest nods exchanged between the siblings, Narcissa finally paused. With a gentle hand, she caressed Draco's hair. Draco, you must always carry your suppressants at school. No matter the situation, tell Lulu, understood? Draco obediently nodded. I understand, mother, you need not worry. Lucius, seated at the head of the table, let out a cold huff at his daughter. clearly irked by the fact that Lucia had spent so many days alone in the perilous Muggle world. Yet, out of concern for his daughter, he slowly reminded her, Lucia, as a Slytherin, your foremost duty is to preserve your own safety. You must remember this. Lucia suspected her father harbored some misconceptions about her. She was not some naive do-gooder. Although her actions might occasionally appear straightforward and brusque, they were always the result of careful deliberation. More thought should be given to achieving perfection in the least amount of time. Under Lucius's stern gaze, Lucia obediently replied, I understand, father. At this, Lucius's expression softened. The family finished their breakfast in a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. Following the meal, the two children departed, laden with luggage, making their way to the station. Lucius has work today, and Narcissa has a gathering to attend. After all, you are both adults now. You should manage to get to the station on your own, Lucius stated. Draco trailed behind his sister, chatting merrily. Upon reaching Honeydukes, Lucia suddenly halted, smiling as she said, Draco, you can buy some sweets here first. I have something else to attend to. Would you mind waiting for me? Draco, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked, What is it, Lulu? Can you tell me? Lucia placed their luggage at the entrance of the candy store, cast a protective charm, and replied, You'll find out when I return. Do not wander off, Draco. Stay here and wait for me. With that, she ruffled her brother's hair and turned down a small alley to the left. Draco, puzzled by his sister's departure, pouted slightly before cheerfully entering Honeydukes. Perfect. I shall buy a plethora of delectable treats to share with Harry and the others. Draco thought gleefully. Meanwhile, Lucia donned her school robe's hood and swiftly navigated through the crowd until she reached a sparsely populated street, ensuring no one was following her. Lucia rang the doorbell of one of the houses. After a brief moment, a voice inquired, Who is it? It is I, Lucia Malfoy, she declared from outside. The door promptly swung open to reveal a handsome middle-aged man, his expression brimming with delight. Merlin, you've finally arrived, Lucia. You cannot imagine how dreadfully boring it has been here. Lucia stepped inside, shutting the door behind her, while listening to Sirius's complaints. All right, Sirius. I am well aware of your tedium. So, shall we set off for Hogwarts? Lucia crossed her arms with a smile. Indeed, that would be splendid. Moments later, Lucia emerged, cradling a small black dog. Once again, Sirius marveled at Lucia's cleverness. It was his first encounter with someone capable of shrinking an animagus. As Lucia approached the candy store, her poor little brother Draco was still waiting at the entrance. Draco, have you been waiting long? Lucia gently placed the dog atop their suitcase, addressing her brother with tenderness. Draco, looking aggrieved, replied, Lulu, it's almost noon. I've been waiting for nearly 3 hours. I thought I might end up being sold like in a Muggle story. Of course, the latter part was merely his fanciful imagination, though he had entertained that notion for a fleeting moment. I am truly sorry, Draco, Lucia said, feeling a twinge of discomfort for keeping her adorable brother waiting so long. Upon hearing his sister's sincere apology, Draco's annoyance dissipated entirely. What is this? Lulu, did you purchase a dog? Draco asked curiously, gazing at the small black dog on the suitcase. He gently cradled the little creature, stroking its soft fur. It's Hermione's dog. You know she also has a cat, and they always fight. She entrusted me with this dog, Lucia explained, presenting the prepared rationale. As she took the dog from Draco's arms. As if jesting, she would never allow an alpha to remain in her brother's embrace. Do not touch him, Draco. He hasn't tea-bathed in days, Lucia remarked. Draco immediately retracted his reluctant gaze, quickly sniffing his robe sleeve to confirm that no strange odors had clung to him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Sirius lay forlornly atop the suitcase, lamenting how his reputation was being tarnished. Noticing the time slipping away, Lucia grasped Draco's hand and strode purposefully toward the platform, managing to board the train just minutes before its departure. Once aboard, they found an empty compartment to settle into. Phew, we made it just in time, Draco exhaled, a light flush adorning his cheeks as he leaned back in his seat to catch his breath. In contrast, Lucia, effortlessly balancing her luggage and the dog, showed no sign of fatigue. Excuse me, pardon the interruption. The compartment door swung open abruptly as Harry burst in. Just as they had boarded the train, relieved to have made it. Harry! Familiar exclamations of joy filled the air, and Harry, still recovering from the rush, looked up to find none other than Draco. Post-summer transformation, Draco had not changed significantly. Rather, his features had become more refined, his skin fairer, and his nose delicately shaped. His hair, grown out during the break, cascaded over his shoulders, swaying with his movement, much to Harry's delight. Hi, Draco, Harry greeted, his heart racing at the sight of the boy before him. Damn it, what is happening to me? Hurry, stop, or we'll be overheard. Draco plopped himself down beside Harry, animatedly recounting the delightful events of the holiday, observing the lively expressions on the boy's face. Harry's gaze softened as he broke into a silly grin, his wildly racing heart gradually finding its calm. Lucia soothingly stroked the small black dog nestled in her arms, while Hermione and Ron instinctively settled beside her. They had no desire to sit near the affectionate couple across from them. Even Ron, with his limited emotional intelligence, could discern the pink bubble surrounding the two. "Lucia, why did you bring a dog?" Hermione inquired, her eyes catching sight of the little black dog in the girl's embrace. Her curiosity piqued. Lucia glanced up at Draco, who was still engrossed in conversation with Harry, noting that he was oblivious to their exchange. She replied in a composed manner, "I found it by the roadside and couldn't bear to leave it there." Ron nodded in understanding. "My own dog, Scabbers, was unwanted after losing a toe. My dad thought he was a pitiful little rat and gave him to me." At this, the small black dog began to squirm energetically. Lucia gave it a gentle jolt, causing it to flop back into her arms. Seizing a moment while Ron and Hermione conversed, Lucia cast a silent spell at Scabbers, who was sitting to Ron's right, rendering him momentarily unconscious. This was a new silent charm she had recently mastered, allowing her to perform small spells, which was more than sufficient for her at this moment. As the train journeyed towards Hogwarts, the atmosphere in the carriage grew increasingly lively, with the group enjoying the latest sweets Draco had purchased and engaging in cheerful banter. While Sirius watched the scene before him with a gentle gaze, Lucia felt a sudden urge to visit the restroom. She placed the dog on the seat, bid farewell to her companions, and opened the carriage door to walk down the train corridor. Upon her return from the restroom, Lucia walked through the now deserted passageway, the lights flickering erratically, accompanied by a sudden chill. "Here it comes." Outside the train, the wind howled fiercely and a storm raged. The windows inside began to frost over in an instant due to the biting cold. Dark figures swiftly darted through the train, causing it to shake violently. "Stupefy." A voice nearby uttered the spell. Upon realizing who it was, Lucia's expression hardened, and she dashed toward the source. Cedric was leaning against the carriage door, nervously raising his wand against the Dementor. A few visibly frightened Hufflepuffs inside the carriage trembled slightly as they gripped their wands under the oppressive presence of the creature. As the Dementor prepared to strike again, Cedric felt a shroud of cold envelop him, when suddenly he heard a chilling incantation, Expecto Patronum. A magnificent snow-white wolf, with a majestic mane, lunged at the Dementor, producing a heart-wrenching howl that seemed to dispel the bone-deep cold. Cedric exhaled softly, his pallor gradually returning to normal. As the white light dissipated, a platinum-haired girl emerged from behind, pulling the dazed Cedric into the carriage and shutting the door securely. Lucia pressed Cedric gently into a seat, relieved to see that aside from his pale complexion, he appeared unharmed, prompting her to exhale softly. She had been holding her breath without realizing it. The other occupants of the carriage stood quietly to the side, their worried gazes directed at Cedric, who had bravely charged forward moments earlier. Yet they felt hesitant to approach Lucia, whose presence was somewhat intimidating. To be honest, her striking platinum hair, clad in Slytherin robes, and the unknown spell she had just cast to defeat the Dementor commanded a certain awe. "Are you all right?" Lucia reached into her pocket for the chocolate Draco had given her earlier, unwrapping it and offering it to Cedric. "Eat this, it will help." Cedric stared blankly at Lucia, standing before him, taking a gentle bite of the chocolate at her urging. The sweet flavor brought him back to reality, and a soft blush crept onto his cheeks as he quickly took the chocolate into his hand. Sighing with relief, he gazed gratefully at Lucia, who had unexpectedly saved them all. "I can't thank you enough, Lucia. You saved us all." Lucia stood directly in front of him, her tall figure casting a shadow that obscured her expression, yet Cedric seemed to catch a glimpse of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Was she smiling? In the next moment, a slender hand brushed through his soft, slightly curly hair, soothingly ruffling it. "Huh." Cedric stood frozen in place. It felt so soft, almost human-like. Lucia chuckled lightly, but upon realizing her own thoughts, she withdrew her hand, feeling a bit awkward. "I happened to be nearby and rushed over when I heard your voice." "That was a Dementor. Remember to use the Patronus charm next time you encounter them." Cedric nodded slightly, his obedient demeanor making Lucia's heart race unexpectedly, prompting her to gently rub her fingertips together. "I should return. The Dementors have likely dispersed. Please, stay inside the carriage until we reach Hogwarts." Her gentle voice seemed to linger in Cedric's ears. After Lucia departed, the friends who had been quietly sitting in the corner of the carriage rushed to Cedric's side, stunned that he had stood at the front to shield them from the Dementor's attack. "Cedric, are you feeling all right?" "Thank you, Cedric. You were incredibly brave just now. Thank you for standing up to protect us. Was that your girlfriend?" The sudden inquiry stunned everyone present, with the other Hufflepuffs turning to the one who had asked with expressions of curiosity. "Nice one, mate. We want to know too." The group turned their sparkling, inquisitive eyes back to Cedric, who was seated. The warmth that had yet to fade from his face returned with a rush. The handsome boy took another bite of the chocolate, its sweet flavor seemingly floating into his heart. He smiled gently and replied, "Perhaps, in the future." Wow. The crowd erupted into cheers at the near admission from the main character. Chapter 28, Expecto Patronum. Lucia made her way to Draco's carriage. The corridor now devoid of any trace of the Dementors, suggesting they had all been driven away from the train. Upon reaching her target carriage, she opened the door and, as she had anticipated, found that aside from appearing a bit pale from the Dementor's influence, Draco and the others had not sustained any harm. Seeing Lucia return, everyone gathered around her with expressions of concern. "Lulu, are you alright? Did you see those dark-robed creatures? They didn't hurt you, did they?" Lucia casually took a seat in the carriage, offering them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, everyone. I avoided the Dementors and came back unscathed." Harry stood behind Draco, wearing a look of relief that confirmed his thoughts. While everyone else fretted over Lucia's safety, Harry believed she would be fine. After all, she had taught him the Patronus charm ahead of time, suggesting she had anticipated the events of the day. Sirius, comfortably sprawled on the seat, regarded the collected Lucia with a bemused expression. These naive little wizards have no idea of the immense power this girl possesses. He found himself somewhat impatiently anticipating the moment when Lucia would reveal her true self. The expressions on their faces would undoubtedly be priceless. Lost in thought, his gaze shifted to Harry, immediately softening. Oh, Merlin, Harry's Patronus was also a stag, identical to James's. Indeed, just moments ago, as Lucia had stepped out of the compartment, Ron had noticed the frosted window and, to his astonishment, spotted Dementors swirling outside. Bloody hell, what is that? There's a horde of dark-robed creatures out there. Sirius was the first to sense the danger, his time in Azkaban having made him particularly attuned to the presence of Dementors. Harry quickly followed suit, recalling the enchanted note he had received earlier, in which Lucia had meticulously described the function of the Patronus charm and the appearance of Dementors. It was Dementors. Harry pulled Ron back to the window, positioning himself in front of a panicked Draco, urging everyone to be cautious. Aren't Dementors supposed to be in Azkaban? How could they be on the train to Hogwarts? Hermione raised her wand, suddenly remembering something. Oh, it's Sirius Black. They must be here to capture him. Ron, standing beside Hermione, felt a mix of confusion and anger towards the Ministry's reckless actions. The chill outside intensified, and Draco gripped Harry's hand, raising his wand towards the door. For wands pointed in unison at the Dementor outside, the atmosphere thick with tension as its bloodied claws slowly pried open the compartment door, an icy aura seeping into their very bones, as if joy itself had been extinguished. Expecto Patronum. A brilliant white light erupted from Harry's wand, accompanied by the wretched cries of the Dementor, as warmth gradually returned to the group. After a few seconds, the Dementor vanished, and Harry swiftly closed the door. What spell was that? Hermione asked, her heart still racing as she gazed at Harry. It felt so warm. Draco reflected on the sensation, amazed that it could dispel those dark-robed creatures. That was cool. Harry, when did you learn such an impressive spell? Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at his brother. Harry scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. I stumbled upon it while idly browsing in the library and thought it looked fun, so I learned it. Ron and Draco wholeheartedly believed him, exclaiming how incredibly impressive it was. Hermione, however, appeared slightly skeptical. Her intelligence made Harry uncertain if he could deceive her. Soon, Hermione's words eased his apprehension. All right, Harry. I hope you can show me that book when we get back to school. And thank you for today, Harry. She smiled warmly at him. No problem, Hermione. We're partners, aren't we? Harry's bright green eyes met Hermione's, who beamed back at him. Yes, Harry, you're absolutely right. I wonder how my sister is doing. After the crisis had passed, Draco immediately thought of Lucia, still outside. Harry ruffled Draco's hair, gently reassuring him. Don't worry too much, Draco. Lucia is the calmest among us, and she knows many powerful spells. She'll be just fine. Harry's comforting gesture was tender, especially considering how much he had grown since their separation. He was now a head taller than Draco. No wonder Lucia loved to touzle Draco's hair. It was indeed quite soft, Harry mused. Just then, the compartment door swung open, revealing a safe and sound Lucia. Thus, the earlier events unfolded. So, it was Harry's Patronus that had driven away the Dementors. Well done, Harry, Lucia praised him, her admiration evident as she had considered what might have happened had Harry failed to cast the charm, prompting her hasty return. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint. For a third-year student to achieve such a feat was indeed remarkable. Lucia's candid praise left the 13-year-old boy blushing with bashful delight. The girl's seemingly omniscient intellect and her mysterious, formidable abilities had, unbeknownst to her, led Harry to view her as a mentor. Draco, grab some chocolate. It will help restore your energy. At his sister's command, Draco quickly retrieved an assortment of chocolates from his bag and distributed them among the group. His lips curled into a smile, pleased that his purchased sweets were proving useful. Draco stroked his smooth chin, pondering, perhaps I could become a healer at St. Mungo's in the future. Lucia discreetly slipped a piece of chocolate into the despondent Sirius's mouth. After a quick bite of chocolate, the group felt their spirits lifting. The train gradually slowed to a halt. As the students disembarked, most appeared dazed and pale. Lucia spotted a tall, gaunt man carrying a large trunk not far away. R.J. Lupin, this year's defense against the dark arts professor. The girl, holding the small black dog, cautiously avoided his gaze until she and Draco successfully returned to the Slytherin common room, where she finally set Sirius down. Pansy had also successfully transitioned into an alpha over the summer, joyously writing to the Malfoy siblings to share her excitement. In her words, she would continue to share a dormitory with Lucia, which greatly delighted her. In truth, had Pansy not transformed into an alpha, Draco might have suspected her of harboring a crush on his sister. Lucia glanced at the disinterested little black dog on the floor, tossing him under the desk. Be quiet. And if you behave, I'll resolve things quickly, all right? Sirius obediently lay beneath the desk, practically begging to assure Lucia of his silence. Satisfied, Lucia nodded in approval. On the first day of school, during the opening ceremony, Professor Dumbledore introduced the new teacher, Lupin, to enthusiastic applause. He then solemnly warned, Dementors will be patrolling the grounds. They are exceedingly dangerous. I implore you all to exercise caution and avoid approaching them. Initially, some students fainted from fear of the Dementors. However, as days passed, they learned to avert their gaze from the creatures' faces, and gradually, the school returned to a state of calm. Draco, what have you been up to lately? Blaise asked, having hardly seen Draco for the past few days. He had transitioned into a beta and could still share a dormitory with Draco. Draco puffed up his chest proudly, winking at Blaise. Guess what? You'll never figure it out. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded at the Slytherin table, with Pansy, Blaise, and not closely scrutinizing Draco, trying to discern any clues about his activities, yet finding nothing. Lucia, why don't you take a guess? Seeing their frustrated expressions, the boy proudly challenged his sister. Is it Quidditch? Lucia replied calmly, taking a sip of pumpkin juice as she stated the truth. Damn it, how did you guess so quickly? Draco slumped against the table, sulking. From now on, you're not allowed to participate in these things anymore, Lucia. Very well, I shall endeavor to guess incorrectly next time, Lucia remarked, raising an eyebrow, utterly oblivious to the ostentatiousness of her words. This year, Slytherin is recruiting for the Quidditch team, and I must join, Draco declared with fervor. But Draco, you are an Omega, isn't it somewhat unsafe? Not questioned, perplexed. To his knowledge, the majority of the Slytherin team comprised alphas, with the remainder being betas. Well, that is true, but I genuinely yearn to play Quidditch, Draco lamented, fiddling with a sweet pie on his plate. Draco, pursue what you desire without overthinking it, Lucia encouraged, gently tousling her brother's shoulder-length hair as she spoke in her usual calm tone. There are no rules forbidding Omegas from playing Quidditch. Cedric from Hufflepuff is an exemplary seeker. After all, upon hearing his sister's words, Draco clenched his fists and nodded resolutely. You are right, Lulu. I will certainly join the Slytherin team. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Lulu was so attentive to Cedric from Hufflepuff. Could it be? Draco's gray-blue eyes lit up. Wasn't Cedric destined to be his future brother-in-law? Indeed, it seemed plausible, for he had never seen Lucia praise an Omega before, especially one as talented and handsome as Cedric. As it turned out, Draco's whimsical little mind was not mistaken. In the future, he would hold his infant nephew in his arms, proudly recounting tales of his uncle's brilliance. Having flown on a broomstick around Malfoy Manor since childhood, Draco swiftly claimed the position of Seeker during the Quidditch team tryouts. Naturally, he was selected as the new Seeker by the captain of the Slytherin team. Elated, Draco dashed towards Harry, who was watching the tryouts from the stands. And as he passed by Hufflepuff, he cheerfully greeted Cedric, who stood a short distance away. This left the elegant and gentle Hufflepuff upperclassman momentarily baffled, though he returned a similarly bright smile out of courtesy. The two onlookers nearby quickly understood the situation and playfully chimed in. Cedric blinked, his striking gray eyes reflecting a light blush on his fair skin. Chapter 29. Falling in love. The first class on Wednesday morning was Professor Trelawney's divination. She was an eccentric witch with a tangled mane of brown hair and oversized glasses, often appearing somewhat scatterbrained as she frequently bumped into her desk while speaking in a cryptic manner. This semester, we primarily focused on the art of tea leaf reading, delving into the mysteries contained within the leaves. Trelawney raised her hands dramatically, her expression animated as she approached her students. Now, please take the teacup of the student across from you. What do you see? Trelawney's bulging eyes fixed on Blaise, who was idly toying with Pansy's teacup. Startled, Blaise swallowed hard. I believe I see a burning fire, which symbolizes possession, and Seizing the opportunity while Blaise was being questioned, Draco leaned closer to Lucia, lowering his voice to mask his indignation. Yesterday, Ron told me that this divination professor claimed Harry's teacup held a grim, predicting death. Utter nonsense. Lucia regarded her teacup with a placid gaze. You are correct, Draco. Fate is ever-changing. Nothing is set in stone. Hearing his sister's response, Draco nodded in agreement, finally easing his anxieties. Though he had firmly instructed Harry not to heed such drivel, a flicker of worry still lingered within him. Good heavens, who are you? Trelawney stepped before Draco, her vacant gaze astonished at the sight of his teacup. A rewritten destiny? She murmured, observing Draco's recoil. Draco, you are a fortunate child. A splendid future awaits you. With that, Trelawney shifted her attention to Lucia, her countenance suddenly alarmed as she took a step back. Mysterious, unclaimed by divination. What is your fate? I cannot fathom it. Lucia, undeterred, smiled gently at the professor, her gray-blue eyes reflecting the same calmness as ever. My fate need not be foretold. It is forever mine to command. Merlin, how incredibly cool, Ron exclaimed, standing to Draco's left, while Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione, walking beside Pansy, scratched her thick hair in annoyance. Professor Trelawney's ramblings are always tedious and nonsensical. They are simply irksome. Thus, I wholeheartedly concur with Lucia. The brave and astute which savored the words that had just escaped Draco's lips. This was also why she harbored a dislike for divination. Fate is never immutable. One should pen their own story. Pansy, clearly delighted by Hermione's praise, had long since shed her former haughtiness during their interactions. For Pansy, Lucia had been a cherished friend since childhood. Who would resent someone who lauded their dear friend? A group of third-year students meandered through the towering, dense woods. The midday sun cascading down, with 2 or 3 companions casually draping their arms over one another's shoulders. Thanks to Draco and Lucia, Blaise, Pansy, and Not, the Slytherin trio found themselves surprisingly at ease in Harry's company. What a pity Lucia is absent today. She took the day off, Blaise lamented. Draco walked alongside Harry. Glancing back at Blaise, there's nothing to be done. Who would have anticipated that Lulu would catch a cold this morning? Is Lucia all right? Is her cold severe? Ron inquired curiously from the sidelines. She should be fine, perhaps just a chill. She'll likely feel better by midday. Not reflected on the sight of Lucia in the infirmary that morning, noting only a slight pallor. Upon hearing this, Ron nodded in relief. Of course, a minor cold could never hinder that Lucia. Hey, students, over here. Hagrid's boisterous voice resonated from the front of the group, prompting those trailing behind to rush forward. Upon nearing, they were greeted by the majestic sight of a hippogriff. Isn't it beautiful? Come, everyone, greet Buckbeak. Hagrid called to the startled students behind him. Oh, Hagrid, what is this? Hermione asked, gazing at the enormous winged creature with curiosity. Goodness, you don't know? Hagrid mumbled in surprise, then affectionately patted the creature's head, his beard twitching as he smiled. This is a hippogriff. They are quite proud and easily offended, so be sure to treat them with respect. Now, which students would like to give it a try? There's no need to be frightened. Harry felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned to see Draco gazing at him with eager anticipation, his animated expression practically pleading. Harry, shall we go touch it? Once again sensing his heart race, Harry smiled and grasped Draco's hand firmly, stepping out from the crowd. Hagrid, we would like to give it a try. Hagrid beamed at the two before him. Oh, Harry and Draco. Of course, there's no need for concern. You may first bow to Buckbeak. Harry tightly clasped Draco's hand, and they exchanged a smile before bowing towards the majestic hippogriff before them. The hippogriff mused, this is rather subtle. Why do I feel like a witness to a wedding? With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it exhaled a resonant breath. It spread its wings wide and bowed in return to the two young men. Oh, splendid. Now, approach it slowly. That's right, take your time. Observing the pair as they cautiously took small steps toward Buckbeak, Pansy held her breath beside Blaise. Hermione appeared anxious, instinctively gripping Ron's arm. Soon, they both realized their shared gaze and quickly averted their eyes. Hermione abruptly released her grip, feeling awkward. So cool. Draco gently stroked Buckbeak's soft fur, his bright gray-blue eyes sparkling. Hey, would you like to hop on, you two? Hagrid sauntered over to Harry, playfully nodding his head. Before receiving a response, Hagrid effortlessly lifted Harry and Draco into the air upon Buckbeak's back. The magnificent hippogriff soared skyward with the two of them. Merlin, Harry, this is absolutely amazing, Draco exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Harry's slender waist, his face alight with excitement. Harry, equally exhilarated, pointed towards Hogwarts, calling back to Draco. Look, Draco. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden glow on the shimmering lake, and from above, Hogwarts appeared breathtakingly beautiful. They couldn't help but spread their arms and cheer, their exhilaration gradually settling. Locking eyes, they shared a smile. Harry gazed at Draco, whose hair shimmered in the sunlight, his gray-blue eyes filled with the reflection of Harry's own image, prompting Harry to lean closer. Draco blinked, his fluttering lashes quivering, yet he did not shy away. Harry found him utterly endearing, whether he was eating, speaking, laughing heartily, or pouting in annoyance. He adored every facet of him. At that moment, Harry felt as though his heart might burst. I want to kiss him. I want to kiss Draco. The distance between them dwindled until their lips met softly, both experiencing a jolt of electric sensation. They closed their eyes, kissing with youthful fervor, as if to convey the unutterable feelings they held for one another. After what felt like a blissful eternity, Harry reluctantly pulled away from Draco's soft lips, which now glowed a rosy hue. He gazed earnestly at the striking boy before him, his tone still gentle as it had been when they first met at the robe shop. Draco, I like you. Would you be willing to go out with me? Draco gasped softly, overwhelmed by the torrent of emotions surging within him. The kiss had left his heart racing, and he knew his face must be flushed, for he could hardly catch his breath. Of course, Harry. I like you too. The verdant forest tenderly embraced the resplendent gray-blue lake. Merlin, I have fallen in love, both Harry and Draco thought. Chapter 30, Fearless. Since that day upon Buckbeak, when Harry and Draco exchanged their feelings, their interactions became increasingly affectionate and sweet. Hermione and the others initially offered their sincere blessings. Ron even teased that they had finally gotten together, having thought it would take until graduation. However, as time passed, the foolish antics of the enamored pair began to elicit discomfort from their friends. Hey, mate, stop staring at Draco, Ron exclaimed, exasperated, as he chewed on a chicken leg and directed his frustration at Harry, who had been fixated on the Slytherin since sitting at the table. We're going to be late. Meanwhile, Hermione was so fatigued that she nearly buried her head in her plate, rendering her utterly unreliable. She had been studying incessantly, and Ron had caught sight of her several times late at night in the Gryffindor common room, her hands clutching a hefty tome. There she sat, muttering the knowledge from the pages, appearing as though she and T had a proper rest in ages, dark circles under her eyes, prompting Ron to worry that her studies might drive her mad. Observing his two unreliable friends, Ron irritably ran his fingers through his hair and grabbed one of them, racing toward defense against the dark arts. Draco, stop staring. Everyone has left. Lucius forced a smile as she turned her brother's head away from the doorway of the Great Hall. She couldn't fathom how, during her brief absence due to a cold, her two brothers had gotten together. Reluctantly, Draco shifted his gaze back to the pie on his plate, recalling the silly smile Harry had just flashed him, causing his lips to curve upward. Goodness, are all couples in love this foolish? Lucius questioned, glancing at a similarly distressed Blaise, who was unable to provide her with any answers. All right, Draco, we must hurry. We have defense against the dark arts class with Gryffindor this morning. Ultimately, it was Pansy, the queen adorned in nail polish, who extricated them from their predicament. Upon hearing that he would soon see his beloved boyfriend, Draco nearly leapt from his seat, only to be firmly pressed back down by Lucius. Draco, finish your breakfast first. At the sound of his sister's calm, yet subtly threatening tone, Draco obediently picked up his fork and began eating the pumpkin pie. In the end, the four Slytherins entered the classroom mere moments before the bell rang. Draco. Harry had been eagerly scanning the door and immediately spotted Draco as he walked in, his eyes lighting up as he approached the boy, their hands entwining discreetly. Next time, may I accompany you to class? Draco's bright gray-blue eyes, framed by fluttering lashes, met Harry's gaze, and he smiled. Of course, my dear Harry. If it were possible, Lucius would wholeheartedly believe that the two would be inseparable. Just then, Professor Lupin entered the classroom, warmly greeting everyone. I am your new professor, Lupin. Instantly sensing the fervent, almost fervid gazes from Ron and Blaise, Lupin began to question himself for the first time, glancing down at his attire, finding nothing amiss. Clearing his throat to dispel the odd sensation, he continued. Today we will learn something intriguing. He approached a black box nearly as tall as himself, which trembled as though something within was eager to break free. Neville, hearing the commotion, instinctively recoiled. Does anyone know what lies within? Professor Lupin casually strolled among the students, posing the question. A boggart, Professor, Hermione's clear voice rang out. Excellent. Miss Granger. Now, do you know what they actually look like? No, Professor, no one knows what a boggart looks like, for when it is seen, it transforms into the most terrifying thing imaginable to the observer. Precisely correct. Now, moving on, Professor Lupin addressed the students with a relaxed smile. I will teach you a spell specifically for dealing with boggarts. Ridiculous. Repeat after me. Ridiculous. A chorus of hesitant voices echoed through the classroom. Ridiculous. Lucia waved her wand, her gaze fixed intently on the ominous black box not far away. Rather than her curiosity being piqued by the new spell, she found herself more intrigued by what could possibly evoke fear within her. The group formed a line, each taking their turn to face the unknown. Amidst a flurry of shoves, the bewildered Neville and Lucia were pushed to the forefront. "Very well, Mr. Longbottom. What is it that you fear?" Lupin inquired softly, bending down to speak to the trembling boy. After a moment's contemplation, Neville replied in a hushed tone, "Professor Snape." His amusing answer elicited a warm chuckle from Lupin. "Excellent. Now focus on the box before you and envision Professor Snape clad in your grandmother's attire," Lupin whispered conspiratorially into Neville's ear. Suddenly, the box sprang open, revealing the formidable figure of Professor Snape, draped in black robes, stepping forth with an austere expression. In a moment of levity, as Neville nervously cast his spell, Snape was abruptly adorned in the garb of an elderly woman, resulting in a comical sight that had their classmates erupting into laughter. Draco, however, glared at the scene with indignation, outraged that his esteemed godfather was being ridiculed. He called out to the smiling Lupin, "This is not amusing at all, Professor Lupin." Lupin turned in surprise toward Draco, who stood resplendent in his Slytherin robes, realizing he may have inadvertently offended the boy's revered elder. He quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Malfoy, and hope you can forgive our unintended slight." Harry, standing just behind Draco, offered a reassuring pat on his back. Draco, not one to relish being difficult, nodded gently in response to Lupin's earnest apology. Should Severus ever learn of Draco's fervent defense of him in front of their peers, he would undoubtedly be moved, though perhaps unbeknownst to anyone. Lucia observed Draco, who held Harry's hand tightly behind him. The boy's earlier displeasure melted away under the soothing words of apology and the comfort of his boyfriend, his face brightening with a radiant smile. In truth, there was nothing amiss with Draco being with Harry, Lucia mused thoughtfully as she watched. The trials continued, with Ron, terrified of spiders, casting a spell that adorned a giant black spider with ice skates. Pansy, on the other hand, found her greatest fear to be the disappearance of all her bags and jewelry. Lucia's lips twitched at the sight of Pansy weeping on Blaze's shoulder. Next, Miss Malfoy. Lucia stepped forth before the boggart, which still retained its previous manifestation of fear. Draco stared wide-eyed, curiosity piqued by what his sister might fear. A mystery even their parents were unaware of. Harry and the others watched intently as an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The boggart before them began to morph at an increasingly rapid pace, culminating in a small black orb that hovered motionless in midair. What does this signify? Why would Lucia Malfoy fear a black sphere? It was inconceivable. Moreover, her demeanor hardly suggested fear. The crowd, intrigued, began to murmur amongst themselves, and the classroom buzzed with speculation. Yet Lupin paid no heed to the clamor, hastening towards Lucia, his eyes fixed on her composed visage. "Miss Malfoy, is this your fear?" he observed as she raised an eyebrow, seemingly questioning the absurdity of his inquiry. Lupin's expression shifted to one of excitement as an incredible thought struck him. "Perhaps. If I am not mistaken," he swallowed hard, raising his voice to quell the classroom's noise. All eyes turned to him, eager for clarity. This should be the true form of the boggart. It is Miss Malfoy's lack of fear that has revealed its authentic appearance. As Lupin's words reverberated, a new wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. He no longer focused on the students' shocked reactions, swiftly capturing the remarkable scene with his magical camera. After declaring the class dismissed, he hurried to Professor Dumbledore's office. "Merlin," Ron exclaimed incredulously, "no wonder Lucia always appears so unflappable. She genuinely has nothing to fear." "Draco, do you know anything about this?" Harry asked, his eyes wide as he turned to his equally bewildered boyfriend. Leaning closer, he overheard Draco muttering adorably, "Is Lucia some kind of superhero from the Muggle world?" Harry burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling Draco's head filled with quirky thoughts, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding. "I am not one to don a pair of underpants and fly about saving the world," Lucia interjected, having just approached, her tone flat as she countered her brother's whimsical statement. "Goodness, Lucia, how did you manage that?" Pansy, closest to her, gazed at the girl with palpable excitement. The others quickly gathered around, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lucia smiled serenely. "I did nothing at all. I merely stood there." A chorus of disappointment followed her unremarkable response. As the group sighed in unison, it appeared that Lucia had little to elaborate on. In truth, as she stood before the boggart, she had already begun to glean the situation behind her. There was truly nothing that instilled fear within her. This had been the case throughout her life. The painful memories of her childhood were but wisps of smoke, long dissipated with her growth. She climbed, she conquered, she lost, she gained. In the same vein, Lucia Malfoy embodied this resilience. They were one and the same. Having attained all she desired, she was not shackled by the trials of her past. Lucia was fully aware that in the original narrative, her cherished family would face disgrace, that the illustrious Hufflepuff boy would meet his demise in mere whispers, that her friends would endure a tumultuous journey. Yet, This knowledge did not render her fearful of such events recurring. She remained ever steadfast, trusting in her intellect and capabilities. Lucia never doubted that the trajectory of the original tale, fraught with regret, would be irrevocably altered by her hand. Chapter 31. Dementors, what is up, brother? Since the last defense against the dark arts class, Lucia Malfoy's reputation had spread throughout Hogwarts. Indeed, regardless of the realm, the essence of gossip remained unchanged. The proudest were undoubtedly the Slytherin serpents. Other houses, particularly Gryffindor, relished in mocking them as a bunch of cowards devoid of courage. Yet now, the most fearless individual in the entire school, Lucia Malfoy, resided within their house. To stand before the boggart without revealing a shred of fear was something even the self-proclaimed brave Gryffindors could not achieve. Consequently, Slytherin had taken to engaging in verbal sparring with Gryffindor, inciting the latter to retort with increasing fervor. The Sorting Hat must have erred. Lucia Malfoy ought to be in Gryffindor. Harry and Ron, hearing this for the first time, nearly spat out the pumpkin juice they had just sipped. Merlin, please no. You have no idea of the terror that Lucia embodies. It wasn't until Quidditch season approached that the focus of discussions began to shift. Draco, don't be anxious. Lucia gently stroked her brother's silky long hair, which had recently grown past his shoulders. Typically, he would tie it back with the golden red headband Harry had gifted him. And even Pansy remarked that Draco was looking exceptionally handsome these days. However, his attractive visage was marred by worry, as the upcoming match loomed over him. And he could scarcely contain his anxiety. What are you worried about? In any case, this match is against Gryffindor. Either you win or your boyfriend does. Pansy casually adjusted her meticulously styled bangs, while completely disregarding Nott's comment that she hardly resembled an alpha. True, Draco blinked and promptly affirmed Pansy's words. It was indeed inconsequential who triumphed between him and Harry. Draco thought cheerfully, momentarily forgetting the fates of the two team captains. The following morning, the stands at Hogwarts were already brimming with spectators, fervently debating which house would ultimately claim victory in the Quidditch match. The first teams to take the field were Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The typically graceful and gentle Cedric showcased an exuberance that Lucia had never witnessed before during the match. He deftly evaded the opposing team's defenses, pursuing the elusive golden snitch with fervor. Cedric Diggory was like the dawn's first light, radiating warmth without searing the soul. His beauty diverged from Draco's delicate arrogance. It was a blend of softness and resilience. He was not a haughty prince, but rather a valiant and kind-hearted warrior. Lucia herself failed to notice that her gaze had become fixated solely on the youthful figure before her. Ultimately, after nearly an hour of play, Cedric caught the golden snitch, leading Hufflepuff to victory. Sitting atop his broom, Cedric beamed at the stands of his house, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Slytherin, where it collided with Lucia's steel-blue eyes. They found themselves caught in an unexpected moment of mutual recognition, with Cedric being the first to offer her a gentle smile. A faint flush adorned his cheeks from the exertion of the match, rendering his fair complexion even more strikingly soft. Lucia felt her heart race anew as she raised her hands to join the applause. The warmth in her gaze directed at Cedric was so tender that she herself remained unaware of it. Like a feather, it softly settled upon the boy's heart. The seeds of affection began to silently sprout. Next, the match commenced between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Ron stood excitedly in the stands, eagerly scanning the scene. His eyes quickly landed on Harry and Draco, who released their tightly clasped hands just as they exited the tunnel, prompting a twitch at the corners of his mouth. The match begins. With a sharp command from Madame Hooch, the two teams swiftly entered the fray, engaging in an intense chase. The Quidditch skills of the Weasley twins were truly astonishing. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands, accompanied by fervent shouts of encouragement. Weasley, Weasley, as Draco and Harry, both seekers, pursued the rapidly darting golden snitch. The match unfolded evenly, their expressions serious and their gazes sharp as they soared higher into the sky. Suddenly, Lucia was struck by an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the previously azure sky darkened ominously, and the air turned cold. What is happening? The crowd murmured in confusion over the sudden change in weather, and some students quickly reacted, their expressions turning to terror as they cried out, "Dementors! It's the Dementors! They've come to the school!" Countless Dementors surged forth from various corners of the pitch. The professors on the high platforms sprang to their feet, with Professor Dumbledore raising his wand to cast a Patronus at the approaching Dementors near the Ravenclaw stands. A pure white phoenix emerged from his wand, dispersing them. Yet, the sheer number of Dementors was overwhelming, and the professors found themselves powerless to shield all the students. Dumbledore shouted, "Heads of houses, quickly lead the students back to their dormitories." Harry instantly sensed the shift in the atmosphere, glancing anxiously at Draco beside him. "Draco, something's not right." No sooner had he spoken than a Dementor materialized before Draco. Witnessing this harrowing sight, Harry's heart raced. He raised his wand and shouted, "Expecto Patronum." Ignoring the Dementors that had been repelled, he dove down, wrapping his arms around the plummeting Draco and safely cradling him onto the firebolt. "Draco, Draco, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Harry gently brushed away the cold sweat from Draco's forehead, his voice laced with concern. Draco, pale and dazed, gazed at Harry, burying his face in his embrace and silently shaking his head. In that fleeting moment, he feared he might perish. Thankfully, Harry was there. Harry had saved him. Harry held the boy tightly, whispering soothingly into his ear, "Don't be afraid, Draco, I'm here." Meanwhile, Lucia steadied her racing heart as she beheld the harrowing scene unfolding above. Her expression darkened as she raised her wand, directing it at the approaching Dementor's threatening Pansy. Expecto Patronum. A snow-white wolf sprang forth, ferociously lunging at the shadows. Pansy temporarily escaped danger, pulling Blaze beside her, her expression grim as she stood next to Lucia. "Lulu, what do we do? How dare the Ministry unleash so many Dementors?" Pansy cursed coldly. Lucia glanced at the distant Dumbledore and then at the panicked students fleeing in all directions. Most spectators at the Quidditch match were younger students, while the Patronus charm was a fifth-year advanced spell. Aside from Cedric and his companions, who still defended against the Dementors, the majority of students were forced to scatter in fear. Lucia muttered an expletive, unconcerned by the astonished gazes of Pansy and the others, who had never witnessed her use such language. She raised her wand high towards the area teeming with Dementors, exclaiming, "Soul release." In an instant, dozens of Dementors froze in place. Pansy and the others held their breath, staring in disbelief at the extraordinary scene. Lucia, her expression grim, approached the edge of the stands, her voice cold as she declared, "Now, drive away all the Dementors present." In truth, she wished to command their complete annihilation, but alas, Dementors could not be vanquished by her own hand. Those Dementors, as if heeding her command, suddenly lunged toward their kin elsewhere, engaging in a frenzied battle. Students who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Dementors gasped for breath, bewildered by the spectacle before them. Soon, with the controlled Dementors and the protective spells driving them away, tranquility finally returned to the school grounds. Dumbledore's amplified voice resonated across the pitch, calmly reassuring. "Please escort any students injured by the Dementors to the hospital wing. The rest should promptly return to their respective dormitories." With that, his keen blue eyes pierced through Lucia, seemingly attempting to penetrate her very soul. Lucia coolly met his gaze. "Miss Malfoy, please come to my office," Dumbledore concluded. "What is wrong with Lulu? Why does Professor Dumbledore want her in his office?" Draco, descending from the air, hurriedly rushed to Ron and Pansy's side. Lucia stammered as she spoke to Ron, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "What on earth happened? Ron, please tell me." Draco's anxious gaze fixed upon Ron, prompting Harry to gently call out his name, temporarily steadying his emotions. "I apologize, Ron. I am just exceedingly worried," Draco said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he offered an apology. Ron quickly shook his head, indicating that all was well, while Pansy patted Draco's shoulder. Finally, it was Hermione who spoke slowly. "Draco, are you aware of the 3 unforgivable curses? One of them is known as the Imperius Curse, which can strip individuals of their souls, manipulate their bodies, and inflict irreparable damage upon the minds of those cursed. What I am about to disclose to you must not incite panic. Why did you cast the Imperius Curse? Please respond, Miss Malfoy." Lucia stood in the headmaster's office, with Dumbledore positioned among the 4 house heads, his tone unusually severe and probing. Despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding her, Lucia maintained a calm demeanor as she addressed the professors, speaking with measured composure. "As you can see, I have taught myself the Imperius Curse. You are aware that there are certain texts on dark magic in my household. I merely sought to learn a bit of dark magic for self-defense." Hearing this, the head of Hufflepuff exclaimed in disbelief, "Miss Malfoy, you learned this unforgivable curse for self-defense? Is that not permissible?" Lucia retorted coolly, "Certainly not, Miss Malfoy. Dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses, should not be studied or employed without authorization. This contravenes the regulations set forth by the Ministry of Magic," Professor McGonagall stated sternly. Lucia scoffed. "The Ministry? Is that the same Ministry that recklessly unleashed so many Dementors to attack Hogwarts today?" Ordinarily, she would never behave so defiantly towards a professor, but the Ministry's foolish actions today had particularly irked her. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback, and Professor Snape, who had been silent, suddenly called out softly, "Lucia." Lucia straightened, having grown significantly taller over the past year, now standing at about 5'9". She took a breath and lowered her head, murmuring, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I did not intend to offend you." McGonagall regarded the girl before her with a complex expression. She was a remarkably intelligent child, possessing a calm and composed disposition. Aside from potions, her grades in most subjects even surpassed those of the perennial top student, Miss Granger. Then, Miss Malfoy, may I inquire how you managed to control the Dementors? Dumbledore stepped forward, his keen, perceptive eyes fixed intently on Lucia's expression. Unfazed, Lucia thought to herself, truly, he is a wily old fox, difficult to deceive. However, she resolved to seize her concealment. With Voldemort's resurrection imminent in their 4th year, it was time for her to take center stage. I wish for this matter to remain known only to you, she suddenly requested, causing those present to pause in surprise. Following a moment of silence, Dumbledore soon ushered the househeads out, and just before departing, Lucia caught a glimpse of Snape's cold snort. She sighed silently and, addressing the now empty room with Dumbledore, explained, "This matter is quite simple. I merely made slight innovations to the Imperius curse. Perhaps you recall Tom Riddle's diary." Lucia smiled as she spoke. "In fact, I had kept it in the corner of my desk before it ever entered Hogwarts." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, seemingly astonished that someone had grasped the diary's significance before him. "You know? Of course, if you refer to it being one of Voldemort's Horcruxes," Lucia stated candidly. "I learned this from my grandfather's legacy." Unfazed, she fabricated a story, fully aware that Abraxas Malfoy had long since passed, leaving no witnesses to refute her claims. "And then?" Dumbledore inquired in a low voice. "Then, I had an excellent idea. Since Voldemort is immune to the Imperius curse, I sought to create a spell capable of controlling him." Lucia remained unconcerned by Dumbledore's astonishment. With a smile, she continued, "Later, in the Chamber of Secrets, just as Harry plunged the sword into the diary, I absorbed the nearly dissipated fragment of Voldemort's soul into my wand." "So you succeeded?" In the dim room, Dumbledore's expression was obscured by shadows, his silver hair shimmering with a faint glow. "I am uncertain," Lucia replied straightforwardly, casually flicking her wand. "I have never been afforded the opportunity to test it." After a moment's pause, disregarding the old man's changing demeanor, she continued, "As for why I can control the Dementors, I suspect it may be due to the overwhelming despair and collapse of emotions I absorbed along with the soul, which influences my use of the Imperius curse. The Dementors, created from such emotions, thrive on despair. Thus, when they are struck by your Imperius curse, they heed your commands." Dumbledore clearly understood Lucia's explanation. He narrowed his eyes, for he never believed in coincidences. "You had the intention of absorbing Voldemort's soul from the very beginning, yet you waited until the moment Harry pierced the diary to act." Dumbledore paced slowly in the dimly lit headmaster's office, hands clasped behind his back. "You must have planned to seize him at his most desperate moment, right?" The old man's calm voice echoed in Lucia's ears within the empty office. Truly astute, even amidst an array of unforeseen events. He could pinpoint the crux of the matter. Lucia fluttered her eyelashes slightly, nearly compelled to applaud this elder for his insight. In truth, she had deliberately showcased her abilities before Riddle to amplify the effect, pushing his fear to its zenith. Perhaps. Dumbledore turned to look at Lucia, who stood illuminated by the light, smiling gently. He was genuinely impressed by the mental acuity of this 13-year-old child. Her schemes and tactics far surpassed those of the Tom Riddle of yore. "Thank you for your willingness to share this with me, Miss Malfoy." Dumbledore regarded the girl kindly. "May I ask you one final question?" "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, please proceed. Your sudden revelation, what was its purpose? What could compel you to deliberately expose yourself when you could comfortably remain hidden in the shadows?" Lucia paused, taken aback that Dumbledore's concern lay here. A slow smile crept across her face as she replied, "You may consider it a desire to protect those dear to me, as well as a small ambition to become the Minister of Magic." Chapter 32. The Recognition of Godfather and Son. "Are you all right, Lucia?" Lucia had just exited the headmaster's office when she spotted Cedric, who stood at the corridor's entrance, looking anxious. She momentarily froze, only snapping back to reality upon hearing the boy's concerned inquiry. Lucia approached him. Having undergone her transformation, alphas typically tower over omegas and betas. Although there was a 2-year age gap between them, Lucia had already surpassed Cedric in height. She cast her gaze downward slightly, not in haste to respond to the person before her, but rather with a hint of curiosity. She inquired, "Cedric, how did you come to be here?" As Cedric approached, having pushed the door open for Lucia, he assessed the girl from head to toe, relieved to find her unharmed. Just moments prior, he had been fending off Dementors near Hufflepuff and had not witnessed Lucia orchestrating their mutual slaughter. He remained unaware of the reason Dumbledore had summoned her to the headmaster's office. "I just saw Professor Dumbledore escorting you to the headmaster's office and feared you might be injured. It's truly a relief to see you safe, Lucia." Cedric gently patted his chest, his soft gray eyes shimmering with a myriad of glimmers. Lucia blinked, as though momentarily dazzled. This was always the case. Her heart would flutter uncontrollably at the sight of the boy before her, a novel joy she had never experienced with anyone else. There are still injured Hufflepuff students in the infirmary. I should return. As Cedric recalled the pale-faced younger students lying in their beds, concern washed over him. However, before he could turn away, he felt a sudden tug at his left hand. Instinctively, he looked down to see Lucia's slender fingers clasping his wrist. Realizing her own uncharacteristic action, Lucia swiftly released her grip, her gaze flitting about nervously before she earnestly met his eyes. I apologize. Please disregard my previous action. Cedric placed his right hand over the spot where Lucia had grasped him, as if still able to feel the warmth of her palm. He smiled gently. The gentle and radiant winter sunlight poured into the corridor, casting a soft glow upon his caramel-colored hair. Farewell, Lucia. As he walked away, the yellow and black scarf draped around his neck blurred into the distance. Lucia's mind lingered on the faint blush that had graced Cedric's cheeks, her palm still tingling with the cool sensation of his touch. Merlin, she sighed, momentarily disregarding her demeanor as she leaned against the railing of the corridor. As she exhaled, a soft whisper escaped her lips. With the Dementors dispelled, the sky regained its brilliant azure hue, and the winter sun shone brightly, warming the air pleasantly. After uttering the incantation to open the stone wall, it revealed the Slytherin common room, filled with students. Harry, Ron, Hermione, that's one thing. But why are Ginny and the Weasley twins also here? Lucia observed the disdainful expression of the Slytherin prefect as the crowd quickly noticed her return and converged around her. Hey Lulu, how are you? Are you alright? Did Dumbledore do anything to you? Hey, Pansy, Professor Dumbledore is not that sort of person. Look, it's Lucia Malfoy, the one who can cast the Patronus charm. Indeed, it's Lucia Malfoy, the one who can drive away Dementors. As the cacophony of voices swirled around her, Lucia raised her hand and snapped her fingers, instantly silencing the room, leaving only a few murmurs. Draco, silenced by the spell, could only puff his cheeks in a pitiful expression directed at his sister. She casually pushed through the throng and settled back onto the sofa. Quiet down, I'm perfectly fine. Draco promptly sat beside her, eagerly gesturing at his mouth, his eyes filled with anticipation. Don't worry, Draco, it should wear off in about half an hour. The Weasley twins, bereft of their voices, slumped on the Slytherin sofa, making it a near impossible task to keep them quiet. Draco leaned back in resignation against Harry, who affectionately ruffled his hair and winked at Lucia, clearly keeping the events of the Chamber of Secrets to himself. Well done, Harry, such a good boy, Lucia chuckled softly, nodding in approval. Concerning the Dementors, the Ministry of Magic later formally apologized to the professors and students of Hogwarts, withdrawing the Dementors from the school grounds, leaving only a few outside. As for Lucia's use of the Patronus charm, it remained a secret known only to a select few within Slytherin and Gryffindor. Dumbledore had specifically instructed the two heads of houses to ensure that students kept this matter confidential. Most of the individuals involved were Lucia's friends, who would be unlikely to act against her interests. Thus, the incident faded into obscurity, and Lucia's life at school appeared to continue in tranquility. Of course, appearances can be deceiving. She still had some important matters left unresolved. Ron is absolutely insufferable, Hermione declared angrily as she flopped down beside Lucia, taking a sip of pumpkin juice to temper her emotions. What's wrong, Granger? Pansy, on her right, set down her lipstick, curiosity written across her face. Hermione furrowed her brow, recalling the argument with the boys, gripping her glass tightly. Scabbers is missing, and he had the audacity to claim that Crookshanks ate him. No way. I remember her being a gentle and clever little cat. Pansy reminisced about the last time she encountered the well-behaved Crookshanks, even succumbing to the temptation of a pet. But Ron just wouldn't believe it, insisting that cats eat mice by nature. Hermione muttered in frustration, clearly offended by Ron's distrust in Crookshanks. Hearing the conversation beside her, Lucia set down her herbal tea, her eyes slightly lifting. Can't contain yourself any longer, can you, Peter Pettigrew? Draco, I recall that Harry has a Marauder's map that reveals the whereabouts of everyone in the school, correct? Draco, pondering the wizarding chess match he had with Ron earlier that afternoon, instinctively responded, yes. Only after the words left his mouth did he realize, turning sharply to regard his sister who had unexpectedly appeared. How do you know that, Lulu? Lucia smiled gently, remaining silent. The last time the school organized a trip to Hogsmeade, Harry had been unable to attend due to the absence of a Guardianess signature, and Draco, unwilling to leave his boyfriend alone, had stayed behind with him. If Lucia's memory served her right, it was then that the Weasley twins had gifted the Marauder's map to Harry. Since Draco had been present at that time, there was no reason for Harry to withhold this little artifact from him. As it turned out, her assumption was correct. Draco, when the clock strikes 9, come to my dormitory with that black dog. Meet up with Ron and Hermione by the Black Lake, and then we'll proceed to the headmaster's office. This matter is of utmost importance. You can manage it, right, Draco? Lucia inquired softly, and Draco, rarely entrusted with such a significant task by his sister, nodded resolutely. Then, realizing something, he curiously asked, "What about you, Lulu?" "Harry and I have another task to complete shortly. You three will wait for us in the headmaster's office. And afterward there will be quite a spectacle." Lucia had already sent a letter to Lucius, believing that by around 9 o'clock, members of the Ministry of Magic would arrive. She glanced up at the clock, which pointed to 7:10, and began walking toward the Gryffindor common room. "Excuse me, miss. Please summon Harry Potter for me." This marks Lucia's inaugural visit to Gryffindor's dormitory, as typically, the three of them venture to Slytherin. With a smile, she called out to a Gryffindor student, whose polite demeanor caused the girl to blush, prompting her to rush inside to find Harry. Lucia, with her slate-blue eyes slightly narrowed, surveyed the warm and vibrant decor of crimson and gold within, a sight that exuded warmth and fervor. Before long, a boy emerged from the Gryffindor common room, his expression animated. He glanced beside Lucia and noticed she was alone. Observing Harry's slightly dejected demeanor, Lucia smirked. "What's the matter? Disappointed that Draco is absent? I think I present quite well. Do I truly evoke such disdain?" Hearing Lucia's teasing tone, Harry's forlorn expression lifted, and he chuckled. "Oh, not at all. How could I?" After their playful banter, Harry's countenance grew serious as he regarded Lucia with curiosity. "Lucia, did you seek me for a particular reason?" Lucia beckoned Harry closer, whispering a few words into his ear. Slowly, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lucia, his emerald irises ablaze with fury. He resembled an enraged lion at that moment, prompting Lucia to calmly pat his shoulder. Gradually, he composed himself and nodded. Soon, the two found themselves in a secluded corner of Hogwarts, adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, a place typically devoid of visitors. Night had fallen, and a chilling wind swept through, the rustling of the dark underbrush sending shivers down their spines. Yet, the two before me were unfazed by such trivialities. Not even Voldemort could instill fear in them. Lucia brought her illuminated wand closer to the Marauder's map, where the name Peter Pettigrew lingered near their own. She scrutinized the surrounding foliage intently. Harry fixated on the names upon the map, contemplating Lucia's earlier whispered words. "Harry, do you wish to uncover the true traitor of your parents?" she had asked. "If I told you that Sirius Black was not the informant, but rather the long-deceased Peter Pettigrew still lived, would you be willing to investigate this further?" The reality struck Harry with a chilling clarity. The man who was supposed to have perished 13 years ago was indeed alive. He clenched the map tightly, grappling with the implication that the true betrayer of his parents was possibly him. Suddenly, a flurry of rustling emerged from the right side of the underbrush, as if some creature were darting away in haste. "Cruciatus." Lucia raised her wand and executed a precise attack. The creature emitted a pitiful squeak, its body convulsing. "Is that Scabbers?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief as he parted the underbrush to reveal the twitching rat. Lucia lifted the grotesque creature, presenting it before Harry. His pupils dilated as he noticed the rat's clearly severed right index finger. "Is he Peter Pettigrew?" Harry's voice trembled. "Indeed, Harry," Lucia affirmed. "He has been masquerading as a rat to survive." As the effects of the Cruciatus curse began to wane, Lucia calmly cast another. It dawned on Harry that she had been unwaveringly unleashing the unforgivable curses since the outset. The boy couldn't help but grimace. "Merlin, this looks painful." Yet, witnessing the rat's pitiful state lifted Harry's spirits somewhat. "Let us proceed, Harry." Lucia patted his shoulder, her gentle slate-blue eyes sparkling with mirth, leaving Harry momentarily entranced until he heard words that made his heart race. "Go greet your family, your godfather, Sirius Black." As they arrived at the headmaster's office, Lucia glanced at the clock on the wall. It was precisely 9:30, and she nodded in satisfaction. As Harry pushed open the door, a cacophony of chaos greeted him, most notably Draco's shrill cries. "Stay away. You cannot touch it." Harry's eyes widened as he dashed in front of Draco, shielding him from the ministry officials clad in uniforms. "What are you doing?" "Harry, you finally returned," Ron exclaimed, nearly in tears, the relief palpable after the prolonged ordeal he and Draco had endured. "Oh, Lucia, please. What on earth happened?" Hermione, visibly agitated, whispered urgently to Lucia, her confusion evident as she had joined the fray without any knowledge of the circumstances. Lucia offered a calming pat to the nearly frenzied girl, innocently blinking. "Forgive me, Hermione, I will explain shortly." With the convulsing rat in hand, now seemingly lifeless, Lucia addressed the ministry officials standing nearby, her tone icy. "Did you bring the Veritaserum as I instructed?" "Why yes," they stammered, caught off guard by Lucia's chilling gaze, a bead of sweat forming on their brows. It was perplexing how this sister's gaze could be even more intimidating than that of Mr. Malfoy. "What is this, Miss Lucia?" Dumbledore's gentle voice inquired, addressing the crowd's bewilderment. "Scabbers," Ron gasped, his eyes wide as he beheld the rat Lucia held. "As you can see, This rat is none other than the hero who should have perished 13 years ago while saving the Potters, Peter Pettigrew. Lucia casually discarded the ugly rat onto the floor, revealing a shocking truth that left everyone astonished. Professor Lupin, who had been shielding Draco, hurriedly approached, anxiously inspecting the rat's fingers, his expression freezing in shock. The onlookers were acutely aware that in their youth, they had been the best of friends, intimately familiar with one another. Miss Malfoy is correct. Lupin's hoarse voice pierced the silence. Oh no. Yuck. How revolting. Ron clutched his throat, retching uncontrollably at the thought of having shared space with such a hideous old man every night. A small black dog leaped from Draco's arms, barking furiously at the rat on the floor. Stupefy. Dumbledore intoned, and the rat swiftly transformed into a grotesque, corpulent old man, Peter Pettigrew. The black dog also morphed into a human form, revealing a lean yet still handsome man. Sirius. Lupin stared in disbelief at the man who had been imprisoned in Azkaban for years, once his closest companion. However, since the deaths of James and Peter, they had been irrevocably estranged. Yet, that did not imply the Potters had been slain by Peter. A haughty, scornful ministry official cast a disdainful glance at Sirius, beginning to speak. Give it here. Lucia directly interrupted him, extending her hand towards one of Lucius's direct subordinates. The subordinate hastily offered the Veritaserum to Lucia, hands trembling. The man whose words were cut off scowled darkly, casting a subtle glare at Lucia, but she met his gaze with an icy stare that rendered him motionless. Lucia uncorked the potion vial and mercilessly grasped Peter Pettigrew by the throat, forcing him to open his mouth to breathe. She seized the opportunity to pour all the potions into him. Subsequently, she flicked her hand dismissively as if she had touched something unsightly. The diminutive Peter Pettigrew continuously clawed at his throat, desperately trying to expel the potion. Now, let us summon Headmaster Dumbledore to inquire about the truth of those events from years past. Lucia straightforwardly called upon the illustrious and honorable white magic wizard present to preside over this interrogation. Dumbledore nodded gently, advancing to stand before the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, his grave voice resonating above him. Peter Pettigrew, did you not inform Voldemort of the whereabouts of the Potters? Peter, in a frenzy, clutched his neck in an attempt to resist, yet the effects of the truth serum compelled him to reveal the truth. Why yes. And what of Sirius Black? Did he betray them? And no, Sirius discovered my treachery and sought to stop me, but alas, he was captured by the Ministry and imprisoned in Azkaban. Ha ha. With no hope of resistance, Peter resorted to mocking. The assembly was utterly astounded to learn that the one heralded as a hero for so many years was, in fact, the traitor, while the one wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban had been the true hero. The typically gentle Remus felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, but Dumbledore restrained him. Sirius, standing closest, raised his fists, his eyes reddened with fury, and struck Peter Pettigrew with all his might. The blow left Peter bloodied, and even more grotesque. Ultimately, the Ministry took away the unconscious Peter Pettigrew, promising to restore Sirius Black's name. Harry gazed with moist eyes at Sirius, whose hands dripped with blood, as he knelt despondently on the ground, gasping for breath. He approached gently, wrapping his arms around the man's shoulders, patting his back, which had been ravaged by imprisonment. Harry, you bear a striking resemblance to your father, Sirius remarked with a smile, though his eyes glistened with tears. Your eyes are just like lilies. The same shade of green. Harry, I remember the last time I saw you. You were just a babbling infant. Surely you do not remember me. Sirius wiped away his tears, ruffling Harry's hair, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Godfather. Harry looked up with his tear-filled emerald eyes. His voice choked as he gazed at the man who resembled his father. This single term left Sirius momentarily speechless, his reddened eyes overflowing with tears. The years of torment and guilt surged forth upon hearing this name. All right, Harry. Sirius held the tearful boy tightly in his embrace, both of them finally cherishing the most precious bond of kinship. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Lupin exchanged tender glances as they observed this poignant scene. Lucia turned to glance behind her, and indeed, she spotted the three little ones with tear-filled eyes. She smiled softly, finally feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 33, The Revelation of Love. Since the reunion of Harry and Sirius, the Ministry apprehended the traitor Peter Pettigrew and swiftly announced the truth of Sirius's defamation. This inversion of right and wrong sent ripples of outrage through the wizarding world. People were incensed, expressing their disdain for Peter's treachery, while the true hero, Sirius Black, regained the admiration of the masses. The truth, buried for 13 years, finally emerged. After enduring torment in the dark confines of his prison, Sirius could finally stand in the warm, radiant sunlight, watching his godson grow. In the tranquil and serene Hogwarts Great Hall, a voice suddenly erupted, akin to thunder, capturing everyone's attention. You say Peter Pettigrew. The agitated voice of the savior erupted from the Gryffindor table, drawing curious glances from students of other houses. Harry, calm down. I know you are furious, Draco said with a furrowed brow, fully understanding the torrent of shock and rage surging within Harry. He worriedly embraced his boyfriend's trembling shoulders, soothingly stroking Harry's broad back. Through relentless Quidditch training, Harry had developed a physique with strong, defined muscles. Since his transformation into an alpha, he had grown remarkably, shedding the frail appearance he once possessed upon entering the magical realm. However, Draco had no inclination to admire his boyfriend's physique at that moment. Hermione's expression darkened as she furrowed her brow, lowering her voice to inquire, Draco, what did you mean when you said Peter Pettigrew escaped? This is what my father informed Lulu and me. He mentioned in his letter that Peter was taken by a dark mist while being transported to Azkaban. This was a significant matter, but the Ministry, fearing embarrassment over their subordinates' incompetence, chose to conceal it, Draco recounted, his eyes filled with disdain, his tone laced with indignation. The wretched Ministry, Ron muttered angrily, his face flushed with fury as he expressed outrage for his brother. What on earth are they doing? They can't even keep track of a single person. Under Draco's gentle reassurances, Harry began to calm. He clenched his fists, his expression inscrutable, his tone icy as he declared, wherever he has fled, I will exert every effort to bring him back to face justice. Harry, do not forget, you still have Sirius, and you still have us, Draco said, ruffling Harry's tousled hair and placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. The soft, damp sensation brushed against Harry's face like a butterfly, miraculously soothing some of his tumultuous emotions. Ron firmly patted Harry's shoulder, his gaze earnest. Do not worry, mate, we will help you capture him. Hermione, her expression gentle, nodded in agreement. Over the course of 3 years, she had come to regard Harry as a dear brother, the astute which would always offer her utmost assistance in his endeavors. By the way, mate, I have some good news I forgot to mention. What is it, Ron? Look, I transformed last night. How about that? I am a formidable alpha. That's simply marvelous. Congratulations. Ronald, why didn't you tell me and Harry about your transformation yesterday? Come on. Hermione. The trio's cheerful chatter gradually faded from Draco's ears as he lifted his gaze to admire Harry's smiling, chiseled profile. Yet, he still harbored a matter he had yet to disclose to everyone. When Lucius mentioned it in his letter yesterday, Draco had trembled with anger, cursing vehemently, including Peter Pettigrew and the Ministry's useless bureaucrats. However, when he turned, he was struck by the calm and somber expression of his sister. Why do you look so unsurprised, Lulu? Draco asked, perplexed, pursing his lips. The bonds formed throughout their lives had made him aware that his sister Lucia typically concealed her emotions. But such a significant event should elicit some emotional response. Are you asking me? Lucia lifted her gaze to meet her brother's, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes bore no trace of mirth. I merely anticipated that he would escape. After all, if he did not flee, who would rescue his utterly useless master? The last words echoing in Draco's ears were Lucia's cold voice, laced with subtle mockery. Just yesterday, he had been oblivious to the implications of her statement, only to suddenly grasp its meaning during their recent conversation. Since Peter Pettigrew had betrayed Harry's parents by informing Voldemort, could it not be said that his master was none other than Voldemort himself? Why would Peter Pettigrew seek to save Voldemort? Moreover, had he not perished in the first year due to a lightning strike? Could he possibly be resurrected? The mere thought of such a possibility sent chills coursing through Draco's body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a warm, expansive hand enveloped him, and Harry's concerned voice floated down from above. What's wrong, Draco? Why does your face look so pale? Harry, with his other hand, gently rubbed Draco's icy cheek, his expression tinged with unease as he leaned down to plant a kiss. I'm fine, Harry, Draco replied, shaking his head. After a moment of serious contemplation, he ultimately decided to keep this matter to himself. His sister had seemed entirely unperturbed that day. It was unlikely that Voldemort's resurrection was afoot. Surely, he was overthinking it. It would be wise not to burden Harry with such thoughts. Thus, Draco reassured himself, and under the concerned gaze of those around him, the icy sensation began to dissipate. The third-year academic term was swiftly drawing to a close, and after a period of intense revision and examination, the long-awaited holiday had finally arrived. Hermione, who had buried herself in her studies throughout the semester, finally relaxed after the frantic exams. Time, indeed, is a formidable entity, the astute witch remarked. Savoring a slice of pumpkin pie, Ron lifted his head from his chicken leg, puzzled by Hermione's sudden and seemingly nonsensical lament. Nearby, Lucia discreetly cast a glance at the girl's neck, where the time-turner had once resided but was now conspicuously absent. It appeared she had returned it to Professor McGonagall, which was perhaps for the best. Observing Hermione's newfound ease, Lucia took a sip of her drink, concealing a slight smile that threatened to emerge. Thoughts of the time-turner weighed on her, she still had lingering questions about the pendant necklace that remained unresolved. At the end of term ceremony, Professor Lupin officially announced his resignation from the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. After nearly a year of camaraderie, everyone had grown fond of this approachable and humorously engaging teacher. A wave of discontent swept through the school, somewhat dimming the joy of the holiday. "Professor, why are you resigning? We all find your class immensely enjoyable," Harry inquired earnestly as they encountered Professor Lupin on the train to Hogwarts, carrying a large suitcase. Lupin paused, momentarily taken aback, before a gentle smile graced his thin face. "Thank you for your kind words, Harry." He took a brief moment, gazing up at the tranquil blue sky. Dressed in the same attire he had worn upon his initial arrival at Hogwarts, the warm sunlight illuminated his light brown hair, casting shadows that obscured his expression. "However, there are certain matters that require my attention." Unbeknownst to Lupin, Harry was already aware of Peter Pettigrew's escape, and the kind professor had no intention of burdening a child with such troubling news. After his resignation, he would join Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, determined to apprehend Peter Pettigrew. For the majority of students, the holiday was a time of leisure and joy, but there were exceptions. For instance, couples could not cling to one another all day as they did at school. The platinum-haired young master found himself missing his Gryffindor boyfriend dearly. Yet, from Lucia's perspective, judging by the sheer volume of correspondence arriving at Malfoy Manor, Harry was likely feeling the same way. "Oh dear girl, you have endured much," Lucia said affectionately, stroking Hedwig's snowy wings and offering her a morsel of beef. The content owl gently pecked at Lucia's hand before taking off through the window, carrying Draco's written response. "I must say, Draco, perhaps you too should temper your exuberance," Lucia remarked, gazing at her brother's beaming face. However, she was caught off guard by Draco's next statement. "Hey, Lulu, you best be gentle with your Omega, or you might find Cedric breaking up with you." In a relationship, mutual sharing was paramount, just as it was between Harry and me. "Wait, stop," Lucia interjected abruptly, her expression one of shock as she looked at him, clearing her throat awkwardly. Who said I was dating Cedric?" "Of course I deduced it," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow with a smug expression, as if to say, "You ought to praise my insight." Before Lucia could gather her thoughts, the door burst open with force, and Lucius and Narcissa entered, their father's expression somewhat terrifying, his face dark as coal. "Who among you is in a relationship?" he demanded sternly, his gaze fixed on his youngest son. Before Draco could comprehend the situation, his devious sister smiled and inadvertently implicated him. "It's Draco, he's dating Harry Potter." "Is this true, my little dragon?" Narcissa asked, covering her mouth, unable to hide her astonishment. I, Draco stammered, pointing at his sister, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. As expected, Lucius's expression darkened further upon hearing this revelation. The couple had initially intended to discuss the upcoming Quidditch World Cup with their children, but upon arriving at the door, they had overheard Draco's loud declaration of romance. In their minds, it required no thought to guess who the romantic partner might be. Just looking at Lucia, with her typically indifferent demeanor, one could hardly imagine her harboring an interest in love. Had she truly found an appealing Omega, Lucius might have nodded in approval. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that his beloved little dragon had been swept away by the Gryffindor giant, Potter, causing him much paternal heartache. "My dear, when did you and Harry become a couple?" Narcissa inquired softly, using a commanding gaze to silence her husband, as she embraced her son tenderly. "Last October." Under the warmth of his mother's gaze, Draco's previously frayed emotions began to settle, and he summoned the courage to share his sweet romance with Narcissa. "Mother, look. This is a letter Harry wrote to me." Draco retrieved a thick stack of letters from a box on his desk, the envelopes a light shade of green. Given the quantity, it seemed he had been receiving them consistently since the summer break. Narcissa carefully examined the youthful handwriting, filled with fervent sincerity, and her gaze softened at last. "I truly adore Harry, Mother." Draco's striking gray-blue eyes gazed intently at his mother, and with a gentle parting of his lips, he bravely expressed his affection. "Little dragon, I can see the bond between you two," Narcissa remarked, kissing Draco's soft cheek and smiling as she added, "Congratulations, my darling. Leave your father to me." With that, the noble matron took her husband, who still bore a frown, by the hand and exited the room. Truly, she was Narcissa. Lucia approached Draco, applauding him while offering her praise. Supported in his romantic endeavors by his significant family, Draco felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart, and he nodded happily in agreement. However, his gaze soon turned to the instigator of his predicament, his sister. "Heavens, I never anticipated this, Lucia. How could you betray me?" Draco questioned, his cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling a pufferfish, so irate that he had ceased to call her Lulu. Unfortunately, this display held no sway over Lucia. She affectionately ruffled Draco's hair and softly replied, "Draco, How could you misunderstand me? I was merely assisting you. Think carefully. After today, you need not hide your affair with Harry any longer. Upon witnessing Draco's wavering expression, Lucia continued to coax him. The sooner you reveal this, the more readily father will accept it. Besides, with mother present just now, he will undoubtedly come to accept Harry. Draco pondered his sister's words, and it seemed she had a point. His previously somber demeanor brightened, and he nodded with joy. Indeed, you are brilliant, Lulu, he exclaimed, praising her wholeheartedly. Thank Merlin, my brother is a bit of a fool, Lucia mused silently, a smile gracing her lips as she buried the sudden flutter she felt when Cedric was mentioned deep within her heart. Chapter 34. The Quidditch World Cup. The morning sun's rays streamed through the arched glass windows, casting a warm glow upon the emerald green sofa, where Lucia felt enveloped in comfort. She wore a delicate long-sleeved satin blouse, paired with elegantly draping black trousers. Leaning casually against the back of the sofa, her posture, which might appear unrefined on others, exuded grace and propriety. Lucius surveyed his daughter with satisfaction, pleased with her attire, which at least eschewed the lack of noble flair found in her previous short-sleeved garments. Draco, are you ready? Narcissa called from above, having ensured that all necessary items were safely tucked away in her handbag via the extension charm. Coming, mother, Draco replied, descending the stairs clad in a fitted black suit. The boy, rarely seen in such a mature ensemble, suddenly appeared as a miniature adult. His light golden hair was casually tied back with a silver ribbon, and the wisps framing his pale face swayed gently as he walked, accentuating the delicacy of his already small features. The Malfoy family, now prepared, grasped the door key and, after a brief bout of dizziness, found themselves firmly planted on solid ground. Before them lay an expanse of undulating hills. The morning's ethereal light cascaded down from the distant hilltops. Hey, look at that broomstick. Isn't it amazing? My parents specifically bought me the latest model. I heard Crumb is coming today too. I can hardly wait. Merlin, I'm such a fan of his. I hope I can get a picture with him. My friends will be utterly envious. Amidst the throngs of excited voices, vendors peddling magical goods lined the narrow paths. Regardless of age or gender, every face radiated with eager delight. Draco, Lucia, stop dawdling and come here, Lucius urged, leading Narcissa by the hand as they stepped into the tent. He glanced back to find his children standing in awe, captivated by the vibrant scene they had never before witnessed. Is that astonishment on your face, Lucia? Lucius inquired, urging them forward. Upon hearing her father's voice, Draco obediently redirected his gaze and hurriedly followed his sister into the silver and green tent. What appeared to be a tent of normal size from the outside was, upon entry, an expansive replica of Malfoy Manor, complete with identical furnishings. Lucius had arranged for everything they typically used to be neatly organized in familiar places. The magic was indeed astounding. Lucia retrieved a book from the shelf and casually perched at the edge of the bed. Merlin, Lulu, don't you want to go outside and see? Draco exclaimed, pulling aside the curtain to reveal Lucia engrossed in her reading. His expression instantly fell. He sat beside her with a look of disappointment, muttering under his breath. Lucia raised an eyebrow, soon setting aside her book and languidly rising to her feet. Come on, Draco. Lulu, you truly are the best sister in the world. Inspired by her words, Draco sprang up and dashed toward the tent's entrance, his spirits lifted. Lucia silently observed as he vanished from sight, pondering the meaning of his sudden summons. Lulu, hurry. Don't let Mom and Dad see you. A platinum-haired head popped out from the tent, excitedly beckoning her in a hushed tone. Lucia chuckled softly, striding purposefully towards the outside world. Thus, the captivating Malfoy siblings strolled leisurely through the crowd. Draco only lowered his guard in the presence of acquaintances, yet to outsiders, he remained the proud and noble scion of the Malfoy family. The Quidditch World Cup attracted a multitude of spectators, and among the diverse crowd, one could not dismiss the presence of unsavory wizards. Lucia had considered this possibility and decided to accompany Draco outside, a decision that soon proved prudent. With a stoic expression, Lucia swiftly broke the arm of the fourth alpha attempting to harass her brother. As the man grimaced in agony, she carelessly cast him aside. He stumbled away, horrified, disappearing into the throng. Lulu, I think I saw Harry. Draco's voice rang with excitement, jolting Lucia from her thoughts. She looked up to see a group making their way towards a modest tent, quickly spotting Cedric beside Harry. Lucia momentarily froze, realizing she had entirely overlooked this plot point. Furrowing her brow, she reflected on her unease in recent days as they approached the fourth year. The boy ahead wore a dashing jacket, his handsome face adorned with a radiant smile. Even from a distance, Lucia felt as though she could see the twinkling stars reflected in his bright gray eyes. When those gentle gray eyes met hers, her restless heart seemed to find solace. Lucia, Cedric murmured, quickly noticing the intense gaze directed at him from the elegantly poised girl nearby. his eyes shimmering with astonishment. To conceal the gradual warmth creeping to his cheeks, he flashed a radiant smile at the girl. Lucia gently blinked. Merlin, how adorably charming he is. Draco. At Harry's exclamation of surprise, Draco swiftly leapt into his boyfriend's embrace, reuniting after a prolonged separation that had made the young couple yearn for each other. Harry held his tall boyfriend tightly, their chests pressed together, listening to the joyful rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Good heavens, Draco looks exceptionally handsome today. Hey, Lucia, you've come to witness the Quidditch World Cup too. Ron managed to squeeze out from behind Harry, calling out in delight to Lucia, who had just approached. Long time no see, Mr. Weasley. Lucia smiled and nodded at Ron's words before turning to greet Arthur Weasley standing nearby. Good day, Miss Malfoy. Arthur Weasley observed the girl he had not seen in 2 years and couldn't help but reflect on how impressively she had matured. Hello, sir, I am Amos Diggory. This is my son, Cedric Diggory. The affable Mr. Diggory, dressed like a seasoned traveler, introduced himself enthusiastically to Lucia, who was gazing at him. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Diggory. I am Lucia Malfoy. You may simply call me Lucia, as does Mr. Weasley. This is my brother, Draco. Lucia greeted politely, which made Amos's smile widen even further. She then turned her gaze towards Cedric, who stood beside his father, her tone softening unconsciously. Long time no see. Senior Cedric. Delighted to see you here, Lucia. Cedric slightly tilted his head to meet her gentle gray-blue eyes, and that familiar feeling of blushing heartbeats surged within him once more. Amos Diggory glanced at his son and then at the remarkable Lucia before him, suddenly realizing he might be onto something monumental. Merlin, I must tell my wife when I return. Our dear Cedric is about to be swept away by a Miss Malfoy. So, why isn't Sirius here with you today? Draco playfully ruffled his boyfriend's handsome face, inquiring with curiosity. He had assumed that the godfather and his son, finally reunited, would cherish their precious time together. Sirius has been occupied with Professor Lupin, researching some matters, so he couldn't make it. What a pity, Draco gently shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. Harry recalled the guilty expression on his godfather's face when he declined Harry's invitation, and he couldn't help but smile. For him, simply feeling the genuine care and affection from family was already a source of immense joy. Lucia remained blissfully unaware of the warmth in Harry's room. She felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. With a constant smile, she listened attentively to the chatty Mr. Diggory, politely responding to his myriad curious inquiries. Merlin. Cedric must take after his mother. Lucia pretended to casually glance at Cedric's cheekbones, faintly flushed. The boy was evidently flustered by his father's interrogative demeanor, which resembled that of a father inquiring about his daughter's suitor. Delighted by Cedric's charming appearance, Lucia's lips curled into a soft smile as she continued to engage earnestly with Mr. Diggory's questions. Amos Diggory nodded with satisfaction, clearly pleased with Lucia, the alpha who might captivate his son. I have done my part. The rest is up to you, dear. Never did I imagine that Lucia would manage to keep us completely in the dark. Ron and Hermione quietly peered from behind the curtain into the living room where the trio interacted harmoniously. Ron whispered in disbelief. Hermione cast a gentle glance at Ron, who was oblivious to the turmoil within her heart, and a pang of sadness washed over her. After a slight nod, she turned and retreated to her room. What is wrong with her? Ron, confused, turned to Ginny beside him. The little girl, unimpressed with her brother's emotional ineptitude, rolled her eyes and replied with a dismissive "You figure it out yourself," before walking away. The Weasley twins followed Ginny, dramatically lamenting, "That pesky Ron has broken Hermione's heart." Eventually, Ron was left standing alone, questioning everything, his earlier curiosity about Lucia's hidden romance dissipating. Chapter 35, The Disappearing Abilities. Time moved to the deep of night. The resplendent starry sky sparkled like jewels against the dark velvet backdrop, with the pale green Milky Way floating like a ribbon. This scene, so dreamlike and magnificent, went unnoticed by all. The ground below was ablaze with light, countless flashes nearly blinding the onlookers. The stands of the circular arena were crammed with a sea of people, deafening cheers echoing throughout. This is truly unbelievable. Draco stood beside Lucia, his eyes wide as he took in the bustling scene around them, exclaiming softly, "Draco, don't be so astonished." Lucius tapped the iron railing beside him with his serpent staff, a crisp sound ringing out. He admonished his son to maintain an air of composure amidst the spectacle. Turning to his wife, who was linking arms with their daughter, he shot a disapproving glance at Lucia's distracted demeanor. He then gently took Narcissa's hand, and the couple proceeded toward the minister's box ahead. "Mom and Dad seem unaware of our little escapade earlier today," Draco whispered, covering his mouth with his hand and leaning towards his sister, who returned a bemused glance. Reflecting on Narcissa's tender yet meaningful gaze at Draco's lips upon their return to the tent, Lucia couldn't help but smirk. "Father may not know, but Mother might." Colorful balloons fluttered about, vibrant magical fireworks erupted in the air, and dots of different colored sparks formed the mascots of various national teams. When the most anticipated two teams made their entrance, the crowd's cheers reached a new crescendo. Crumb, Crumb, Crumb. The robust and handsome Quidditch superstar, Victor Crumb, soared through the sky on his Firebolt 2002. Clad in a striking red Quidditch uniform, he raised his right hand amidst the thunderous cheers that reverberated throughout the venue. His gaze resolute. Victor Crumb truly lived up to his reputation as the finest Quidditch player. Before him, the Golden Snitch's movements appeared magnified, nowhere to hide. For the next hour, an exhilarating match unfolded in the arena. Ultimately, the Bulgarian team, led by Crumb, triumphed in the World Cup final. That evasive maneuver Crumb executed to dodge the bludger was absolutely spectacular. Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled with admiration, a gleam that had not faded since the match concluded and they sat in the tent. The Malfoy couple headed to the Minister of Magic's tent to visit Cornelius Fudge and several key members of Parliament, engaged in a facade of polite conversation filled with insincere smiles. According to Lucius, this was merely the expected etiquette for conducting business in public. Certainly, Lucia held reservations regarding her father's words. The young lady sipped her red tea delicately, crossing her left leg as she perused a tome on silent spells, while Draco continued to chatter animatedly about the thrilling moments of the competition beside her. Lucia offered her vague agreement. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the tent, accompanied by flickering flames that cast eerie shadows through the fabric. What was happening? Draco ceased his discourse, his brow furrowing in confusion and unease. Lucia set her belongings aside, swiftly grasping her wand from the table and taking Draco's hand, leading him hastily towards the tent's entrance. As she lifted the tent flap, a scene of chaos unfolded before her eyes. Fear-stricken faces filled the crowd, and people screamed as they fled in panic. Not far away, a group of hooded figures with dark masks brandished their wands, unleashing dark curses while hurling their torches towards the tent, causing flames to surge with ferocious intensity. Lucia tightened her grip on her brother's hand, skillfully maneuvering through the frenzied mass. Draco, Lucia. Upon hearing the turmoil outside, Narcissa rushed from the tent, her gaze immediately locking onto her children among the throng. Instinctively maternal, the beautiful woman disregarded her noble composure and called out urgently as she sprinted towards them. Lucius, clutching his serpent staff, quickly positioned himself protectively beside his wife. Mother, father, Draco cried out joyfully. Only upon seeing the adults did the boy's anxious heart find some solace. Just as he turned to look for his sister, a sudden, forceful shove from behind propelled him into Narcissa's embrace. When Draco hurriedly turned back, Lucia had vanished from sight. No, Lulu, Lulu. Narcissa's face fell into despair and urgency as she witnessed her daughter being swallowed by the crowd, with Death Eaters closing in behind them. Lucius cast one last glance at the spot where Lucia had disappeared. Clenching his jaw, he enveloped his anguished wife in his arms, gripping his youngest son who was intent on retracing his steps to find his sister, and swiftly moved towards the direction of safety among the fleeing masses. As a father, he understood and trusted his daughter, Lucia. She was an exceptionally talented witch and would undoubtedly ensure her own safety. In truth, Lucius was right. After ensuring Draco's safety, Lucia seized the opportunity to slip away from her parents' sight, striding purposefully towards the Weasley tent. Harry, a voice filled with urgency reached her ears as Hermione called out. Having spotted Harry caught in the crowd, the boy struggled to navigate through the throng and was soon knocked to the ground. As a foot loomed over his face, Harry instinctively crossed his arms to shield his vulnerable head. Suddenly, a long hand grasped him firmly and yanked him from danger. Gasping for breath, Harry looked up in surprise to find Lucia, who had rescued him from the chaos and drawn him to safety behind the tent. Merlin S. Beard. Lulu, how are you here? Where's Draco? Did you get separated? Harry instinctively glanced behind her, anxiety creeping into his expression as he found no one else. Do not worry, Harry. Lucia reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, her smile warm and calming. Draco is with my parents. He is safe. I just got momentarily scattered in the chaos and happened to see you. Hearing this, Harry's tense form relaxed, and he leaned against the tent, gratitude shining in his eyes as he looked at the composed Lucia. Thank you, Lulu. You always appear just when I need you the most. As the chaos created by the Death Eaters began to dissipate, the once lively atmosphere turned desolate and grim. Lucia, focused on the sounds around her, suddenly caught Harry's sincere compliment. The corners of her lips curled upwards, though she feigned a melancholic demeanor. Thank you, Harry. But I truly did not realize you considered me so much older. No, that is not what I meant. I meant, Merlin, do not jest like that. Harry was taken aback by Lucia's words, scrambling to clarify, but fell silent upon catching the playful glint in her eyes. Haha, my apologies, Harry. I merely wished to lighten the mood. Lucia chuckled softly, her teasing tone lighthearted. The boy's rapidly shifting expressions were quite amusing. Suddenly, she heard indistinct footsteps approaching from a distance, and Lucia swiftly raised her hand, signaling for silence. Harry, clearly attuned to her cue, peered out cautiously with her. They observed a man draped in a dark cloak, his face obscured, moving towards an open and desolate area. Resurrect the dead. The man raised his wand, shooting a green light into the air. A massive, deep green skull materialized, cackling maniacally, with an ugly serpent slithering from its mouth. The grotesque sight sent chills down their spines. What is that? Harry furrowed his brow deeply, inquiring in a hushed tone. The Dark Mark, a symbol of Voldemort's followers. A mark every Death Eater bears. Lucia's expression remained stoic as she studied the ominous image, then squinted at the cloaked figure nearby. Little Barty Crouch. A sudden, sharp ringing of magical bells echoed from within the tent. Oh no! Lucia's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly pulled Harry down behind cover. Indeed, the face hidden beneath the cloak turned towards them, and he approached with a wary demeanor. As the man with the wand drew nearer, Lucia began to channel her abilities. Huh, what is happening? Lucia raised her left hand, her palm empty, confusion washing over her face for the first time. Behind her, Harry lightly tapped her arm with his wand, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity as he silently questioned, "What's wrong?" Suppressing her swirling thoughts, Lucia shook her head at Harry, swiftly drawing her wand from her side and fixing her gaze on the approaching Barty Crouch. Harry, Lucia, where are you? The distant calls of Draco and Hermione reached them. Barty Crouch quickly turned to the source of the voices, spotting a throng of people rushing towards them. Cursing under his breath, he disapparated from the scene. As the man vanished, Harry exhaled in relief, rising from behind the charred tent. He raised his hands high, calling out to their companions, "We're over here." Draco, still anxiously searching, turned at the sound of Harry's voice, his eyes widening with concern as he saw Harry, seemingly unscathed save for a bit of soot on his face, rushing towards him. Harry, Lulu. Draco enveloped them both in a tight embrace, tears of relief welling in his eyes as the weight of his worries lifted. "You had me worried, Draco." All right, no more tears, we are all well." Harry felt the warm, damp sensation against his neck as he tilted his head to tenderly kiss the boy's hair, his large hand softly caressing Draco's silky locks. Just then, Narcissa rushed over and enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace. Her gentle hand brushed against the faint scar on Lucia's cheek, likely a result of her evasive maneuvers through the crowd. "It's all right now, Mother," Lucia replied, returning her mother's embrace with tenderness. Narcissa took a moment to compose herself before gazing affectionately at Harry, her love for Draco infusing her concern for his beloved. This dignified lady delicately smoothed Harry's slightly disheveled hair. "Thank goodness you are both unharmed." Harry had never experienced such maternal concern from a lady, especially one who happened to be Draco's mother. "Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Malfoy," he said, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks as he nodded. Observing Harry's obedient demeanor, Narcissa's eyes sparkled with affection. "Harry, if you so desire, you may call me Mother, just as Draco does." Harry was momentarily taken aback until he felt Draco's hand gently patting his back. The boy smiled shyly, moved, and responded, "All right, Mother Narcissa." Lucia, who had been silent until now, glanced at her father, Lucius, standing to the side with a grim expression, lost in thought. It seemed the Dark Mark had indeed left a shadow in her father's heart. A considerable number of people had arrived, besides Hermione and Ron, who were clustered around Harry. Minister Cornelius Fudge and various high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic had also joined the gathering. Cornelius Fudge regarded the two children with a serious expression. More precisely, his gaze lingered significantly longer on Lucia. Given the precedent of Lucius's Dark Mark, Fudge naturally harbored greater suspicions regarding his child. "Was it you? The ones who cast that into the sky, was it you?" Harry quickly shook his head, recounting everything he had witnessed to Minister Fudge. "Regrettably, we did not catch a clear glimpse of his appearance," Harry replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Mr. Crouch's sharp gaze shifted to Lucia, who stood beside him. "Do you have anything to add, Miss Malfoy?" Lucia shook her head, affirming that Harry had covered everything. Meeting Fudge's dubious gaze, she remained composed and said, "If you doubt, you may use the reversal charm to examine our wands." After several charms were cast, no suspicious findings emerged. With no other recourse, the matter was left unresolved, the minister attributing the incident to lurking Death Eaters. Thus, the chaotic and perilous night passed. Yet Lucia's heart did not brighten with the rising dawn. She could sense the existence of her latent powers within her, yet for some reason, she could not wield them, as if something obstructed their expression within her body. Lucia tilted her head slightly, the glaring light causing her to squint. Chapter 36, The Triwizard Tournament. Ever since the Malfoy family returned from the Quidditch World Cup, an unsettling atmosphere had settled in their home. First, Lucius Malfoy, with a grim countenance, isolated himself in his study, disappearing for several days. Then there was his sister, Lucia. Draco turned his gaze toward Lucia, who sat silently by the window. The warm sunlight poured over the girl, whose porcelain skin bore a striking resemblance to his own. Lucia closed her eyes, sensing Draco's intense gaze, and slowly spoke. "Draco, what troubles you?" The platinum-haired boy hesitated before joining her at her side. Lucia casually opened her eyes to regard her brother. Her neutral expression left Draco uncertain whether to voice his concerns. Is there something you cannot tell me?" Lucia observed Draco's hesitant demeanor with interest. She knew well what her brother was itching to ask, but seeing the proud young lord in such turmoil made her want to tease him a little. Draco's sister's nonchalant tone solidified his resolve. He pressed his lips together and poured forth all his worries and uncertainties that had been building over the past few days. "Lou, I feel like the atmosphere at home is rather strange lately. Father has been locked in his study every day, investigating something, and Mother seems the same. I haven't seen her smile in days." Draco's voice grew more anxious as he mentioned Narcissa's constant frown. Furthermore, he paused, fixing his gaze on Lucia's eyes, which mirrored his own, and complained, "And you, too, seem as if you are harboring some secret, while I remain utterly in the dark." Hearing her brother's seemingly accusatory yet genuinely concerned words, Lucia couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully ruffled Draco's hair, as if trying to shake away his worries. "You think too much, Draco. I believe that in a few days, things will settle down with Father. Given Lucius's capability, he should soon ascertain that the dark mark from that day has no direct connection to Voldemort, and he can rest easy. As for me, I am merely contemplating some newly learned spells." "Really?" Draco, undeterred by his tousled hair, sought confirmation with a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing her sister's assuring smile, he finally felt the weight on his heart lift. The smiling girl shifted her gaze to the marigolds flourishing on the windowsill. Yet, in truth, her thoughts extended far beyond these matters. In the days that followed, she had attempted numerous times to harness her latent powers, only to confirm that they remained inaccessible. They existed within her, yet could not be summoned. After much contemplation and hypothesizing, Lucia gradually formed a theory. She believed that perhaps there were certain laws of power in this world, and her abilities had evidently transcended them. Lucia recalled that when she first regained her life in this world, she had also been devoid of her powers. They had awakened suddenly later on. Indeed, during the moment when an armed assailant attempted to harm Draco, her desperate desire to intervene had shattered the seal on her powers. Thus, it appeared that she could regain her abilities through specific circumstances. But what would those circumstances be? When would they arise? Even Lucia was left in the dark. Since her powers were now dormant, she would need to master dark magic spells more adeptly. At the very least, she wanted to ensure that when Voldemort returned, her plans would proceed smoothly. As Lucia had anticipated, Lucius soon discovered that the incident bore no relation to Voldemort's resurrection, and the pallor that had long clouded his face finally began to lift. Observing the newfound ease between him and Narcissa, Lucia was reluctant to disrupt the warmth that had returned to their home. Well then, she mused, it would not be too late to seal the manor when Voldemort's return is imminent. The rumbling sound of an approaching train echoed from afar, gradually crescendoing until it came to a stop beside the platform. Lucia and Draco, pulling their small suitcases, boarded the train and found a compartment they typically occupied. This time, Harry and his friends did not arrive late. They quickly located the compartment where the siblings sat. Once they were all settled, the group leisurely chatted while gazing out the window at the swiftly changing scenery. "Harry, does your scar still hurt these days?" Hermione, perusing a copy of the Daily Prophet, suddenly looked up at Harry with a curious expression. "No, I think it's fine now." Harry instinctively touched his forehead where the scar lay, reflecting on the absence of pain over the past couple of days, and smiled reassuringly at the concerned Hermione. Draco, visibly irritated, puffed out his cheeks. His boyfriend had completely neglected to inform him about any discomfort related to the scar. Harry immediately noticed Draco's reaction and hurried to clarify. "I'm sorry, Draco. I just didn't want you to worry about me." During their correspondence, Harry had already discerned Lucius's peculiar behavior, suspecting it might be related to the dark mark from that day. Sensing Draco's troubled and anxious demeanor, Harry aimed to divert the conversation towards lighter topics to alleviate Draco's melancholy. Draco cupped Harry's face in his hands and planted a fierce kiss on his lips. "Regardless, you must tell me everything, do you understand?" Truth be told, Draco's threat, akin to a cat's claws unsheathed, made Harry want nothing more than to embrace him and nibble affectionately. He gazed innocently with his emerald green eyes and sincerely nodded. Seeing this, Draco, satisfied, kissed Harry once more. Just as Harry appeared eager, like a puppy spotting a bone, Lucia sharply interrupted them. Ron, observing the scene, looked at her with gratitude. as if she were a lifesaver. Harry, aside from your scar, have you experienced anything else? Lucia's inquiry prompted Harry to recall the haunting nightmare. He hesitated momentarily before recounting the scenes from his dream. In the dream, I saw Voldemort issuing commands to two subordinates, one of whom was the traitorous Peter Pettigrew. Lucia succinctly summarized the essence of the nightmare. Harry nodded, about to pose a question when Draco grasped his arm tightly. The boy's complexion paled, skepticism lacing his voice. But the Dark Lord, Voldemort, has he not already perished? With that, Draco abruptly turned to face his sister. He suddenly recalled Lucius's earlier correspondence regarding Pettigrew's escape, and Lucia's words at that time. Could there truly be a connection between Lucia's remarks and Harry's dream? Draco realized he might have stumbled upon a terrifying secret. Unaware that Draco had begun to piece together the truth, Harry enveloped his boyfriend in an embrace, gently kissing his cheek. It's all right, Draco, it was merely a dream. Draco nodded faintly, though his gaze remained fixed on Lucia. As the new term commenced, Hogwarts welcomed a fresh cohort of delightful first-year students. Guided by the sorting hat, they were assigned to their respective houses. Following the sorting, the atmosphere grew lively under the enchanting aroma of food. Draco, with a furrowed brow, absent-mindedly poked at the apple tart on his plate, occasionally glancing at Lucia, who dined peacefully beside him. Draco, is there something delicious on my face? Lucia teased, catching his wandering gaze, which caused him to avert his eyes. After scanning the surroundings, Draco noticed Pansy chatting with Blaise, oblivious to their exchange. He leaned closer to Lucia, whispering softly, Lucia, do you know anything about the Dark Lord? Why do you ask? Lucia replied, her calm demeanor contrasting with Draco's mounting anxiety. You mentioned that Pettigrew's escape was to save his master. I later realized his master is Voldemort. Draco exclaimed rapidly, his voice rising with excitement before he quickly lowered it again. And Harry's nightmare. I can't shake the feeling that you know something. If I truly knew, what would you do? Lucia regarded her brother, curious about his response. Would you panic and tell Harry and Dumbledore? Or Merlin? You must tell me and our parents immediately. Lucia, don't be afraid. We can face it together. If we cannot defeat Voldemort here, we can escape to another country. Anywhere is fine, as long as we're together. Draco's voice trembled with emotion toward the end, a hint of tears in his voice. Lucia, her own nose tinged with sadness, took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumultuous feelings within her. Foolish Draco. The despondency that had settled over Draco at the prospect of the daunting task of defeating Voldemort was suddenly lifted by a gentle touch from above. He looked up to see Lucia, wearing a confident smile, a flash of fierce determination in her eyes. Rest assured, even if Voldemort were to resurrect 100 times, I would vanquish him 100 times over. In that moment, Draco had to concede that Lucia was undeniably formidable. However, he couldn't help but feel that, in his current perspective, his sister might be a touch overly confident. Noticing Draco's skeptical expression, Lucia playfully patted his head. Let us not dwell on that now. Something entertaining is about to unfold. Before Draco could ascertain what this intriguing event might be, Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat. He tapped a silver bell at the edge of the table, his amplified voice resonating throughout the hall. Welcome back to Hogwarts for another year. The room erupted in thunderous applause, and Dumbledore raised his hand, gradually quieting the crowd before continuing. This year, Hogwarts will be hosting students from 2 other schools. First, let us welcome the lovely ladies from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The doors to the hall swung open, revealing girls clad in elegantly simple deep blue gowns, gracefully dancing as magical butterflies flitted around them, leaving trails of shimmering light. Among them, one girl stood out, her waterfall of silver hair and captivating azure eyes drawing everyone's attention. They are truly enchanting. Most of the Hogwarts boys were utterly mesmerized, their gazes fixated on the stunning girls. Ron stared intently at the leading girl, awestruck. Hermione, irritated, slammed her book onto the table. Ronald, your eyes might pop out. You should take a lesson from Harry. While the other Gryffindor boys were captivated by the newcomers, Harry remained unmoved, merely joining in the applause as the girls made their entrance. In his eyes, there was no one more beautiful or charming than Draco Malfoy. Hearing Hermione's comment, Ron glanced at his steadfast friend, rolling his eyes. He was certain that if Harry were to become infatuated with those girls, Draco would definitely have a word or two with him. And now, let us welcome the dashing champions from Durmstrang Institute. The doors opened once more to reveal a group of robust boys clad in fur cloaks and crimson robes, striding confidently as they wielded their staffs. At the center of the hall stood Victor Krum, the victor of this year's Quidditch World Cup. Wow, absolutely dashing. Amidst the thunderous applause, Ron joyfully exclaimed, as he was a devoted fan of Krum. Once the headmasters and students of both schools had settled comfortably, Dumbledore rose from the dining table and approached an opulent golden cabinet. The elder's deep, steady voice resonated through every corner of the hall. This year, the Triwizard Tournament will take place at Hogwarts. It promises to be a contest fraught with both glory and peril, with 3 champions representing their respective schools. And the victor shall be awarded eternal honor. Now, let us invite Mr. Crouch, the director of the Ministry of Magic, to elucidate the rules of the tournament. Amidst a round of applause, Mr. Crouch emerged from a side door of the hall, and he began to speak slowly. Given the dangers inherent in the tournament, students must be at least 17 years old to enter. Any student from Alpha, Beta, or Omega may participate, provided they possess sufficient skill and courage. Disregarding Mr. Crouch's earnest admonition, Lucia turned her gaze towards Cedric, who was seated at the Hufflepuff table. The boy looked on with curiosity and eagerness at the goblet of fire, which flickered into view from the dissipating cabinet. His friends beside him excitedly shook his shoulders. Although this scene was anticipated, Lucia was suddenly reminded of certain events. The last time she had returned to the crowd unscathed from the Quidditch World Cup, everyone was making their way home via the portkey, led by a Ministry of Magic official. Across the vast sea of faces, she happened to lock eyes with a pair of gray ones, their corners tinged with red, glimmering with unshed tears. In mere moments, he vanished into the throng. Was he crying then? Chapter 37, The Struggling Spider. If you have made up your mind, be sure to place your name in the Goblet of Fire before Thursday night. The grand address in the hall concluded with Dumbledore's final reminder. The sun was absent from the sky today, and heavy clouds loomed low over Hogwarts, as if threatening to descend. Alastair Moody, my name, declared a disheveled man of advanced years, his movements sharp as he inscribed his name on the blackboard. He turned, revealing a face marked by a few wrinkles and a missing left eye. Professor Moody's fierce gaze swept over the gathered students, having once served as an Auror. He now stood before them as their defense against the dark arts instructor. The fourth-year students remained frozen in their seats, the classroom enveloped in silence. Today, we shall study the unforgivable curses. Moody's somewhat gravelly voice reached the students' ears. Does anyone know how many unforgivable curses there are? 3, sir, Hermione called out, raising her hand and answering loudly when Moody glanced her way. He nodded, his gaze once again turning menacingly towards them. Any ordinary wizard who casts an unforgivable curse will find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban. So, do not let me catch any of you attempting such acts. The students shrank back like quails, hastily nodding in agreement. Harry looked towards Lucia on the left side of the classroom, suddenly recalling the day they had captured Peter Pettigrew using the Marauder's map, when Lucia had cast a spell. At that moment, Harry had paid little attention, only noticing the mouse quivering in pain. Yet that was clearly not the kind of horror that an ordinary spell could conjure. Could it be that it was also an unforgivable curse? And what about the time they had controlled the Dementors, when Hermione had mentioned the soul-stealing curse? Noticing his gaze, Lucia subtly turned her head and winked at him. Harry couldn't help but twitch his lips. Merlin. He suddenly felt as though his sister might be destined for Azkaban on multiple counts, and she appeared utterly unconcerned. Professor Moody produced a black bottle, and with a thrill in his voice, he whispered, "Come forth, my lovely little creature." An ugly brown spider emerged from the bottle, approximately the size of a human palm. "EW." Harry heard Ron's terrified voice beside him. "Now, I shall demonstrate the first curse, the soul-stealing curse." Moody raised his wand. Soul depart. In an instant, the spider that had previously scuttled about was frozen in place. Following Moody's mental command, the soulless spider began to leap towards the students. Ah, good heavens. It's here. Wherever the spider traversed, panic-stricken shouts erupted from both boys and girls alike. Merlin. The spider landed on Ron's head, and he appeared on the verge of fainting. His voice trembled with a quaver of tears until the sensation of its tiny legs receded, leaving him dazed. Draco, initially amused by Ron's pitiable reaction, found himself shrieking as the wretched spider crawled onto his face. Draco felt a shadow flit across and settle upon him, the spider's dark, hairy abdomen nearly obscuring his vision. "Draco." He thought he heard Harry's anxious voice. "Ah." At the moment of Draco's scream, a long arm swiftly removed the spider from his face. "Are you all right, Draco?" Draco blinked his tear-filled eyes and caught sight of his sister, her expression a mix of concern and icy determination. Wiping his face nervously, Draco nodded, glancing towards Harry, who had nearly leaped from his seat in excitement. Upon seeing the spider removed, Harry slowly exhaled in relief. Lucia firmly pinned the struggling spider to the table. Her gaze was cold as she looked towards Professor Moody, who was approaching them. The man fixed his unwavering stare on the girl before him. Lucia thought he must have recognized her as the witch who had concealed herself behind the tent when the dark mark was cast, alongside Harry. Especially since everyone had been shouting their names. Indeed, Moody's menacing glare fell squarely upon Lucia. "Since Malfoy is so brave, I shall have you observe the next curse." He immediately raised his wand and cast a spell at the spider beneath Lucia. "Cruciatus." In that moment, Lucia withdrew her hand. the curse nearly grazing her fingertips as it entered the spider's body. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, the spider emitted a blood-curdling scream. Its 8 legs scraped against the table, so violently that they left faint scratches on the surface. Gradually, the effects of the curse waned, and the spider lay there, twitching as if on the brink of death. Many students turned pale. Draco, seated closest, instinctively buried his head behind his sister, clutching her robes tightly. Humph. I hope the Malfoys do not suffer such a fate in the future. The man scoffed, inching closer to Lucia, mockingly cursing the Malfoy family's destiny. Lucia let out a derisive laugh, raising an eyebrow with keen interest. As Moody's expression shifted to one of disbelief, she calmly replied, "Thank you for your concern. The honor of the Malfoy family shall undoubtedly endure through the ages." With a matter-of-fact demeanor, she casually tugged at one of the spider's lifeless legs, swaying it before the man. Then, as if discarding refuse, she tossed it to the ground. It is indeed the foolish Death Eaters and their ineffectual master who, much like this spider, merely linger on, awaiting their demise. The classroom fell into a profound silence upon hearing this. Every student stared wide-eyed, suppressing gasps of astonishment. Their reverent gazes collectively directed towards the audacious, yet composed Lucia Malfoy. Moody's right eye appeared ready to pop from its socket, his visage contorted in rage. His nostrils flared as he drew in sharp breaths, as if poised to unleash his wand upon the smiling Lucia. "Professor, are you about to cast the killing curse upon me?" Lucia's calm voice quelled Moody's fury. He barely managed to regain his composure, his gaze still fixed intently on the girl. "Avada Kedavra," he roared, directing the final curse at the motionless spider, which quietly breathed its last. Moody gulped from the flask at his waist, then shot a fierce glare at Lucia, as if determined to crush her bones to dust. Class dismissed. Students surged out of the classroom. Pansy cast a peculiar glance at Lucia before turning to leave, while Blaze gently tugged at her sleeve. The soft fabric slipped from his grasp, drifting further away. Not observed Lucia with a troubled expression, hesitating to speak, ultimately shouldering his bag and departing. Lucia lowered her eyelashes slightly, refraining from uttering a word. She was acutely aware that these children's parents were once Death Eaters, yet she felt compelled to assert her stance. Ending Voldemort and those wretched Death Eaters was a path Lucia was destined to tread. In doing so, she would strive to protect Pansy and the others. A gentle touch against her palm drew Lucia's attention. Draco and 3 Gryffindor wizards stood behind her. Her brother gently shook her hand, beaming with a charming smile. "Lucia, you were absolutely brilliant just now. I say Death Eaters deserve to die?" Ron grinned broadly, rubbing the spot where he had been bumped by Hermione. Realizing Lucius Malfoy had once been a Death Eater, he sheepishly fell silent, regarding Lucia with newfound respect. The quick-witted and gentle which linked her arm with Lucia's. "Come on, Lucia, there's caramel strawberry tart for lunch." Draco recalled its sweet, soft texture with excitement, nodding eagerly as he pulled his boyfriend's arm while leading his sister swiftly towards the Great Hall. "Hey, that's limited edition. We need to hurry." Ron hastily positioned himself behind the 2 girls, nudging them forward, while Hermione cheerfully grasped Lucia's arm to quicken their pace. Surrounded by her friends, Lucia felt a soft smile grace her lips as she reveled in the laughter surrounding her. The weather today was particularly dismal. The morning had brought only overcast skies, and by afternoon, raindrops began to fall. The Slytherin common room, situated beneath the Black Lake, remained impervious to the sounds of the rain. Lucia opened the door to her dormitory. The lights were off, casting a dim ambience, yet the room was exceedingly warm, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Lucia, possessing decent eyesight, easily spotted a letter crumpled on Pansy's desk, hastily shoved into the corner, likely in a moment of panic. It bore the names of Parkinson's parents, marred by chaotic strokes of black ink. Through these markings, Lucia could sense the turmoil and sorrow within Pansy's heart. Torn between family and friends, Pansy ultimately chose not to divulge the events of the morning. With a subtle movement of her fingertips, Lucia approached Pansy's bedside in the darkness, placing the dessert she had packed from lunch on the nightstand. Pansy appeared to be in a deep slumber. Her short black hair splayed across the pillow. "Thank you, Pansy." Lucia gently tucked the blanket around Pansy's neck and quietly departed. Pansy, who had been peacefully sleeping, silently opened her eyes, gazing at the strawberry tart beside her bed. Moments later, a soft whisper echoed in the darkness. "Who told you to be Lucia?" Emerging from the common room, Lucia found herself uncertain of where to go. The rain was pouring increasingly heavily, and a light mist began to envelop the air. Many students ran toward the Great Hall, holding books over their heads to shield themselves from the downpour, shouting, "Let us go. Check it out." Today marked the final day for registration for the Triwizard Tournament. Undoubtedly, the Great Hall would be teeming with students casting their names into the Goblet of Fire. Lucia donned her school uniform hood and hurriedly made her way into the hall. Once she reached a sheltered area, she pulled down her hood and cast a cleaning charm upon herself, raising her gaze to survey the scene before her. The great hall was already filled with numerous students, with the Weasley twins standing out prominently. Having just consumed aging potion, they boldly stepped into the age barrier created by Dumbledore. Upon realizing they were not obstructed, they erupted into applause. However, the moment they tossed their names into the goblet, they were unceremoniously expelled by the flames, transforming them into elderly men with white beards. Laughter erupted among the crowd at the sight. It was only then that Lucia noticed Draco and Harry. It was not that she found the Weasley twins' antics particularly amusing. Rather, her attention had been captivated by Cedric Diggory, who stood ahead, surrounded by admirers. His soft, slightly curled caramel hair clung pitifully to his cheeks after being drenched by the rain, rendering him utterly endearing. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement as he gazed at the goblet of fire, which emitted a soft blue glow. Lucia collected herself and approached Cedric, who was surrounded by his friends. Lucia. Harry began to call out her name, but Draco swiftly covered his mouth. Confusion flickered across Harry's face as he looked at his adorable boyfriend. Draco could hardly endure Harry's puppy-like expression. He scratched his boyfriend's chin and placed a gentle kiss upon it, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "All right, darling. We mustn't disturb your sister and the others." Suddenly, Cedric was pushed forward by his friends, and before he could react, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. "Are you all right?" A familiar voice inquired from above. Startled, Cedric lifted his head from the comforting arms, just as Lucia lowered hers to inquire. Their lips barely grazing each other. For a fleeting moment, they stood frozen in place. Merlin's pants. Excited cheers erupted around them, and Cedric quickly regained his balance. Stepping away from Lucia's embrace, feeling the absence of warmth, Lucia felt a twinge of disappointment, yet maintained her composure as she looked down. Noticing the shy blush on Cedric's face and his awkwardly pressed lips, she couldn't help but smile. With a flick of her wand, she cast a cleaning charm, and Cedric's previously soaked clothes returned to dryness. Resisting the urge to caress his soft cheek, Lucia gently grazed her fingertips and spoke softly. "You'll catch a cold if you don't take care of yourself after being out in the rain." Cedric, his cheeks still flushed, smiled back, his bright gray eyes sparkling as he nodded at Lucia. "Thank you, Lucia." The tender and sweet atmosphere of budding affection prompted many onlookers to stifle their laughter behind their hands. "You should sign up first. The evening is fast approaching," Lucia remarked, glancing at the magical clock mounted on the wall. With mere minutes remaining until the deadline, she felt compelled to gently remind him. "Do you believe I can be chosen?" Cedric, who never posed questions that might put others in a difficult position, was often praised for his elegance and kindness, treating everyone with utmost courtesy. Yet, gazing at Lucia before him, he found himself curious about her thoughts. Lucia paused momentarily, and upon meeting Cedric's expectant gaze, she could no longer resist the urge to reach out and caress the beautifully shaped corners of his eyes. Her heart raced in excitement, leaning towards his soft, rosy lips. Her gaze tenderly locked onto Cedric's wide, astonished eyes. Always, the upright and kind Cedric, the resilient and loyal Cedric, the gentle and handsome Cedric. He would stand on the victor's podium, embraced by the crowd, welcoming the splendid future that rightfully belonged to him. Nearby, Draco observed his sister's almost flirtatious gesture with a sigh. She claims she isn't in a relationship, yet here she is, being so brazen, enveloped in Lucia's intoxicating affection. Cedric's fair complexion flushed crimson. Taking a deep breath, he cast his name into the goblet of fire, braving the curious stares and good-natured jeers from the onlookers. The erupting crimson flames illuminated the beauty of his features. Lucia watched in quiet admiration, her heart pounding in her ears. A rhythmic thrum that unmistakably conveyed a singular truth. "Admit it, you have completely fallen for this boy." Chapter 38, The Desire to Protect. Everything unfolded unexpectedly. The camaraderie among Slytherins may never have been a fervent blaze, but rather a tranquil, flowing stream. In defense against the dark arts class, when Lucia uttered words that nearly opposed Voldemort, she had already relinquished hope of continuing her friendship with Pansy and the others. However, the current turn of events was beyond her anticipation. Lucia blinked softly, observing Pansy, who clung tightly to her arm. The girl remained steadfastly by her side, their movements affectionate and familiar. Yesterday, Theodore Nott, whose face had been as grim as if he had consumed a slug, stood before the dining table. He cast a conflicted glance at Lucia before decisively taking a seat across from Draco. "You all." Lucia, regardless of anything, Pansy interrupted her for the first time, proudly tossing her beautiful black hair. "We shall always remain good friends." Nott silently regarded Draco and Lucia, his lips barely moving, but ultimately nodding with determination. Draco, who had appeared somewhat dim before, was suddenly brightened, his striking gray-blue eyes glimmering like a crescent moon. Friends who had grown up together, Draco, though he would not voice it, could not bear the thought of parting with them. Lucia exhaled softly, genuine emotion reflected on her face. Under the expectant gazes of her friends, she looked at them with a gentle expression, raising an eyebrow slightly. Is your chatter really this mushy now? Merlin S. Knickers, Lucia. Must you utter such atmosphere-destroying remarks at this moment? Draco pouted, utterly perplexed by his sister's penchant for playful banter, feeling as if the poignant ambience had been shattered. Yet, despite his words, his radiant smile remained undiminished. Come on, Lucia is the master of this. Theodore teased as he speared a dollop of cream with his fork, savoring the sweet sensation that spread across his palate, laughing jovially. Lucia couldn't help but smile, her expression innocent as she regarded those present. I'm not that unromantic. All right. I can attest, Lucia is not like this when it comes to someone specific, Draco remarked, raising an eyebrow triumphantly, as if privy to a great secret. Noticing Lucia's hurriedly feigned plea for mercy, Draco's laughter grew more audacious. Unfortunately for those who had missed the pivotal moment yesterday, curiosity surged among them as they eagerly probed Draco for details. Merlin, they are incredibly eager to know who possesses the power to make Lucia swoon. The awkward tension brought about by their reconciliation dissipated under Draco's gossip, and everyone finally resumed their usual affectionate demeanor. Lucia calmly lifted her teacup, casting a discreet glance at Blaze, who had been rather quiet until now. The dark-skinned boy stood among the others gathered around Draco, seemingly engrossed in the gossip. Yet his gaze never strayed from the smiling pansy. The ornate teacup emanated a delicate mist, obscuring the smile that curved at the corners of Lucia's mouth. The great hall door swung open with a forceful push, revealing the other two heads of magical schools, Madame Maxime, the giantess, and Mr. Karkaroff, a former Death Eater. They approached the professor's table and nodded amicably to Headmaster Dumbledore before taking their seats. Now, I shall announce the competitors for this year's Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore proclaimed as he stepped before the goblet of fire, ablaze with blue flames. Casting a spell, the originally azure flames suddenly transformed into red, erupting to reveal a singed white parchment. The paper fluttered down gently, which Dumbledore grasped and announced loudly, Fleur Delacour. Amidst the cheers and applause, the lovely silver-haired girl joyfully rose from her seat. As she approached the headmasters, she executed a graceful curtsy, and Madame Maxime warmly kissed her student. The second is Victor Crumb. Thunderous applause erupted once more, accompanied by the fervent shouts of the Durmstrang students. Crumb ascended the high platform, bowing slightly as he proceeded toward the back of the room. To Hogwarts now, Lucia lifted her gaze slightly, instinctively looking towards Hufflepuff, only to unexpectedly meet the anxious gray eyes that had been watching her. His long, thick lashes fluttered gently, akin to the butterflies swirling within Lucia's chest. A smile graced her lips as she tenderly spoke. What? Cedric Diggory. Cedric was propelled forward by his exuberant friends. It dawned on him that he had been chosen as Hogwarts champion. Approaching Headmaster Dumbledore, he bowed gracefully and politely. The elderly man regarded him with warmth, embracing him with congratulations. Before stepping toward the room, Cedric turned one last time to glance at Lucia at the Slytherin table. Her gaze remained quietly fixed upon him, radiating warmth and tranquility. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, conveying myriad unspoken emotions. In that moment, Cedric suddenly grasped the significance of Lucia's earlier words. She had said, "Do not be afraid." Dumbledore's bright blue eyes silently observed the two students exchanging meaningful glances, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his gaze. The elder stroked his long white beard, softly reflecting, "Ah, the tender, budding love." Just as the selection process was expected to conclude, the goblet of fire unexpectedly belched forth a fourth name. The crowd displayed a myriad of expressions as they gazed at the slip of paper held by Professor Dumbledore. His countenance bore a hint of shock as he uttered the name, Harry Potter. Draco furrowed his brow in perplexity, astonished at the bewildered expression on his boyfriend's face, exclaiming, "How can this be? Harry Potter?" Dumbledore's authoritative voice resonated once more, prompting Harry to rise and approach him. The elderly wizard scrutinized the changes in Harry's demeanor, and upon witnessing his unabashed panic and confusion, he slightly tempered his ire. "The selection process concludes here for today. Students are free to depart," Dumbledore declared. As his words reverberated through the hall, students from various houses huddled together, casting glances at Harry and engaging in spirited discussions as they exited the Great Hall. Subsequently, several headmasters and professors escorted Harry to a classroom at the back. "This is absolutely impossible." Draco vehemently contested Blaze's assertion that Harry had willingly placed his name in the Goblet of Fire. "Blaze, I have been with Harry these past few days, and he has never even contemplated such an action. I trust Harry. He would never do something like that." Draco's resolute words quelled Blaze's unfounded suspicions, and he offered a soft consolation. Of course, Draco, you have a point. Potter is not that reckless. Leaning against the wall, Lucia cast a glance back. Noting that Harry had emerged, she straightened and patted Draco on the shoulder. Draco, we should take our leave. I believe what Harry needs most right now is your support. With that, she took Pansy by the arm, and they turned to depart. Harry, are you all right? Draco inquired, observing Harry's dejected expression as he looked up at him with a hint of sadness. Harry had just received a stern reprimand from the professors, and while it wasn't as severe as it seemed, their words of distrust had nonetheless wounded his heart. Seeing his boyfriend so disheartened, Draco couldn't help but pull him into a tight embrace. The sight of Harry's tear-brimmed eyes tugged painfully at his heartstrings. Draco, do you believe me? I truly did not submit my name. Why does no one trust me? Harry's voice trembled as he nestled against Draco's soft, pale neck, his words choked with emotion. Listen, Harry, I absolutely believe you. Draco cradled Harry's tear-streaked face, gently removing his glasses that were dampened by tears. Feeling a pang of sorrow, he tilted his head slightly and tenderly kissed away the tears cascading down Harry's cheeks. Harry, regardless of what others say, you still have me. I, Draco Malfoy, will always believe in you. Draco gazed softly into Harry's emerald green eyes, his profound affection gradually warming Harry's heart. Thank you, Draco. I'm so grateful to have you by my side. Harry smiled gently through his tear-stained visage, instinctively leaning in to kiss his boyfriend's soft lips. Years later, the now grown and family-oriented Auror chief, Harry Potter, found himself confronted by reporters eager to know when he had first contemplated proposing to his beloved. The increasingly mature and handsome man paused, reminiscing about the day Draco had tenderly wiped away his tears. A smile spread across his face, and his typically cold and intimidating gaze softened, utterly unconcerned about the envy his forthcoming words might inspire. I had already envisioned marrying Draco when I was 14. As Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, just as twilight began to descend, he spotted his friends lounging on the communal sofa. He swiftly approached Lucia, settling beside her on the cushion. Although his eyes were slightly red-rimmed, Lucia affectionately ruffled her brother's hair. Do not fret, Draco. Harry will be fine. Now, our focus should shift to uncovering what the first task of the Triwizard Tournament entails. Pansy patted Draco's shoulder, regarding him as a younger brother she had watched grow. Theodore, holding a newspaper, expressed his frustration. Where are we supposed to find that? Suddenly, he noticed the newspaper being snatched from his grasp and turned to find Blaze holding up the Daily Prophet, raising an eyebrow with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps we should consider this first. If memory serves, Rita Skeeter is the most notorious gossip journalist around. In the center of the paper, a journalist clad in a green dress announced her intent to interview the participants of the Triwizard Tournament. The following day at noon, Harry, who had been dining with Draco, was urgently summoned by the Gryffindor prefect. Draco's brows furrowed in concern as he watched Harry's retreating figure. Lucia, seated nearby, set down her cup of tea and spoke flatly to Draco. I need to use the restroom. Draco blinked in surprise at his sister's abrupt departure. When Harry entered an empty room, he found other competitors already present. Approaching Cedric, whom he was somewhat familiar with, he cast a puzzled glance at the female journalist adorned in a fitted green dress and an elegant hairstyle. She appeared to be in her 30s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses that exuded shrewdness. It seems everyone is here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rita Skeeter, she said with a flippant smile, casually patting Fleur's beautiful visage. I am also a primary reporter for the Daily Prophet. Oh, of course, you may not be familiar with it at your age. Nevertheless, I am here for a brief interview. The woman's arching brows, meticulously groomed, made Harry feel somewhat uneasy. Half an hour later, Rita Skeeter, her demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction, sashayed with a rhythmic click of her high heels on the floor. The journalist cast a satisfied glance at today's interview notes. Surely, this would be another sensational scoop. As she traversed a deserted corridor, before she could utter a sound, she was abruptly yanked into an adjacent empty classroom. Stumbling slightly, she steadied herself, her eyes narrowing in ire at the girl who had dragged her in and was now locking the door with her back turned. With flowing platinum blonde hair, a height nearing 6 feet, and striking features, it was evident that the newcomer was an alpha, Lucia Malfoy. Well then, miss, what business do you have with me? Rita Skeeter asked, regaining her composure despite the youthful appearance of the tall figure before her. Or are you here to leak some juicy tidbits? Perhaps about Harry Potter becoming the 4th competitor? Skeeter's eyes gleamed with greed as she brandished her notepad like a predator scenting its prey. At this, Lucia chuckled lightly, surveying the notes in the journalist's hands before snatching them away. Ignoring Rita's displeasure, Lucia meticulously flipped through the pages, confirming her suspicions. As she suspected, the majority of the article criticized Harry for allegedly using underhanded tactics to gain attention, while others speculated whether Cedric, as an Omega, could possibly have surpassed a multitude of alphas without some hidden agenda. Lucia's expression remained unchanged, yet her grip on the notepad tightened, her fingertips turning pale. It appears that this young lady did not come to divulge any secrets. In that case, I too shall take my leave. Rita Skeeter has discerned the malevolent intent radiating from Lucia, and she now yearns to seize her manuscript and depart swiftly. Yet, how could Lucia permit her to have her way? The young woman brandished her notebook before the journalist, her hands twisting forcefully as she tore the written pages in half. Ignoring the reporter's fierce expression, Lucia cast another layer of a silent curse upon her. The paper instantaneously disintegrated into dust, rendering any remedy futile. Seizing the moment as Rita Skeeter lunged towards her, Lucia grasped her by the neck and forcefully slammed her against the wall. Her slender fingers tightened their grip. As the woman felt her breath growing increasingly labored, her complexion turned a shade of violet, and she exerted all her strength to claw at Lucia's hand. Observing her strength wane, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, Lucia finally released her grip. Cough, cough, cough. Skeeter collapsed helplessly onto the ground, coughing violently, gasping for air. Her eyes wide with terror as they fixed upon Lucia. The young woman leaned down gently, caressing the dark, bruised imprint left by her grasp. Her smile growing ever more radiant. Should I discover again that you have been fabricating interviews about Hogwarts students and publishing them, I shall transform you into a beetle and crush your body, she warned. Rita Skeeter trembled as she nodded vigorously. In that moment, Lucia appeared to her as a demon risen from the depths of hell. No, she was far more terrifying than any demon. Excellent, Lucia remarked, casually patting the woman's face. Grimacing slightly at the powder that clung to her hand, Skeeter shivered in response. Now, once you step out of here, let us agree that nothing has transpired, shall we? With a silent charm, she erased the marks on Skeeter's neck, assisting the tear-streaked woman to her feet, her gaze softening as she inquired kindly. The pallid Rita Skeeter stumbled out of the corridor, her assistant hastily supporting her. Are you all right, Mrs. Skeeter? The usually astute journalist shot him a withering glance. Sweat glistening on her brow, before turning back in alarm to glance behind her. The dimly lit corridor loomed like a cavernous maw, eager to devour her soul. She gasped for breath, hastily fleeing the school. Chapter 39, The Wrath of Lucia. Within the courtyard of Hogwarts stood a stout, lush oak tree, enchanted by magic. Its branches were adorned with vibrant green leaves throughout the year, standing robustly with vitality, much like Harry's eyes. Draco lay lazily upon a branch, squinting as he reached out to touch the vibrant greens of spring. When Harry approached, he beheld a picturesque scene. The radiant sunlight cascaded upon Draco's strikingly golden hair, dappling his handsome features with flecks of light, akin to butterflies softly kissing him. Even after more than a year together, Harry's heart raced each time he gazed at Draco. Harry. Draco casually scanned the surroundings, suddenly noticing his boyfriend standing below, gazing up at him with rapt attention. His eyes sparkled as he leapt from the tree towards Harry, who quickly opened his arms to embrace the slender, warm figure. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Draco feigned annoyance, pinching Harry's nose playfully, though the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. Harry was utterly enchanted by Draco's adorable demeanor, tightening his embrace around his waist and leaning in for a kiss. Forgive me, Draco, he murmured, the words spilling softly between their entwined lips. You're just too handsome. I couldn't help but be mesmerized. Well, the silver-tongued savior, Draco retorted teasingly, yet his hand tenderly swept through Harry's wild, disheveled hair. The two strolled hand in hand through the courtyard. Due to the Triwizard Tournament, passers-by often hurled barbs at Harry, but Draco responded with fierce glares, prompting them to avert their gazes immediately. In truth, rumors had circulated recently, with many labeling him a fraud, including Ron, who mistakenly believed Harry had surreptitiously entered for the sake of glory. The propagation of gossip was effortless, leaving Harry feeling utterly drained. Yet there remained Draco and their friends. As Harry looked at the steadfast figure beside him, he recalled the encouragement of Hermione, Sirius, and Lucia. Reflecting on the last encounter with Pansy and Blaise, who had also offered their support, Harry felt warmth bloom in his heart, dismissing the malicious whispers. With no classes that afternoon, they continued their delightful conversation as they meandered, enveloped in a sweet atmosphere. Is that Ron up ahead? Draco asked, diverting his gaze from Harry's face to spot the hesitantly standing redhead at the corridor's end. Harry's once bright emerald eyes dimmed slightly as he nodded. It should be. Draco, sensing Harry's uncharacteristically subdued tone, raised an eyebrow and took Harry's hand, striding purposefully towards Ron. As Draco and Harry approached with determination, Ron, feeling apprehensive, attempted to retreat around the corner, only to be firmly halted by a pair of hands. I believe you need to clarify things with Harry, Ron, Hermione said, her bright brown eyes locking onto him, allowing Ron to see his reflection within. He swallowed hard. realizing he could not retreat, as Draco had already brought Harry before him. "Hi, Ron, Hermione," Draco greeted warmly, seemingly oblivious to the tension between Ron and Harry. Hermione smiled gently, maintaining her firm grip on Ron's arm. "Hi, Draco." Ron paused, glancing nervously at Harry beside Draco, momentarily at a loss for words. "What's the matter?" Draco inquired, arms crossed, feigning confusion. "This is Harry, you know him, right?" Ron quickly scanned Harry with a troubled eye, frustration mounting as his initially excited words dwindled. "Of course I know it's Harry. Is that so? I thought you were unaware," Draco teased, his words effectively choking Ron, a knot of guilt tightening in his throat. It was only after learning from his brother Charlie about the tournament's perilous nature that Ron realized he had wronged Harry. Repeatedly opening his mouth to speak, Ron finally looked at Harry with sincere remorse. "I'm sorry, Harry. I truly lost my mind thinking you would do something like that. I'm glad you can see the truth, Ron." All the anger and frustration from being misunderstood dissipated as Harry readily forgave him, for it was never truly unforgivable, was it? Often, the development of friendship requires a bit of adjustment. "Thank you, Harry." Ron scratched his bright red hair, his freckles appearing somewhat self-conscious. "Ha!" Draco could no longer suppress his laughter. Truthfully, this was the first time he had witnessed the two of them interact with such awkwardness. Hermione couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Unlike the reckless Draco, this perceptive witch refrained from bursting into laughter. "Merlin, is it truly that amusing?" Ron muttered softly, a blend of confusion and embarrassment in his tone. Locking eyes with Harry, who wore a smile, they both paused, then exchanged grins of delight. Transfiguration. In an unexpected turn of events, a white spell swiftly invaded Draco's body. The boy, who had been standing joyously beside Harry, suddenly vanished from sight. "Draco!" Harry exclaimed in panic, calling out his boyfriend's name, as a tiny ferret emerged from the scattered robes on the floor. The poor creature was levitated by Moody's spell, squirming and squeaking in distress. Harry hurriedly cradled the flailing ferret in his arms, his gaze turning fiercely toward Moody, ignoring the professor entirely. "What are you doing?" Ron exclaimed, standing angrily beside Harry. He had witnessed clearly that Moody's spell was aimed directly at Draco, the first to sense that something was amiss. Hermione turned anxiously and dashed towards the Gryffindor common room. If her instincts were correct, this had to be transfiguration. Professor McGonagall excelled in that particular spell. Moody, with a dark expression, fixated his gaze on the trembling ferret in Harry's embrace. "Mocking your classmates. I'm merely administering a small punishment," he declared. "Draco hasn't mocked anyone." Harry retorted vehemently, his anxiety and anger surging as he struggled to comprehend the severity of the situation. He couldn't fathom what might happen if this were a malevolent curse. Would Draco be lost? Standing nearby, Ron assumed Moody must have misunderstood Draco's intentions. He quickly clarified. "No, Professor, Draco wasn't mocking me. We're friends, we were just joking." "Joking, do you understand?" "Joking," Ron pleaded. Desperation etched on his face as he gazed at the still menacing Moody, hoping he would grasp his meaning and reverse Draco's spell. Moody's cold eyes swept over the trio of boy and ferret before him. The sight of Draco rekindled memories of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Lucia in class, twisting his face into a grotesque snarl. "A Malfoy? And you all still stand by him?" With Moody's relentless tirade of insults, Harry and Ron's eyes burned with fury, their hands almost raising their wands in retaliation. Just then, Professor McGonagall's familiar stern voice rang out. "What are you doing, Professor Moody?" The well-dressed female professor approached with urgency, her steps slightly unsteady, followed closely by Hermione and a visibly distressed Lucia. "Hogwarts has rules against casting transfiguration spells on students for any reason." Professor McGonagall chastised Moody for his blatant disregard for regulations. This usually composed which now resembled a protective mother, firmly standing before her students. "Draco," she was interrupted by Moody's dark glare. Lucia stepped forward, softly calling for her brother. The little ferret squeaked pitifully, diving into his sister's embrace and waving its tiny paws as if to complain. Lucia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, Harry and his friends were present, and Draco had not suffered the brutal treatment he endured in the original tale. Had that been the case, a glimmer of malice flashed in her slate blue eyes. It would have been better to eliminate him first. Moody, visibly irritated by McGonagall's reprimands, swiftly raised his wand. "As long as I restore him, it should suffice." The female professor widened her eyes. "No, wait." Lucia quickly gathered the scattered robes from the ground, wrapping them around Draco just as the spell was cast. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed the scene, restoring Draco to his original form, his pale collarbone faintly visible. Had it not been for the robes Lucia had draped over him, he would have stood there completely exposed. "Professor Moody, what on earth are you doing? This child is an Omega. How can you reverse the spell in public like this?" Seeing Lucia covering Draco's body with the robes, Professor McGonagall finally exhaled in relief. She had been incensed by Moody's reckless actions. Gazing at Draco, wrapped in the garments, Harry swallowed hard, his heart racing with concern. Had Lucia not been there, he shuddered to think how the students would have gossiped about Draco. The fury surged back into his soul, and he instinctively glanced at Lucia, who, indeed, wore an expression darker than he had ever seen. "Harry, take care of Draco," Lucia instructed, handing her pale-faced brother to Harry, casting a cautionary glance at the boy. Of course, she had unwavering faith in Harry's character. She simply doubted his self-control when it came to Draco. Harry felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. While he adored Draco, he would never do anything to harm him. Perhaps this was merely a reflection of a sister's protectiveness over her Omega brother. Lucia slowly approached Moody, her gaze unwavering. Moody paid no heed to McGonagall, who continued her admonishments. He sneered at Lucia, a cruel smile creeping across his face. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. If only his powers were still intact, Lucia would have reduced him to ashes at that moment. Her eyes, devoid of youthful innocence, were cold and lifeless, eyes that had seen death. No, they had witnessed much death. Under the weight of her chilling stare, even the disguised Barty Crouch Jr. felt a cold sweat break out upon his brow. "Professor McGonagall, isn't it against Hogwarts rules to use magic to harm others?" Lucia posed the question, prompting McGonagall to momentarily falter before instinctively replying, "Yes." Before she could intervene, the girl delivered a fierce punch to Moody's face. In front of a stunned audience, the man toppled like a feeble top, crashing heavily to the ground. Students shrieked in shock and recoiled. Lucia strode forward and, seizing the opportunity while Moody was dazed, delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. "Ah, Merlin!" Blood gushed forth, and the students screamed. By the time McGonagall and Hermione rushed over to intervene, the man was already sputtering blood. In that instant, the courtyard fell into a hushed silence, broken only by ragged breaths. The crowd stared in awe at the expressionless girl. She yanked the man's collar, leaning in to whisper a few words into his ear. In the midst of Moody's growing terror, she tossed him back casually. "When Voldemort is resurrected, I will be the first to kill you." Barty Crouch Jr. News of that day's incident in the courtyard spread rapidly, prompting Headmaster Dumbledore to conduct an immediate investigation. An incident involving a student assaulting a former Auror was no trivial matter. With Harry, Ron, and Professor McGonagall as testimonies, the full truth of the event was finally revealed. Dumbledore promptly announced to the entire school that Professor Moody had been remiss in his duties, and that Miss Malfoy's furious reaction had been somewhat excessive. After administering punishments to both parties, the controversy gradually subsided. In truth, there was a particular aspect that piqued Dumbledore's curiosity. At the time in the infirmary, Moody's gaze towards Lucia was unmistakably filled with doubt and dread. After years of hunting down criminals, how could he exhibit such a demeanor towards a mere student? Even though Lucia was not the typical student, she was still just a 14-year-old child. Upon thorough inquiry, Lucia merely shook her head, claiming she had only given him a few light taps. Indeed, just a few taps, albeit each landing on a sensitive spot. The old man pondered with a hint of exasperation. During these days, Lucia continued her routine of eating and drinking without a care in the world, entirely untroubled by the potential repercussions of prematurely revealing herself to young Barty Crouch. Firstly, to resurrect Voldemort, he would undoubtedly endure until the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, successfully ushering Harry into the Riddle Graveyard. Secondly, although he worried that Lucia had uncovered his identity, he did not believe that a blonde girl could possibly defeat her powerful master. This was evident from the apprehensive yet excited glances Moody cast in her direction afterward. He was already envisioning the moment when his ineffectual master would be revived and would exact vengeance upon her. Lucia turned her back to the man and slowly lifted the corners of her mouth. Following Dumbledore's clarification, many in the school still averted their eyes and walked around upon encountering Lucia Malfoy. Occasionally, if a student accidentally bumped into her, they would panic and profusely apologize. "Wow, Lucia, you've become incredibly famous, almost rivaling Potter." Indeed, after the incident of Lucia striking a professor became known, discussions about Harry dwindled. Lucia casually munched on a cookie, unfazed by the teasing tone in Blaze's words. During her past life, had not her enemies regarded her with such fearful glances? After such a long time, she found herself somewhat nostalgic. She smirked, surveying the long table, and noticed that the furtive glances directed at her moments ago had all but vanished. Wasn't he this rather splendid? Pansy clapped her hands in admiration. In her eyes, no matter what Lucia did, she was simply magnificent. Blaze, observing Pansy's adoring gaze, felt a twinge of discouragement. With Lucia around, when would he ever truly capture Pansy's attention? Lucia, who took everything in stride, did not exhibit her usual playful demeanor, but rather appeared a bit melancholic. She instinctively glanced towards the Hufflepuff table, where a boy was conversing amiably with his friends. Sensing her familiar gaze, Cedric immediately turned to look at her. He seemed particularly attuned to Lucia's presence. At the moment Cedric's eyes met hers, Lucia instinctively averted her gaze, avoiding the look he cast upon her. She was indifferent to others' opinions. Yet she did not wish to witness the fear reflected in Cedric's eyes. The thought of his disappointed and aggrieved expression after she turned away weighed heavily on her heart. She couldn't help but lift her gaze back to him. Sure enough, Cedric's previously dejected expression transformed into one of joy upon meeting her eyes again. The brown and yellow scarf around his neck, combined with his gentle smile, made Lucia feel for the first time what it was like for her heart to melt. Are you free right now? Lucia read his lips as he spoke. She paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, rising to walk towards the hall entrance. I have something to attend to. You all continue chatting. Cedric's cheerful voice reached his companion's ears, and before they could process what was happening, he stood up and made his way towards the door. What is going on? A nearby girl murmured in confusion. I bet it's related to that Slytherin girl, her roommate remarked seriously. It was indeed quite possible. In fact, I think that Miss Malfoy is rather cool. Yes, if my sister were in such a situation, I would charge into fight. That makes sense. Just as Cedric stepped out the door, he spotted Lucia elegantly leaning against the wall. You. They both spoke simultaneously, momentarily taken aback by hearing each other's voices. Cedric burst into laughter, a rosy hue spreading across his fair complexion, lending him an ethereal beauty. Lucia, don't let the events of these days weigh on you. I mean, you did splendidly. As a senior, he instinctively felt protective towards the younger girl. Although everyone viewed him as the formidable Dark Lord, to him, she had become the pitiful one isolated by the school. Receiving his praise, Lucia blinked, suppressing a smile, and nodded obediently. Cedric, suddenly calling his name, her slightly husky voice made his heart race. What? Without waiting for further elaboration, Cedric tilted his head in confusion. In the next moment, his left hand was drawn to her lips, and he stared wide-eyed in bewilderment at the scene before him. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament is the dragons. I wish you the best of luck for victory. A warm, moist kiss landed on the back of Cedric's hand, causing him to flinch as if scalded, his fingertips instinctively recoiling. Chapter 40. The One Who Can Control Her. With only one day remaining until the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the atmosphere in the school grew increasingly tense. Since the day Harry and Ron reconciled, Ron, having learned some inside information from his brother, shared everything he knew with Harry. Initially, the boy animatedly described the dangers of the competition, but then, as if realizing something, he pretended to be casual, stating that the school would not disregard the safety of its students. However, seeing his strained expression made it evident that he was likely trying to comfort Harry, who was about to compete. Harry listened attentively and nodded, his expression remaining largely unchanged. While Draco, on the other hand, became anxious due to Ron's words. He didn't voice his worries, but his restless state was evident enough for Hermione to notice, let alone for Harry, with whom he spent every day. You're far too tense, Draco. Harry gently pressed his fingers against Draco's furrowed brow, smoothing it out with tenderness. Salazar, aren't you the least bit worried, Harry? Draco retorted, his tone irritated as he faced his seemingly relaxed boyfriend. He had been so anxious that he hadn't slept well for several days. Realizing something was amiss, Draco quickly kissed his boyfriend's cheek and added, No. Not being tense is good. Not being tense means no mistakes. Observing Draco's conflicting thoughts, Harry laughed and pulled him into an embrace, silencing his incessant chatter with a kiss. Trust me, Draco, nothing will happen. Hi, Lucia, I didn't know you were here. Hermione's clear voice rang out from behind. But Lucia did not look up, casually lifting her arm to wave. Is there something you need, Hermione? Her thick, brown hair was casually tied up in a bun, with a few loose curls cascading onto her cheeks. Hermione approached, cradling a book in her arms, accompanied by 3 Gryffindor girls. It's nothing significant. I was hoping to find you to study in the library. To my surprise, I happen to see you here. Hermione tucked a stray lock of hair, tousled by the breeze, behind her ear, her face illuminated by a look of surprise and delight. Lucia casually lifted the book resting on her lap, gazing at Hermione, who was backlit by the sun, squinting slightly in the dazzling light before breaking into a smile. Let us go then. The temperature, gradually succumbing to the chill of winter, cast brilliant sunlight that danced upon the lake, reflecting clusters of white dots. It was a bright yet temperate day, ideal for indulging in literature. A few girls settled themselves on the stone platform beside Lucia. The trio, unfamiliar with Slytherin, peered curiously over their books at her. Was she truly the Lucia Malfoy who had sent Professor Moody of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to the infirmary? She appeared rather amiable. Moreover, She seemed to embody the essence of a commendable alpha. The Omega girl among them felt her cheeks flush as she stole a glance at Lucia, who was engrossed in her reading, shyly pondering to herself. Look, over there is Crumb from Durmstrang. The hushed voice, tinged with excitement, whispered in her ear. Lucia, along with the girl beside her, lifted her gaze to the distance. A group of robust Durmstrang students approached the riverbank, and at first glance, they all appeared to be alphas. Hey there. The tall, handsome boys raised their arms in enthusiastic greeting. Lucia noticed that Victor Crumb's gentle gaze first landed on Hermione before shifting to herself. Are you the Lucia Malfoy? As they reached the front of their group, a surprised voice broke the air. Lucia gracefully arched her slender eyes, her movements imbued with an elegance that was both casual and unrestrained. Is there something you need? She replied coolly. Two boys sporting crew cuts swaggered over, hands on their hips as they cast flirtatious glances at the girls nearby before turning their challenging gazes upon the female alpha before them. Your family is pure blood, right? I heard you made the professor bleed. True or false? One boy scratched his neck, his tone dripping with disdain. To him, the notion that a fourth year could physically overpower a former aura was nothing more than a gross exaggeration. The other boy mirrored his antagonism, his scorn unmistakable. And what about your school's Harry Potter? Didn't he cheat his way into the Triwizard tournament? I reckon you're a tad better than him. Why doesn't your school let you compete? Huh? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Occam, I'd wager that their foolish savior is probably too scared to show up. The other Durmstrang students by the riverbank showed no inclination to intervene, some even snickering quietly. The initially shy girls' expressions quickly morphed into stiff and displeased visages. While they might criticize Harry Potter within their own school, it did not grant others the liberty to mock him. Hermione, her face aflame with anger, was about to rise in retort when a long, strong hand pressed down on her shoulder. Lucia set her book upon the stone, patted her knees, and stood up. Having enjoyed a balanced diet since childhood, she found herself standing eye to eye with the boys, both of whom were in the fourth year. You didn't hear wrong. What? The girl's sudden, nonsensical remark left them bewildered. Lucia smiled, turning her gaze to the boy who had first spoken, and spoke with measured calmness. I indeed struck the professor. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. With a raised brow, she swiftly lifted her leg before the boy could react. A tremendous force struck his abdomen, and in an instant, he was propelled several meters away. Blood spewed from his mouth, suspended momentarily in the air before plummeting to the ground. Spav. The boys who had been watching from the riverbank gasped and rushed to their fallen companion's side. Do you wish to try as well? Lucia asked, her expression inscrutable as she turned to the other boy. His complexion drained of color, lips trembling. He gritted his teeth and raised his wand with a menacing glare. In the next moment, however, he found his arm firmly grasped by a pair of powerful hands. Enough. Occam. Victor Crumb's serious demeanor admonished, his piercing gaze compelling Occam to reluctantly lower his wand. I apologize, we were the ones who overstepped. Crumb acknowledged that it was his companion's provocation that had initiated the encounter, and they were undeniably in the wrong. Yet, as captain, witnessing his teammate fell did not sit well with him either. But you should not have attacked him in such a manner. The boy's eyes bore into Lucia, scrutinizing her indifferent expression. Hermione, also taken aback by Lucia's actions, quickly regained her composure, frowning as her fiery brown eyes turned toward Crumb. They insulted Harry first. Although Lucia's retaliation may have been excessive, they brought this upon themselves. Under Hermione's furious gaze, Crumb felt somewhat uncomfortable. He exhaled heavily through his nose, choosing not to utter another word. As his gaze shifted back to Lucia, Hermione's expression turned anxious. Lucia, we should contemplate how to explain this to the headmaster. The girl gently smiled as she ruffled Hermione's hair, and Crumb's expression darkened further upon witnessing this interaction. Lucia strode confidently to where Spav lay on the ground, casting a disdainful glance at the boy clutching his abdomen in agony. His companions immediately encircled Spav, their eyes warily fixed on her. What do you intend to do? If you wish for him to receive treatment, step aside. Lucia spoke nonchalantly. Her kick had utilized a considerable amount of force, likely damaging his stomach. Crumb observed Lucia's composed demeanor in silence for a moment before gesturing for everyone to disperse. As the human barrier dissipated, the girl raised her wand toward Spav's abdomen and softly spoke, heal as before. A warm white light enveloped him, flowing into his body. The boy, who had been writhing in pain, suddenly found the ache vanished without a trace. Stunned, he rolled on the ground, confirming his recovery with disbelief. I'm fine. Spav hastily stood, his expression flustered as he avoided Lucia's gaze. That was merely a punishment for your insults toward our school's student. I hope you can learn to curb your tongue in the future. Lucia raised her eyes slightly, her icy gaze sweeping over the boys present until their faces reflected fear. Before she withdrew her gaze, Crumb regarded the girl with a complex expression before hastily leading his companions away. As the confrontation drew to a close, the girls rushed to Lucia's side. Hermione's expression softened, her delicate features transforming into a smile that enhanced her beauty. Lucia, that was so cool. The other girls nodded vigorously, their excitement palpable. Lucia's platinum hair shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight as she casually adjusted her wind-tousled tie, a slight smile gracing her lips. Thank you for the kind words, ladies. The alpha blinked, responding with polite grace. Merlin, who claimed that Lucia Malfoy was fearsome. She is undeniably magnificent. The girls pursed their lips, trying to suppress their rising smiles, but their sparkling eyes betrayed their true feelings. A tranquil day has passed, yet the professor did not seek out Lucia. It seems that the students from Durmstrang are either acutely aware of their own guilt or have been intimidated by Lucia's formidable prowess. Nevertheless, Lucia has little inclination to ponder the reasons behind this. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. The young woman quietly sits by the window, where, through the dim light, the ethereal octopus gracefully glides through the lake with its numerous tentacles. Lulu, why aren't you asleep yet? Pansy's muffled voice drifts through the stillness of the dormitory, wrapped snugly in her blanket. Almost done, Pan, Lucia replies. Firmly securing the envelope to the right leg of her long-eared owl, the Malfoy family's personal messenger. Thank you, Lanny. Remember to deliver it to father. The small owl flutters its snow-white feathers, lightly pecking Lucia's palm before soaring out the door. If Lucius were to glimpse this letter, it is likely he would make the right choice. Dimming the lights, Lucia softly approaches her bed and soon succumbs to slumber. Cedric, 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 Crumb, 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 everyone. Come quickly. Place your bets on the victor of the Triwizard Tournament. Is anyone willing to wager? The excitement is palpable. The thunderous cheers mingle with a cacophony of shouts. The stands are packed to capacity, with spectators fervently cheering for their chosen competitors. The resounding calls faintly reach the resting area for participants. After drawing the most fearsome of dragons, the Ridgeback, Harry exhales softly, his heartbeat quickening at the overwhelming spectacle. Harry, a pair of arms encircle Harry's neck. Warm breath brushing against his ear, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. Don't be nervous, I'll be right there in the stands. Hearing his boyfriend's rapid heartbeat, Draco gently kisses Harry's cheek, playfully winking at him. In the next moment, Harry tightens his embrace around Draco's slender waist, burying his face against his shoulder. Where do all those sweet pastries go? Your waist remains so slender, surrounded by the sweet aroma of caramel emanating from Draco. Harry's racing heart gradually calms. Wow, big news! A bothersome reporter's voice interrupts from behind, causing Harry to furrow his brow. Rita Skeeter, proudly wielding her magical camera, is grinning smugly. Draco curiously peeks over Harry's shoulder. Upon catching sight of his striking resemblance, the formerly triumphant reporter's face pales dramatically. Her lips tremble, eyes filled with a fleeting terror, as if the suffocating grip of death was creeping back upon her. The woman gasps hurriedly, feigning composure as she swiftly turns to leave. The remaining individuals in the room exchange puzzled glances at the abrupt departure of the once difficult reporter, shaking their heads in bewilderment, choosing not to pursue the matter further. I must take my leave, Harry. Good luck. Draco cups Harry's face, affectionately tousling it, and upon noticing the peculiar expression on his handsome visage, he cannot help but chuckle. Sporting a quirky smile, Harry leans in to plant a gentle kiss on Draco's soft palm. Draco strolls leisurely towards the exit, lightly patting Cedric's shoulder as he passes by, who is quietly analyzing the short-nosed dragon. The handsome Omega gazes up at the slightly shorter Draco with a puzzled expression, his clear gray eyes resembling pure gemstones. Good luck, Cedric, Draco earnestly encourages. Thank you, Draco, Cedric replies, initially taken aback, before breaking into a warm smile of gratitude. At the sight of a face reminiscent of a girl's, Cedric's fingertips twitch, recalling the fervent and intimate kiss on the back of his hand. Draco silently admires the boy's striking features, flashing him a radiant smile before departing the lounge. Where have you been, Draco? Ron inquires, eyeing Draco's late arrival with curiosity. Breathless from a light jog, Draco settles into his seat before responding slowly. I just checked on Harry. He drew the Ridgeback bloody hell. Ron exclaims, astonished. That's an incredibly ferocious dragon. Hermione frowns slightly, comforting Ron with a gentle pat. Now, we must have faith in Harry. He can do this. Ron reluctantly nods in agreement, returning to his seat. Lucia, calmly perusing her book, suddenly feels a tug at her sleeve and turns to find her brother's teasing expression. Lulu, I saw Cedric. Do you want to know what he drew? At the mention of that particular name, Lucia's heart skips a beat. She averts her gaze slightly, unconsciously flipping through the pages of her book. What is it? After a moment, Her inquiry reaches his ears, and Draco stifles a laugh at her feigned indifference. Finally, he has found someone who can challenge his sister, the short-nosed dragon. But it is among the more docile breeds, he informs her. Lucia nods gently, secretly relieved. It appears the original drawing order remains unchanged. Brilliant fireworks erupt in the air, with the heads of the 3 schools seated across from the stands. Dumbledore amplifies his voice with a spell, his deep and steady tone resonating throughout the arena. The competition begins. Chapter 41. May I invite you to be my dance partner? A middle-aged man in uniform emerges from the entrance, pulling a thick chain tethered to the neck of a massive green dragon. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, emits a thunderous wheeze. The green dragon spreads its wings and perches upon the stone wall, concealing the golden egg behind its bulk, awaiting the arrival of the first contestant. Please welcome our first contestant, Fleur Delacour. Harry sits quietly in his chair, his fidgeting hands betraying his anxious heart. After approximately 30 minutes, a roaring cheer erupts from behind the stage, signaling that Fleur Delacour has secured the golden egg. Cedric, next in line, rises from his seat, gently patting Harry's shoulder. I'm off now, just relax, Potter. Harry quickly nods with a smile. Next up, Cedric Diggory. Cedric, Cedric, Cedric. The stands of Hogwarts erupt with fervent cheers, all eagerly anticipating this Omega warrior from Hufflepuff. Cedric strides through the entrance, presenting an image that contrasts the typical robust warrior. He possesses a striking appearance and a slender frame. Aside from his resolute gray eyes, one cannot help but question whether he truly has the strength to vanquish the dragon and seize the golden egg. The short-nosed dragon, perched on the stone wall, glares fiercely at the intruder encroaching upon its territory. Gripping his wand tightly, Cedric fixates on the immobile dragon before him. Stupefy. A white spell shoots forth, but the nimble short-nosed dragon swiftly dodges it. Cedric's initial attack incites the fury of the dragon, which lifts its head and lets out a deafening roar before charging towards the young man. Cedric's expression remained composed as he agilely navigated the rocky wall with swift movements. The obstacles were plentiful. Suddenly, he pivoted and cast a spell, catching the fire dragon, which was charging straight at him, off guard. A beam of blue light penetrated its body, causing it to wobble uncertainly in midair before plummeting down. The simple incantation inflicted minimal harm on the formidable dragon. Seizing the moment while it was momentarily disoriented, Cedric dashed towards the golden egg. In an instant, the short-nosed dragon, regaining its footing, surged ferociously towards the egg. Witnessing its proximity to him, the assembled students gasped audibly, some frightfully covering their eyes. Anxiously, Draco turned to glance at his sister beside him, surprised to find her nearly on the verge of standing up in a moment of distress. Lucia, who had been intently watching the competition, felt her pupils constrict at this sight. Almost instinctively, she reached for her wand, ready to strike at the dragon. In the next heartbeat, Cedric clasped the golden egg and, like a nimble badger, swiftly pivoted and concealed himself behind the stone. A flicker of light, blinding brilliance shot into the dragon's immense eyes, forcing it to shut them tightly as it struggled in agony. Cedric Diggory successfully secured the golden egg in 23 minutes and 40 seconds. Professor Dumbledore rose to announce Cedric's final score. The Hogwarts students, still reeling from the earlier suspense, erupted into fervent applause and cheers for their champion. Rising from the stone wall, Cedric held the golden egg aloft, his handsome visage illuminated by a radiant smile. The dazzling sunlight glinted off his slightly curled caramel-colored hair, casting a gentle yet brilliant glow. Thump, thump, thump. With her heart racing, Lucia watched the captivating young man without blinking. When one harbors feelings for someone, it often feels as though a multitude of butterflies are swirling in one's stomach. The third contestant was Victor Krum, who faced a fireball dragon, a breed that, despite its fiery temperament, was not easily provoked. However, a reckless move from him incited its wrath. Struck by a blinding curse, the fireball dragon momentarily lost its sight, inadvertently crushing half of a genuine dragon egg in its frantic struggle. Consequently, Krum, upon securing the golden egg, was penalized with a deduction of points. Now, we welcome the final contestant, Harry Potter. The dark-haired boy with emerald eyes stepped from the entrance, about to confront the most perilous and fierce of dragons, the Acromantula. Indeed, shortly after Harry entered the arena, the irritable fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames. Draco, seated in the audience, gripped his sleeve tightly, holding his breath as he anxiously observed the contest. The furious dragon managed to break free from its chains and under its relentless assault. The clever and daring Harry quickly summoned a firebolt, soaring into the sky. "Oh my Harry!" Ron exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the fire dragon chase his brother further away. Time ticked by, each second stretching out. Draco stood up, clasping his hands tightly as he gazed into the distant sky. "It's Harry. Well done. He's coming back." Hermione, looking to the left, was the first to spot Harry approaching, having successfully evaded the menacing dragon. The boy, riding the firebolt, swiftly snatched the unattended golden egg resting atop a stone. It was utterly magnificent. Harry, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands, and Draco clapped in delight, secretly relieved. The first event of the Triwizard Tournament concluded with Harry's triumphant victory in 20 minutes and 37 seconds. Having witnessed Harry's courageous display, the students no longer whispered about him. Yet now, it was Cedric who found himself troubled. His spectacular performance that day had undoubtedly captivated the hearts of countless young admirers. A throng of alphas eagerly cast their affections towards him, only to be met with his polite refusals. Sitting at the dining table, Cedric took a bite of maple syrup pie, quietly glancing at the girls seated at the Slytherin table. As he swallowed, he suppressed the wave of disappointment that washed over him. Meanwhile, Lucia cast a cold glance at the Durmstrang student who had just been spurned. The startled Spaff wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of trepidation. I haven't said anything recently, have I? He stole a glance at Lucia, quickly averting his gaze in fear. Merlin, her stare is terrifying. Someone save me. In today's class, we shall not be learning any new spells. Professor McGonagall, clad in green robes, magically moved the desks to the side of the classroom, her hands clasped in front of her, revealing a hint of a smile beneath her typically stern demeanor. This year, on Christmas Eve, the school will host a Yule Ball. This announcement sparked a flurry of whispers among the students, akin to a drop of oil splashing into a boiling pot. Only when the female professor raised her arm to quiet the commotion did the chatter subside. Mr. Weasley, please come up here. Ron, who had been joking and chatting with Harry at the desk, immediately lost his smile. He hesitated, pointing at himself. Me? Professor McGonagall nodded steadily at Ron. Yes, you, Mr. Weasley. With a forlorn expression, Ron trudged up, knowing full well he had no idea how to dance. As Professor McGonagall called out the rhythm, she guided his steps, and the boy fumbled awkwardly, shifting his feet clumsily. The audience erupted in laughter at his chaotic antics. This is the opening dance you'll need for the Yule Ball. I hope everyone finds a suitable partner to enjoy this rare occasion together. Releasing Ron, Professor McGonagall stood in the center of the classroom to announce the final reminders and extend her heartfelt wishes. With a look of someone who had just escaped a calamity, Ron returned to his seat, glancing at his brother's expectant expression, and he anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, pondering over potential dance partners. After dinner, Harry and Draco strolled through the corridors, digesting their meal. The gentle orange glow of the night lamps bathed them in warmth. Draco looped his arm through Harry's and tentatively raised his hand, reaching for the fireflies dancing in the air. Draco, will you teach me how to dance? Harry asked softly, gazing fondly at the spirited Draco, suddenly voicing his request. Draco diverted his attention from the fireflies to meet his boyfriend's gaze, a mischievous thought bubbling to the surface. Draco extended his right hand. Harry, if you wish to invite me, your sincerity must be evident. Otherwise, I shall decline. Watching the charmingly wicked smile on his boyfriend's face, Harry felt an overwhelming affection. He took hold of Draco's delicate, pale hand suspended in midair, planting a gentle kiss upon its back. So, dear Mr. Malfoy, may I invite you to the Yule Ball? The deep, beautiful emerald of his eyes, framed by heavy glasses, reflected only Draco's figure. Of course, Harry. Draco chuckled, rising on tiptoe to place a loud kiss on Harry's scar. Ahem. Severus Snape, having endured the nauseating spectacle throughout, could no longer contain his displeasure and interrupted their sweet exchange with a scowl. Oh, Godfather. Draco, startled, instinctively hid behind Harry, awkwardly greeting Snape. The embarrassment of being discovered in an intimate moment with his boyfriend by an elder was simply too much. Harry shielded Draco from behind, offering an uneasy smile to the professor who had always regarded him with disdain. Humph. The professor in his dark robes snorted disapprovingly. Potter, have you seen my transfiguration potion? Snape's lingering resentment towards Harry, stemming from a debt owed by his father, had been exacerbated by the revelation that Harry was now romantically involved with his former student. This thought darkened Snape's expression even further. Harry shook his head in denial. No, Professor, I have never encountered any transfiguration potion. Draco peeked from behind and nodded emphatically. It definitely isn't Harry's. Snape, hearing Draco's unwavering defense, curled his lip in disdain and waved his hand dismissively, shutting the door with a finality that left the two in the corridor baffled. With only a few days until the Christmas ball, everyone began searching for their desired partners. Suddenly, the flapping of wings heralded the arrival of an owl delivering a package. Draco took the gift box that the small owl, Lanny, had set down. The little owl didn't immediately take flight. Instead, it turned and placed a letter into Lucia's hand. What is this? Draco inquired curiously, peering over. Lucia, without explanation, stuffed the ornate envelope into her bag and turned to Draco. Isn't it your turn to open the gift from Mother? Realizing what she meant, Draco hurriedly untied the green ribbon. As he opened the box, he discovered several exquisite gowns inside. These are the outfits for the ball that Mother sent us. This one is yours, Lulu. A sleek black tailcoat caught his eye, showcasing Narcissa's impeccable taste. Draco's was a fitted white dress robe. There was another gown tucked inside. Gently, Draco caressed the black dress, noting that while the color was the same, the style differed. It appeared to belong to Harry. Lucia, observing her brother's expression, immediately deduced the owner of the dress. The Christmas ball, she mused, her gaze flickering with a hint of cold light as she observed Cedric surrounded by admirers. Never one to sit idly by, she resolved to seize what she desired. Ignoring Draco's puzzled look, she stood up and walked towards the adjacent Hufflepuff table. Cedric had just politely declined an invitation from a boy. Once the boy walked away, Cedric sighed softly. His friends exchanged glances, a mixture of envy and sympathy in their eyes. How many has Cedric turned down? Why isn't that Malfoy girl here yet? Just then, Alan's expression changed as if he had spotted something extraordinary. He quickly tugged at Cedric's sleeve. What is it, Alan? Cedric, momentarily distracted from his melancholy, asked curiously. But before he could receive an answer, a chorus of gasps erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Cedric! A familiar voice pulled Cedric's attention, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart. He turned to see Lucia standing before him, her expression soft and inviting. Cedric quickly rose to his feet, a sense of foreboding washing over him, as if he could predict what was about to unfold. His blood surged, and he felt warmth creeping up his cheeks. As if in a dream, in front of everyone, the Slytherin girl took his right hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Her melodious voice resonated in the stunned silence, and Cedric gazed at Lucia in disbelief. The moment he had longed for suddenly materialized, feeling surreal and enchanting. Yes, I would be delighted. His nervous stammer caused a rare, unguarded smile to blossom on Lucia's lips. This was the first time the typically aloof Malfoy girl had revealed such genuine emotion. Suddenly, Alan gave Cedric a forceful shove, propelling him into Lucia's embrace. Their faces were mere inches apart, and they both froze momentarily, captivated by the closeness. Lucia wrapped her arms around Cedric's slender waist, her gray-blue eyes like tranquil lakes, seemingly ready to drown him in their depths. They were so close that Lucia could almost kiss his slightly parted, rosy lips. Her gaze drifted momentarily, but the image of his beautiful lips lingered in her mind. Wow, Merlin, they are such a perfect match. Oh, when will I have a romance like that? The unexpected embrace and the sweet, innocent atmosphere ignited the Hogwarts hall with excitement. Cheers erupted, and applause filled the air as everyone offered their enthusiastic blessings. Chapter 42, A Passionate Kiss. The moon hung high above the treetops, its silvery light shimmering upon the black lake. The crackling fire cast a warm glow in the quiet Slytherin common room. As midnight approached, students, weary from a day of studies, snuggled into their beds, drifting into sweet dreams. A long, pale hand emerged from a satchel resting on the long table. Retrieving a dark green letter, Lucia reclined against the sofa's back cushion, silently reading her father's response. A week prior, she had sent a letter home, meticulously analyzing the recent movements of the Death Eaters and their connection to Voldemort's resurgence. In conclusion, Lucia implored her parents to close Malfoy Manor and await the crisis to pass. This seemed in line with Slytherin's instinct for self-preservation, and she believed Lucius would comply. After a long pause, she opened the reply. The handwriting was elegant and fluid, yet the pressure of the pen revealed the writer's unsettled heart. The note contained only a few brief sentences. I must decline, Lucia Malfoy. I am your father. The ink left a deep impression on the paper, as if one could envision Lucius's earnest and agitated demeanor. No matter what happens, I will always stand before you, alongside your mother. Lucia, protect yourself and your brother at school. Do not fall into danger. We will always love you. With gentle fingers, she smoothed the tiny creases of the letter, the warm glow of the fire illuminating the words. Love. For the Malfoys, nothing surpassed the devotion of family. Her long hair obscured her expression as she remained silent, tears glistening on her cheeks in the firelight. It was now 1 a.m, and the owl on the wall chirped the hour. Lucia tucked the letter into her bag, hastily wiping her face in an attempt to compose herself. No one must witness her moment of vulnerability. Once she regained her composure, Lucia began to contemplate the developments that lay ahead. In her previous correspondence to Lucius, she had mentioned that the request to close the estate was the most prudent strategy for her family, allowing them to weather the storm of war unscathed. However, it had now been resolutely dismissed by her parents. Reflecting on this, a warm current surged within Lucia's chest. Thus, their family could only boldly declare their opposition to Voldemort. Regardless of the circumstances, they must not allow those scoundrels to usurp the beautiful Malfoy Manor. Destruction, her home, The door to the sitting room creaked open quietly, revealing a cascade of dazzling platinum blonde hair peeking through. Is Draco back? A sudden voice pierced the quiet, causing the stealthily returning Draco to flinch. Upon seeing Lucia, who was seated on the sofa with a smile, a mask of anguish instantly crossed his youthful face. Merlin, it's already this late, and his sister was still awake. Come here. The simple command prompted Draco to tread cautiously over. What are you standing there for? Sit down. Noticing that Lucia displayed no signs of anger, the pampered Draco immediately donned a smile as he settled beside her, wrapping his arm around her. Lulu, why aren't you asleep yet? You're not asleep either. Lucia arched an eyebrow and playfully flicked his smooth forehead with her finger. Draco let out a wail, clutching his reddened forehead, gazing at his sister with a look of grievance. I'm sorry. I want to stay up this late again. The reason for his tardy return was, in truth, Harry's fault. Earlier that afternoon, while he was still mulling over where to practice dancing with his boyfriend, his sister had suddenly mentioned a marvelous place. On the 8th floor of the castle, there was a wall. If one imagined the room they desired and paced back and forth 3 times, they would behold the door to their fantasy chamber. After dinner, he had eagerly taken Harry to try it out, and indeed, it worked. This is so cool, Draco, Harry exclaimed, holding the young master's hand, marveling at the magical room. Draco vigorously nodded. Even he had never encountered a place where wishes could manifest. Subsequently, enveloped in this dreamy atmosphere, they attempted a chaotic dance. Oh, Harry, you stepped on my foot again. Draco's face flushed with indignation as he tugged at the handsome visage before him. I'm sorry, Draco. It seems I'm really not cut out for dancing. Harry rubbed his flushed face, awkwardly lowering his head, his dark hair concealing his expression. Seeing his boyfriend in such a pitiful state, Draco's irritation dissipated. He cupped Harry's face, feigning a fierce kiss. If you step wrong again, I'll make you dance the tarantella by the door all night. Come here, hold me, and I'll teach you one last time. Draco positioned Harry's large hand on his waist, and they swayed gracefully to the soothing music. Harry lowered his gaze slightly, watching the raven-like lashes cast shadows on his fair skin under the light. The boy's previously despondent countenance flickered with a glimmer of triumph. Is that why you two stayed up this late? When Lucia's question reached him, Draco eagerly nodded. Did Harry eventually learn? Draco huffed with pride over his proficient teaching. Of course. With my relentless efforts, Harry made remarkable progress and learned it in no time. Lucia observed her oblivious brother with a smile. Why would little Draco assume that the clever Harry could not master a simple dance step in half a day? The perceptive girl had seen through everything and had no intention of exposing the little couple's antics. It's late, Draco. You should go to bed. Draco obediently nodded, rising to return to his dormitory. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned back towards his sister, teasingly leaning in. The room I visited today? Is it the place where you secretly meet Cedric? His eyes sparkled as if he had unearthed a grand secret. Draco, starting tomorrow, you are not to go out after 10 o'clock. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'm off to bed. Draco darted away, fearing he might hear Lucia's subsequent words. Soon, the sitting room fell into a tranquil silence once more. Lucia brushed her bangs aside and picked up her shoulder bag, heading towards her dormitory. Until she drifted off to sleep, her mind flashed back to the scene of embracing Cedric earlier that afternoon. His waist was indeed slender. The girl mused dreamily. Her hands rested on the soft, delicate waist. Lucia lifted her gaze, unable to discern the features of the person in her arms. But she could clearly see the blush of rosy eyelids and hear the sound of his moist, rapid breaths. That pair of gray eyes, glistening with unshed tears, lifted slightly as if drawing her in, and Lucia slowly leaned closer to the person beneath her. Would you like to kiss me? Suddenly jolted awake, Lucia gasped for breath, staring blankly at the bed curtains above. Oh heavens, Lulu, are you nearing your sensitive period? Pansy, seated at the vanity, pinched her nose, looking incredulously at her friend on the bed. Alphas often exhibit aggression towards the pheromones of their kind. Even with her nose pinched shut, Pansy could still perceive Lucia's potent scent of smoke. This overwhelming sense of pressure made her feel slightly dizzy and nauseous. Lucia then realized the pheromones in the room, hastily controlling her glands to dispel the odor. Sorry, Pansy, are you all right? Noticing the scent gradually dissipating, Pansy halted her actions and weakly nodded. Lulu, you usually manage it so well. What caused the sudden outburst? The query from her companion yanked Lucia back to the intimate and ambiguous dream she had just awakened from. She casually swept her hair back, revealing her strikingly handsome face, and offered Pansy an embarrassed smile without uttering a word. Yet the tumultuous emotions within her remained unsettled. The girl, slightly vexed, wiped her face. If only I had kissed him. As the Christmas ball approached, the vast majority of students in the academy had found their desired partners. In the quiet library, Ron sat gloomily in a chair, sighing repeatedly. What's wrong? Draco, who had just fed Harry a peculiar flavored bean while he diligently studied herbology, couldn't he help but chuckle at the crumpled expression on his boyfriend's face. Meanwhile, the forlorn Ron clearly caught Draco's attention, prompting his curiosity. The ball is about to start, but I still haven't found a partner. Hermione's curt response caused Ron to furrow his brow in irritation. Huh, that is still better than you pairing up with Crumb. P.S. from Durmstrang. You've betrayed us. I did not betray. Recently, the atmosphere between the two had grown particularly tense, as they seemed to be at odds for reasons unknown. Before anyone could pry further, Lucia discreetly cast a silent spell into the air. Huh, who knew he was Harry's rival? Ronald Weasley, weren't you once an admirer of Crumb? Ron was rendered speechless, while Hermione glared at the boy before her, a wave of inexplicable sorrow nearly welling up in her eyes. Lucia reached out to gently tousle Hermione's long hair, offering soft comfort to the aggrieved witch. Oh, my apologies, I must take my leave. Hermione hastily wiped away the tears in her eyes, eager to escape the scene that had brought her such distress. Suddenly, a pair of large hands forcefully grasped the hand Lucia had placed atop Hermione's head, but the girl deftly evaded the attempt. Speak of the devil, and he appears. The Slytherin squinted, coldly regarding Crumb, who was staring intently at him from behind. Is there something you wish to discuss? The robust boy awkwardly wiped away the remnants of tears from Hermione's face, then shot a warning glare at Lucia. His words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Since you have betrayed Hermione, you should not come near her again. Huh, what is he talking about? The 5 onlookers stared at Crumb with puzzled expressions. I'm sorry, I think you've got it wrong. Lucia began, but was quickly interrupted by Hermione. No. Victor, you've misunderstood. Lucia and I are just good friends. Her boyfriend is Cedric. Crumb hesitated, glancing at Lucia, who smiled and nodded, not denying it. Only then did he finally realize the mistake he had been making for so long. The boy quickly apologized, and it wasn't until Lucia reassured him that it was all right that he accompanied Hermione away. No wonder he always looks at me with such hostility. After the farce concluded, Lucia popped a peculiar flavored bean into her mouth. She had always thought Crumb was upset about the incident involving one of his teammates. Ugh, how sour. The girl managed to mask her expression, nonchalantly glancing at Ron Weasley, who was watching Hermione's retreating figure with increasing intensity. The winter snow always arrived so suddenly, enhancing the castle's twinkling lights with an ethereal quality. Clad in an elegant, dapper black tailcoat, Lucia leaned against the dormitory door, waiting for Pansy, who was still busy with her preparations. It was rare for her to tie her hair back with a black ribbon, a few stray strands falling gracefully across her face. The black gown, paired with her cool, exquisite features, exuded an air of aloofness. Pansy wore a deep red gown. Though an alpha, the young lady confidently flaunted her charm. Lulu, your necklace is quite lovely, Pansy remarked, immediately noticing the gemstone necklace Lucia wore over her gown, the gray stone seemingly embedded with a dazzling night sky. It complements your dress beautifully. Lucia's eyes sparkled slightly as she smiled. Really? I adore it as well. The two girls made their way toward the castle's banquet hall, the snowflakes drifting down like feathers from the night sky. Pansy, in a dapper suit, gazed admiringly at the red rose before him. You look absolutely stunning tonight. The sincere compliment from her dance partner caused Pansy to beam as she linked her arm with the handsome boy. You look quite dapper yourself, Blaze. As Lucia strolled alongside her friends, who were displaying signs of budding romance, her ears finally found some peace upon reaching the entrance. She raised her gaze to the throng gathered at the doorway. Her gray-blue eyes widened slightly, fixated on Cedric standing directly ahead. He, too, was clad in a black suit, a delicate silver chain adorning his chest. The pristine white shirt concealed his collarbone entirely, contrasting with the more provocative images often conjured in dreams. His fair, soft face bore a gentle smile, capable of melting the day's icy chill. His enchanting gray eyes, framed by thick lashes, captivated her utterly. Lucia rarely described anyone this way, but the boy before her indeed held her gaze captive. When he conversed with his companions, his slightly parted lips, bright, even teeth, and crescent-shaped eyes caused her heart to flutter incessantly for Cedric. She felt utterly ensnared. After bidding farewell to his friends, Cedric stood at the entrance, gazing outward, and immediately spotted Lucia, just a few steps away. The girl's slender figure in the tailcoat looked stunning. His noble appearance and demeanor, coupled with his warm gaze, made her heart race. Lucia strode confidently toward him, and at that moment, they both noticed the familiar necklaces adorning their necks. They exchanged a surprised glance and chuckled simultaneously. What a coincidence. You're wearing it too, Cedric said, reaching for the necklace at his chest, tilting his head slightly. It seems my taste is commendable. It suits you well. You look wonderful tonight, said. Unable to suppress her true feelings, Lucia spoke her mind, though it sounded merely like a compliment. A gentle blush crept across Cedric's cheeks as he slightly raised his hand, ultimately linking it with hers. Together, they entered the banquet hall. The first event of the ball was the opening dance featuring the champions and their partners. Lucia quickly spotted Harry and Draco ahead, both having made a splendid effort in their appearances, with Harry even having removed his heavy black-framed glasses. A striking pair, they drew everyone's attention. Standing beside Krum, Hermione, who typically had difficulty dressing up, looked particularly radiant in her formal attire. The ball has begun. The doors to the hall swung open, and students gathered on either side, applauding and creating a pathway down the center. The melodious music began to play. Lucia placed her right hand over her heart and performed a gentlemanly bow toward the boy before her. Subsequently, Cedric's cool hand found its place in hers as Lucia wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Thus, they began to dance to the soothing strains of music. They were close enough for Lucia to faintly catch the heady scent of roses. The dazzling diamond chandelier, hanging from above, cast brilliant light, scattering starlight into the depths of Cedric's gray eyes. As the music came to a halt, the opening dance concluded, and everyone, including the professors, joined in the revelry. Hermione, dazzling the crowd, joyfully danced again with Krum, who invited her once more, both appearing tireless. The festive, harmonious atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire banquet hall. Harry stood beside Draco, munching on snacks from the banquet table, engaged in intimate conversation. "Are you feeling tired?" Lucia paused, softly inquiring. "A bit stuffy. Let us step out to the balcony for some fresh air," Cedric replied, instinctively touching his flushed face, his bright eyes fixed on Lucia. The girl directly took hold of his warm hand and led him toward the balcony. The temperature was not as warm as inside the hall, and outside, the snow continued to fall like feathers. The cold air instantly revived Cedric's foggy mind. With a few warmth-keeping spells cast, they mitigated the risk of catching a cold. Lucia casually leaned against the railing, quietly observing the swirling snowflakes outside, before her gaze returned to Cedric's slightly flushed cheeks. "Are you feeling better?" she gently asked. Cedric nodded slowly, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Lucia. "Much better, thank you, Lucia." No one could resist his soft, beautiful smile, and certainly not Lucia. She gently lifted her hand to touch his fair skin. Like a cherished treasure, Cedric's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his heart raced like a drumbeat. The tender yet ambiguous atmosphere remained undisturbed even by the winter's falling snow. The distance between them grew ever closer, and Lucia could distinctly see his long, delicate lashes quivering with tension. Like a graceful butterfly, they flitted within her heart. Mistletoe silently crept above them, blooming delicate, pale yellow fruit-like flowers, shielding the youthful pair from the biting cold and snow. Just as their lips were about to meet, the balcony door swung open with a sudden force. Cedric quickly turned to face the snow, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, failing to discern the identity of the intruder. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt." The student from Beau's Batons, caught in the act, hurriedly apologized under Lucia's icy gaze, promptly closing the door behind her as she fled. I'm feeling a bit cold. I think I should head back," Cedric said, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart and turning away, avoiding Lucia's gaze. In the next moment, he was seized by a powerful tug on his wrist, thrust into a warm embrace. Before he could comprehend the situation, a pair of warm hands gently cupped his face, and a fervent kiss landed on his lips. The kiss, inexperienced yet fervent, surged forward, a stark contrast to the girl's typically gentle demeanor. Yet, it was still enough to ignite his heart. Cedric wrapped his arms around Lucia's neck, rising slightly on his toes to surrender himself to her embrace. Lucia's aptitude for learning had always been commendable. After a few moments of contemplation, her lips moved with practiced tenderness, and when she kissed the roof of his mouth, Cedric emitted a soft, desperate whimper. "I really like you." Amidst the haze of affection, Cedric faintly heard this declaration. Chapter 43, The Smoke of Roses. The lively and harmonious ball had come to a close, and the second event of the Triwizard Tournament was drawing near. "Don't be nervous," Alan said, jovially patting his reticent companion on the shoulder. To him, Cedric's remarkable talents surely meant he would unravel the riddle of the second task. "I believe you'll safely navigate through the second challenge. Here, try this chocolate tart." "Thank you, Alan." The boy, momentarily lost in thought, was brought back by his friend's words, and he smiled as he accepted the comforting gesture. The slightly bitter yet rich flavor spread across his tongue, leaving a faint sweetness in its wake, much like Cedric's current mood. 2 days had passed since the ball, and he had encountered Lucia in the halls of the school, but she appeared unchanged from her usual self. It was as if that heated kiss and the fleeting declaration of affection he had heard in his stupor were merely figments of his imagination. Cedric furrowed his thick brows. His gentle and handsome visage, adorned with prominent eyebrows, only enhanced his exquisite appearance. Never mind. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I have yet to unravel the riddle of the competition, he resolved, suppressing his restless spirit and focusing on the impending challenge. In the deep winter forest, a chilling mist lingered, cloaked in tranquility and dimness. Hurry up, we're going to be late for the next class. Wait for me. Do we really have to take this route? It feels a bit eerie. This is the quickest way to the classroom. What is there to be afraid of? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, startling the crows perched on the branches, causing them to flap their ebony wings and circle the air. A first-year boy, pale as a ghost, widened his eyes in terror, pointing towards a nearby tree stump. There's a dead man, a dead man. A lifeless figure lay on the ground. His face ashen, vacant eyes fixed on the distance. He was not a stranger. It was none other than Bartemius Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who had spoken in the Great Hall just days prior. The only girl present, still somewhat composed, immediately turned and ran towards the castle. Moments later, Professor Dumbledore and other members of the Ministry of Magic rushed to the scene. The gathered crowd gazed in sorrow and shock at the grim sight before them, and ultimately, the elders solemnly closed the unblinking eyes of the esteemed director. Professor McGonagall tenderly comforted several first-year Gryffindors who were visibly shaken. Thus, news of Mr. Crouch's mysterious death spread throughout the school. Did you hear? Bartemius Crouch is dead? At Lucia's inquiry, Theodore nodded affirmatively. Beside him, Draco furrowed his brow in confusion. After all, Crouch was considered a figure of integrity within the ministry. It was said that when his son was exposed as a Death Eater, Crouch had unflinchingly imprisoned him in Azkaban. Why would it be Director Crouch? He doesn't seem like the type to have any enemies at the school. Theodore shared his bewilderment, shaking his head. As of now, no one in the school knew the truth behind the events. Lucia gently tapped her forehead with her fingertip, deep in thought. I didn't expect young Bartemius to act so prematurely. It seems my words that day did indeed raise the vigilance of that Death Eater. Killing his own father is a ruthless act he is certainly capable of. This afternoon was Professor Snape's potions class, and the students had settled into their seats early. Have you heard? I'm talking about the Crouch incident. Ron leaned forward, whispering across the table to the Slytherins on the left. Upon receiving confirmation, excitement surged through him, causing his long red hair to sway as he spoke in a tone filled with shock and regret. My dad said this situation is quite suspicious. Mr. Crouch was a decent man. When Harry recalled his previous encounter with the solemn elder, who had offered gentle comfort and encouragement, a wave of sadness and anger washed over him. Draco gently embraced Harry, intending to say something further, but Professor Snape strode to the podium, his dark robes swirling. His expression was grim, his lips pressed into a thin line. Now, open your textbooks. Today we will study healing potions. His hawk-like gaze swept over the still whispering Simon Finnegan, causing the boy to immediately stiffen. Moments later, the black-robed professor diverted his attention and began the lesson. Simon widened his eyes in surprise, glancing at Neville, who shared his astonishment. How peculiar! Professor Snape didn't deduct points from Gryffindor this time. As the class bell rang, students surged toward the exit. Draco, you all go ahead, Lucia said to her brother, quietly leaning against the doorframe as he looked at her in confusion. Once most students had departed, Professor Snape approached the door, only to catch sight of Lucia, who let out a cold huff and asked, What is it, Miss Malfoy? Do you require something from me? Lucia straightened her posture, meeting Severus's gaze with a serious expression. Professor, I've noticed that you seem rather troubled lately. Is there something weighing on your mind? No, I have nothing to discuss. Severus, if you could devote more attention to your potion studies. Just as Severus was about to scold her for her poor potion grades, Lucia quickly replied with a sincere smile, Uncle Severus, I merely feel that the atmosphere in the school has been rather off lately. I thought perhaps I could assist you among the students. To speak candidly, Lucia has always had a knack for feigning innocence while weaving tales that blur the lines between truth and fiction. Yet today, there lies a kernel of sincerity in her words. For her, Severus, who has cared for both herself and her brother since childhood, is as much family as anyone could be. Under the genuine concern reflected in the girl's eyes, Professor Snape ultimately relented, softening his demeanor as he began to speak. It is nothing of great import. Recently, I have discovered that a few transformation potions have gone missing from the cabinet. A few? Lucia interjected, her expression one of surprise as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. One would suffice if one merely wished to experiment with transformation potions. Or could it be that this thief requires a prolonged transformation? Professor Snape nodded, his expression tense, clearly having pondered this possibility as well. That is indeed perilous. What if that individual intends to commit nefarious acts under a false identity? Lucia murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, before suddenly recalling something, her gaze darting away. The professor, keenly observant, noted the shift in the girl's expression. He tempered his tone, his voice low and grave. What is it, Lucia? Do you know something? The girl hesitated before responding. It's nothing. Just that I recalled Professor Moody often sipping from the flask he carries at his waist during class. Before she could finish, she waved her hand dismissively in the air with an awkward laugh. I must be mistaken. Who would dare impersonate a professor and infiltrate Hogwarts? Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Snape's face, and his left hand moved slightly, a sign of deep contemplation. Lucia lifted her gaze to the clock on the wall, suddenly anxious. Professor, class is about to begin. I must take my leave. After receiving a nod from Snape, she hurriedly turned to depart. Once away from the perceptive Severus, a victorious smile flitted across Lucia's slate-blue eyes, with the seed of suspicion planted. All that remained was to await its blossoming. Given Severus's intellect, she believed it would not be long before the true identity of that former Auror would be unveiled. Just seconds before the bell rang, Lucia arrived at the charms class. She bowed apologetically to the professor at the front, and upon his gentle nod, she took her seat next to Draco. Truly, Lucia, Blaise thought to himself, even the sternest of professors cannot help but overlook minor transgressions in the presence of their exceptional students. Class, please direct your attention to my demonstration, the professor began, and the students straightened in their seats, fixated on the blackboard. The setting sun cast a warm glow, and a chill breeze stirred. The engaging charms lesson unfolded, flowing seamlessly until the class concluded. After a long day of arduous study, the students sat eagerly at the dining table, relishing the delectable feast before them. Is it just me, or is the apple tart a bit tart today? Pansy wrinkled her nose in distaste, pushing her plate aside. Is it? I find it rather delightful, Draco remarked, taking a bite, enjoying the sweet and sour flavor that appealed to his palate. I think it's acceptable, albeit a touch sour, chimed in Theo and Blaise simultaneously, their agreement evident. All eyes then turned to the last girl who had yet to voice her opinion. Lucia, propping her chin on her hand while holding a fork, gazed vacantly into the distance. Lucia, startled, she blinked and turned to her friends, forcing a smile. What's the matter? Are you all right? You seem a bit unsettled. Are you perhaps approaching your sensitivity period? Pansy queried. Concern etched on her face as she recalled the pheromone incident from days prior, leaning in to ask quietly. I'm fine, really. Don't worry about me. You all enjoy your meal. I must take my leave, Lucia replied, rising and patting Draco's concerned head before making her exit, leaving her friends watching her retreating figure with longing eyes. Theo glanced at the half-eaten apple tart on his plate and spoke up. So, is the apple tart sour or not? Does it even need saying? Of course, it's not sour. No, it must be sour. The snowfall from the previous nights had been so heavy that remnants of white still clung to the branches today. The corridors of Hogwarts, devoid of glass barriers, allowed the biting wind to sweep freely through the night. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the deserted corridor. Lucia, her hands tucked into the pockets of her robes and draped in her Slytherin green scarf, let her gaze fall as she walked. She had not seen Cedric all day, and a sigh of melancholy escaped her lips, her spirits dampened. Had she known, she would have prepared a gift before the ball. Now, it felt too late to confess her feelings. A faint scent of roses wafted into Lucia's nostrils, and her eyes flickered as she turned towards the source of the fragrance, the Omega-level washroom. Could it be? Lucia's eyes widened as she strode purposefully to the washroom door. As she got closer, the once faint aroma intensified to an intoxicating degree. This was an abnormal concentration. Using the unlocking charm, she opened the washroom door, and an overwhelming floral scent enveloped her, igniting the impending sensitivity of the Slytherin. Lucia entered quietly, turning to lock the door securely, ensuring no alpha, drawn by the pheromones, could burst in unannounced. The washroom was enveloped in steam, the air thick with moisture and the heady fragrance of roses. Each breath Lucia took sent waves of heat coursing through her body. The primal urge was overwhelming, compelling her to cover her nose and summon her willpower to resist. Approaching the basin, she caught sight of a breathtaking scene through the mist. Cedric, whom she had yearned for all day, lay languidly in the pool, completely bare. His porcelain skin glistened, droplets of water cascading down his delicate form as he languidly rested against the edge. The humid air combined with the onset of his arousal had rendered Cedric's already fair complexion a rosy hue. His lips, slightly parted, seemed to suppress soft moans. The rich aroma of roses intensified the allure of this exquisite tableau. With her thoughts darkening, Lucia felt her throat dry as she swallowed hard, her breaths quickening as she approached Cedric. Hearing her footsteps, he squinted through tear-blurred vision but could not discern her presence, instinctively attempting to retreat into the water. The next moment, a powerful scent of smoke filled the room. Cedric's eyes widened in shock, a sound escaping his lips. The overwhelming alpha pheromones were intoxicating for an omega in heat, flooding his senses. He felt the essence permeating every pore, and his legs faltered beneath him. Just as he was about to slip beneath the water's surface, a pair of strong, firm hands grasped his waist, lifting him from the depths and preventing him from drowning. The delicate and tender sensation in his hand mirrored that of Lucia's dreams, perhaps even surpassing them. The unfamiliar embrace of an alpha instilled a sense of fear in Cedric, prompting him to instinctively seek to escape the stranger's hold. Unfortunately, the torment he had endured moments prior had drained him of strength, rendering him incapable of breaking free from the firm embrace. Biting down on his tongue, the pain brought him a semblance of awareness, and he immediately reached out for his wand, which lay just out of reach. Suddenly, the alpha grasped his hand and brought it to his lips, bestowing a gentle, familiar kiss upon the back of his hand. His struggles ceased abruptly. Cedric found himself gazing blankly at Lucia, whose tender and affectionate gaze remained unchanged. A wave of overwhelming relief and a sense of grievance surged within him. Crystal tears brimmed in his pure gray eyes before cascading down his cheeks. Realizing her misstep, Lucia hurriedly wiped away his burning tears, murmuring soft reassurances. "Do not be afraid, Cedric, everything is all right." In the next moment, a pair of soft lips pressed against his. The cacophony around Lucia gradually faded, leaving only the sight of Cedric with his eyes tightly shut, his long lashes dampened by tears, quivering like clusters of raven feathers. Just as her heart fluttered in tandem with his, Cedric, feeling no reciprocation, began to withdraw, only to have the back of his head firmly held in place. Lucia's fervent kiss followed, more intense than that of Christmas Eve, as if a famished beast sought to consume him to the bone. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Cedric was suddenly reminded of the majestic snow wolf he had once encountered in the train compartment. In his moment of despair, the fierce creature had appeared, driving away the Dementors, dispelling the bone-deep chill and replacing it with a warmth of joy that mirrored his present feelings. The fervent emotions were unmistakably clear, declaring to Cedric, "I am fond of you." As their passionate kiss gradually softened, they rested their foreheads against one another. Cedric breathed lightly, while Lucia tenderly pecked at his soft lips. Their eyes met, and a shared laughter erupted between them. Lucia glanced at the fair thigh they had inadvertently brushed against during their kiss. Her cheeks flushed as she draped her robe over Cedric's damp form. The stark contrast of his pale skin against the dark robe left the Slytherin momentarily breathless. The heat that had subsided surged back, and Lucia embraced Cedric, who was now wrapped in the robe. The dazed boy leaned against her shoulder, perfectly aligning with her swaying golden hair. He gently lifted a strand of her light golden locks and took it into his mouth. Lucia, witnessing this, found herself enchanted by the innocent gesture. She delicately caressed his soft, tender skin. Upon hearing his soft sobs, she whispered, "May I mark you, Ced?" The affectionate nickname, only ever uttered by his parents, sounded enticingly magnetic when it slipped from her lips, igniting a warmth throughout him. Receiving an affirmative response from the one he cherished, Lucia tenderly cupped his face. The sound of his gentle cries reached her ears, and she restrained her rising desires, kissing him with utmost gentleness. The mingling scent of gunpowder and roses felt entirely natural. It's all right, said Lucia, recalled the first time she heard that nickname. While chatting with Amos Diggory during the Quidditch World Cup, her loquacious father unwittingly reverted to calling his son by his childhood name, causing Lucia to momentarily pause before breaking into a soft laugh. What had initially been a light-hearted and endearing name now carried an air of tenderness when spoken by her. As her soothing voice blended with tender kisses, Cedric gradually regained his composure, still bowing his head and clutching his shirt tightly. He was not one to conceal his feelings excessively. The uncertainty of the past few days compelled him to seek answers. "Lucia, what do you feel for me?" The girl froze, her lips parted as if to speak, but faltered, ultimately surrendering to a heartfelt embrace around Cedric. "Ced, I love you so very much." The fervent confession sent Cedric's heart into a whirl, as he grappled with the sweetness swelling within him, pressing on with his inquiry. "If you love me, then why didn't you say anything at the ball? Why did you ignore me afterward?" Cedric lifted his tear-stained eyes to meet the bewildered gaze of Lucia. Observing her struggle to articulate her thoughts, a look of disappointment crossed Cedric's face. "So, you were deceiving me? No, of course not," Lucia interjected, her urgency cutting through his words. "I simply thought that a confession should come with roses and gifts. It cannot be hasty and trivial." But I wasn't prepared with a gift. Her cheeks flushed, an air of embarrassment coloring her voice as she averted her gaze from Cedric's. She had never anticipated such a response. Cedric stood frozen, an unusual silence enveloping them until the bathroom resonated with his faint, joyous laughter. His eyes radiated an incredible gentleness. "Please, don't mock me," Lucia, feeling uneasy, fidgeted with her neck, her unfinished words silenced by his gentle kiss. "Lucia, how can you be so adorable? I truly adore you." Cedric playfully nibbled at the tip of her nose, erupting into laughter, his eyes resembling crescent moons. Witnessing his joyful smile, Lucia cast aside all notions of embarrassment, cradling his soft face and kissing him tenderly. Then let us continue to love each other endlessly. After their intimate exchange, Cedric, feeling a touch shy, rose from Lucia's embrace. The flowing robe concealed his slender ankles. Aware of her boyfriend's intention to dress, Lucia chuckled softly and turned away. As the rustling of clothing reached her ears, Cedric, with his left hand pointing at the back of his right, endeavored to suppress any wandering thoughts. Moments later, Lucia felt an arm encircle her own. Clad in his attire, Cedric appeared unchanged save for the redness at the corners of his eyes and his slightly swollen lips. Yet this appearance stirred an unusual thirst within Lucia. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, glancing at the golden egg nestled in his arms. Said, "Have you found it? The riddle of the second task?" Lucia tapped on the eggshell, eager to share if Cedric had yet to discover it. But his cheerful expression suggested he had already figured it out. After all, he was always so exceptionally astute. "Yes, Lucia, if you encounter Harry again, have him bring the golden egg to the prefect's bathroom for a soak. I believe he will uncover the secret." Cedric smiled mysteriously, placing a soft kiss on Lucia's cheek. Her heart soared with joy as she nodded enthusiastically in agreement. They had spent quite some time in the bathroom, yet it was not yet time for curfew. Upon exiting, Lucia tied her scarf around Cedric's bare neck, the warm, soft fabric shielding him from the biting cold. A delicate and exquisitely beautiful face nestled within a scarf, Lucia could not resist bestowing another kiss. "You must be cautious, your health is still fragile, and you might catch a chill." Cedric's concerned gaze lingered on his girlfriend as she raised her wand to cast a warming charm upon herself. "Do not fret. I truly feel no cold, Cedric." Lucia's warm hands enveloped him, drawing him into the folds of her robe as they strolled along the corridor, engaging in carefree conversation. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. The warm yellow hues reflected the essence of the badger. They paused at the threshold, surrounded by a few students entering and exiting their dormitories, who cast curious glances in their direction. "Adjust your scarf and behave yourself," Cedric instructed as he removed the scarf from around his neck and securely tied it around Lucia's. She smiled at him, nodding obediently, ignoring the attention of onlookers. Cedric gently lifted himself onto his toes and placed a tender kiss upon Lucia's forehead. "I must be off now. I shall see you tomorrow, Lulu." His bright gray eyes gazed deeply into hers, and after one final kiss, he turned and entered the Hufflepuff dormitory. Lucia touched her forehead, still able to feel the warmth of his kiss lingering there. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes filled with tender affection. The faint scent of roses mingled with the aroma of smoke from the scarf, prompting Lucia to pull it closer around her. "We truly are a perfect match. Even our pheromones blend so delightfully." Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lucia found two individuals engrossed in a serious game of wizard's chess on the sofa. "Ron, the curfew is fast approaching," she called out as she approached, reminding the Gryffindor boys to keep an eye on the time. "It's fine, I can sneak back later," Ron replied, his gaze unwavering from the chessboard. "Ah, the Gryffindor spirit of nighttime escapades," Lucia quipped, glancing at the board. After careful consideration, she identified a strategy to resolve the stalemate and looked up at Draco, who was intently focused on the game. "Move the white knight 2 squares forward to capture the opposing rook. Repeat the maneuver to lure the black queen, and ultimately checkmate the king." As Lucia elucidated the solution, both boys were taken aback at its accuracy, leaning back against the sofa in defeat. "Merlin, Lulu, why did you have to say it out loud?" Draco lamented, his frustration evident. "If you both are aware that curfew is imminent, you ought to return to your dormitories immediately," Lucia stated, completely disregarding their grumbling. She smiled, issuing her warning. The boys, intimidated by her demeanor, nodded in compliance. "By the way, Ron," Lucia suddenly called out to the Gryffindor who was rising to leave, catching him off guard. "Regarding the second task, please inform Harry that he should take the golden egg to the prefect's bathroom for a bath to clear his head." Ron and Draco's eyes brightened, recognizing Harry's distress over the past few days. "Don't worry, I'll borrow the prefect's identity from Harry and head to the bathroom right away," Ron assured. "I shall take my leave now, Lucia. Draco, let us have another match of wizard's chess tomorrow." With that, Ron's figure swiftly vanished from sight. "Lulu, how did you know the solution was to be unraveled in such a manner?" Draco inquired curiously, leaning closer to his sister. "Did you perhaps engage in this line of thought after dinner?" He found it hard to believe that his sister, who rarely showed interest in such matters, would be so astute. Hearing this, Lucia's lips curled into a cheerful smile as she made her way toward the dormitory, leaving Draco in astonishment with her parting words. "Naturally. My clever boyfriend enlightened me. Wow, is this what it's like to have a sister-in-love?" Draco remarked, observing the joyful atmosphere surrounding Lucia. "Cedric is indeed impressive. He has deciphered the secret of the golden egg. No wonder he captivates Lulu so. Chapter 44. You are my treasure. Seek us where our voices resonate. We cannot sing upon the ground. You have but 1 hour. Retrieve the treasure we have taken from you. So, you are suggesting that the requirement for the second task is to reclaim the treasure from the mermaids at the bottom of the Black Lake while under their assault? Ron confirmed, his tone laden with uncertainty as he stood beside the bookcase, glancing at Harry, who was slumped dejectedly over a pile of books. And we only have 1 hour. Harry sighed, running his fingers through his messy dark hair in frustration. All right, Harry, pull yourself together. We will find a way. Hermione seated herself beside him, patting his shoulder in a gentle gesture of comfort. Perhaps we could consult Draco. Isn't he quite skilled in potions? At this suggestion, Harry's spirits plummeted further. He thought of Draco, who had been bedridden for 2 days due to the discomfort of his heat cycle, and shook his head. Draco is not well. Even if he had the potion, he would be unable to brew it. Is he all right? Hermione inquired softly, aware that omega heat cycles often left one feeling feverish and lethargic, with some experiencing severe symptoms. He should improve significantly with the suppression potion provided by Professor Snape. Harry replied, his tone laden with concern. In truth, he longed to be by Draco's side, but the tournament had forced him away. Perhaps we should start contemplating methods for holding our breath for an extended period, Ron interjected, attempting to shift the conversation back to the task at hand. An hour underwater? I cannot even begin to imagine. The red-haired boy grimaced at the thought of suffocating pain. Hermione shot him an irritated glance before encouraging Harry, who was feeling increasingly disheartened by Ron's words. Listen, Harry, there will always be a solution in the magical world. Oh, so this is where you all are. A sudden voice interrupted, drawing their attention. Professor Moody, leaning against the staircase with his cane, squinted in their direction. Professor McGonagall is looking for you. You need not come. Potter, only Granger and Weasley. Despite the wary looks cast by Harry and the others, Moody remained unfazed as he reminded them. But there are only a few hours until the second task begins. Hermione's anxious voice was abruptly silenced by Moody's stern interruption. I believe Potter is ready. Now hurry along. The witch's voice caught in her throat, biting back her frustration. She exchanged a glance with Ron, then turned to Harry with an apologetic expression before hastening toward Professor McGonagall's office. Longbottom, Moody called dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Harry before raising his voice to address Neville. You come and assist Potter in returning those books. With that, he limped away, leaning on his cane. Only when Moody's figure had disappeared did Harry allow his displeasure to surface. Truth be told, ever since Moody had perpetrated his last misdeed against Draco, Harry had harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the professor. Hey, Harry, if you're interested in plants, you should check out Goshawk's Guide to Herbology, Neville suggested excitedly as he approached, noticing the books pressed beneath Harry's hands. Thanks, Neville, but I really have no interest in herbology. However, if there were any Tibetan radishes that could enable me to remain submerged for an hour, perhaps that might change the situation. Harry, feeling somewhat despondent, awkwardly gazed at Neville before expressing his concerns, with the competition weighing heavily on his mind. I'm not sure about the radishes, but you could use gillyweed, Neville suggested, instantly recalling the herb that could grant one gills and webbed feet. Harry's eyes widened with excitement as he sprang to his feet, his voice rising in enthusiasm. Merlin. Thank you, Neville, you've truly come to my aid. As the night deepened, the Slytherin common room was enveloped in a quiet darkness, occasionally punctuated by the crackling of the fire. Lucia, in a deep slumber, suddenly sensed the gaze of an intruder, instantly waking and stealthily clutching her wand beneath her pillow. As the footsteps drew nearer, she swiftly brandished her wand at the approaching figure. Her brow furrowed in perplexity upon recognizing the visitor. After a brief exchange of hushed words, a soft chuckle echoed, and the room fell silent once more. The weather today was rather dreary. Thick clouds obscured the sun, and a chilling wind swept in from the distant Black Lake. Harry, are you all right? You look rather pale, Ron inquired, shivering beside Harry and observing his brother's somber expression with a worried frown. Harry stood in the cold wind, clad only in a thin short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his hair tousled by the gusts. Ron, I haven't seen Draco at all. He should be here to watch my match. Bets are in, 3 girls and 1 boy. Do you think they can be rescued? Perhaps someone is destined to slumber at the bottom of the lake. The Weasley twins exclaimed excitedly as they wandered through the crowd, clutching their betting box. Ginny, donning a knitted hat, passed by, casting a disapproving glance at her playful brothers. Please, spare us the sarcasm. Harry's eyes widened as he turned abruptly to the vast, dark expanse of the Black Lake. Could it be that Draco lay beneath its depths? As the start time for the competition approached, the stands erupted with animated chatter, everyone leaning over the iron railings in eager anticipation. The competitors stood at the highest point of the diving platform, gazing down into the unfathomable depths of the lake. Cedric, clad in a yellow and black vest and shorts, felt the biting cold wind numb his face. He had already deduced the identity of the treasure at the lake's bottom. With a furrowed brow, his beautiful gray eyes anxiously scanned the water below. He cast a bubblehead charm upon himself, ensuring he could breathe underwater. With the sound of the starting cannon, Cedric gracefully plunged into the lake. Below the surface, the atmosphere was chilling and foreboding, devoid of the beauty it exhibited above. The murky waters offered little visibility, and Cedric warily maneuvered to avoid the perilous swarm of octopuses as he swam deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, he noticed Fleur Delacour struggling as a mermaid dragged her into a thicket of seaweed. Instinctively, he reached out, only to be thwarted by a spear that came hurtling towards him. By the time he looked back, Fleur had vanished, swallowed by the endless seaweed. He glanced towards Harry, who was swimming toward him, aware that time was slipping away. Through the dim, murky water, Cedric discerned a wall formed of stone pillars in the distance. He swam swiftly towards it, the hauntingly discordant songs of mermaids growing louder around him. After evading the attacks of the magical creatures lurking at the lake's bottom, Cedric finally beheld the treasures encircled by the mermaids. Their platinum hair floated freely in the water, their eyes closed in serene repose. This vulnerability starkly contrasted with the composed and aloof demeanor Lucia typically exuded. As memories of Lucia's usual maturity and reserve flooded his mind, an inexplicable surge of tenderness and concern overwhelmed him. He quickly raised his wand and swam towards her. The grotesque mermaids brandished their sharp spears, swiftly launching an attack. An orange spell struck the vines, ensnaring Lucia, and he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. Cedric hesitated, glancing at Draco, who was to his far left, and was startled to see Harry swimming towards them with urgency. Harry tenderly brushed his fingers against Draco's icy face. His Draco was still in the throes of his heat cycle, yet he had been submerged in the cold, dark depths for far too long. As a spell was cast, Draco slowly slid from the stone pillar and into Harry's embrace. Noticing Cedric ahead, the older boy raised his wrist, adorned with a watch, as a reminder of the dwindling time. Seeing Harry acknowledge him with a nod, Cedric turned to lead the oblivious Lucia back to the shore. Coughing as they emerged through the illuminated water, the two broke the surface, instantly igniting a fervent cheer from the audience who had been fixated on the lake. "It's Cedric." He was the first to emerge. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, the person Cedric rescued seems to be the Slytherin Malfoy. Merlin, you don't mean to say they're in a relationship, do you?" "So cool, Cedric." The moment they emerged from the water, the sleeping charm lifted, and a coughing Lucia quickly turned to Cedric. "Are you cold?" Instinctively, she placed her hand against his pale face, only to realize that this was not the moment for idle chatter. She tightened her grip around his waist, swiftly propelling them towards the shore. With one hand gripping the railing, Lucia leaped, and they both landed on the stands together. Professors hurriedly offered towels, but Lucia, disregarding her own needs, wrapped a towel around Cedric. In the next instant, he took the towel and draped it over her head. The two, adorned in towels, exchanged a glance, prompting a shared chuckle. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lucia affectionately pressed her lips against Cedric's cold, pallid mouth, her eyes radiating a warmth and tenderness that was rarely seen by outsiders. "Thank you, my brave warrior, for bringing me back from the depths of the lake. I'm so relieved you're safe, Lucia." Cedric suddenly enveloped her neck in a tight embrace, burying his head in her shoulder as they held each other closely. The professors observed the sweet couple with smiles of approval, yet from the crowd, a chilling gaze settled ominously upon Cedric, who was cradled in Lucia's arms. After a moment, Moody's scarred lips curled into a cruel smile. Snape, who had been disdainfully watching Lucia from the far left, unexpectedly caught sight of the scene, his expression turning grave. 3 minutes later, Victor Krum emerged from the lake alongside Hermione, to the applause and cheers of Durmstrang Academy. Their headmaster Karkaroff exhaling a sigh of relief. Standing in the stands, Fleur breathed rapidly, her expression anxious as she fixated on the black lake, concerned for her sister, who still lay in slumber beneath its surface. "Hermione, are you all right?" Lucia asked, turning to Cedric as they looked toward the newly arrived Hermione and Krum. The girl, tightly wrapped in her towel, exhaled and smiled as she shook her head. Standing to the side, Ron cast a glance at Krum, his expression somewhat grim. He turned to gaze at the unfathomable depths of the Black Lake, murmuring in confusion, "Harry, why hasn't he surfaced yet?" Cedric tightened his grip on Lucia's hand, surveying the calm surface of the lake with a hint of concern. "I just saw what appeared to be Draco at the bottom." Lucia pursed her lips, having discerned her boyfriend's apprehension, and offered a slight smile. "It's all right, Sadie. Harry will definitely bring Draco back." No sooner had she spoken than the surface of the lake began to stir. Harry emerged, one arm around Draco and the other pulling Fleur's sister along. as the trio struggled towards the shore. Merlin, Gabrielle. How wonderful! Fleur exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement, swiftly reaching out to pull her sister from the water. With one hand freed, Harry helped Draco onto the platform. Lucia quickly grabbed a towel nearby, wrapping it around the two boys. Draco, Draco, Harry said, gently kissing Draco's gradually warming hand. Don't worry, Harry. I'm fine, Draco reassured, his complexion still pale, but joyfully kissing Harry's cheek. He had willingly agreed to be Harry's treasure when the professors had found him last night. Draco found it impossible to refuse in the face of Harry's sincere affection. Fleur, her expression filled with gratitude, led her sister to Harry's side, her emotions bubbling close to tears. Thank you, Harry, you saved my sister. Harry quickly shook his head, smiling to indicate it was no trouble at all. In truth, those squids had indeed attacked him, and he had exerted considerable effort to escape. However, he could not simply stand by and let someone perish, could he? The girl's large, cerulean eyes brimmed with gratitude as she looked at Harry and Draco, her voice sincere. I wish you both everlasting love. The crowd erupted into excited chatter, as all the competitors had now reached the shore, and it was nearly time to announce the rankings. The headmasters, alongside several other professors, stood at the high podium, engaged in earnest discussion. Finally, Dumbledore approached the contestants, patting Harry's shoulder in a show of approval, his amplified voice resonating throughout the stands. Attention! The crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the results. The winner is Cedric Diggory. Well done, Cedric. Cedric. The Hogwarts students in the stands erupted in exuberant cheers, their voices causing gentle ripples across the lake. Seeing Cedric's radiant smile, Lucia couldn't help but beam as she leaned in to steal a kiss from her boyfriend's cheek. After thorough consideration, we unanimously agree that Harry Potter, who bravely saved both individuals, should be awarded second place, in recognition of his gallant actions. Harry, that's fantastic, Draco exclaimed, embracing Harry's neck in delight. Hermione and Ron joined in, wrapping their arms around the pair as the four shared in their joy. The cheers from the audience grew more fervent, the Hogwarts students shouting until their voices became hoarse. Merlin, first and second are both from our school. Amidst the jubilant uproar, the second event reached its conclusion. The atmosphere at dinner felt somewhat off. The food-loving Hufflepuffs quietly consumed their meals, their curious eyes frequently glancing toward their head boy. Alan swallowed his cake, feeling as if he were glowing under a spotlight. How to put it? He felt somewhat conspicuous. Lucia nibbled on a strawberry biscuit that Cedric had offered, savoring it slowly under the expectant gaze of her boyfriend before finally speaking. It's a bit too sweet. The sparkle in Cedric's beautiful gray eyes dimmed instantly, as he playfully pinched Lucia's cheek in mock disappointment. Lucia, you are quite sensitive to sweetness. Despite the stereotype, the Hufflepuffs truly had a strong appreciation for the flavors of various foods. However, poor Cedric had already stumbled several times over his girlfriend's peculiar taste. Lucia chuckled softly, leaning in closer to her boyfriend, and, taking advantage of his distraction, planted a quick kiss on his rosy lips. That's just perfect. Having never encountered such a Slytherin girl, the Badgers suppressed their astonishment and continued their silent feasting. Merlin, someone save me, Alan lamented, swallowing the sweet pie with tears in his eyes. Do you think Lucia will return to the Slytherin table for meals in the future? Blaise asked teasingly, daring to joke while the girl was absent. If you have time for such musings, you might as well learn a few more spells. Draco shot a disapproving glance at his incredulous friend. He had long since matured beyond the boy who once struggled with his sister's romantic entanglements. Now he was composed and steady. Otherwise, you might end up with AP like Theodore did last time. Hey, I was marked for tardiness before. Not suddenly protested as the topic shifted to him. Eager to defend his unfortunate grades, the boys exchanged playful banter, while Pansy, adorned in lipstick, gazed thoughtfully at the smiling Lucia not far away. Draco, does your family have any special patterns involving flowers and snakes? Pansy's seemingly nonsensical question caused the boys who had been teasing Blaise to pause. Draco pondered briefly, shaking his head in habitual contemplation. Quite a few. Actually, there's one on our gatepost. Didn't you see it when you visited before? Why do you ask, Pansy? The girl remained silent, turning Draco's puzzled face back towards her, an expression of regret crossing her features. In truth, during the past few nights, Pansy had occasionally awakened from her dreams, glancing through the bed curtains to see the warm, yellow silhouette of Lucia at her desk. Once, while Lucia had stepped out, she had curiously approached to take a look. The desk held nothing but a wide-open piece of paper, upon which a stunningly bizarre design was drawn. A black serpent coiled tightly around a blooming flower, forming a closed circle, distinctly different from the murals commonly seen in Malfoy Manor. It was more intricate and enchanting, with an alluring magic emanating from it. I had thought it was a special symbol Lucia created for her Cedric. Perhaps something significant for the future master of the Malfoy family. Pansy mused silently, regretting that her romantic notion had not been realized by Lucia. So what exactly was that? Sensing the scrutiny, Lucia casually glanced at her friends, who were engrossed in conversation with her charming boyfriend. The implicit threat in her gaze caused the merry group to lower their heads and resume their meals. Chapter 45, The Fated Killing Curse. Fiery crimson clouds blanketed the sky as a hawk soared overhead, emitting a piercing cry. No matter how resounding the call, it could not drown out the lively commotion at Hogwarts. A beautiful, jubilant symphony resonated throughout every corner of the audience, accompanying the music as the lovely girls from Beaux Batons performed their lively and graceful dance. The light blue hems of their skirts blossomed like flowers upon the lawn. Students from different schools, unwilling to be outdone, proudly raised red and yellow banners emblazoned with the names of their respective champions. Some young wizards even perched banners atop their heads, flaunting their school spirit before the other two institutions. After 2 rounds of competition, the 2 competitors from Hogwarts found themselves ranking impressively high, a fact that undoubtedly filled them with pride. Hey there, kid. Amos Diggory, clad in his familiar minimalist attire, sported a Windsor knot at his collar, a clear testament to his appreciation for his child's final match. Dad, it's been ages, Cedric exclaimed with a smile, dashing toward his father. Amos enveloped Cedric in a firm embrace, leaning in to whisper encouragingly in the boy's ear. Don't worry, Cedric. You're going to triumph over that Potter. Daddy believes in you. Cedric glanced at his proud father, his brows furrowing slightly as he replied with quiet determination, No, Dad. For me, whether I win or Potter does, the glory ultimately belongs to Hogwarts. Of course, I'll give it my all in the competition. Upon hearing his son's words, Amos shook his head in mild disagreement. However, knowing Cedric's steadfast nature, he deemed further discussion unnecessary. Well, all right, kid. The match is about to commence, he said, his tone tinged with a hint of anxiety as he noted the passage of time. Oh, who is that? Amos squinted, recognizing a familiar figure ahead, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Cedric turned at the sound, spotting his girlfriend, who should have been in the stands, now standing gracefully in her neatly arranged school robes. Upon catching his delighted gaze, Lucia's face instantly lit up with a gentle smile. The warm red hues of the sunset danced upon her caramel-colored hair, which swayed softly as she approached, looking irresistibly tender. Lucia embraced the rushing Cedric tightly, the sweet scent of roses enveloping them. Lucia, what brings you here? Cedric inquired, realizing his previous exuberance might have been a tad overzealous, his cheeks flushing slightly. I missed you, Lucia confessed candidly, a truth that resonated deeply within her. Although they had only been apart for an afternoon, the closer the competition loomed, the more her unease swelled. She simply longed to see Cedric, vibrant and full of life, standing before her. Regrettably, Cedric misinterpreted her honesty as mere affectionate banter, gently kissing her cheek. I missed you too. How did I not realize before that you were so clingy, Lulu? This is a gift I intended to give you when I confessed my feelings, Lucia said, placing a delicate necklace around his neck. It appeared elegantly simple, a slender silver chain adorned with a finely crafted pendant. Cedric's eyes widened in surprise as he noticed through the diamond-esque facets the intertwining patterns of floral serpents glistening in the sunlight. Though it may seem ill-timed now, Lucia tenderly brushed his wind-tousled curls. It will accompany me by your side, safeguarding your well-being. The phrase safeguarding your well-being was Lucia's first time uttering such words to anyone, a blessing akin to those from the eastern realms that she yearned to convey to Cedric. No, I truly cherish it, Cedric replied, clutching the pendant against his chest, a warm smile gracing his features. Clearing his throat, the couple finally recalled the presence of Amos Diggory, who had been observing them from behind. Despite Lucia's awareness of the distinct gaze upon them, it paled in significance compared to the delightful presence of her beloved. Good day, Mr. Diggory. It's been quite some time, Lucia greeted respectfully, her demeanor polished, as befitting the father of her partner. Indeed, it has been a while, Lucia. What is going on between you and Cedric? Amos inquired, having long perceived the subtle dynamics between the two. Dad, as you can see, I love Cedric. And we've been together since I confessed, Lucia stated sincerely, not wishing for Cedric to face his father's inquiries, though her charming boyfriend likely would not mind. Besides, Lucia felt confident in herself, in both her appearance and character. Amos had no reason to disapprove. It soon became evident that Amos was quite pleased with her. Well then, charming Miss Lucia, I wish you both the best, Amos said with a smile, embracing the pair and patting Lucia's back, offering his heartfelt wishes. Lowering his gaze to Cedric's slightly trembling eyelashes, Lucia found herself meeting his gray eyes filled with warmth, causing her to pause momentarily before a soft smile broke across her face. The deep, resonant notes of the bass accompanying the sackbout heralded the end of the opening music. The competition is about to begin. Let us head over, Pansy announced, standing atop a platform, peering through a telescope in search of familiar faces. "Have you spotted them, Pansy?" Theodore asked, glancing around but finding no one, before looking up at the girl above. "No," Pansy exclaimed, tossing the telescope into Blaze's lap before leaping down from the platform to join Theodore. "Merlin, where on earth have they gone?" Blaze, holding the telescope, sat down beside Theodore, muttering in confusion. Pansy adjusted her disheveled hair in the mirror, rolling her eyes internally. "It's obvious. They must have gone off to find their partners. To leave us behind like this is utterly unacceptable." Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the competitors emerged from the entrance, accompanied by their elders. In an instant, applause erupted, and excitement filled the air. "Hey, everyone else here," Draco exclaimed, rushing over from the right and plopping down beside Theodore, panting from exertion. Upon hearing that the competition was about to start, he hurried over from Harry's side. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Draco glanced around, noticing his sister's absence, and instinctively looked towards Cedric in the competition area, perplexed. "Where's Lulu? She hasn't returned yet?" "That shouldn't be the case. The match is about to begin," Theodore replied. "I don't know. Maybe she's hungry and went to the dining hall for a bite," Blaze speculated, idly fiddling with a stick as he played with the ants on the ground. Theodore shot him an exasperated glance. "Blaze, speaking ill of me behind my back comes with consequences." A cool, sardonic voice chimed from behind, startling the dark-skinned boy. "Lucia? How do you appear out of nowhere?" Blaze muttered under his breath. "Lulu, come sit here," Draco said, patting the empty spot beside him that he had reserved for his sister. Lucia smiled, ruffling his hair affectionately as she stepped down to occupy the vacant seat. "So, what exactly were you up to, Lulu?" Pansy inquired, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Lucia, unable to guess her whereabouts. "I was simply," all eyes turned eagerly toward her. Anticipating her response, Lucia raised her index finger to her lips, winking at them with her right eye, a gesture of secrecy, playfully teasing her friends. She disregarded their disappointed cries and cheerfully turned her gaze towards Cedric, who stood in the competition area. Pansy and the others had chosen an excellent vantage point, perfectly aligned with the entrance to the maze. Dumbledore raised his wand to his throat, amplifying his voice, loud and clear. The magnified sound silenced the crowd, causing all conversations to cease as they turned their attention to the headmaster standing at the center. "Welcome, everyone, to the final event." The elderly man raised his hand to quell the thunderous applause and continued. "The contestants will enter the magical maze, facing various challenges, ultimately seeking a trophy hidden somewhere within. This trophy has been placed by Professor Moody himself, and he alone knows its precise location. Based on the results of the previous two tasks, Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter are tied for first place, and they will be the first to enter the maze together." As his words echoed through Hogwarts, cheers erupted. Dumbledore beckoned the contestants over, and as they approached, he encircled the young wizards with his hand, speaking in a low voice. "There are no fire dragons or water beasts within the maze, but it is far more perilous. It can lead one to lose themselves. Stay safe, children." Observing the four contestants nod obediently, Dumbledore's face broke into a reassuring smile as he patted their shoulders. "If you wish to withdraw from the competition, simply fire off a red spark into the air. Now, let the competition begin." Amos embraced Cedric one last time, gently patting the boy's back. "Good luck, my dear boy. I'll see you soon, Dad." Cedric stood at the maze entrance, exchanging a glance with Harry beside him. Both tightened their grips on their wands and cautiously stepped into the labyrinth. At the last moment, as the entrance began to close, he instinctively turned to glance back. His gaze met a pair of calm, gentle gray-blue eyes. In the next instant, tightly woven vines sealed off the outside world like a towering wall. Taking a deep breath, Cedric strode resolutely deeper into the maze. As the boy's figure completely vanished, Lucia repressed her gentle demeanor and lowered her eyes slightly. Now, the plan was set in motion. Time ticked by in the competition as the audience chatted casually, the sky gradually darkening while bonfires flickered to life on the lawn. Lucia sat in the stands, her companions Draco and others excitedly discussing the peculiar bow they encountered in herbology class 2 days prior, which emitted dark green liquid when pressed. She did not engage in their conversation, instead resting with her arms crossed and eyes closed, appearing serene and tranquil. Nearby, Moody paced near the maze entrance, a cold, triumphant glint in his eyes as he took a few hearty sips from his water flask. Soon, when I witnessed the pitiful demise of that little Hufflepuff, I wonder what courage you'll have left to taunt us," he thought, sensing a familiar, ominous gaze upon her. Lucia's slightly opened gray-blue eyes glimmered with a hint of icy amusement. Professor Snape, seated at the far right of the audience, wore a grave expression, his posture rigid as he lightly tapped his wand against his robes, his peripheral gaze lingering on Moody. The surrounding revelry seemed irrelevant to him, as he recalled the events from 2 hours prior. "Uncle Severus, aren't you going to watch the competition?" Lucia's calm, melodious voice broke through to him, prompting Snape to conceal the potion bottle he held within his black robes before turning slowly to face her. "What are you still doing here, Lucia? You should address me as Professor Snape." The stern, brooding professor maintained his customary scowl, attempting to shoo away the encroaching students. Unfortunately, this tactic was ineffective against Lucia. With a beaming smile, she pointed to a spot just beneath his right arm. "I'll be back in the staff room in 10 minutes. Perhaps you could finish your business then." Snape's pupils dilated, instinctively tightening his grip on the potion concealed in his right pocket, a rare look of shock crossing his features. "Do you know what you're saying, Lucia Malfoy? What exactly do you know?" The man rarely questioned her with such a serious, wary tone, yet Lucia merely smiled indifferently. "Trust your instincts, Uncle Severus. Perhaps everything is just as you suspect." Her ethereal words struck Snape like a heavy blow to the heart. Was it true? Was Voldemort indeed scheming to resurrect himself? The professor's expression grew complex as he silently regarded the potion he had meticulously crafted, contemplating deeply before finally composing himself and making his way to the staff room. "This potion poses no harm to the body. It merely significantly reduces the effects of the polyjuice potion, having the duration of transformation. In consideration of the potion's taste, he had intentionally made it somewhat unpleasant, adding a hint of spoonwood to dull the consumer's taste response." From the moment he sat in the audience, Snape had noticed Moody's peculiar behavior of frequently drinking water, a strange excitement that only heightened his unease. Bang! A brilliant firework burst into the inky night sky, drawing the crowd's attention. Moments later, Fleur Delacour emerged from the maze ensnared by the devil's snare. Gabrielle rushed to her sister's side, helping the exhausted girl to her feet. "I'm sorry, Madame Maxime." Fleur, her face marred by scratches from the vines, spoke apologetically to the headmaster, her tone tinged with disappointment. The gentle giantess tenderly brushed her beloved student's disheveled hair, soothingly assuring her, "No, dear, you did splendidly. Now, go rest." The silver-haired girl nodded gratefully, and with her friend's support, made her way to the stands, where Madame Pomfrey promptly arrived to tend to her. Following Fleur, Victor Crump was soon rescued from the maze as well. Now, only Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter remained within the foreboding maze, the audience fixated intently on the entrance, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the final victor. Moody, filled with excitement, rubbed his cane, eagerly anticipating the moment he would witness his master's revival. "When my master returns, you will all perish." His greedy, malevolent gaze swept over the gathered students and the Death Eater, Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang. When his eyes landed on Lucia, seated centrally, the triumph in his gaze abruptly faltered. Moody stared blankly at Lucia, who smiled at him, a chill racing through his mind and snapping him back to reality. "Ah!" A terrified scream suddenly pierced the air as a small wizard, pale and trembling, slumped in his seat, pointing at Moody on the lawn, his lips quivering and unable to form words. "Petrificus totalis." In an instant, Snape rose, raising his wand to cast the petrification spell at Moody. The man swiftly dodged, but as he regained his footing, he immediately sensed something amiss with his body, the crowd gathering around him with various expressions. It's you, little Barty Crouch." Igor Karkaroff screamed in terror, pointing at the man before him, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. Shocked, little Barty Crouch touched his face, finally realizing that the polyjuice potion had worn off, and he now stood before them in his true form. "Little Barty Crouch, you escaped from Azkaban." Headmaster Dumbledore raised his wand towards him, his expression grave, and in a deep, authoritative voice, he demanded, "What do you intend to do?" "Ha ha ha." At the sound of this, the man broke free from his panic, erupting into a maniacal laugh, his deranged and cruel gaze sweeping across everyone present before finally resting on the indifferent Lucia. "My master is about to be resurrected. Tonight, with Harry Potter and that Hufflepuff as the first drops of blood to celebrate his revival." His face contorted with excitement. The diminutive Barty Crouch Jr. murmured, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished using a hidden portkey, leaving a group of terrified and distraught individuals behind. Mr. Amos stood up in a flurry, immediately rushing into the maze to search for his child. Hermione quickly covered her mouth, tears instantly filling her eyes as she stared at the grief-stricken Ron beside her, choking back her disbelief. Draco appeared dazed, his heart aching painfully as he clenched the fabric of his robe, breathing rapidly, yearning to leap from the stands toward the maze entrance. Pansy, closest to him, hurriedly grasped Draco, enveloping the struggling boy in her arms. His strength was unexpectedly formidable, nearly freeing himself from her grip. She instinctively wanted to call out to Lucia, but the words caught in her throat. "Where's Lulu?" The girl, who had been seated just moments ago, had silently vanished without a trace. Harry and Cedric, pushed along by the whirlwind of the maze, ultimately chose to place their hands upon the trophy together. The next moment, everything spun around them. When Cedric regained consciousness from his dizziness, he found Harry, equally bewildered, by his side. They quickly rose to their feet, surveying the eerie, foreboding graveyard, where dark crows circled overhead, emitting ominous, rasping caws. A sharp pain radiated from Harry's scar, and he pressed his hand tightly against his forehead, gasping in agony. Seeing this, Cedric hurried to Harry's side. "Potter, what's wrong?" With clammy hands, Harry gripped Cedric's arm, his brow furrowed, his expression one of distress. "No, Cedric. We must leave this place at once." "What?" Cedric asked, his voice laced with confusion and concern, just as he heard a series of clear footsteps approaching from a distance. The calm and brave upperclassman immediately raised his wand towards the oncoming figure, clenching his teeth, his expression wary as he focused on the grotesque man he had never seen before. "Who are you?" Harry had evidently recognized Peter Pettigrew. As he pressed his hand against his forehead, eyes wide with panic, breathing heavily. "Get rid of that nuisance," commanded the emaciated, pale, and terrifying infant cradled in Pettigrew's arms. Pettigrew disdainfully advanced, raising his wand high. Harry, in terror, reached out in an attempt to intervene, shouting to Cedric beside him, "No, Cedric!" Avada Kedavra, a green light, emblematic of death, shot straight into the boy's warm chest. Chapter 46, Roses in the Sunlight. The haunting green light surged forth with despair. The soul slowly detached from the body, vision fading into a blur. In what felt like an instant, memories flooded back, intertwining in a cascade of light and shadow. "Cedric, be a good boy and stand up. Come to your mother." His mother gazed at him with her gentle gray eyes, opening her arms wide. "Cedric, good boy. You will always be your father's pride." It was the first time he had arrived at Hogwarts and been sorted into Hufflepuff, when his father had cheerily patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Try this. Cedric, well done. Congratulations, Mr. Diggory, for becoming the head of Hufflepuff." Friends, classmates, professors, and forgotten memories surged forth like a tide, gradually calming. "Am I going to die? Don't be afraid." It felt as though a familiar voice echoed in his mind. A girl with a subtle smile had spoken those words during the Triwizard Tournament selection. Oddly, he had not heard her voice at the time. How gentle Lucia's tone had been then. His body grew almost entirely cold, on the brink of succumbing to darkness, as Cedric seemed to glimpse once more that serene, soft gray-blue lake through his blurred vision. "Lucia, don't be afraid, Cedric." After a cacophony of buzzing in his ears, a dazzling white light enveloped the chill in his chest with a gentle warmth, and a familiar, tender voice resonated in his ears. So warm. It wasn't he until a pair of long, strong arms wrapped around his back that the tangible sensation gradually roused the disoriented Cedric from his stupor. "Lucia?" Harry's voice rang out, filled with shock and joy. Cedric blinked, tears welling up and cascading down his cheeks like fallen petals. It was somewhat bittersweet. Lucia gently brushed away that single tear, leaning in to kiss his cheek, as his heart, nearly bursting from his throat, gradually settled back into place. "Lucia," Cedric gasped, his breath hitching as he reached up to touch the face he had so dearly missed. Why are you? Is it really you?" A whirlwind of emotions intertwined. The warmth of her touch caused him to choke back tears, his voice trembling. His heart felt tightly constricted as Lucia placed her cool hand on his face. "I am here, Cedric, do not be afraid." The warmth of flesh and blood melted away the chill of death. Casting a glance at the couple, who had nearly faced separation by death, and then at the stunned Peter Pettigrew, Harry stood there, conflicted. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt." He weakly raised a hand, gently directing his voice towards Lucia, who was looking at him. "Shall we leave this place first?" In the next moment, Voldemort's furious command echoed, his raspy, unpleasant voice tormenting the ears of all present. "Pettigrew, kill them, except for Harry Potter." Locking eyes with Lucia, the cold, lifeless gaze caused Pettigrew to instantly recall the relentless, excruciating pain that had pierced his very soul. "What are you waiting for, Wormtail? Kill them at once." The master's cruel order was issued once more, and the grotesque, corpulent man steadied himself, raising his wand to attack Lucia and the others. With a familiar incantation ringing out, Pettigrew's body instinctively stiffened for a moment, but once he regained his senses, he hastily dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Lucia half-embraced Cedric, and the two quickly took cover behind a tombstone beside Harry. No one had ever survived a killing curse, except, of course, for Harry Potter. Even with Lucia's ancient protective charm in place, Cedric, having faced death once, could not simply recover. Lucia pressed a kiss to his pale cheek and turned to face Harry. "Harry, take care of Cedric." The reliable dark-haired boy nodded resolutely, and Lucia stepped out from behind the tombstone. "Avada Kedavra, The incoming green light was narrowly evaded as she turned her head. She resembled a furious beast, her cold, dark eyes fixated on her prey, as if poised to strike and sever his throat in the next instant. Pettigrew's eyes widened in terror, his wand hand trembling as he frantically unleashed curses at Lucia. In a post-apocalyptic world, the girl, accustomed to relying on her own survival instincts, retains a profound dedication to the sheer strength of her physical form, even amidst a transformed reality. In stark contrast to the wizards who typically wield wands for their assaults, her extraordinary speed and power render her akin to a racing snow wolf. Skillfully evading all assaults, she quickly closes in on the diminutive Peter, Petrificus totalis. Just before the petrification curse strikes, Peter desperately hurls his master away from him. In the next instant, he finds himself frozen in place. Lucia strides forward, casting a disdainful glance at the terrified, grotesque infant, a smirk of derision curling her lips. Such loyalty, she remarks with a voice so devoid of emotion it is chilling. As Peter's eyes remain locked on her, panic-slick sweat beading on his forehead. Crouching behind a stone monument, Harry peers over, while Cedric, still feeble, leans against the stone with blurred vision, gazing at his girlfriend's silhouette. Do not worry, I shall not use the killing curse. As if struck with a brilliant idea, Lucia's eyes crinkle with mirth as she points her wand at the petrified man. In mere moments, the hideous figure transforms into a corpulent rat. I presume you enjoy being a rat. Her tone, though phrased as a question, bears no hint of fluctuation. It is serene, like the calm before a tempest. Very well. Should you promise to cease your wicked ways, I could grant you a lifetime as a rat. Are you willing? The rat, as the petrification effects gradually dissipate, blinks pleadingly, indicating its eagerness. Truly just a child. How foolish, Peter thinks, dismissing the strange unease in his chest with a sense of pride. Is that so? How delightful. A whisper, reminiscent of death itself, echoes in his mind. What is delightful? Before Peter can register the question, his vision blurs, and an intense pain threatens to tear his soul asunder. Oh, he realizes too late that his head has been crushed. Lucia's lips curl upwards as she grinds the rat beneath her foot, pulverizing its flesh and bones. The rat struggles momentarily before becoming motionless, its brains and blood mingling. A tiny, dark eyeball rolling away. Harry, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit, glances at Cedric, who has succumbed to unconsciousness. Merlin, thank goodness he did not witness this. Satisfied that the rat has met its end, Lucia slowly withdraws her foot. Observing the grotesque remains, she grimaces, raising her wand to cleanse her newly acquired shoes of the bloodstains. Once the marks vanish, her expression brightens. Nearby, Voldemort, lying helplessly on the ground, attempts to crawl away in his emaciated form, yet his frail body renders him incapable of movement. Perhaps I should crush you as well. Tell me, do you enjoy being a child? Lucia inquires sweetly from behind him. Voldemort, unprepared for the disruption of his previously foolproof plan by this sudden appearance, glares at her with venomous malice. A Malfoy, you dare to betray me. Lucia, seemingly disturbed by his harsh voice, pinches her ears in disinterest. She lifts her foot to step forward but halts as a sudden sense of danger compels her to sidestep. Avada Kedavra! A green light strikes precisely where she had been standing. In an instant, a shroud of mist envelopes the area, plunging it into chaos. Kill her, Voldemort rasps, unleashing a barrage of curses. With keen awareness of the incoming spells, Lucia deftly evades their trajectory. Harry clutches his bleeding arm, a cry escaping his lips as he shields the unconscious Cedric from unseen threats. Harry, to the trophy, Lucia shouts, dashing toward the source of the earlier cry. As she swiftly maneuvers past a shadowy figure, her icy gaze etches itself into the mind of the snarling Barty crouched Junior. Lucia approaches and scoops up the unconscious Cedric. Racing to the trophy. Stop them. A killing curse narrowly misses as Lucia and Harry grasp the trophy simultaneously, a blinding white light erupting. Clutching Cedric tightly, a wave of vertigo washes over them as they burst forth from the entrance. Albus, we must go save them. Professor McGonagall paces anxiously, lowering her voice as she implores the headmaster. Dumbledore, his expression grim, rubs his furrowed brow. He too yearns to rescue the children. Yet, no one knows where Harry and the others are, despite their relentless search through the labyrinth. Mr. Amos appears aged beyond his years, sitting helplessly on the ground, his face buried in his hands as he weeps. The audience remains silent, punctuated by the occasional muffled sob. How could a moment meant for celebration turn into this? In a dim corner, Professor Snape watches the weeping child, his hands clenched into fists beneath his dark robe. Lily. The thought of losing those beautiful green eyes once more resurfaces, and he cannot suppress the painful memories of that fateful day. He glances up at the maze's entrance, his chest rising and falling in a frantic rhythm. He is loath to think it, but Lucia, We must rely on you now." With a resounding crash and a blinding flash of light, a heavy thud breaks the oppressive silence, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The headmaster and professor stagger toward the fallen trio. "Merlin, we are finally back," Harry exclaims, looking up at the rushing figures with astonished joy. "Oh, wonderful, wonderful. They have returned. How marvelous." The audience erupts in euphoric cheers, students from various schools embracing one another, tears of relief streaming down their faces at the sight of their beloved returning alive. Harry, Lulu, Harry, Lucia, Merlin, Cedric. "Oh, my child, my Cedric." The moment friends and family call out, Harry finds himself enveloped in a whirlwind of affection, Draco's warm tears falling heavily upon his heart. Amos kneels, his expression a mix of restrained sorrow and relief as he gazes at Cedric, oblivious in Lucia's arms. The old father trembles, hesitant to reach out, fearful that this might be an irreversible farewell. "It is all right," Cedric merely fainted. Lucia's gentle voice pulls Amos back to reality. He quickly wraps his arms around the unconscious Cedric, grateful tears silently falling as he caresses his child's face. Lucia does not deter Amos's actions, her eyes softening momentarily as she rises to brush off her robes. Beside her, Harry is still tightly embraced by Hermione and Ron, immobile, while young Draco, with swollen, tear-streaked eyes, gazes up at his sister. "Would you grant me a comforting hug?" Lucia smiles, opening her arms, and the boy immediately collapses into her embrace, sobbing, "Lulu, sister, I am so relieved you are safe." "Relax, Draco, do you still not trust me?" Lucia's voice was filled with relief. Beside them, Blaise and the others stood quietly, observing the scene with genuine admiration. Indeed, it was fortunate that they were all unharmed. However, how did Lucia manage to enter? Theodore nodded happily, suddenly posing a question that had been nagging at him. "Congratulations, lad, you've grasped the essence," he remarked. Not having heard their responses, he instinctively glanced to his left. Upon witnessing Blaise gently comforting a tearful Pansy, his lips twitched involuntarily. Madame Pomfrey approached briskly, potion box in hand, intent on examining Lucia's injuries, only to be halted by the girl. "Madam, Cedric and Harry are in a worse state." The skilled healer scrutinized Lucia closely but found no serious harm. She then shifted her gaze to Cedric, who was in a more critical condition. The crowd gradually fell silent, their eyes filled with concern for their classmates who had narrowly escaped death. "Lucia, what is your take on this?" Dumbledore's voice, deep and resonant, drew the attention of most present as he directed his inquiry toward the girl standing nearby. "Yes, he speaks the truth," someone interjected. "The Dark Lord's resurrection is but a fabrication, is it not? If he truly returned, how could those 3 students still be alive?" Karkaroff shouted with fervor, echoing the unspoken thoughts of the assembly. The specter of Voldemort, the malevolent force that wreaked havoc upon the wizarding world, must not be allowed to return. Regrettably, reality dashed their hopes. Lucia cast a glance at Harry's recently healed arm and shook her head in response to Dumbledore. "It is true. Voldemort has indeed returned." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the hearts of those present, and the younger witches and wizards displayed palpable fear. "Goodness," Professor McGonagall whispered, unable to conceal her shock, as she turned to Dumbledore, who stood beside her. His silver hair obscured his expression as he approached Lucia and Harry, placing a comforting hand on their shoulders. His usually bright blue eyes now clouded with concern, he surveyed the assembly with a profound gaze. The students felt rooted in place under the weight of the headmaster's somber glance, grasping the gravity of the situation. A perilous wizarding war was on the horizon. "Are they departing?" Hermione mused softly from the end of the corridor, observing the distant carriages and the giant boat that had slipped into the lake. So much has transpired this term. Ron, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, a hint of acidity lacing his tone. "What is the matter? Are you going to miss Crumb?" Hermione shot him an irritated glare, unwilling to engage in another quarrel over the matter, and candidly expressed her true feelings. "Crumb is indeed wonderful, but he hardly speaks. I mean, it's rather off-putting." Upon hearing this, Ron awkwardly responded with a simple "oh," falling into silence. However, a flicker of delight began to brighten his expression. Watching this exchange, Draco gently shook Harry's hand, playfully winking at his boyfriend. Unable to resist, Harry leaned in and kissed Draco's cheek, whispering, "All right, little dragon. We should refrain from interrupting them. After all, it's taken Ron half a semester to finally grasp a bit of sense." A gentle breeze swept through, and Cedric closed his eyes momentarily, basking in the warm sunlight as the laughter and playful banter of his friends gradually faded. Just as he turned to see what was happening, a large hand suddenly covered his eyes. "Guess who?" A soft, melodious voice whispered close to his ear, sending a thrill through him. Cedric twitched his ears slightly, and a light laugh followed. "Could it be a little goblin from the flower bed?" he teased, a smile creeping onto his lips. The hand was removed, and Lucia leaned in to kiss Cedric's eyelids, innocently blinking at him. "Is there a goblin as lovely as I?" she asked playfully. "Certainly not," Cedric replied, cradling her face gently in his hands before planting a kiss on her pouted lips. "You are the most beautiful, Lulu." His tender words, akin to coaxing a child, caused Lucia's eyes to sparkle with joy. Cedric gazed at her with warmth and affection. His beloved had rescued him from the clutches of death. "I shall love her for all eternity," he thought as he beheld Lucia, who enveloped him in a radiant embrace. "This appears to be broken," Cedric said, retrieving the gift Lucia had given him before the competition. His expression turned somber as he examined the cracked diamond necklace. Lucia smiled gently at the sight. She had crafted it with care, inscribing an ancient protective rune upon it. Being a member of one of the 28 sacred families, the Malfoys certainly possessed their own means of protection. Should the rune come into contact with another's magic, it would unleash a formidable force to repel the attack, and the inscriber would be instantly transported to its location. For this day, she had searched long and hard for the right enchantment, and it had proven its worth. "Isn't it splendid? Its purpose is to safeguard you," she said, raising her hand and effortlessly conjuring a new necklace. This one bore the emblem of a solar rose, radiating warmth and beauty. Lucia adorned Cedric's fair, slender neck with the new necklace, nodding in satisfaction. "Cedric, I can continue making these for you until you tire of them." The brilliant sunlight enveloped Cedric, casting a gentle halo around him, warmly caressing his luminous skin. The dappled shadows of the trees danced upon his soft gray eyes, which sparkled with delight. Chapter 47, Another Presence. This summer's heat was particularly unbearable. Corresponding with the stifling and restless weather was the eerie and melancholic silence enveloping Malfoy Manor. Draco felt as though he were at the eye of a storm. "Lucia, allow me to ponder this further very well, father." Upon overhearing Lucius's murmurs from within the study, the boy quickly withdrew his head from the door and scurried down the corridor. After a brief interval, the study door swung open, and Lucia emerged. Her expression serene and inscrutable. She leaned casually against the wall. As Draco pondered why his sister had not yet departed, the door opened once more, and his mother appeared, her pale gown flowing like a graceful fishtail. Lucia straightened her posture upon seeing her mother, with hands that had seldom engaged in household chores. Narcissa gently brushed her fingers across the girl's face, her eyes brimming with tenderness and nostalgia. Unbeknownst to her, her darling Lulu had grown so much. Even now, Narcissa vividly recalled the first time she had laid eyes on her daughter, with her wrinkled face adorned with fine downy hair. Two cherubic infants lay in their cribs, resembling each other, yet exhibiting contrasting natures. The lively brother, brimming with energy, would always reach for the winged dragon toy fluttering above, while his sister often stared wide-eyed, quietly observing her surroundings, eventually succumbing to slumber. Occasionally, Lucius would dangle a gleaming gem before the children, but Lucia would merely cast a quiet glance before averting her gaze. In contrast, Draco would break into a toothless grin, chuckling merrily. The innocent features of the young boy gradually blended with the serene beauty of the woman before them, causing Narcissa's eyes to glisten with a mixture of pride and tenderness. "Lulu, you have grown so much. Your father and I are aging," she murmured, enfolding her mother's cool hand in warmth, an unspoken bond of affection passing between them. "Who says so? Mother will forever remain as beautiful as ever." The girl's gentle and sincere voice resonated, her slate blue eyes steadfastly gazing at her mother. "Thank you, my dear," Narcissa said, momentarily charmed into laughter, dabbing at the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. "Do not worry too much, Lulu. We must trust your father. He will make the right choices." Reflecting on the recent conversation in the study, Narcissa comfortingly patted her daughter's back. None of them had anticipated that the mysterious figure was a half-blood. If it weren't for Lucia mentioning her first-hand sighting of the Riddle Grave, the Malfoy family would have been counting on a half-blood to restore their pure blood glory. Lucius was evidently taken aback, his countenance darkening considerably. "Let us head to the sitting room. I have prepared some cookies that you and Draco adore. I will check on your father in the study." Seeing Lucia obediently nod, Narcissa pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her husband stood gravely at the windowsill, silent and contemplative, the bustling sunlight streaming through the glass casting a halo around his upright figure. "Lucius," he turned to grasp his wife's delicate left hand, the softness of her skin prompting him to caress it gently. For the sake of his wife and child, he could not afford to falter. He bent down to kiss the furrowed brow of Narcissa, a tender act of reassurance uncharacteristic of the composed couple in the study. But at that moment, Lucius solely wished to dispel his wife's troubling thoughts. A warm, tender atmosphere enveloped them, their shadows intertwined on the floor beneath the sunlight. "Narcissa, perhaps our daughter's words hold some truth." The scene shifted back to Lucia, as the door closed behind her mother. The opulent chandelier illuminated the banquet hall in all its splendor. The girl walked towards the corridor, seizing the hooded figure attempting to flee. Draco let out a soft whine, reluctantly turning around. "Where are you running off to?" Lucia raised an eyebrow, her tone nonchalant, entirely unfazed by her brother's hidden presence. "Come on, Mother made some cookies. Would you like to try some?" Lulu, did you tell Father about what happened at school? Did he say anything?" Draco, currently devoid of the appetite for snacks, trailed closely behind his sister, whispering his inquiries. The boy was deeply concerned about their parents' views on Voldemort's resurrection. Their family had once followed the Dark Lord, and since he had returned, it was not inconceivable for their father to rejoin him. However, if that were to happen, how would he face Harry? Lucia casually plucked a piece of cashew cookie from the dining table and placed it before Draco, interrupting his musings. The boy hesitated, ultimately conceding and taking a bite of the cookie. "Don't overthink it, Draco. You must believe that in our parents' eyes, we are far more important than Voldemort." Watching her sister pop a piece of cranberry cake into her mouth with a smile, Draco fell silent, his tense shoulders gradually relaxing as he chewed his food, the delayed taste finally registering. Ugh! The boy's delicate features scrunched up in distaste. Caught between the urge to gag and the necessity to swallow, he clutched his throat, barely managing to gulp down the partially chewed cookie. He quickly grabbed a chocolate cookie, the slightly bitter yet rich flavor spreading across his tongue, effectively overpowering the salty taste of the cashew. "Merlin, you must have done that on purpose." The boy, now calmer, glared at his sister, who wore a look of gleeful mischief. Lucia struggled to suppress her laughter as she took a bite of a cashew cookie, the savory flavor indeed aligning with her palate. "These are typically made by Narcissa specifically for me. I merely wish to help you unwind. Draco, you appear far too tense." Draco pouted. Yet the oppressive mood in his heart dissipated somewhat amidst the lighter atmosphere. As the scorching sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. The cool evening breeze dispelled the remnants of the day's heat, ushering in a refreshing comfort. The Malfoy family sat in intricately carved chairs, partaking of their evening meal, with only the gentle sounds of chewing filling the air. After a prolonged silence, Lucius, seated at the head of the table, set down his cutlery, slowly breaking the quietude. "Lucia." The three turned their gazes towards Lucius, who cleared his throat softly, a hint of discomfort crossing his features. "Tomorrow, I shall send an invitation to Dumbledore." Draco's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He yearned to cheer in agreement, but stifled the impulse, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, Father." Lucia placed her fork down, even though she had anticipated Lucius's decision, her eyes half lowered, unable to hide her emotion. For his daughter, who usually addressed him with formality and respect, to call him father so affectionately made Lucius suppress a smile, nodding with dignified restraint, observing her husband's proud demeanor. As though he had just triumphed in battle, Narcissa's eyes lit up with joy. The previously heavy atmosphere was lifted by the father's decision, and in front of his wife and child, Lucius ultimately conceded. "Actually, there is something else I wish to tell you." Lucia suddenly interjected, capturing the Malfoy couple's attention. Noticing the familiar soft smile on his sister's face, Draco immediately understood. In this world, aside from Cedric, no one else could evoke such a demeanor from Lucia. Narcissa and Lucius, clearly unfamiliar with this expression, felt a wave of surprise wash over them. "I have developed feelings for someone special." The thought of her boyfriend's gentle and endearing visage caused Lucia's eyes to light up with joy. Love knows no concealment. "His name is Cedric Diggory." The girl did not elaborate further on her beloved, believing that Cedric's mere presence was sufficient to convey her affection. Similarly, no one could resist his charm. Lucius recalled his colleague from the ministry, Amos Diggory. His casual attire did not quite align with Lucius's noble standards. Moreover, he remembered that Amos's child seemed to belong to Hufflepuff. With Draco's Gryffindor friend Potter in the foreground, Lucius found himself surprisingly accepting of the Hufflepuff. Narcissa, brimming with delight, felt joyous for her daughter finding love. Although she had no strong impression of Amos Diggory, she was acquainted with his wife, the pure-blooded Audrey Diggory. Audrey was a gentle and gracious Omega, and conversing with her often brought joy. "Does he know about your feelings, Lulu?" Narcissa gently caressed her daughter's long hair, harboring concerns that Lucia's quiet demeanor might lead her to miss out on her beloved boy. Sitting nearby, Draco, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, could not help but shake his head at his parents' expressions. They truly did not understand Lulu at all. Lucius, noticing Draco's pensive demeanor, called out to him directly. "Draco, do you know what is going on with your sister?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, the boy promptly straightened his posture and nodded obediently. Sister confessed her feelings to someone she likes, and she even invited Cedric to the Christmas ball. Oh, and during the Triwizard tournament. She was quite worried back then. Just as Draco was about to chatter on incessantly, his parents listened with curiosity to the elder daughter they had never seen at home. Lucia gently raised her hand, signaling for silence, and seized the moment as Draco finished speaking. I'll be heading back now. You all continue your conversation. Oh, Father, please take me along when you visit Dumbledore. With that, Lucia arose from her seat and walked towards the rooms upstairs. Truth be told, she was confident that her parents would take a liking to Cedric, but she had no intention of enduring a barrage of questions from the couple. She had other matters to attend to, such as inviting her Cedric on a date. Meanwhile, the Malfoy couple downstairs remained astonished by their daughter's decisive nature. Narcissa nodded in satisfaction at the boldness of her Omega daughter's confession. From Draco's snippets of conversation, a gentle and attractive image of an exceptional young man began to take shape in their minds. With the realization that their daughters both bore a resemblance to his mother, Lucius could finally set aside his lingering resentment towards Amos. Viewed from this perspective, Cedric indeed seemed quite compatible with Lucia. Lucius had long perceived his daughter's hidden stubbornness. Once she had made a decision, no one could deter her. Now, having someone to guide her was not such a bad thing after all. The day's gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill to passers-by. A long-eared owl clutched a letter as it perched between two modest Muggle houses. It flapped its wings, refusing to depart despite attempts to shoo it away. Thus, time passed moment by moment until nightfall. Stepping out from number 12 Grimmauld Place was Nymphadora Tonks, nonchalantly sweeping her light pink hair back to reveal her smooth forehead. Having concluded a day's work, the female alpha ventured outside for a breath of fresh air. Noticing the owl before her, Nymphadora crouched down to retrieve the envelope from its beak, her gaze sharpening as she read, "To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." The unexpected letter made her instinctively glance around, reassured when she saw no one following her. She let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked the owl's long, drooping ears. In the next moment, the long-eared owl fainted. "Apologies, little one, but you must accompany us back for now." With that, she swiftly cradled the small owl, remaining alert as she hurried into number 12 Grimmauld Place. Navigating through the dimly lit, opulent sitting room and hallway, she halted at the end of the corridor. Faintly, she could hear the voices of Dumbledore and his colleagues engaged in conversation. Steeling herself, Nymphadora knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon receiving the response, the purple-haired Tonks stepped through the door. "What's the matter?" "Tonks, didn't you just step out?" Molly Weasley, who had spotted the woman leaving earlier, inquired curiously. Tonks waved the letter in her hand, drawing the interest of everyone present, before handing it to the elderly gentleman in the center. "As I was leaving, I encountered the owl delivering this letter. I brought it back after making it faint." The group regarded the unfamiliar owl with various expressions, clearly realizing the potential risk of exposing their headquarters. Dumbledore opened the envelope and read its contents carefully, adjusting his glasses. The elderly man appeared contemplative as he passed the letter to a curious Sirius, deep in thought. Sirius took the white paper and immediately began to read aloud. "Mr. Albus Dumbledore, good evening. I wish to discuss matters concerning the Dark Lord with you. I wonder if you are available the day after tomorrow evening. If so, I will bring the children along for a visit." Lucius Malfoy. As he reached the end, Sirius's tone gradually diminished, hesitantly exclaiming, "Malfoy? Isn't he a Death Eater? Indeed, could this be a trap?" The members of the Order of the Phoenix, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Death Eaters, immediately heightened their vigilance at the mention of Lucius Malfoy's name. The room erupted into a cacophony of discussions. But why would he bring children along? Nymphadora mused, fiddling with the small owl in her arms, perplexed by this peculiar detail. If it truly were a trap, wouldn't that be counterproductive for him? Hearing this, several individuals stiffened visibly. Seated on the far right, Severus Snape silently regarded the letter in Sirius's hand. Dumbledore halted his slow pacing, his keen blue eyes glimmering in the dim light of the room. "Perhaps there is another party who genuinely wishes to speak with us." Chapter 48, A Pleasant Collaboration. "Please come to the Hogwarts headmaster's office at 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow," Dumbledore concluded. Arthur Weasley tied the prepared letter to the long-eared owl's right leg, only to receive a sharp peck on the back of his hand from the agitated creature. In the next moment, the owl flapped its wings and vanished from sight. "Is this truly wise, sir?" Ignoring her husband's pained yelp, Molly stood beside Dumbledore, her hands subconsciously clasped together as she voiced her concerns. "Oh, do not fret, Mrs. Weasley." Dumbledore reassured her with a comforting smile, his bright eyes gazing in the direction where the owl had disappeared. "She will prove to be a valuable ally." "She?" Curious glances were exchanged among the group. "Who is she?" "Isn't Lucius a man?" Sirius let out a soft sigh, slumping against the chair's back, raising his hands in explanation to the others. "If I am not mistaken, I believe Dumbledore is referring to Malfoy's daughter, Lucia Malfoy." As her name resonated in the air, Dumbledore lowered his gaze, recalling their last conversation before the fourth-year holiday. He had long been puzzled and astonished by this girl's actions. An accumulation of events compelled Dumbledore to question her once more. In the past, Lucia had always managed to navigate through situations unscathed, but this time, she seemed intent on being more transparent. The girl succinctly summarized everything that had transpired in the Riddle graveyard. You stomped on him? Even Dumbledore was taken aback, widening his eyes at this fourth-year girl who spoke such astonishing words. Lucia nodded nonchalantly, as if it were merely a matter of having lunch. Subsequently, the Slytherin girl recounted her suspicions regarding Moody's authenticity, weaving a narrative that balanced just the right amount of concealment with well-founded progress, rendering the half-truths remarkably plausible. Dumbledore, after listening, gazed at Lucia, who was somewhat parched and indulging in a lemon sherbet, with a complex expression. To speak candidly, her extraordinary acumen and her ruthlessly cruel methods indeed instilled a sense of trepidation in others. However, he resolutely assured himself that Lucia Malfoy would not become the next Voldemort. You may return now, Miss Malfoy. Perhaps Mr. Diggory is still waiting for you outside. No sooner had he uttered these words than he witnessed Lucia's first warm smile, devoid of any chill, as she entered the headmaster's office. The young woman then curtsied and, after bidding farewell to the headmaster, strode towards the door. Indeed, what set her apart from Voldemort was the love that coursed through her heart. Lucia? Ah, I remember her, Mrs. Weasley mused, recalling the girl who had gifted Ginny a diary many years prior, though her internal confusion remained unabated. Hey, please tell us who she is, Mrs. Weasley. Nymphadora, with her exuberant pink hair, perched at the edge of the table, inquired with an excited curiosity. I don't know her very well. She seems to be a gentle and polite child. Molly's words were abruptly interrupted by Sirius's sudden laughter, causing her to cast an offended glance at him. Sirius stifled his laughter and waved apologetically. My apologies, madam, it was unintentional. However, that child is no pushover. He recalled the girl who had liberated him from Azkaban and the incident Dumbledore had recounted to him. Shaking his head to refute Molly's perspective, he then joyfully declared, You must be familiar with Peter Pettigrew, right? The Order of the Phoenix is well acquainted with most Death Eaters, particularly Voldemort's main followers. They are undoubtedly aware of last year's significant events. The group hesitantly nodded, puzzled as to why Sirius had suddenly brought this up. Lucia? She transformed him into a rat on the spot, and then, smack, she crushed his head. Sirius vividly depicted the scene, reclining comfortably in his chair. Only when he recalled the grotesque and agonizing demise did his resentment towards Wormtail gradually subside. Crushed, Nymphadora leaned closer to Sirius in shock, and upon receiving his affirmative response, her face broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Merlin, that is utterly brilliant. I can hardly wait to meet this girl you've described. Severus sat calmly at the long table, unusually refraining from making a barbed remark towards Sirius. The one who indirectly caused Lily's death deserved such punishment. Yet, this was an act that should have been executed by him, allowing Lucia, this child, to take such a risk. Did she harbor a grudge against Wormtail? Arthur, sitting nearby, found it hard to imagine that a girl he had seen as quite genteel could commit such a brutal act. Though it is rather satisfying, he conceded. It's because of her little boyfriend, Severus stated with a taut expression from his dim corner. Under the light, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Cool. That makes her seem even more impressive. Hearing this, Nymphadora's eyes sparkled, and she felt an instant affinity for Miss Malfoy. Boyfriend? Arthur pondered the last contender of the Triwizard Tournament and recalled the peculiar atmosphere between Miss Malfoy and the Diggory boy during the Quidditch World Cup. It suddenly dawned on him. Ah, that explains it. No wonder that Miss Malfoy was acting oddly with the Diggory child. He felt a twinge of annoyance for having missed an opportunity to tease his friend. After a brief exchange of laughter, the previously somber atmosphere lightened considerably. They buried their concerns deep within and awaited the arrival of the Malfoys in 2 days' time. Indeed, Dumbledore intended to bring them to number 12, Grimmauld Place, after speaking with the Malfoys. This was an action they had tirelessly sought to prevent from the outset, yet Dumbledore remained steadfast in his decision. Furthermore, from the descriptions provided by Sirius, Severus, and the Weasley couple, it was clear that the Malfoys held grievances against the Dark Lord as well. With Dumbledore present, even the Malfoys could not stir up any trouble. Thus, they would wait and see in 2 days. Unbeknownst to Lucia, the thoughts of the Order of the Phoenix were far removed from her mind. Apparate, with a flick of her wand, she found herself standing upon the verdant fields of Devon, England. The night sea breeze swept through, carrying with it a briny scent, while the waves crashed like clusters of white blossoms. In contrast to the heat elsewhere, this locale exuded a serene coolness by the seaside. Observing her surroundings, Lucia's attention was immediately drawn to a charming, cozy red house near a lamp post. Constructed of red bricks, warm yellow light spilled from the small windows. Clusters of roses thrived in front of the window, exuding tranquility and beauty. Quietly traversing the garden, Lucia made her way to the brightly lit window without disturbing anyone. Cedric, clad in a pale yellow robe, languidly leaned against the bedside, his fair and delicate collarbone exposed. He held a notebook on botany, filled with herbal notes from his mother's travels. Realizing the late hour, he rose from the bed, stepping onto the soft carpet, and turned off the lamp by the window. Just as he was about to turn back to sleep, he noticed a rustling outside. A shadow crossed into the room through the gentle moonlight. Cedric swiftly grasped his wand from the table, cautiously approaching the window, steadied himself, and then abruptly flung it open. The bright, silvery moonlight flooded in. "Miss me, Cedric?" His long-missed girlfriend, leaning against the balcony and grasping the wall, greeted him with a tender smile. His heart raced, struck not by pain, but by a fervent flutter. Unbeknownst to him, as he stood there dazed on the balcony, Lucia felt an equally intense thrill upon gazing at him. "Lulu, Merlin, what are you doing here?" Cedric quickly stepped back to make room, and Lucia effortlessly leapt in through the window, landing gracefully. The young man joyfully wrapped his arms around her neck, while she embraced his waist tightly. They leaned into each other, sharing their longing. Cedric felt soft kisses against his ear, fingers weaving slowly and firmly through his hair, tenderly caressing. "I've really missed you," Lucia murmured. "Since you didn't have time for a date, I thought I'd come find you." Her tone was slightly reproachful at the mention of his refusal to go out. Yet she smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to his soft cheek. "I'm sorry, Lucia, I've been preparing for my 7th-year exams." Cedric affectionately caressed her face. He too longed to accept her invitation. However, 7th year was primarily consumed with studying for graduation exams, leaving him with scant free time. "I miss you so much too." Upon hearing her boyfriend's gentle reply, Lucia could no longer contain herself and leaned in to kiss him. The gentle caress of lips brushed softly against each other. The ambiguous sound of water mingling with their passionate kiss caused Cedric's cheeks to flush with warmth, accidentally bumping into a vase at his feet. It crashed onto the floor with a considerable clatter. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room. "What's the matter, Cedric?" His mother's anxious voice filtered in from outside the door. Ever since the incident during the Triwizard Tournament, his parents had become particularly attentive to any noise he made. "Cedric, why are you silent?" His father's knocking grew increasingly urgent. Struggling to regain his composure from the fervent kiss, Cedric gently pushed away the tightly embraced Lucia, only to see a playful smile dancing in her eyes. His parents still lingered at the door. Cedric could only muster the strength to part his lips, hurriedly gasping for breath as he called out, "I'm fine," just closing the window and accidentally knocked over a vase. Startled by the softness of his own voice, he quickly cleared his throat. I'm going to bed now. You two should rest as well." "All right, Cedric. Remember to call us if you need anything." Relieved to hear their son was unhurt, the Diggory couple slowly descended the stairs, their murmurs faintly audible. Cedric feigned annoyance as he playfully nipped at Lucia's delicate lips, and she gazed back at him innocently. "Are your feet cold?" Noticing her bare, pale feet since he opened the window, Lucia tenderly kissed his soft hair and whispered her inquiry. Before Cedric could shake his head, Lucia swept him into her arms. In a moment of panic, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck. By the time Cedric realized what had happened, he found himself reclining on the bed. The coolness of his feet was held in her warm hands, making him acutely aware of their chill. "It feels a bit strange, Lucia, please don't." The overly intimate gesture made Cedric shy, his pink toes curling slightly. Lucia firmly grasped his retreating right foot, observing her boyfriend's endearing demeanor as he lay on the bed. She suddenly lowered her head with a mischievous intent. A gentle, warm kiss landed on the arch of his foot, igniting a deep tenderness within him, sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly straightened his back before collapsing back down, breathless. "Lower your voice, darling. Our parents might hear." Lucia leaned closer, her voice warm and melodic, laced with laughter. Her teasing words made Cedric cover her mouth, unable to endure it. "Lucia?" His eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners tinted with a breathtaking hue of red, his flustered expression remarkably beautiful. Regrettably, this pitiable visage, reminiscent of a kitten baring its teeth, prompted Lucia to bury her face into his neck, letting out a soft laugh. As the night deepened, after their joyous reunion and playful banter, Lucia, lying on the bed, heard the gentle rhythm of his breathing beside her. Through the stillness, she delicately traced the handsome contours of his face, as if etching his features into her heart. The crescent moon glided across the night sky, disappearing into the earth, while the first light of dawn gradually illuminated the room. The sweet, melodic chirping of birds floated in from outside, vibrant roses blossoming in abundance. "Lucia, why are you up so early?" Lucius, impeccably dressed, descended the stairs, his gaze resting in surprise upon the girl seated on the sofa. Lucia nodded, extending the letter in her hand toward her father. "Father, it's a reply from Professor Dumbledore." "What does it say?" Lucius raised an eyebrow, picking up the opened letter to read it carefully. He has invited us to Hogwarts tomorrow. Upon reading this outcome, Lucius felt a wave of satisfaction. The olive branch he had extended had been gracefully received, and the smooth progression brought a subtle smile to his lips. He adjusted his collar and made his way to the tea room. Cicely has been coughing these past few days. Thankfully, Severus provided some cough remedy. I can brew her a pot of warm tea. This was one of the reasons Lucius had risen so early today. Lucia leaned against the cushion, retrieving the envelope she had concealed in her hand. Clearly inscribed upon it was, "For Lucia Malfoy." The girl chuckled softly, and as a spark ignited in her hand, the envelope was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the following evening. The fiery sunset painted the sky, with soaring eagles occasionally gliding by, diminishing into mere specks in the distance. "Let us go? Apparate." Lucius took the hand of one child, and under Narcissa's gentle gaze, the three of them vanished from sight. After a dizzying moment, they reappeared at the gates of Hogwarts. Apparition was prohibited within the school grounds, so the trio made their way through familiar corridors until they arrived at the headmaster's office. "Lemon drops." Lucius recited the password with a hint of disdain, as Dumbledore had emphasized in his letter. Draco kept his head bowed, secretly suppressing a smile. The reason he had accompanied them was clear. As a member of the Malfoy family, he felt it was his duty to contribute, unwilling to appear as an uninformed fool. The door swung open, revealing a resplendent room where Fawkes perched, his fiery plumage resembling a blazing flame. "Welcome, Mr. Malfoy." And Lucia and Draco. Professor Dumbledore descended the stairs, greeting them with his characteristic warmth. "Would you care for a lemon drop? They taste delightful." "Thank you, Professor." Draco accepted the vibrant candy from the elder's hand, savoring its crisp, sweet flavor. "Perhaps we could begin discussing the matter of the Dark Lord." Interrupting Dumbledore's gesture of offering sweets, Lucius sat down on the sofa, leaning on his cane, his demeanor haughty as he broached the subject. Lucia took a candy, smiling politely at the headmaster. Dumbledore remained unfazed by Lucius's tone, standing before them with an amiable smile. "Might I inquire why Mr. Malfoy intends to ally with the Order of the Phoenix?" Dumbledore was not in a hurry to reveal his thoughts, maintaining his calm demeanor as he questioned Lucius. Seasoned in political discourse, Lucius flashed a practiced smile and articulated the rationale he had prepared. "First of all, my youngest son, Draco, is in a relationship with none other than Harry Potter." At this point, the elder's expression darkened slightly. He continued, "Moreover, the Dark Lord nearly killed my daughter and her boyfriend. I believe these 2 points suffice to justify my decision." Rising from his seat, Lucius, the nobleman, fixed a rare, serious gaze upon Dumbledore. After a moment of silence, the elder's gentle laughter filled the room. A flicker of darkness passed through his bright blue eyes as he nodded in agreement. Through Lucius's eyes, it was clear that the man before him was genuinely motivated by the well-being of his family. Furthermore, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the quiet girl standing beside them. The Order needed this child. In that case, the elder extended his hand, his serious eyes peering over the glasses as he fixed his gaze upon Lucius. "A delightful collaboration, Mr. Malfoy." Their hands clasped firmly, a soft golden radiance enveloped them. An unbreakable vow, at this moment, irrevocably intertwined the future of the Malfoy family with that of the Order of the Phoenix.